Chapter 001: Coexisting in Life. The weather in Wan City during October remains stiflingly hot, with only the mornings and evenings offering a hint of the crispness of late autumn. Early in the morning, Haitong prepared breakfast for her sister's family of three, tidied up the scattered toys in the living room, and mopped the floor. Only after this did she take two steamed buns, tuck her household registration booklet under her arm, and quietly leave her sister's home. From now on, we shall split the costs evenly. Whether it be living expenses or mortgage payments, it must be shared. Your sister is living in our home, and she ought to contribute half. What use is it for her to pay just $2,000 a month? It's no different than living here for free. These were the words Haitong overheard from her brother-in-law during a quarrel with her sister the previous night. In order to prevent her sister's life from becoming chaotic, she resolved to move out from her sister's home. Yet, to reassure her sister, there was but one path available: marriage. With no boyfriend and a desire to wed swiftly, she decided to acquiesce to Grandma Jean's request and marry Grandma Jean's eldest grandson, Jean, who had encountered difficulties in his own romantic pursuits. After descending the stairs, she walked to the main road outside, and fortuitously, a bus was parked at the roadside. Haitong jogged over, and upon confirming that the bus passed by the Civil Affairs Bureau, she boarded just before the driver set off. Choosing a seat by the window, she gazed out at the streets as the bus began to move. Wan City is a bustling metropolis, with towering buildings lining both sides of the streets, showcasing its prosperity. 20 minutes later, Haitong alighted at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Haitong. As soon as she stepped off the bus, she heard a familiar voice calling her Grandma Jean. Grandma Jean. Haitong hurried over. Noticing a tall and aloof man standing beside Grandma Jean, he must be her intended, Jean. As she approached, she took a closer look at Jean and was momentarily taken aback. According to Grandma Jean, her eldest grandson Jean was 30 years old, yet had struggled in love and couldn't even find a girlfriend. This had caused her great concern, especially after an incident where she had fallen while out alone, and Haitong had rescued her and taken her to the hospital, leading to their acquaintance. After growing familiar, Grandma Jean came to admire Haitong's character. Upon learning that Haitong was 25 and still single, she sought to matchmake them. Haitong had always imagined that Jean, being 30 and unable to attract a girlfriend, must be quite unattractive. After all, he was described by Grandma Jean as a high-ranking executive in a large corporation, earning a substantial income. A successful man remaining single must either have excessively high standards or be so unattractive that even gold diggers would shy away. Haitong had presumed him to be the latter. Now, upon meeting him, she realized he belonged to the former category. Jean was quite handsome, with a cool demeanor. Standing beside Grandma Jean, his serious expression made him appear particularly striking, exuding an aura that seemed to discourage approach. Nearby, a black business vehicle with a Dongfeng emblem was parked, not a luxury car worth millions, which made Haitong feel that her distance from Jean was not insurmountable. She was living off her sister, primarily reluctant to part with her sister and nephew, which was why she had been so shamelessly staying with them. In truth, her income was respectable, as she and an old classmate had opened a bookstore near the Wan City Middle School. Wan City Middle School is a prestigious institution encompassing elementary, middle, and high school levels, with nearly 10,000 students and staff. The demand for materials and various stationery is immense, although the competition is fierce, with neighboring bookstores vying for business. In her spare time, she also crafts small items to sell online, achieving decent sales. After deducting all costs, her monthly profit, shared with her friend, combined with her online shop's earnings, allows her to maintain a stable monthly income of over 20,000 yuan. In Wan City, earning 20,000 a month places one firmly within the white-collar class. However, her brother-in-law was unaware of her earnings, believing her bookstore was unprofitable due to the intense competition, which led him to belittle her. In reality, she contributed 5,000 yuan monthly to her sister for food and rent. She was quite cunning, urging her sister to save half for emergencies, ensuring her brother-in-law remained oblivious. Her sister was somewhat aware of her income and frequently advised her not to squander money, encouraging her to save for a home in the coming years to secure a place of her own. Haitong. This is my eldest grandson Jean, a 30-year-old still unable to find a partner. Although he may appear a bit aloof, he is quite attentive and considerate. You saved my life, and we've known each other for 3 months now. Trust me, I want to introduce you to a bad grandson. Upon hearing his grandmother's description, Jeanine cast a glance at Haitong, his gaze deep and frigid, yet he remained silent. Perhaps he had grown immune to his grandmother's criticisms over time. Haitong was aware that Grandma Jean had 3 sons, each of whom had blessed her with 3 grandsons, totaling 9 grandsons, but no granddaughters. Because Haitong had once saved her, Grandma Jean had taken a liking to her, treating her as a granddaughter. Grandma Jean. Haitong felt her cheeks flush slightly, but still confidently extended her right hand toward Jeanine, smiling as she introduced herself. Mr. Jean, it's a pleasure to meet you. Jeanine's piercing gaze appraised Haitong from head to toe, then back again. Only after Grandma Jean lightly coughed to remind him did he extend his right hand to shake hers, his voice equally low and icy. Jeanine. After the handshake, Jeanine glanced at his watch and informed Haitong, I am quite busy, let us proceed swiftly. Haitong nodded in agreement. Grandma Jean hurriedly interjected, you two go ahead and handle the paperwork, I will wait here for you. Grandma, you should go to the car, it's hot outside. As Jeanine spoke, he assisted his grandmother back to the vehicle. Observing his actions, Haitong found herself believing Grandma Jean's word. Jeanine, while seemingly cold, was indeed attentive and considerate. Though they were strangers, Grandma Jean had mentioned he owned a house outright, which meant that marrying him would allow Haitong to move out from her sister's home, alleviating her sister's worries and preventing further arguments with her brother-in-law. Her marriage was merely a practical arrangement for cohabitation. Before long, Jeanine returned before Haitong and announced, let's go. Haitong responded affirmatively and silently followed him into the Civil Affairs Bureau. At the marriage registration office, Jeanine reminded Haitong, Miss Hai, if you have any reservations, you may still reconsider. Do not concern yourself with my grandmother's opinions. Marriage is a significant matter and should not be treated lightly. He hoped Haitong would reconsider. After all, he had no desire to marry, let alone with a stranger he had only just met that day. Haitong appeared as Grandma Jean had described, young, beautiful, and exuding an air of intellect, but they were still strangers. For months, Grandma Jean had spoken of her, and having been raised by his grandmother due to his parents' busy schedules, Jeanine was dutifully obedient to her. He had come only at her persistent urging. Since I have made a promise, I will not go back on it. Haitong had contemplated her decision for several days, and having resolved to proceed, she would not waver. Chapter 002. A Flash Marriage. Upon hearing her declaration, Jeanine ceased to persuade her further and produced his identification, placing it before the staff. Haitong did likewise. Throughout the process, the two engaged in no conversation, with the staff subtly reminding them on several occasions that this was a marriage. They certainly did not wish for a newlywed couple to become adversaries after obtaining their certificate. Yet both remained resolute, and the staff could only proceed methodically, completing the marriage formalities for the pair. Receiving 2 marriage certificates from the staff, Jeanine opened one to inspect it before handing one to Haitong, saying, this one is yours. Haitong accepted the small booklet and expressed her gratitude. The two exited together. Outside, Jeanine halted, waiting for Haitong to catch up. He retrieved a pre-prepared set of keys from his pocket and handed them to her, stating, the house I purchased is in Mignon Garden. I heard from Grandma that you operate a bookstore near Wan City Middle School. My house is not far from there, just a 10-minute bus ride. Do you have a driver's license? If so, I can provide a vehicle I can assist with the down payment, and you can repay the installment monthly. Having a car would facilitate your commute. I am quite busy with work, often leaving early and returning late, and sometimes I travel for business. Just take care of yourself. There's no need to concern yourself with me. I will transfer the household expenses to you after my salary is issued on the 10th of each month. Also, to avoid complications, we will maintain a temporary hidden marriage. Jeanine may have been accustomed to issuing commands at work, as he continued speaking without waiting for Haitong's response. Haitong was open to a flash marriage. She desired to prevent her sister from arguing with her brother-in-law over her living situation. She needed to marry to move out, allowing her sister to feel secure. It was merely a practical arrangement for cohabitation. Jeanine's offer of the house keys was met with her unreserved acceptance. I have a driver's license, but it may not be necessary to buy a car just yet. I usually ride an electric bike to work, and I just replaced the battery, so it would be a shame not to use it. By the way, Mr. Jean, should we split expenses evenly? Given that her sister and brother-in-law had a foundation of affection, her brother-in-law's suggestion of splitting expenses made him feel her sister was taking advantage. Little did he know the time and effort required to care for a child, prepare meals, and maintain a household tasks a man who had never experienced them often underestimated. As for her and John, having entered into a flash marriage, they had not even known each other until today. Splitting expenses would seem more comfortable. John, without a moment's hesitation, spoke in a deep voice. Since I have taken you as my wife, I am fully capable of providing for you. In our household, there is no need for a shared expense arrangement. Haitong smiled softly. Then let it be as you say. She was not one to take advantage without contributing. Having moved into his residence, she would willingly invest her own funds to acquire whatever the household required. After all, she was saving on rent. Mutual contributions and understanding each other were essential for a harmonious life together. John raised his right hand to check the time and then addressed Haitong. I am quite busy and must return to the office. You may borrow my car to go home, or alternatively, you can take a taxi and I will reimburse you for the fare. As for my grandmother, I will escort her to my brother's place. By the way, let us add each other on WeChat for easier communication. After Haitong retrieved her phone and they exchanged WeChat information, she remarked, I will take a taxi myself. You should attend to your matters. Very well. Do not hesitate to reach out if you need anything. Before leaving, John handed Haitong 200 yuan for the taxi fare. Despite her initial refusal, a stern look from him compelled her to accept the money. The newlywed couple, having just obtained their marriage certificate, did not exit the Civil Affairs Bureau together. John emerged first. Upon his exit, he headed straight to his car. Where is my granddaughter-in-law? Seeing only her grandson, Grandma Jean inquired suspiciously. You both entered together. Why did you not come out together? Have you had a change of heart? Or has Haitong? Once John secured his seatbelt, he produced the marriage certificate and handed it to his grandmother, saying, the certificate has been obtained. I am quite occupied at the company and must hurry back for a meeting. I gave her 200 yuan so she could take a taxi home. Grandma, I will drive you to the intersection and then the bodyguard can take you home. Even if you are busy, you cannot leave Haitong alone. Do not drive off, just yet wait for her to come out so you can take her home before heading to work. As Grandma Jean spoke, she attempted to exit the vehicle, but the door was locked. Grandma, I have already promised to marry her. Please do not meddle further. Since I have taken a wife, it is my responsibility to manage our lives together. I will determine how things proceed, and as for her character, I will take my time to assess it. Until I am satisfied, I will not fully embrace her as my wife. Grandma Jean retorted that our Jean family men do not divorce. Then it will depend on whether the wife you choose for me is worthy of my lifelong commitment. As he spoke, Jean drove away. You impudent boy, is this how a husband should behave? Just married, and you abandon your new wife to drive off on your own. Grandma Jean understood that her eldest grandson's concession was limited to obtaining the marriage certificate with Haitong. Beyond that, he was resolute in his principles. She realized that if she pushed too hard, he could leave Haitong to live a life of solitude, effectively harming her. Jean allowed his grandmother's scolding to wash over him. If Haitong proved to be genuinely wonderful, he would ensure her happiness. If she deceived his grandmother and her kindness was merely an act, he would consider divorce in 6 months, as he had no intention of consummating the marriage and could maintain a hidden union, thus allowing her to remarry a good man afterward. After approximately 10 minutes of driving, they stopped at an intersection. Several luxury cars were parked there, including a Rolls-Royce. Jean parked along the roadside, exited the vehicle, tossed the car keys to a waiting bodyguard, and instructed, take the old lady home. I will not return. I want to stay with you and keep my granddaughter-in-law company, Grandma Jean protested. However, her beloved grandson had already entered the Rolls-Royce, ignoring her objections. She could only watch helplessly as he drove away in the luxury vehicle. Jean was, in fact, the heir of the business elite in Wan City and the head of the city's wealthiest family, with a fortune in the billions. You rascal, you truly have a cold heart, Grandma Jean muttered in irritation. I hope one day you fall deeply in love with Haitong. I shall eagerly await the moment you regret your actions. No amount of anger could summon her grandson back. She hurriedly called Haitong, who was already en route home in a taxi. Haitong, Ian is exceedingly busy with work. Please do not hold it against him. Haitong touched the marriage certificate she had tucked in her pocket and replied, Grandma Jean, I understand, and I do not mind. You need not feel guilty. He provided me with taxi fare, and I'm on my way home. Even after obtaining the certificate, you still call me Grandma Jean? Haitong hesitated for a moment before correcting herself, addressing her as Grandma. The elder woman responded with delight. Haitong, from now on we are family, If Ain dares to bully you, do not hesitate to tell grandma, and I will set him straight. Having finally gained a granddaughter-in-law, the elder would not allow her grandson to mistreat her. Chapter 001, Cohabitation. The weather in Wan City during October remains oppressively hot, with only the early morning and evening offering a hint of the refreshing chill of late autumn. Early in the morning, Haitong prepared breakfast for her sister's family of three, tidied up the chaotic array of toys in the living room, and mopped the floor. Only after that did she take two steamed buns, tuck her household registration book under her arm, and quietly depart from her sister's home. From now on, we will split all expenses equal but living costs, mortgage, or car loans. Your sister is living under our roof, and she must contribute half. What good is a mere 2,000 yuan a month? It's no different from living off us for free. These were the words Haitong overheard her brother-in-law utter during a quarrel with her sister the previous night. To prevent her sister's life from descending into chaos, she realized she must move out of her sister's home. However, to put her sister's mind at ease, there was only one path ahead: marriage. With no boyfriend and a desire to wed in the near future, she resolved to acquiesce to Grandma Jean's request to marry her grandson, Jean, who had faced considerable challenges in finding a partner. After descending the stairs, she walked to the main road outside, where a bus was conveniently parked at the curb. Spotting that it would take her to the Civil Affairs Bureau, she hurriedly boarded before the driver could pull away. Choosing a seat by the window, she gazed out at the bustling streets as the bus set off. Wan City is a vibrant metropolis, with towering skyscrapers lining both sides of the street, epitomizing prosperity. 20 minutes later, Haitong alighted at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Haitong. As soon as she stepped off the bus, she heard a familiar voice calling her. It was Grandma Jean. Grandma Jean. Haitong hurried over and noticed a tall, aloof man standing beside her, undoubtedly her intended, Jean. As she approached, she took a closer look at Jean and felt a wave of astonishment wash over her. According to Grandma Jean, her grandson Jean was 30 years old and still single, unable to secure even a girlfriend. The old lady was deeply concerned, especially after a chance encounter where Haitong had rescued her following a fall while she was out incognito. Having gotten to know each other better, Grandma Jean grew to appreciate Haitong's character, and upon learning that she was also single at 25, sought to matchmake the two. Haitong had always assumed that Jean, being 30 and unable to attract a partner, must be quite unattractive. After all, Grandma Jean described him as a high-ranking executive in a major corporation with an impressive income. A successful man remaining single must either have impossibly high standards or be so unappealing that even gold diggers would turn away. Haitong believed he fell into the latter category. However, upon meeting him, she realized he was quite the opposite. Jean was remarkably handsome, with a cool demeanor that radiated an air of aloofness, standing beside Grandma Jean with a brooding expression that made him seem particularly formidable, exuding an aura that discouraged approach. Nearby, a black luxury vehicle emblazoned with a Dongfeng emblem was parked, and although it wasn't a $1 million car, it made Haitong feel that her distance from Jean was not insurmountable. Feeling like a guest in her sister's home, she hesitated to leave, primarily due to her fondness for her sister and nephew. In truth, her income was not insignificant. She and a schoolmate had opened a bookstore near the Wan City Middle School. Wan City Middle School is a prestigious institution encompassing elementary, middle, and high school levels, with nearly 10,000 students and staff, leading to a tremendous demand for educational materials and stationery. However, competition was fierce, as neighboring stores also catered to the same clientele. In her spare time, she also crafted small items for online sale, enjoying decent sales. At the end of each month, after deducting all operating costs and splitting the profits with her friend, her monthly income consistently exceeded 20,000 yuan. In Wan City, earning 20,000 yuan a month qualifies one for the white-collar class. However, her brother-in-law was unaware of her earnings, believing her bookstore was unprofitable due to the fierce competition. Hence, he often belittled her. In reality, she sent her sister 5,000 yuan each month for food and rent. She had been discreet, asking her sister to save half for emergencies without letting her brother-in-law know. Her sister had some awareness of her income and often urged her to save money for a future home, seeking stability. Haitong, this is my grandson John, 30-year-old bachelor who still hasn't found a match. Although he may seem a bit aloof, he is quite attentive and thoughtful. You saved my life, and we've known each other for 3 months now. Trust me, I wouldn't introduce you to someone undesirable." Upon hearing his grandmother's description, Jeanine cast a sidelong glance at Haitong, his gaze deep and frigid, yet he remained silent. Perhaps he had developed an immunity to his grandmother's frequent criticisms. Haitong knew that Grandma Jean had 3 sons, each of whom had contributed 3 grandsons to her lineage, totaling 9 grandsons with no granddaughters. Because Haitong had rescued her, Grandma Jean had taken a liking to her and treated her as a granddaughter. Grandma Jean, feeling a slight blush on her cheeks, Haitong gracefully extended her right hand toward Jeanine, smiling as she introduced herself. "Mr. Jean, it's a pleasure to meet you." Jeanine's piercing gaze swept over Haitong, inspecting her from head to toe, before he finally extended his hand in response, his voice low and icy. "Jeanine." After they shook hands, Jeanine glanced at his watch and told Haitong, "I'm quite busy, let's expedite this process." Haitong nodded in acknowledgement. Grandma Jean interjected, "You two hurry inside to complete the formalities, he'll wait here for you." "Grandma, you should sit in the car, it's hot out here." As he spoke, Jeanine assisted his grandmother back to the vehicle. Observing his actions, Haitong found herself believing Grandma Jean's word. Jeanine, though seemingly indifferent, was indeed considerate. Though they were strangers, Grandma Jean had mentioned that he owned a property. Outright marrying him would allow her to move out of her sister's home, alleviating her sister's worries and preventing further quarrels with her brother-in-law. Her marriage would merely be a pragmatic arrangement. Before long, Jeanine returned to Haitong's side and stated, "Let's go." Haitong nodded silently and followed him into the Civil Affairs Bureau. At the marriage registration office, Jeanine reminded Haitong, "Miss Hai, should you have any reservations, you are free to reconsider. Do not be swayed by my grandmother's words. Marriage is a significant matter and should not be taken lightly." He subtly hoped Haitong would have second thoughts. In truth, he had no desire to marry, let alone to what a stranger he had just met that day. Haitong, as Grandma Jean had described, was youthful, beautiful, and exuded an air of literary charm, yet they were still strangers. His grandmother had talked incessantly about her for months. Having been raised by his grandmother due to his parents' busy schedules during his childhood, he was particularly filial, and he had come only at his grandmother's insistence. "I want back out now that I've agreed." Haitong had contemplated this decision for several days. Having resolved to proceed, she had no intention of retracting her commitment. Chapter 002: A Swift Marriage. Upon hearing her declaration, Jeanine ceased his attempts to persuade her, producing his identification and presenting it to the staff. Haitong followed suit. Throughout the process, the two maintained a complete lack of communication, with the staff subtly reminding them multiple times that they were here to get married. They certainly did not wish for a newlywed couple to leave only to become adversaries. However, both were resolute, and the staff could only proceed methodically, completing the marriage formalities for the two. Receiving 2 marriage certificates from the staff, Jeanine glanced at one before handing it to Haitong, stating, "This one is yours." Haitong accepted the small booklet, expressing her gratitude. Together, they exited the building. Outside, Jeanine paused, waiting for Haitong to catch up. He retrieved a set of pre-prepared keys from his pocket and handed them to her, saying, "I purchased a property in Mingyuan Garden. I heard from Grandma that you run a bookstore near Wan City Middle School. My place isn't far from there, about 10 minutes by bus. Do you have a driver's license? If so, I can provide you with a car you can assist with the down payment, and then repay the monthly loan. Having a car will make commuting more convenient. I work long hours and often travel for business, so please take care of yourself and don't worry about me. I'll transfer the household expenses to you after my salary is credited on the 10th of each month. Also, to avoid complications, let's keep our marriage a secret for now." Jeanine, perhaps accustomed to issuing commands at work, spoke rapidly without waiting for Haitong's response. Haitong, eager for a swift marriage to prevent further disputes between her sister and brother-in-law, needed to move out for her sister's peace of mind. This arrangement was merely a practical cohabitation. Accepting the keys to the apartment without hesitation, she replied, "I have a driver's license, but I don't think we need to purchase a car just yet. I typically ride my electric bike to work, and I just replaced the battery, so it would be a shame not to use it. By the way, Mr. Jean, should we split expenses?" Given that her sister and brother-in-law had a romantic foundation, her brother-in-law had suggested an equal split, feeling that her sister was taking advantage of him. Yet, one could only imagine the time and effort it took to care for a child, prepare meals, and maintain a household, something a man who had never experienced it might underestimate. She and Jean were entering a swift marriage, having never met until today. Thus, an equal division of expenses felt more comfortable. Jean, without a moment's hesitation, spoke in a low voice. Since I have married you, I am fully capable of providing for you and sustaining our household. There is no need for a shared financial arrangement. Haitong smiled gently and replied, then let it be as you say. She would not, however, take advantage without contributing. Having moved into his residence, she was prepared to finance any necessities that arose. After all, she was saving on rent. Mutual contributions and understanding were essential for a harmonious life together. Jean then raised his right hand to check the time before turning to Haitong and stating, I am quite busy and must return to the office. You may borrow my car to drive home, or alternatively, take a taxi and I shall reimburse you for the fare. As for my grandmother, I will escort her to my brother's place. By the way, let us add each other on WeChat for easier communication. Haitong took out her phone, and after they exchanged WeChat information, she said, I will take a taxi myself. You should attend to your matters. Very well, do reach out if you need anything. Before departing, Jean handed Haitong 200 yuan for her taxi fare. Though she initially refused, a stern glance from him compelled her to accept the money without further protest. The newlywed couple, having just obtained their marriage certificate, did not exit the Civil Affairs Bureau together. Jean was the first to emerge. Upon his exit, he headed straight for the car. Where is my granddaughter-in-law? Seeing only her grandson, Granny Jean inquired suspiciously. You both entered together. Why did you not come out as a pair? Have you changed your mind? Or has Haitong? Once Jean fastened his seatbelt, he retrieved their marriage certificate, turning to present it to his grandmother. The certificate has been acquired. I am quite occupied at the company and must return for a meeting. I gave her 200 yuan to take a taxi home. Dear, I shall escort you to the intersection ahead, and the bodyguard will take you home from there. You cannot simply leave Haitong by herself, regardless of how busy you are. Do not drive off just yet. Wait for Haitong to come out, then take her home before you head to work. Granny Jean insisted as she attempted to exit the vehicle, but the door was locked. Grandmother, I have already promised to marry her. There is no need for you to meddle further. Since I have taken a wife, the management of our life together is my prerogative. Furthermore, I must assess her character gradually until I am satisfied. I shall not engage in a true marital relationship with her. Granny Jean retorted, the men of the Jean family do not divorce. That will depend on whether the wife you choose for me is worth a lifelong commitment. As he spoke, Jean started the car. You impudent boy, is this how one should behave as a husband? Just married and already abandoning your new bride to drive off alone. Granny Jean understood that her grandson's concession was limited to acquiring the marriage certificate. Beyond that, he remained steadfast in his principles. If she pressed too hard, she risked condemning Haitong to a life of loneliness. Jean absorbed his grandmother's scolding in silence. If Haitong proved to be truly deserving, he would ensure her happiness. If she had deceived his grandmother, her kindness would merely be an act, and after 6 months, he would seek a divorce. After all, he had no intention of engaging with her, and a concealed marriage would allow her to remarry a good man after their separation. Approximately 10 minutes later, they halted at an intersection. Several luxury cars, including a Rolls-Royce, were parked nearby. Jean pulled over and exited the vehicle, tossing the car keys to a waiting bodyguard with the command, take the old lady home. I refuse to go back. I wish to stay with you and accompany my granddaughter-in-law. Granny Jean protested. However, her cherished grandson had already boarded the Rolls-Royce, ignoring her objections. She could only watch helplessly as he drove away in the luxury vehicle. Jean was, in fact, the heir of the business elite in Wan City, the head of the city's wealthiest family, worth billions. You wretched boy, your heart is truly callous. Granny Jean muttered a curse at her grandson, grumbling. I hope one day you fall deeply in love with Haitong. I shall eagerly await the moment you are proven wrong. Despite her anger, there was no way to summon her grandson back. Granny Jean quickly dialed Haitong, who was already en route home in a taxi. Haitong, dear, Ain is simply overwhelmed with work. Please do not hold it against him. Haitong touched the marriage certificate she had tucked in her pocket and replied, Granny Jean, I understand. I bear no ill will, and you need not feel guilty. He did provide me with taxi fare, and I am on my way home now. Even after obtaining the certificate, you still call me Granny Jean? Haitong hesitated for a moment before addressing her as grandmother. The elderly lady responded with delight. Haitong, from now on, we are family. If Ayin dares to mistreat you, inform me, and I shall ensure he receives his due. Having finally gained a granddaughter-in-law, the old lady would not tolerate any mistreatment from her grandson. Chapter 001. Coexisting in Life. The weather in Wan City during October remained sweltering, with only the early morning and evening offering a hint of autumn's chill. Early in the morning, Haitong prepared breakfast for her sister's family of three, tidied up the scattered toys in the living room, and mopped the floor before taking two freshly steamed buns and her household registration book, quietly leaving her sister's home. From now on, we will split everything 50-50, be it living expenses, mortgage, or car loans. Even though your sister is living with us, she must contribute half what good does giving her $2,000 a month do? It's no different from freeloading. These were the words Haitong overheard from her brother-in-law during a quarrel with her sister the previous night. To spare her sister from further turmoil, she decided to move out, but to reassure her sister, there was only one path available: marriage. With no boyfriend and wishing to marry in haste, she resolved to acquiesce to Grandma Jean's request to wed her grandson, Jean-Yin, who had faced challenges in his romantic endeavors. Descending the stairs and walking to the main road, she fortuitously spotted a bus parked at the curb. Upon noticing that it passed by the Civil Affairs Bureau, she hurriedly boarded before the driver could set off. Selecting a seat by the window, she gazed out at the bustling streets as the bus began to move. Wan City is a thriving metropolis, with towering buildings lining both sides of the street, a vivid display of prosperity. 20 minutes later, Haitong alighted at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Haitong. As soon as she stepped off the bus, she heard a familiar call. It was Grandma Jean. Grandma Jean. Haitong quickened her pace, noticing a tall and aloof man standing beside Grandma Jean, presumably her intended, Jean-Yin. As she approached, she discerned Jean-Yin's features and was taken aback. In Grandma Jean's descriptions, her grandson Jean-Yin was 30 years old and had struggled to find a girlfriend, a fact that worried her greatly. They had met when Haitong saved Grandma Jean after she fell while out alone, prompting a bond between them. After becoming acquainted, Grandma Jean grew to admire Haitong's character and, upon learning that Haitong was 25 and also single, sought to match her with Jean-Yin. Haitong had always assumed that Jean-Yin, being 30 and still unattached, must be quite unattractive, as Grandma Jean often described him as a high-ranking executive of a large corporation with a substantial income. A successful man who remained single was either too discerning or too unappealing, the latter being her assumption of Jean-Yin. However, upon meeting him, she realized he fit the former description. Jean-Yin was handsome, exuding a cool demeanor, and standing beside Grandma Jean with a serious expression that conveyed an air of distance. Nearby, a black business vehicle, marked with the Dongfeng emblem, was parked, not a luxury car worth millions, which made Haitong feel the gap between her and Jean-Yin wasn't insurmountable. Though she was living under her sister's roof, reluctant to part with her sister and nephew, she was financially stable, operating a bookstore with an old classmate near the entrance of Wan City Middle School. Wan City Middle School is a prestigious institution encompassing elementary, middle, and high schools, with nearly 10,000 students and a significant demand for educational materials and stationery, resulting in fierce competition from neighboring bookstores. In her spare time, she crafted small items to sell online, achieving commendable sales. After deducting all expenses, her profits, shared with her friend, along with her online shop's earnings, allowed her to maintain a monthly income exceeding 20,000 yuan. In Wan City, a monthly income of 20,000 places one among the white-collar class. However, her brother-in-law was unaware of her financial situation, believing her bookstore to be unprofitable due to the tough competition, which led him to begrudge her, despite her contributing 5,000 yuan each month to her sister for food and rent. Haitong, being somewhat shrewd, encouraged her sister to save half for emergencies, keeping her brother-in-law in the dark. Her sister was somewhat aware of her income and often urged her not to spend recklessly, advising her to save for a house in a couple of years to secure a place of her own. Haitong, this is my grandson Jean-Yin, a 30-year-old still single. Although he may seem a bit aloof, he is quite attentive and considerate. You saved my life, and after 3 months of knowing each other, trust me, I wouldn't introduce you to a bad grandson. Upon hearing his grandmother's description, Jean-Yin cast a sidelong glance at Haitong, his gaze deep and icy, yet he remained silent. Perhaps he had grown immune to his grandmother's frequent criticisms. Haitong knew that Grandma Jean had 3 sons, each of whom had given her 3 grandsons, totaling 9 grandsons but no granddaughters. Grateful for Haitong's assistance, She had come to regard her as a granddaughter. Grandma Jean. Haitong's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she extended her right hand toward Jean-Yin with a smile, introducing herself. Mr. Jean, it's a pleasure to meet you. Jean-Yin's piercing gaze scrutinized Haitong from head to toe before he finally extended his hand to shake hers, his voice low and icy. Jean-Yin. After their handshake, Jean-Yin glanced at his watch and addressed Haitong. "I'm quite busy, let's expedite this." Haitong nodded. Grandma Jean interjected. "You two go ahead and handle the paperwork, I'll wait here for you. Grandma, you should sit in the car, it's hot outside." As he spoke, Jean-Yin assisted his grandmother back to the vehicle. Watching his actions, Haitong found herself believing Grandma Jean's word. Jean-Yin, though seemingly indifferent, was indeed considerate. While they were strangers, Grandma Jean had mentioned that Jean-Yin owned a home, fully paid off, which meant marrying him would allow Haitong to move out of her sister's house, alleviating the tension between her sister and brother-in-law. Her marriage was merely a partnership for living together. Before long, Jean-Yin returned to Haitong and said, "Let's go." Haitong responded with a soft affirmation, silently following him into the Civil Affairs Bureau. Inside the marriage registration office, Jean-Yin reminded Haitong, "Miss Haitong, if you have any reservations, you can still reconsider. Don't feel pressured by my grandmother. Marriage is a significant matter, not to be taken lightly." He secretly hoped Haitong would change her mind, as he had no desire to marry, let alone tie the knot with a stranger he had just met today. Haitong, as Grandma Jean described, was youthful, lovely, and exuded an air of intellectual charm, yet they were still strangers. Having been raised by his grandmother due to his parents' busy lives, he was dutiful and had only come along at her insistence. "I won't reconsider once I've made my decision." Haitong had contemplated for several days before arriving at her choice, having decided she would not waver. Chapter 002. A Flash Marriage. Upon hearing her resolve, Jean-Yin refrained from further persuasion, producing his identification to present to the staff. Haitong did the same. Throughout the process of completing the necessary paperwork, the two exchanged no words, and the staff subtly reminded them several times that this was a marriage. They certainly did not wish for a newlywed couple to become a pair of adversaries after obtaining their certificate. Yet both remained steadfast, prompting the staff to proceed methodically with their marriage registration. Receiving 2 marriage certificates from the staff, Jean-Yin perused one before handing it to Haitong, stating, "This one is yours." Haitong accepted the small book, expressing her gratitude. The two exited together. Outside, Jean-Yin paused to allow Haitong to catch up. He retrieved a pre-prepared set of keys from his pocket and handed them to her, saying, "I purchased a property in Mingyuan Garden. I heard from Grandma that you own a bookstore near City Middle School, and my house isn't too far from there, just a 10-minute bus ride. Do you have a driver's license? If so, I can provide a car, it'll help with the down payment, and you can repay the loan monthly. Having a car will make commuting easier. I have a busy schedule, often leaving early and returning late, and I travel for work sometimes. Just take care of yourself, you don't need to worry about me. I'll transfer the household expenses to you after I receive my salary on the 10th of each month. And to avoid complications, let's keep our marriage a secret for now." Jean-Yin, accustomed to directing others at work, didn't wait for Haitong to respond before continuing with a flurry of statements. Haitong was inclined toward a flash marriage to prevent further disputes between her sister and brother-in-law. She needed to marry to move out, which would ease her sister's concerns. A mere cohabitation arrangement. Accepting the keys to the house without hesitation, she replied, "I have a driver's license, but I won't need to buy a car just yet. I usually ride an electric bike to work, and it just had a new battery installed, so it would be a waste not to use it. By the way, Mr. Jean, should we consider splitting expenses?" Given that her sister and brother-in-law had an emotional foundation, and he had proposed an arrangement to share costs, it was hard to imagine how a man who had never experienced domestic life could understand that managing a household, cooking, and caring for a child consumed a significant amount of time. She and Jean-Yin were entering a marriage without prior acquaintance, and an arrangement to share expenses would certainly be more comfortable. Jean-Yin, without a moment's hesitation, spoke in a low voice, "Since I have married you, I can provide for you and our family. There is no need for a system of shared expenses." Haitong smiled gently. "Then we shall proceed as you say." She was not the kind of person to take advantage without contributing. Having moved into his residence, she would willingly spend her own money to furnish their home as needed. After all, she was saving on rent. Mutual effort and understanding were essential for a harmonious life together. Jean-Yin raised his right hand to check the time and then addressed Haitong. I am quite busy and must return to the office. You may borrow my car to drive home, or if you prefer, take a taxi and I will reimburse you for the fare. As for my grandmother, I will escort her to my younger brother's place. By the way, let us exchange WeChat contacts for easier communication. Haitong took out her phone, and after they exchanged contacts, she said, I'll take a taxi myself, you should attend to your matters. Very well, do reach out if you need anything. Before departing, Jeanine handed her 200 yuan for the taxi fare. She hesitated to accept it, but at his stern glance, she instinctively took the money. The newlywed couple, having just received their marriage certificate, did not exit the Civil Affairs Bureau together. Jeanine emerged first. Upon exiting, he headed directly to his car. Where is my granddaughter-in-law? Seeing only her grandson emerge, Grandma Jean inquired suspiciously. You both entered together. Why have you not exited together? Are you having second thoughts? Or is it Haitong who is reconsidering? After fastening his seatbelt, Jean-Yin retrieved their marriage certificate, turned to his grandmother, and handed it to her. The certificate has been obtained. I am quite busy at the company and must rush back for a meeting. I gave her 200 yuan to take a taxi home. Grandma, I will drive you to the intersection ahead, and then the bodyguard will take you home. You may be busy, but you cannot leave Haitong alone. Do not drive off, just yet wait for her to come out, so you can take her home before heading to work. Grandma Jean insisted as she attempted to exit the vehicle, but the door was locked. Grandma, I have already promised to marry her. There is no need for you to interfere further. Since I have taken a wife, I shall make the decisions regarding our life together. Moreover, I will assess her character gradually until she proves herself worthy. We shall not become a true married couple. Grandma Jean retorted, Our Jean family does not believe in divorce. Then it shall depend on whether the wife you choose for me is worth a lifetime of devotion. With that, Jeanine started the car. You scoundrel, is this how a husband behaves? Just received the marriage certificate and you abandon your new bride, driving off on your own. Grandma Jean understood that her grandson's concession only extended to marrying Haitong. Beyond that, he remained steadfast in his principles. Pressing him too hard could result in a life of loneliness for Haitong, which would be a disservice to her. Jean-Yin allowed his grandmother to scold him. If Haitong truly possessed admirable qualities, he would ensure her happiness. If she had deceived his grandmother and her kindness was a fraud, he would seek a divorce within 6 months, maintaining his distance while leading a hidden marriage. She could then find a good husband after their separation. After about 10 minutes of driving, they stopped at an intersection. Several luxury cars were parked there, one of which was a Rolls-Royce. Jeanine pulled over, exited the vehicle, tossed the car keys to a waiting bodyguard, and instructed, Take the old lady home. I'm not going home. I want to stay with you and accompany my granddaughter-in-law. Grandma Jean protested. However, her cherished grandson had already entered the Rolls-Royce, ignoring her objections. She could only watch as he drove away in the luxury car. Jeanine was, in fact, the heir to the business empire of Guancheng, the wealthiest individual in the city, with a fortune in the billions. You little rascal, your heart is truly unyielding. Grandma Jean muttered angrily. I hope one day you fall head over heels for Haitong. I will eagerly await the moment you regret your actions. No amount of anger could summon her grandson back, so Grandma Jean quickly called Haitong, who was already en route home in a taxi. Haitong, Ian is exceedingly busy with work. Please do not hold it against him. Haitong touched the marriage certificate she had tucked in her pocket and replied, Grandma Jean, I understand, and I bear no ill will. You need not feel guilty. He did provide me with taxi fare, and I am presently on my way home. Even after receiving the certificate, you still call me Grandma Jean? Haitong paused momentarily, then corrected herself, addressing her as Grandma. The elderly lady responded with delight. Haitong, from now on, we are family. If Ain dares to mistreat you, let me know, and I shall teach him a lesson. Having finally gained a granddaughter-in-law, the old lady would not permit her grandson to mistreat her.
Chapter 003 I am married Grandma, Haitong replied casually. Although Grandma Jean treated her well, Jeanine was the beloved grandson. She was merely the granddaughter-in-law. If conflicts arose between the couple, would the Jean family truly side with her? Haitong found it hard to believe. Just like her sisters-in-laws, before marriage, they were exceedingly kind to her sister, so much so that even their biological daughter felt envious. After the wedding, however, their demeanor transformed entirely. Whenever her sister and brother-in-law quarreled, her mother-in-law would always blame her sister for not being a good wife. Thus, their son would always be the favored one, while the daughter-in-law would remain an outsider. You must be heading to work now. I won't disturb you any longer. I'll ask Aine to pick you up for dinner later. Grandma, I will be closing the shop quite late tonight. It may not be convenient for me to return for dinner. How about the weekend? That's fine. Grandma Jean responded understandingly. Let us discuss it then. You carry on with your business. She graciously ended the call. However, Haitong did not rush to the store immediately. Instead, she sent a message to her friend Shin Xiaojun assuring her that she would return to the shop before the students were dismissed. Having completed a significant milestone in her life, she felt it necessary to inform her sister and prepare to move out of her sister's home. A little over 10 minutes later, Haitong arrived at her sister's house. Her brother-in-law had already left for work, and her sister was hanging clothes on the balcony. Upon seeing her return, she inquired with concern, Tong, why are you back? Aren't you opening the shop today? I'll go back around noon. It's quite busy right now. Is Yang still asleep? Zhou Yang, Haitong's nephew, was just 2 years old and in a mischievous phase, not yet. If he had woken up. The house wouldn't be this quiet. Haitong joined her sister in hanging laundry and broached the subject of last night's events. Tong, your brother-in-law isn't trying to chase you away. He is just under a lot of pressure since I have no income. Hai Ling explained on her husband's behalf. Haitong remained silent. Her brother-in-law was indeed indirectly pushing her to leave. He worked as a manager in a company and earned a substantial income. He and her sister had been college classmates and had worked together at the same company before marrying. After their wedding, he affectionately told her sister, from now on, I will support you, you can stay at home and prepare for a baby. Her sister felt she had married the right person and willingly became a housewife. A year into the marriage, she bore a healthy baby boy, and in caring for him and managing the household, she found herself with little time for self-care or to return to her career. 3 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Her sister had transformed from a youthful beauty into a plump, casually dressed housewife who no longer took pride in her appearance. Now, having lost her source of income, her brother-in-law insisted on a shared financial responsibility, pressuring her sister to return to work, while still expecting her to handle all domestic affairs. Haitong, 5 years younger than her sister, had lost their parents in a car accident when she was only 10 years old, leaving her to rely on her sister for support. The compensation from the accident, which could have sufficed for both sisters' education, was partially claimed by their grandparents, along with their maternal grandparents. The meager remainder was carefully saved, allowing them to graduate from university. Since their ancestral home was occupied by their grandparents, Haitong had always rented a place with her sister until her sister married, which ended their renting days. Haitong's sister adored her. Before marriage, she ensured her husband agreed to live with Haitong after their wedding, and he had readily consented, yet now he seemed to resent her presence. Sis, I'm sorry for being a burden. No, Tong, please don't think that way. Our parents left us too early. I am your support. Haitong felt a wave of emotion. Her sister had been her anchor in childhood, and now she yearned to be her sister's support. After a brief silence, she produced her marriage certificate and handed it to her sister, saying, Sis, I've gotten married. Her sister's voice escalated in disbelief. You remarried? She looked at her sister in astonishment, quickly snatching the marriage certificate to examine it, confirming it bore Haitong's name alongside that of a stranger. Haitong, what is going on? Didn't you say you didn't even have a boyfriend? The man on the certificate, handsome yet with a cold and sharp gaze, gave an impression of being difficult to approach. On her way home, Haitong had already formulated her explanation, stating, Sis, I have been in a relationship for quite some time. His name is Jeanine. He has just been too busy with work to come back and meet you. He proposed to me, and I accepted. We went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register our marriage. Sis, he is an exceptional man and treats me well. You needn't worry. I will be happy after marriage. Her sister still could not accept it. She had never heard Haitong mention a boyfriend, and now she was claiming to be married. Remembering the argument from the previous night, Hai Ling felt a swell of emotion, her eyes reddening as she spoke to her sister. Tong, I have spoken to your brother-in-law about your contribution to the household expenses. You can stay here without haste to marry and move out. She was certain her sister's boyfriend was a recent acquaintance. Otherwise, Haitong would have informed her long ago. Today's sudden marriage registration was likely a reaction to her brother-in-law's dissatisfaction with her prolonged stay. Her sister must have felt compelled to marry quickly to avoid tension in her own marriage. Haitong smiled reassuringly. Sis, this really has nothing to do with you. My relationship with Jeanine is strong, and I will indeed be happy. You should be happy for me. Yet, Hai Ling burst into tears, feeling helpless. Haitong embraced her sister, waiting for her to regain her composure before making a promise. Sis, I will visit often. Jeannine's house is in Mingyuan Garden, which isn't too far from here. It's only a 10-minute ride on my electric bike. What is his family like? The die was cast, and Hai Ling had no choice but to accept. She inquired about her brother-in-law's family background. Haitong didn't know much about the Jean family, although she had known Grandma Jean for 3 months. She had never pried into their family matters. When Grandma Jean spoke, she merely listened. All she knew was that Jeanine was the eldest son, with several younger brothers, including cousins. Jeanine worked for a prominent corporation in Guancheng, owned a car and a home, which suggested his family background was likely respectable. She relayed this information to her sister upon learning that her brother-in-law had purchased the house outright. Hailing remarked, "That is his premarital asset, Tong Tong. Could you ask him to add your name to the property deed? If her name were added to the deed, at least there would be some security." Chapter 004 Registered and Forgotten. Sis, you mentioned it's his premarital asset. I didn't contribute a single penny. Asking him to add my name to the deed wouldn't be appropriate. There is no need to bring it up. Having just registered their marriage, Janine had already handed her the keys to his home, allowing her to move in immediately, resolving her housing concerns. Which was more than enough. She wouldn't ask Janine to add her name to the deed. If he chose to do so voluntarily, she wouldn't refuse. They were now married and intended to commit to a lifetime together. Hailing understood her sister's self-reliance and aversion to greed, so she did not press the issue further. After a thorough interrogation from her sister, Haitong successfully moved out of her sister's home. Her sister offered to accompany her to Mingyuan Garden, but just then, her nephew Zhou Yang awoke, immediately crying for his mother. "Sis, please take care of Yang Yang first. I don't have much to carry. I can make my way there alone." Hailing still needed to feed her son, and after that, she had to prepare lunch. If her husband returned to find no meal ready, he would scold her for being at home and unable to even prepare a meal. She could only say, "Be careful on the way. Will you come for lunch? Bring your brother-in-law along." "Sis, I need to return to the shop at noon. I won't be able to make it. My brother-in-law is very busy. He mentioned he has a business trip this afternoon, so it might be a while before he can come to meet you." Haitong told a small lie. She knew little about Janine but had heard from Grandma Jean that he was extremely busy, often leaving early and returning late, and sometimes going on business trips that lasted 10 days to half a month. She had no idea when he would be free, so she refrained from promising her sister a visit to avoid disappointing her. "Just registered and he is already off on a trip." Hailing felt her brother-in-law was inconsiderate towards her sister. "Well, we've only registered our marriage. There hasn't been a wedding yet. Let him go on his trip. He should earn more money. There will be plenty of expenses in the future. Sis, I'm off now. You should hurry and feed Yang Yang." Haitong waved goodbye to her sister and nephew as she dragged her suitcase downstairs. She was familiar with Mingyuan Garden but had never been inside. She called a taxi, heading straight there, only to remember upon arrival that she had forgotten to ask Janine which floor his apartment was on. In a flurry, she pulled out her phone to call him but realized she didn't know his number. Luckily, they had added each other on WeChat, so she decided to send him a voice call. Janine was in a meeting, and everyone in the conference room had silenced their phones. Private calls were not permitted during the session. He had also set his phone to silent mode. But since it was on the table, he quickly noticed Haitong's voice call. When they had added each other as friends, Janine hadn't saved her name. Her WeChat name was Mermaid in the Deep Sea. Seeing an unfamiliar contact, he didn't think twice before picking up his phone and promptly disconnecting Haitong's voice call. He randomly deleted Haitong from his WeChat friends list, unaware of his series of actions. Haitong noticed that Janine was not answering her voice calls, so she switched to texting. She inquired, "Mr. Jean, I have now arrived at Mingyuan Garden, but I am uncertain about which floor your home is on." After typing the message and attempting to send it, she realized that she was no longer on his friends list. She stared at her phone in disbelief. How could they not be friends anymore? At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, they had clearly exchanged WeChat contacts. Had she perhaps added the wrong person? Haitong muttered to herself, striving to recall whether she had made an error in adding him. She was confident that she had not added the wrong person at that time. The only possible explanation for their current estrangement was that Janine had removed her. Had he forgotten about their recent marriage? To be honest, if Haitong had not moved out from her sister's home, she too might have forgotten that she had a husband named Janine. Haitong decided to call Grandma Jean. Once Grandma Jean answered, she said, "Grandma, I have moved out from my sister's place and am now at Mingyuan Garden, but I do not know which floor Mr. Jean, Janine, and I's little home is on. Do you happen to know?" Grandma Jean replied, "Haitong, don't worry, I will call Ain right away." Since she was unaware of the situation either, Janine had deliberately kept Haitong in the dark about the house and car, both of which were newly purchased. It was only after the two children had registered their marriage that she learned her grandson had acquired a residence at Mingyuan Garden. After saying this, Grandma Jean hung up and called Janine. However, after Jean Yin's actions of deleting his new wife's WeChat, he placed his phone back on the table and continued with his meeting. Just under 3 minutes later, the phone screen lit up again. Upon seeing it was Grandma's call, he had no choice but to answer. "Grandma, I'm in a meeting," Janine said in a low tone. "If there is something to discuss, it can wait until I return home." Ain, which building and floor is the new house you bought at Mingyuan Garden? Haitong has moved in, but she doesn't know which floor it is on. Didn't you add her on WeChat? Hurry and tell her, Grandma Jean urged her. Janine raised an eyebrow. Oh, he suddenly recalled that he had indeed married today, taking as his bride a girl he had never met yet who was greatly favored by Grandma. Her name was Haitong, as he had just deleted her from his WeChat. "Grandma, please tell her it's on the 8th floor of Building B, number 808. Alright, I will inform her. You continue with your work." The elderly lady was swift in her actions. Having obtained the answer, she hung up and conveyed the information to Haitong. Zhanine glanced at his phone, hesitating for a moment before sending Haitong a new friend request. Haitong, not holding a grudge against his earlier deletion, accepted his request. "I'm sorry, I forgot who you were just now," Zhanine messaged Haitong, offering an apology. Haitong had once saved Grandma Zhan, and it was Grandma's sons and daughters-in-law who had expressed gratitude to Haitong when they visited her in the hospital. As such, Zhanine, being a busy person, truly did not remember who Haitong was. Even though Grandma frequently mentioned Haitong in his presence, he had paid little attention, failing to retain her name in his memory. Haitong replied, "It's fine, you're busy, I'm moving things upstairs. Do you need help? I have only one suitcase. I can manage it myself. Besides, if I really needed help, would you be able to come back and assist me?" Zhanine replied honestly, "I cannot, I'm very busy." There was simply no time for him to return and help her move. Haitong sent him a laughing crying emoji, then fell silent, refraining from further interrupting his work. Zhanine also did not send any more messages. Both of them were strangers to one another, and there was little to discuss. Zhanine merely hoped that this wife of his would be obedient and refrain from bothering him with trivial matters. As he had little time to spare for her, returning his phone to the table, Zhanine looked up to find that everyone was staring at him. Chapter 005, Boldness. Zhanine nonchalantly remarked, "Let us continue the meeting." The person closest to him was his younger cousin, the second young master of the Zhan family, Zhanichen. Zhanichen leaned in, whispering, "Elder brother, I heard what Grandma was saying. Did you really marry that girl named Tong?" Zhanine shot him a sharp glance as Zhanichen rubbed his nose, straightened his posture, and dared not ask further. However, he felt an immense sympathy for his elder brother. Although the Zhan family's sons did not require marriage to solidify their status, the union between his elder brother and sister-in-law was mismatched, merely because Grandma favored a girl named Haitong. His brother had been compelled to marry her. How unfortunate for his elder brother. Zhanichen felt a wave of sympathy wash over him. Thankfully, he was not the eldest, otherwise, he would have been the one marrying Grandma as savior. Unbeknownst to Haitong, after clarifying which floor her new home was on, she dragged her suitcase to her new residence. Upon opening the door, she entered and discovered that the apartment was quite spacious. Larger than her sister's home, and luxuriously decorated. After setting down her suitcase, Haitong took a tour of the house, which would now be her home. The layout comprised 2 living rooms, 4 bedrooms, 1 kitchen, 2 bathrooms, and 2 balconies, with each space remarkably generous. Haitong estimated that the apartment was at least over 200 square meters. However, the furniture was sparse. The living room contained only a sofa set, a coffee table, and a wine cabinet. Among the 4 bedrooms, only 2 were furnished with beds and wardrobes, while the other 2 remained empty. The master bedroom was an ensuite, divided into a sleeping area, a small walk-in closet, a study, and a bathroom combined with a lavatory. Despite the partitioning, the master bedroom was still spacious, rivaling the size of the living room. This must be Zhanine's domain. Haitong chose to stay in one of the other bedrooms with a bed adjacent to the balcony, benefiting from ample natural light, separated from the master bedroom by 1 room, allowing both spouses to maintain their privacy. Though they had registered their marriage, Haitong thought that as long as Zhanine did not actively seek a marital relationship, she would absolutely not bring it up herself. After dragging her suitcase into the room, Haitong ventured into the kitchen. The kitchen was pristine, devoid of any utensils. Both balconies were also empty, and due to the ample space, even the 2 balconies felt spacious. Haitong contemplated nurturing some plants on the balcony and purchasing a swing chair to place there, envisioning herself leisurely sitting on the swing, reading a book, and enjoying the flowers during her free time. It seemed that Zhanine rarely dined at home. Now that she had moved in, she would certainly need to cook. Thus, Haitong started by ordering a bunch of kitchenware online, intending to consult Zhanine's preferences regarding flowers and other furniture once he returned. After all, it was his house, and she was merely a guest. After placing the order for the kitchenware, Haitong checked the time and realized she had to rush back to the store to help. Grabbing her keys and phone, she hurried downstairs. Upon returning to the store, it was just the right time for students to be released from school. Her friend Shin Xiaojun inquired with concern, Tong, what did you do this morning?" "I moved." "You moved? Why did you move? Weren't you doing well at your sister's place?" Haitong glanced outside. Although it was dismissal time, the students had not yet exited, so it was momentarily not busy. She proceeded to explain to her friend, "My brother-in-law was dissatisfied with me staying at their home and constantly argued with my sister, so I didn't want to burden her anymore, so I moved out. You're not freeloading. Why would your brother-in-law have an issue with it?" Shin Xiaojun felt that Haitong's brother-in-law was unreasonable. After all, she wasn't living there for free. Haitong remained silent for a moment before replying, "I give my sister 5,000 yuan every month. But I tell her to save 3,000 and only inform my brother-in-law that I've given 2,000. My sister stays home to take care of the children and has no source of income, so she has to ask my brother-in-law for every single penny. If she asks too often, he will give her a hard time. This way, she can save some money for emergencies, preventing her from being scolded by my brother-in-law." Shin Xiaojun considered this and agreed with her friend, sighing, "Men always like to say I support you, but when it comes time for them to actually do so, they complain about this and that." and scold you mercilessly. Once we women marry, we not only have to contribute to the family but also endure various misunderstandings. It's so unfair. Once Yang Yang starts kindergarten, I'll ask Hailing Jia to find a job. We women need to maintain our financial independence at all times. Having money allows us to stand tall. Haitong nodded. Her sister had long wanted to work, but there was no one to help with the children. While her in-laws scolded her sister for not earning money and only spending their son's, they also refused to lend a hand in taking care of the kids, all while urging her sister to have a second child. Did your sister really allow you to move out? Shin Xiaojun knew that the two sisters had relied on each other for many years, and Hailing Jia was most concerned about her younger sister. How could she let her sister move out? I got married. Oh, what? You got married? But you didn't even have a boyfriend. Who did you marry? Shin Xiaojun was taken aback after processing her friend's words. I'll tell you later, it's too complicated to explain right now. I need to focus. Many students began entering their bookstore, and Shin Xiaojun wanted to ask for clarification but had no chance at the moment. The two of them remained busy until all the students had returned home before they could order takeout. Tong, hurry and tell me what's going on. Who did you marry? You didn't even give me a heads up before getting married. Weren't we supposed to stay single together? The two were old classmates and close friends. Haitong trusted her, so she shared the reasons behind her impulsive marriage, although she knew very little about her husband. Making it difficult to elaborate. After listening, Shin Xiaojun stared at Haitong for quite a while, then reached out to poke Haitong's forehead, exclaiming, "You truly possess remarkable audacity, to dare to register for marriage upon our very first meeting. If you genuinely cannot find a place to stay, you are more than welcome to move into my home. We have an abundance of vacant rooms." Shin Shijuan's family is quite well off. She opened a shop merely to pass the time. If you are seeking someone to marry, to put Sister Hailing's mind at ease, you could consider my cousin. That he is honest and straightforward, has a gentle temperament, and holds a respectable job. He would undoubtedly be willing to marry you. Is it not better to marry someone familiar rather than a stranger? By the way, the elderly lady you rescued, was she not perhaps scheming against you, pretending to fall just to be saved and sent to the hospital? Haitong chuckled. Xiaojun, your cousin already has a girlfriend. Granny Zhan is not that kind of person. Though I am not well acquainted with Mr. Zhan, I can tell he possesses commendable character. Regardless, I am simply looking for someone to share my life with. Shin Xiaojun murmured, my aunt does not approve of my cousin's relationship with his girlfriend. Marriage is not a trivial matter. How can one casually find someone to cohabit with? Tong, you truly frustrate me. Sister Hailing will be heartbroken once she learns the truth. Chapter 006. Best friends. Haitong smiled and said, so please keep this a secret for me. Do not let my sister know the truth, lest she becomes upset. Shin Xiaojun replied. Her friend was indeed commendable for her courage. She had always thought that impulsive marriages with strangers were solely the realm of fiction, yet her friend had provided a real-life lesson, proving that novels are often inspired by life. In those stories, the heroines typically marry billionaires. Tong, is your hasty marriage to someone similar? As she finished speaking, Haitong playfully tapped her friend, laughing. You've read every novel in our store. Haven to you, dreaming that one can casually marry a billionaire. Do you think billionaires are a dime a dozen? Shin Xiaojun touched the spot where Haitong had tapped her and said, even if he is not a billionaire, a millionaire would suffice. Our city, Guancheng, is a metropolis, and there are indeed many millionaires. The parents of our generation were all resettled residents. Those with foresight built several rental properties and purchased numerous commercial spaces, living comfortably off the rental income. Shin Xiaojun's family also owned several buildings and a row of shops. She did not need to work, but she disliked the rental business, so she partnered with her friend to open this bookstore, both to pass the time and earn some pocket money. Tong, do you know who the billionaire in Guancheng is? The delivery arrived. Haitong stepped outside to retrieve it and brought Shin Xiaojun's portion inside. She sat down across from her friend, opened the takeout box, and said, the wealthiest family I know is yours. Is there really a billionaire in Guancheng? Even if there is, I am unaware of it. I seem to have heard that the richest person in Guancheng is a billionaire, but I cannot recall their surname. I figured we would never have the opportunity to meet the richest person, so I did not bother to remember their name. While eating her meal, Haitong replied, your family may be millionaires, but you say you'll never meet the richest person. What can be said of someone like me? An ordinary citizen. I have been in business for many years and have earned a decent sum, yet I still cannot afford even a single apartment. I still need to marry to get a place to live. And even then, it is not under my name. If she and Janine were to divorce, I would have to move out. Can you afford a place? Do you have enough savings for a down payment? Buying a smaller apartment might suffice for a down payment, but I prefer a larger one. If my sister brings Yang over to visit, I would like to have a room for them. The housing prices in Guancheng are continually rising, and her earnings cannot keep pace. How about I lend you some money, no interest charged? Haitong added a piece of braised pork to her friend's takeout box. This place has excellent braised pork. Give it a try. I am now married, and my husband has a house. For now we shall make do, and we can discuss buying a house later. Where did your husband buy the house? Mingyuan Garden, that's great, the environment there is lovely, the transportation is convenient, and it's not far from our shop. Which company does your husband work for? He can afford to buy a house in Guancheng. Especially in a high-end community like Mingyuan Garden, his income must be substantial. What is his monthly mortgage? Does he need your help with the payments? Tong, if he asks you to help with the mortgage, you should insist he adds your name to the property deed, otherwise, that would be quite unfair. To speak plainly, if your relationship were to falter and you divorced, that house would belong to him before marriage. And you would receive nothing. Haitong glanced at her friend and said, you and my sister think alike. He purchased the house outright, so there is no mortgage to repay. I did not spend a single penny. So it seems inappropriate to ask him to add my name to the property deed, Shin Xiaojun remarked. If the couple shares a good relationship, it may not matter. Suddenly, Haitong recalled that her sister's current residence was also purchased by her brother-in-law before their marriage. With her sister covering all the renovation costs, however, her brother-in-law has yet to add her sister's name to the property deed. Concerned, Haitong thought she should remind her sister when the opportunity arises. After lunch, the two took turns resting. By evening, the shops at the school entrance became busy again. Haitong did not close up until 11 at night. As Shin Xiaojun lived nearby and had family to dine with, Haitong urged her to return home first. After locking up the bookstore, Haitong took her keys from her pocket and walked towards her electric bike. Haitong, heading home, the owner of the neighboring grocery store greeted her with a smile. Yes, going home, auntie. Are you still open? I live in the store, so it doesn't matter when I close. Be careful on your way home. At your age and beauty, you should find a boyfriend to pick you up at night for safety. Haitong mounted her electric bike and responded with a smile, I have practiced sanda, so I'm not afraid. She had traveled this route home for several years and occasionally encountered some troublemakers who, seeing her alone and young, tried to block her path. However, they ended up being soundly beaten, crying out for mercy. After that, those troublemakers learned she was not to be trifled with and no longer dared to obstruct her. With the shop owner watching her depart, Haitong rode off on her electric bike. Haitong is a fine young lady, but alas, my son is too young to bring her into our family as a daughter-in-law. The grocery store owner lamented. Her husband began moving the goods from the entrance back into the store and, hearing his wife's words, chuckled. I see Haitong has a noble appearance. She is destined to become a wealthy lady. Given our circumstances, it is simply not a match. Please, that is merely a few books on physiognomy you've glanced through. Do you truly believe you can read faces, if you were so skilled? Why not tell me when I will strike it rich? Their grocery store, located at the school entrance, primarily sells daily necessities, and business only booms during the school season. Otherwise, it is mediocre, earning less than the bookstore. Yet it suffices for their family's living expenses. With Haitong's background, could she truly marry into a wealthy family? It's not that I look down on her, it's just that we operate in different circles. She has never even had the opportunity to meet someone from a true affluent family, let alone marry into one. Haitong hails from a rural village under Guancheng's jurisdiction, her parents having passed away, leaving only her and her sister to rely on each other. Though Haitong earns a decent income, it is unlikely she could marry into a wealthy family. The notion of becoming a wealthy lady is far-fetched. I don't want to discuss this with you, neither do I wish to engage in this conversation. Unbeknownst to Haitong, after her departure, a dispute arose between her neighbors due to her having spent over 20 minutes riding back to her sister's apartment. She parked and then remembered she had moved. Looking up at her sister's floor, she noticed the lights were already off. A sense of disappointment washed over her as she ultimately decided against disturbing her sister and her family, riding away on her electric bike. Chapter 007, The Aftermath of Impulsive Marriage. By the time she returned to Mingyuan Garden, it was already past midnight. Pushing open the door, she entered a dark, lifeless space, devoid of any warmth. Perhaps Jeanine was simply too busy with work, often traveling for business, which left their home feeling quite cold. Haitong inspected the room, confirming that Jeanine had not yet returned. At this hour, he was likely staying at the company, thus she secured the front door, and after a moment's thought she searched for Jeanine's shoes. After a bit of searching, she found a pair of slippers, placed them at the entrance, locked the door again, turned off the lights in the hall, and retreated to her room, taking out her sleepwear from the suitcase. She noticed her belongings were still not organized. She decided to arrange them in the morning. After a hot shower, exhausted, Haitong fell into bed. Meanwhile, at the Guancheng Grand Hotel, Jeanine exited the hotel under the escort of bodyguards. Having just finalized a significant business deal with a major client, the client was accommodated in the presidential suite, and recalling his newlywed wife, he decided to return home for a visit. Young master. To the estate or the mountaintop villa. The estate is the Zhang family's ancestral home, while the mountaintop villa is a grand property under Zhang Yin's ownership. He typically resides in the mountaintop villa, only occasionally returning to the family estate to dine with the elders and fulfill his filial duties. To Mingyuan Garden, Jeanine instructed as he entered his Rolls-Royce, remember to drive my newly purchased Dongfeng business vehicle over. That was intended to deceive his wife. What was her name again? Right, what is the esteemed name of your young mistress? Jeanine couldn't be bothered to retrieve the marriage certificate, as far as he recalled. It had yet to be returned to him after being reviewed by his grandmother. In any case, he currently did not possess the certificate, the bodyguard remarked. The young mistress's surname is Hai, given name Tong. And she is 25 years old this year. The young master must remember this. Their young master had an exceptional memory, yet he found it impossible to remember those he wished to forget. Particularly women he encountered daily, of whom he might not even know their surname. Noted. Jeanine replied nonchalantly. The bodyguard could discern from his tone that the next time, their young master would undoubtedly still forget the young mistress's name. Jeanine preferred not to dwell on Haitong, leaning back in the car seat, closing his eyes to rejuvenate. The Grand Hotel of Guan City was merely a 10-minute drive from Ming Garden. The luxury convoy halted at the entrance of Ming Garden, while Jeanine drove the Dongfeng van into the community alone. Despite forgetting his newlywed wife's name, Jeanine still remembered the house he had purchased. Soon enough, he arrived at his front door, spotting a pair of very familiar slippers at the entrance. Were those not his? How had they ended up outside? Surely they had been discarded by Haitong. A chill descended in Zhang Yin's gaze, his handsome face taut with tension. Initially grateful to the girl who had saved his grandmother, his feelings soured as his grandmother incessantly praised her and urged him to marry her. He began to perceive Haitong as a woman of profound cunning. Although he eventually acquiesced to his grandmother's wishes and married Haitong, he had made it clear to his grandmother that post-marriage he would conceal his identity and assess Haitong's character. That if she proved worthy, he would then consider them a genuine couple for life. Should he discover that Haitong truly harbored ulterior motives, he would not hesitate to act decisively. Those who dared to scheme against Jeanine would not meet a favorable fate. Producing his key, Jeanine attempted to unlock the door, but it refused to budge. Realizing that the woman inside had locked him out, his dissatisfaction intensified. This was his home. He had allowed her to move in, yet she barred him from entering. Infuriated, Jeanine kicked the door, causing it to rattle violently. Simultaneously, he sent a voice message to Haitong. Having learned from past experience, he had saved her WeChat contact with her name, specifically adding the title wife, for otherwise, he might forget who she was and remove her from his friends list. As Jeanine pounded on the door, Haitong was roused from her slumber. In the dead of night, who was knocking so loudly? Was she not entitled to a peaceful night's sleep? Roused from her sleep, she stormed out in her nightgown, irritable and disheveled, her phone left behind in the room, leaving her unaware of the voice call. Who on earth is banging on my door at this hour? Upon opening the door and preparing to reprimand the man standing there, she froze upon recognizing Jeanine, staring at him in disbelief for a moment before quickly composing herself and awkwardly greeting. Mr. Jean, it's you. Jeanine, feeling the flames of anger building within him, chose to ignore Haitong. With a dark expression, he brushed past her and entered the house. Haitong, feeling sheepish, stuck her tongue out in response. This was the aftermath of a hasty marriage. Peeking outside, she noted with relief that Zhang Yin's loud knocking had not disturbed the neighbors. Spotting the slippers at the door, she bent down to retrieve them. Retreating to her room and promptly locking the door again, I returned home in the early hours and, seeing you were not here, assumed you would not be back tonight, hence I locked the door. Haitong explained. As the only woman in the house, for safety reasons, I placed your slippers at the entrance, so that anyone passing by would know a man resides here and would think twice before attempting anything. Though she had trained in self-defense and dismissed petty criminals, she still maintained a strong sense of domestic security. As Jeanine settled onto the sofa, his dark eyes fixated on her, sharp and icy. The October night was cool, and under his intense gaze, Haitong felt not merely the chill but a prelude to winter's grasp. Cold. Mr. Jean, I apologize, she said, placing his slippers at his feet. She should have called to inquire about his return. After a long silence, Jeanine replied coldly, I did say you needn't concern yourself with me, but this is my home, and you barred me from entering. That is quite displeasing. Mr. Jean, I am truly sorry. I will ensure to call you next time to check if you're coming back. If you aren't, I won't lock the door, Haitong replied, her voice earnest, after a moment of contemplation. Jeanine stated, if I am on a business trip, I will inform you in advance. If not, I will return home daily without needing to call. I am busy with work and lack the time for your trivial inquiries. Haitong nodded in understanding that he was right. This house belonged to him, he was the one in charge. Would you like a late-night snack, Mr. Jean? She asked kindly, noting that he had returned so late and might be hungry. I never eat late-night snacks. It leads to weight gain. Chapter 008. Unaccustomed to change, Jeanine was quite particular about his physique, forbidding himself from indulging excessively in becoming overweight. Losing weight was far too challenging. Haitong smiled. Mr. Jean, your physique is quite impressive. Then, may I return to my room to sleep? He responded with a brief acknowledgement. Good night. Haitong wished him a good night and turned to leave. Wait, Haitong. Jeanine called after her. Haitong paused and turned back, inquiring, is there something else? Jeanine looked at her, stating, in the future, refrain from appearing in your nightgown. Underneath her nightgown she wore no undergarments. His gaze was sharp. And he had seen more than he should have. They were indeed married, and he had seen her, but what if it had been someone else? He did not wish for another man to see his wife in such a manner. Haitong's face flushed red, and she hurried back to her room, slamming the door behind her. Jeanine, he felt no embarrassment, yet she was the one who blushed, after sitting for a brief moment. Janine returned to his master bedroom. This house had been a hasty purchase, fully furnished and ready for immediate occupancy. However, due to the rush, his room remained unkempt. He found some satisfaction in Haitong's discretion. She had not insisted on sharing the same room with him, nor had she demanded he fulfill his duties as a husband. The couple spent the latter half of the night in mutual silence. The next day, Haitong awoke at her usual time of 6 o'clock. Ordinarily, she would prepare breakfast and tidy up the house. If time permitted, she would assist her sister with laundry, having lived in her sister's home for several years. She had assumed the role of a caretaker, not wanting to burden her sister, though her brother-in-law treated her as a servant. Waking up today, she gazed at the still unfamiliar room, her memories flooding back. I must have been groggy. I thought I was still at my sister's house. This is my own home. I can afford to sleep a little longer, she muttered to herself, sinking back into bed. Unfortunately, her well-established routine made it impossible for her to fall back asleep. Feeling hungry, she decided to get up. After changing her clothes and washing up, she exited her room, glancing at Zhang Yin's closed door. Surmising he had yet to rise given his late return last night, it was understandable he would still be asleep. Entering the kitchen, she was met with its emptiness, and after a moment of silence, she turned to leave. She had ordered a plethora of kitchenware online yesterday, but it had yet to arrive. Had she known, she would have gone straight to the supermarket instead of ordering online. Recalling a breakfast shop nearby, Haitong resolved to fetch 2 portions of breakfast. Unsure of Zhang Yin's preferences, she opted to buy a variety. She packed rice rolls, steamed dumplings, fried dough sticks, soy milk, and century egg congee, typical breakfast fare for the common folk of Guan City. Though Zhang Yin was a late riser, he was not one to sleep in excessively. He awoke shortly after Haitong left for breakfast. Unaccustomed to having a wife, he momentarily forgot Haitong's presence and stepped out shirtless, intending to pour himself a glass of water, only for Haitong to walk in at that very moment, resulting in an awkward encounter. The next second, Janine shielded his chest with his arms and dashed back to his room. Reminiscent of Haitong's earlier reaction, Haitong was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. In her mind, she thought, what is so captivating about a man's bare chest? It's merely a matter of seeing how many abs he has. He is actually covering himself, how amusing. After some time, when Janine reappeared before Haitong, he was dressed in a tailored suit, his expression dark yet unable to find fault with her. After all, he had forgotten that a strange woman now resided in his home, one who happened to be his nominal wife. Having typically resided alone in his grand villa, he was accustomed to waking up to an empty second floor, where the servants would not dare disturb him unless he descended. Thus, he had grown somewhat careless, occasionally emerging without a shirt. Today, however, he had been seen by that cunning woman. Mr. Zhang, I've brought back breakfast. Come and eat, Haitong called out, her laughter subsiding as she set the various breakfast items on the dining table, inviting the man who seemed to have lost a few pounds after being seen shirtless to join her. Janine paused, considering her for a moment before approaching the table. After glancing at the breakfast spread, he coldly inquired, can't you cook for yourself? Of course, my cooking is quite delectable. The breakfast purchased from outside, particularly from those rudimentary roadside stalls, is rather unsanitary. Thus, I shall indulge less in such fare in the future. Instead, I will prepare my own meals at home, ensuring both hygiene and safety. As the head of the Zhang family, Zhang Xiaoyi has never partaken in the ordinary breakfasts that are so commonly enjoyed by the residents of Guancheng. Haitong retorted, have you ever taken a glance at your own kitchen? It is cleaner than your face, devoid of anything. Even if I were a chef in a 5-star hotel, without the necessary utensils and ingredients, I could not conjure a grand feast. Janine was rendered speechless. Would you like to eat? Haitong inquired, feeling a pang of hunger and wishing to conceal any sign of weakness from his wife. Janine took a seat at the dining table and replied nonchalantly, since you have already brought it back, it would be wasteful not to eat. An occasional indulgence will not lead to demise. This was merely a way for him to save face. Haitong divided each breakfast item in half for him and then sat down to enjoy her portion while saying, when I moved in yesterday, I noticed the situation and promptly ordered a considerable amount of kitchenware online. Once everything arrives, I will take on the responsibility of buying groceries and cooking, ensuring that you no longer have to resort to street food. He worked at a large company and held a modest position within the corporate hierarchy, which called for a certain level of sophistication. She was accustomed to preparing her own meals and would only order takeout when at her shop. He appreciated a degree of refinement, and she was willing to accommodate him. There are still many things we need for the house. May I proceed with my plans for procurement? Janine glanced at his wife across the table and continued to eat his breakfast, which, although simple, was quite palatable. Since we have obtained our marriage certificate, we are now husband and wife. This is your home as much as it is mine. You may arrange it as you please, provided that my room remains untouched. The rest is entirely at your discretion. Very well. With his consent, Haitong resolved to proceed with her vision, to cultivate flowers on the balcony and place a swing chair there, where she could leisurely read and admire the blossoms. By the way, Grandma mentioned that I should accompany you to your family home for dinner this weekend, to meet the elders, Janine replied coolly. Let's discuss that on the weekend. I need to check my availability. If I am unable to make it, I will ask Grandma to bring my parents over so you can meet them and share a meal. Haitong had no objections. Chapter 009, The Dynamics of Marriage. After satisfying their hunger, Janine retrieved his wallet only to find a meager amount of cash. Ultimately, he produced a bank card and placed it before Haitong. She raised an eyebrow at him. But if you wish to purchase something, you will need funds. Use this card. The password is. He grabbed a pen and paper, wrote down the password, and handed it to her. From now on, the money in this card will serve as household expenses. After I receive my salary each month, I will deposit money into it. However, I ask that you keep a record of your expenditures. I do not mind how much you spend, but I would like to know where the money goes. When they had just obtained their marriage certificate, Haitong had inquired whether they should adopt an AA system. He had declined, and now that they were married, they were a family, and he was unconcerned about giving her some money to spend. After all, his wealth was abundant, to the point where he himself could not ascertain his true financial standing. His busy work life allowed little opportunity for expenditure, thus having a wife meant that he could afford to spend a little, yet he did not wish to be taken advantage of. In his mind, Haitong represented a somewhat crafty woman, and he felt the need to remain vigilant. As long as her spending was directed toward their household, he had no objections. However, Haitong disliked Janine's attitude and approach. She pushed the bank card, along with the paper containing the password, back to him, refusing to even glance at the password. Mr. Jean, this home does not belong solely to you. I reside here as well. The house is yours, but my presence here alleviates the burden of rent. The expenses for this household should not fall entirely upon your shoulders. I will contribute to the necessary purchases unless they exceed 2,000 yuan. In which case I will consult you for your input. Her income was substantial enough to cover daily expenses, and unless large expenditures were required, she did not need to rely on him. While she was not opposed to his financial support, it was his attitude that irked her, as if he believed she would covet his meager household allowance and demanded her to keep accounts. She typically only maintained records for her shop's expenses and did not track her personal spending. Janine was no fool. On the contrary, he was quite astute. Haitong's refusal made him realize that his attitude had wounded her pride. After a moment of silence, he pushed the bank card and the password paper back to her, his tone softening as he spoke. I understand you run your own shop and earn a decent income. Since you claim this home is ours, how could I allow you to shoulder all the household expenses alone? Take it. If you dislike keeping accounts, then forgo it. Now, about the car we discussed, have you given it any thought? Would you like me to assist with the down payment for one? Given your income, affording a vehicle should not pose a problem. He had never investigated her earnings but inferred that her ability to operate a bookstore near Guancheng Middle School indicated a certain level of competence, suggesting she was not earning an insignificant amount. In this day and age, money from women and children was notoriously easy to come by. The distance from my home to my shop is not far. I can ride an electric bike. The traffic in Guancheng is congested during peak hours, and driving a four-wheeled vehicle is often more cumbersome than riding a two-wheeler. Janine felt a sudden pang of realization. She spoke the truth. He typically avoided peak hours for commuting, yet when he occasionally had to travel during rush hour, he found himself questioning his existence amidst the gridlock, wishing he could simply take a private jet. Having a car would certainly offer more convenience. On weekends, you could drive your sister and nephew for a brief outing. Janine recalled that his grandmother had mentioned this woman was deeply devoted to her sister, who, along with her nephew, held significant importance in her life. We'll discuss it later. We have only just married and are still strangers to one another. Spending such a substantial amount on a car makes me uncomfortable. In truth, my savings would suffice for a vehicle, but I would rather invest in a home. A house signifies a family, and I am not like you men. You tend to favor cars over homes. There exists a divergence in priorities between men and women when it comes to purchasing property or vehicles. Women typically prefer homes, while men often lean toward automobiles. By the way, my sister wishes to meet you. But I told her you were on a business trip, so I will introduce you to her later. Janine merely acknowledged her with a grunt. After their light-hearted conversation, Haitong proceeded to hang laundry, while Janine settled in the living room, intending to peruse a newspaper. However, as their home had yet to subscribe to a paper, he found none and resorted to scrolling through news on his phone to pass the time. Have you washed your clothes? Haitong asked casually after finishing with her own laundry and noticing him engrossed in his phone on the sofa. I can manage that myself. His garments were always sent to the dry cleaners. Haitong pursed her lips and fell silent, redirecting her focus to other tasks, sweeping, mopping, and tidying up the house. Janine observed her moving about the space, engaged in domestic chores typically reserved for servants, and furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to voice his thoughts. In the end, he opted for silence. In their household, such tasks were handled by hired help, yet in many ordinary homes, the wives undertook all domestic responsibilities. Fortunately, prior to their moving in, his housekeeper had arranged for staff to clean the premises, ensuring the house remained pristine. As Haitong found little debris while sweeping, after completing her usual chores, Haitong returned to her room, tidied up a bit, and emerged with her phone bag, addressing Janine on the sofa. Mr. Jean, I'm heading to my sister's house for a visit, then directly to the shop. What time do you anticipate returning tonight? Please send me a text so I can let you in. Aside from business trips, I will return every night. If I have to travel, I will inform you in advance. Haitong acknowledged with a nod. Hi, Haitong, take this bank card. Janine approached her, extending the card once more and apologizing. I apologize for my earlier tone, it was inappropriate and I'm sorry. Haitong regarded him for a moment, sensing a genuine sincerity in his demeanor this time before accepting the bank card along with the password note, which she tucked into her pocket. I'm off now. Very well. Janine remained in place, watching as she exited. Once the door closed behind her, he let out a sigh of relief. It seemed he was not quite adept at playing the role of husband. Resuming his seat on the sofa, he picked up his phone from the coffee table and dialed the family estate's housekeeper. Once the housekeeper answered, he spoke in a low tone. Uncle Yang, once the old lady awakens, please inform her to bring a few gentlemen and ladies to Mingyuan Garden for dinner this weekend. She will understand the reason. Chapter 010. A near collision. Haitong arrived at her sister's house. Considering that she usually prepared breakfast for her sister's family of 3, and knowing that she had moved out the previous day, she was uncertain whether her sister had already risen to cook. Thus she stopped at a nearby breakfast shop to purchase breakfast for her sister and nephew. As for her brother-in-law, he was likely at work by this hour, so she did not buy a meal for him. Upon entering the house, she found her sister already awake and bustling about in the kitchen. Sister, Tong Tong, you've come. Hai Ling emerged from the kitchen, her face lighting up with joy upon seeing her sister. Have you eaten? I'm making noodles. Shall I prepare a bowl for you? No, I've already eaten. Sis, have you cooked the noodles? If not, don't bother. I've packed breakfast for you and Yang Yang. Not yet, I got up late. Your brother-in-law went out for breakfast and scolded me, saying that I do nothing all day at home except take care of the children and don't even think to get up early to make him breakfast. Hailing feels a bit aggrieved. Taking care of the kids is no easy task. Our son had a slight fever last night and she worries it might worsen. She barely slept, as the child, feeling unwell, kept crying in his sleep, and she had to comfort him. In contrast, her husband is utterly indifferent, sleeping soundly like a log. If he happens to be awakened by the child's cries, he blames her for not being able to soothe the child. Your brother-in-law is unaware of the exhaustion that comes with child-rearing. Sis, why not let him take care of Yang Yang for a couple of days over the weekend? He'll soon realize how challenging it is to look after a child, alleviating his constant complaints about your role at home. He can also rise early to prepare breakfast. Who says it's solely the wife's duty to serve her husband in the morning? As for Yang Yang, she had a slight fever last night and didn't sleep well. It was only as dawn approached that her temperature finally dropped, and she fell into a more peaceful slumber. She hasn't woken up yet, and it's thanks to her sound sleep that I could rest a bit, although I was roused shortly thereafter by your brother-in-law, who chastised me for not preparing his breakfast. Hailing felt a surge of anger. How could Yang Yang have gotten a fever? Even if she has recovered, sis, you should take her to see a doctor to prevent any relapses. Your brother-in-law is truly something. When the child is sick, he doesn't lend a hand but still scolds you. By the way, sis, now that I've moved out, does your brother-in-law still insist on splitting expenses evenly? Hailing sat down on the sofa, opened the soup noodles her sister had packed for her, and said while eating, I'll take Yang Yang to see a doctor shortly. He still insists on the AA system, claiming I only know how to spend money but not how to earn it. Oblivious to the immense pressure he bears, since we are family, I too should share in the household expenses. This must be his sister's influence. My elder sister-in-law is married but continues to meddle in her family's affairs. Your brother-in-law was once very kind to me, but his elder sister has led him astray. Hailing has a strong aversion to her elder sister-in-law, who loves to stir up trouble and sow discord between couples. Each time she visits for a meal, she is excessively critical, and once she leaves, Hailing and her husband invariably end up arguing. She constantly accuses Hailing of squandering money while staying at home, claiming that despite her education she fails to earn a living and is utterly useless. In truth, before resigning, Hailing had risen to the position of financial director at her company, earning a considerable income. For love and marriage she sacrificed so much only to be met with scorn from her in-laws. The money she spends is solely for their little family, the clothes she buys are funded by her sister, and she hasn't purchased new clothes in ages, let alone cosmetics. Yet every time she does buy something new, her mother-in-law and elder sister-in-law berate her for wasting money, and even when she explains that it's her sister's money, they retort that since it was given to her, it belongs to the family and should not be squandered. Sis, why not send Yang Yang to kindergarten? You could return to work and earn as much as your brother-in-law. Hailing feels deeply for her sister. Previously, when she lived here, she managed nearly all the household chores to spare her sister from exhaustion. Your brother-in-law insists on waiting until Yang Yang is 3 or 4 years old before enrolling her in kindergarten. The tuition fees rise each year, and with your brother-in-law's income stretched thin by mortgage, car payments, and household expenses, along with supporting his parents, there is hardly any money left each month. It's only through my frugality and saving the money you gave me that our family isn't completely destitute. Hailing, who once excelled in financial matters, is adept at budgeting. She truly does not waste money. As long as the tuition can be covered, Yang Yang should be sent to kindergarten, which will allow her to learn and play with other children, and in turn enabled her sister to find a job. Women, whether before or after marriage, must have their own financial independence. Don't believe in your brother-in-law's nonsense about how he supports you after just a few years. He is already impatient. Sis, do you think your brother-in-law might have someone else on the side? Hailing was startled and replied, I doubt it. I'm well aware of his income, and he doesn't have extra funds for a mistress. However, your brother-in-law's attitude towards you is growing increasingly poor. Sis, you must plan for your future. You can't continue being an unappreciated full-time mother without any income. After a brief silence, Hailing said, let us see how it goes. Tong Tong, don't worry about me. I can manage my own life. How about you? When will my brother-in-law return from his business trip? It will take some time. He works at a large corporation and is extremely busy. Hailing inquired again about her sister's life in her new home, and upon confirming that her sister was doing well, she felt relieved. After visiting her nephew, and with her sister's urging, Tong Tong had to head back to the store. Riding her electric bike towards the bookstore, she couldn't help but think of her sister's chaotic life. Distracted, she failed to pay attention to the road and nearly got hit by a car. Quickly swerving to avoid it just in time, the vehicle screeched to a halt. Looking toward the car, she was astonished to see it was a Rolls-Royce, a luxury vehicle. Behind the Rolls-Royce were several other identical sedans. Likely the bodyguards of the car's owner die in the bustling metropolis of Guancheng. Seeing luxury cars was not uncommon. Tong Tong quickly gestured an apology to the driver and hastily resumed her journey. Fearing reprimand, the driver turned to the man in black seated in the back and remarked, Young master, that was the young mistress just now. Zhang Yin's expression darkened. He had clearly seen Tong Tong nearly collide with their car. She was obviously distracted while riding amidst traffic. Did she have a death wish? If she wanted to endanger herself, she shouldn't involve him lest she dirty his tires. Chapter 011, Accompanying a friend to a banquet. Let us go. Zhang Yin scolded Tong Tong silently in his mind but said nothing aloud, nor did he take any action. Although Tong Tong was officially his wife, their relationship was akin to that of strangers. The driver dared not utter another word and resumed driving. Unbeknownst to Tong Tong, she had almost collided with her husband's luxury car. She sped back to the store where Xin Xiaojun, who lives nearby, always arrived before Tong Tong. Tong Tong, after finishing her tasks, Xiaojun ordered herself breakfast. Seeing her friend arrive, she smiled and asked, Have you eaten? Yes, I have. Xiaojun responded with a casual "oh," and continued enjoying her meal. I brought you 2 boxes of pastries. They're delicious, give them a try. Xiaojun placed a bag on the counter and said to her friend. Tong Tong put her electric bike key on the counter, then sat down and unceremoniously pulled the bag of pastries closer, saying, As long as it's dessert, I find it delightful. Xiaojun, on my way to work, I saw a Rolls-Royce. Xin Xiaojun replied with an in Guancheng. It's normal to see a Rolls-Royce, though it's not common. Did you see who was in the car? Was it like in the novels, a big CEO, a handsome young man, and unmarried? Tong Tong remained silent, looking at her. Xiaojun chuckled, I'm just curious why novels are filled with young, handsome, wealthy CEOs while we never encounter any. Novels are fabricated to cater to the market. If they wrote about ordinary working-class folks, who would read it? Even if they aren't CEOs, they're all elites in their respective fields. Xiaojun laughed again. Not be. By the way, Tong Tong, are you free tonight? I'm just going back and forth between the store and home. Yes, there's something up. Her life was simple. Aside from managing the store, she helped her sister care for her children. There is an upper-class banquet tonight. I have an invitation with a +1. Would you like to come along and broaden your horizons? Tong Tong instinctively declined. That's not my social circle. I don't want to go. Though her monthly income was considerable, it felt worlds apart from the upper class, and she had no desire to squeeze herself into that realm. Frankly speaking, someone of her status attending such a high-end banquet would likely be mistaken for a servant. Actually, I don't want to go either. It's just that my mom asked my aunt to get me an invitation. Each invitation allows an extra guest, and I thought of you. Tong Tong, please accompany me to see the world. Or rather, to help me deal with my mama's incessant nagging. The Shin family were locals of Guancheng and quite wealthy, owning several houses and a stretch of shops, with assets in the tens of millions. However, they still fell short of the true aristocracy. Shin's mother was particularly pleased with her daughter's appearance and wanted her to marry into genuine wealth. Coincidentally, Xin Xiaojun's aunt had married into a prominent family, persevering for decades until she finally made it big and was well connected in high society. Shin's aunt doted on Xiaojun, believing her niece's qualifications were sufficient to marry into wealth, and was eager to create opportunities for her. Has your mom been pressuring you to marry again? Mothers across the world share a common trait. Once their daughters are grown, they incessantly urge them to marry. As if the daughters had consumed a great deal of rice at home. I, too, possess the ability to earn my own living, enjoying a life of independence and freedom. Why then must I seek a man? Is not my solitary existence fulfilling enough? Even if I were to marry, I would prefer someone of equal standing. I have no desire to wed into a wealthy family, although my aunt has successfully navigated that social sphere. Her journey was fraught with hardships endured over decades. In her early days as my uncle's wife, she bore countless grievances, often returning to her family home in tears, sharing her myriad experiences with my mother. Shin Xiaojun cherishes her freedom and refuses to be constrained by the rules of the affluent Tongtong. How about we attend tonight's gathering merely to broaden our horizons? My aunt has informed me that many talented young individuals will be present, including prominent businessmen and their affluent offspring from Guancheng. We aren't going to seek wealthy suitors, rather, it would be enlightening to witness this world firsthand. Moreover, I assure you, the banquet promises an abundance of delectable dishes. Haitong, a true foodie, shares this passion with Shin Xiaojun, and this mutual interest solidifies their friendship. After an hour of gentle persuasion from her friend, Haitong reluctantly agrees to accompany Shin Xiaojun to the soiree. Closing her shop early for the occasion, she calls her sister to check on her nephew, who is merely experiencing a slight fever due to a cold. Having already seen a doctor, reassured, Haitong informs her sister about her plans for the evening. Recognizing the potential to forge connections with individuals of a higher social echelon, Hai Ling wholeheartedly supports her sister's attendance at the banquet, emphasizing the importance of broadening one's perspective without ulterior motives. Following lunch, they close the shop for the day, and Shin Xiaojun leads her friend home to change into more suitable attire and apply makeup. The Shin family holds Haitong in high regard, and no one objects to her accompanying Shin Xiaojun, as Haitong is already married, alleviating any concerns about overshadowing her friend. As evening descends, a luxurious vehicle arranged by Shin's aunt arrives at their doorstep. Shin's mother bids farewell to the two young women, advising Haitong to keep an eye on Shin Xiaojun and ensure she interacts with the distinguished young men rather than solely indulging in the food. To her daughter, she cautions, Xiaojun, do not disappoint your aunt's good intentions. Haitong assures her, Aunt, rest assured, I will keep an eye on Xiaojun and prevent her from getting lost in her culinary pursuits. Shin's mother adores Haitong for her sense of responsibility and independence. Had her son not been several years younger, she would have eagerly considered a match between the two. Upon learning of Haitong's swift marriage, Shin's mother felt a pang of regret, knowing the Shin family is replete with eligible young men, and should Haitong wish to marry, she could certainly find a suitable match among them. However, now that the matter is settled, Shin's mother refrains from broaching it again. Prompted by her mother's urgings, Shin Xiaojun, adorned in an elegant white evening gown and exquisite makeup adorned with jewelry, hastens to join her friend in the vehicle. Haitong, being married, and merely accompanying her friend, opts to retain her everyday attire, opting for a light touch of makeup. Her simplicity, however, does not diminish her innate beauty. The venue for the banquet is the Guancheng Grand Hotel, a place Haitong would not typically visit. This establishment, regarded as one of the city's finest, boasting a 7-star rating, though Haitong is unaware of the veracity of such claims, has been prepped by Shin's aunt, who, after greeting acquaintances, sends her children inside while she waits for her niece's arrival. Upon spotting the vehicle she arranged for her niece trailing behind others, Shin's aunt's face lights up with a smile. Moments later, Shin Xiaojun and Haitong approach her, and they greet in unison. Shin's aunt, initially apprehensive about Haitong's presence, concedes that this girl, having lost her parents, possesses an allure that surpasses her own niece's. Despite her modest background, Haitong exudes an air of refinement and grace, reminiscent of an aristocratic young lady. Her aunt's concerns about Haitong overshadowing her niece dissipate upon learning that she is already married. Seeing Haitong in her everyday clothes, without the opulence of a gown or jewelry, allows Shin's aunt to relax, recognizing her understanding of social nuances. Come, let me guide you inside. Xiaojun, present your invitation, they will check it at the entrance. Shin Xiaojun promptly retrieves her invitation. Once inside, try to observe more and speak less. I shall introduce you to others at the appropriate moment. Tongtong, you are typically more composed than Xiaojun. Keep an eye on her and ensure she does not create a scene. The Guancheng Grand Hotel is one of the many hotels owned by the wealthiest family, and their young masters might also make an appearance tonight. In a hushed tone, Shin's aunt adds, Xiaojun, should you capture the attention of the wealthy family's young masters, it would be a tremendous blessing for our Shin family. They are discreet and maintain excellent family values, avoiding the intrigues of power struggles. If your cousin were older, I would have certainly prioritized her for such an opportunity. However, she is only 17 and still a minor. Discussing marriage is far too premature, Shin Xiaojun interjects, and the threshold to the Guancheng wealthy family is even higher than mine. I shall not indulge in such daydreams. She insists she is merely here to enjoy the food. Haitong, eavesdropping, refrains from interjecting, acknowledging her role as a mere accessory to the evening's festivities, motivated by the promise of delicious cuisine. What is the surname of the wealthy family? Shin Xiaojun inquires, her curiosity piqued. They are called Zhan, comes the reply of the Zhan family. How intriguing, remarks Shin Xiaojun, lightly nudging her friend. Isn't your husband also surnamed Zhan? Haitong smiles knowingly, understanding her friend's implication, while her own Mr. Zhan shares the surname. There is no relation to the affluent family. It is merely a coincidence, as there are countless individuals with the same surname in the world. Although the Zhan family is wealthy, they maintain a low threshold for acceptance. As long as one possesses good character and earns the affection of their sons, the elders are quite open-minded. Shin's aunt dares to dream about her niece's prospects with the Zhan family. Her niece is not only attractive but also possesses commendable character and a respectable family background, albeit not on par with the Zhan family's wealth. Shen Xiaojun, feigning disinterest, allows her aunt's words to wash over her. Much to Shen's aunt's frustration, who feels compelled to admonish her niece, "You two go ahead. I see someone I know and must greet them, aunt. We shall proceed inside," Shen Xiaojun declares, pulling Haitong away to escape her aunt's relentless chatter, which mirrors her mother's nagging. Entering the Guancheng Grand Hotel for the first time, Haitong is in awe, while Shen Xiaojun, having visited countless times, expertly navigates the venue, collecting plates of exquisite food before retreating to a corner. "We don't know anyone here, and they likely won't acknowledge us, Tong Tong. Let's just enjoy our meal and observe what a high society banquet entails." Haitong chuckles. "If aunt knew we were here purely for the food, she would be furious." Unfazed, Shen Xiaojun replies, "With my background, I wouldn't dare entertain thoughts of mingling with the young elites present tonight. My aunt is truly delusional, believing I could catch the eye of the Zhan family's young masters. Tong Tong, do you think I am a beauty beyond compare or merely charming? With my modest looks, do I truly stand a chance with the Zhan family's sons? My aunt is quite the dreamer. Let us not concern ourselves with their expectations, let us eat." The Guancheng Grand Hotel boasts a plethora of culinary delights, and I have longed to sample them, some of which I previously found too extravagant to order. "Tonight, I shall indulge, thanks to you. I shall also partake," Haitong responds, her indifference palpable as a married woman. The two friends relish their time in the corner, savoring their feast until suddenly the entire hotel shifts its attention to the entrance. The atmosphere growing hushed to the two, engrossed in their enjoyment. Sense the change, Haitong nudges her friend, asking, "Xiaojun, why has everyone fallen silent? All eyes on the door. Who has arrived?" "I cannot say," Shen Xiaojun stands, prompting Haitong to follow suit. Both straining to glimpse the entrance, unfortunately, the crowd obstructs their view, and they cannot discern the identity of the newcomer commanding such attention. Such a spectacle must be significant, drawing the attention of the entire establishment. Jianin, clad in a tailored suit and flanked by a cadre of bodyguards, strides into his family's grand hotel. This evening's banquet is hosted by a prominent business magnate, with whom the Zhan family shares a profound friendship. As the head of the Zhan family in this generation, Jianin naturally must extend some courtesy to this esteemed guest, especially since the event is taking place in their own grand hotel, after attending to pressing matters. He makes his entrance into the banquet hall, tall and handsome. Even with his face often set in a stern expression that exudes authority, he remains an undeniable magnet, drawing the attention of all in the vicinity. "Mr. Zhan, Mr. Zhan." As he strides in, he is met with respectful greetings from the attendees. Those with sufficiently high status approach him directly, and Jianin graciously nods in acknowledgement. Chapter 013. Young Master Zhan may have issues amidst the adoration of the crowd. He remains oblivious to the presence of his newlywed wife, Haitong, whose gaze is unable to penetrate the throng to find her husband's face, after straining on tiptoe for a while without success. She loses interest, sits back down, and tugs at a friend, saying, "There's no point in looking anymore. There are so many people we can't see him. Let's eat." For her, the paramount purpose of the evening is to indulge in food. "Tong Tong, wait here for me. I'll go find my aunt and inquire about who just arrived." It's quite the spectacle, almost like an emperor has graced us with his presence. Shen Xiaojun, ever the curious one, receives a casual acknowledgement from Haitong. Shen Xiaojun wanders off on her own. Having finished her delectable treats, Haitong rises with her empty plate, seizing the opportunity while others are preoccupied with the prominent figures. She can effortlessly procure more food without the burden of prying eyes judging her. Upon entering, Jianin first engages in pleasantries with the evening's host, his personal bodyguards, each with a serious demeanor and ever vigilant. Remain alert to the surroundings. They are well aware that their young master prefers to keep a distance from women. Their main task at such gatherings is to shield him from those with ill intentions. One notably tall bodyguard, possessing an eagle-eyed gaze, instinctively scans the venue and seems to spot the figure of their young mistress, though Jianin concealed his identity when he wed Haitong. His bodyguards, being intimately familiar with her, cannot feign ignorance, hence, apart from the matriarch, it is they who recognize her best. The bodyguard briefly questions his eyesight, but upon closer inspection, confirms that it is indeed their young mistress. Unfazed by Zhang Yin's arrival, she busily selects her favorite delicacies, filling both plates to the brim before retreating to a table in the corner, where she nonchalantly enjoys her meal. Bodyguard, after Zhang Yin converses with several familiar executives. The bodyguard seizes a moment to approach him discreetly, whispering, "Young master, I spotted the young mistress." This Jianin furrows his brow momentarily before regaining his composure, responding coolly, "What is she doing here? I do not know. Keep an eye on her. Ensure she does not catch sight of me. Also ascertain who she arrived with and whom she interacts with. Capture it discreetly." In Zhang Yin's mind, Haitong still harbors the potential to be a scheming woman. He surmises her presence here might be an attempt to ascend the social ladder. Considering he has concealed his true identity, she may consider him merely a common worker. The bodyguard respectfully acknowledges his orders. Janine resumes his jovial banter with the executives, as such exchanges often lead to lucrative business deals. Unbeknownst to Haitong, she is being observed by her husband's bodyguard when Shin Xiaojun returns after gathering information. She casually inquires, "So, what did you find out?" "I discovered that the young master of the Zhang family has indeed arrived." The head of the Zhang group, however, I did not catch a glimpse of him due to the crowd and the entourage of bodyguards. My aunt regrettably informed me that the young master does not appreciate the company of women. At every banquet, his bodyguards encircle him, preventing any single woman from initiating conversation. Haitong responds with a nonchalant "oh." Displaying no concern, "Tong Tong, your husband is also surnamed Zhang. Are you truly unconcerned? There cannot be many with the surname Zhang, especially not in the wealthiest family." Shin Xiaojun lifts a glass of red wine and takes a sip. "You read too many novels. There are countless people with the same name in this world, not to mention those sharing a surname. Consider the wealthiest man in Hong Kong, surnamed Li. Does that mean all Lis are related to him?" Shin Xiaojun chuckles in agreement. My partner is simply a working-class individual, driving an East Wind commercial vehicle worth nearly 120 to 130,000. Do you truly believe the young master of the Zhan family would drive such a car? Stop making wild assumptions. Haitong has never entertained fantasies of soaring to great heights. She believes dreaming is fine, but not indulging in unrealistic daydreams. By the way, the young master Zhan seems to resist the approach of young women. Could he be, perhaps, not straight? Is he married? Though Haitong has no interest in the appearance of the young master Zhan, she speculates that his aversion to young women suggests either a lofty disposition or deeper issues. Perhaps he is indeed not straight. I have not heard any news of his marriage, and while we may be from humble beginnings, as the head of the Zhan family, if he were to wed, it would surely create a stir throughout the city. News of his wedding would be all over the internet and newspapers. We would certainly have heard of it. I suspect he is still unmarried. Shin Xiaojun sets down her wineglass. Your reasoning aligns with mine. It does seem he might have some issues. Such an exceptional man without a girlfriend is rather unusual. The thoughts of the wealthy are beyond our comprehension. Let us eat. Once we are satisfied, we will slip away. Shin Xiaojun nods in agreement, and the two girls continue to indulge in their feast, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. Many attendees glance at them. Some merely look and then avert their gaze, while others express disdain and mockery, wondering which young lady had brought her young maid to the banquet, behaving as though they had not enjoyed fine food in ages. Hiding away in a corner to feast, these two girls can certainly eat. Jun Jie, Shin Xiaojun's cousin Zhang Nianshang, approaches. He is 3 years younger than her, and the two have shared a close bond since childhood. After socializing with his parents, his mother suddenly remembered her cousin and sent him to search for her. Nianshang, come sit. Shin Xiaojun pulls out a chair for him. Haitong smiles at Zhang Nianshang, who seems to blush slightly, raising his glass to her with a smile, asking, "Sister Haitong, don't you drink?" "I seldom drink." Haitong, lacking intolerance for alcohol, is cautious about indulging. A single bottle of beer could render her unconscious for an afternoon. She dares not drink recklessly, as it would not only embarrass her but also her friend and the entire Shin family. "Then how about a glass of milk or juice? I can fetch one for you." Zhang Nianshang rises to leave. Haitong instinctively stops him, saying, "Nianshang, there is no need to go. I'm already full and cannot eat another bite." Zhang Nianshang reluctantly sits back down. "Jun Jie, are you and Sister Haitong going to stay here all night?" Zhang Nianshang expresses mild exasperation. "My mother wishes to introduce you to a few suitable young men, but every time she turns to find you, she discovers you're missing. She is too occupied with the other ladies to come and find you, so she sent me to look for you." Chapter 014. He actually has a rival. Shin Xiaojun, now satisfied with her meal, laughs. "Nianshang, you must understand that I have no interest in those young talents, Sister Haitong, and I merely came to broaden our horizons and savor the exquisite cuisine here. Truly, this 7-star hotel lives up to its reputation. The food is exceptionally delightful, and we are thoroughly satisfied." Zhang Nianshang, now that we are both satiated and the hour is late, Nianshang, we shall take our leave. Please inform my aunt. Zhang Nianshang, feeling a bit anxious, sneaks a few more glances at Haitong, saying, "Jun Jie, are you leaving already? The banquet has only just begun. It's still early. It won't conclude until at least 11 at night." Haitong replies, "Sister, and I must open our business tomorrow. We cannot afford to return home at such a late hour." The two women rise, and Zhang Nianshang follows. It's fine to leave later. Zhang Nianshang walks alongside Haitong, striving to persuade the two sisters to linger a while longer. "That one tea do. We only earn from morning, noon, and evening sales. Missing the morning means losing out on a significant amount." Shin Xiaojun playfully pats her cousin on the shoulder, teasingly saying, "Nianshang, enjoy yourself and see if you find a girl you fancy. Though you are still young, there is no harm in experiencing love." Zhang Nianshang steals another glance at Haitong, his face flushing, and shyly replies, "Jun Jie, I just graduated from university. I'd rather wait a few years before considering marriage." Haitong casually remarks, "Boys shouldn't rush. Nianshang, you're only 22, so waiting a couple of years is perfectly acceptable." Zhang Nianshang nods repeatedly, not wanting to hear Haitong's nostalgic remark. "When I first met Nianshang, he was just a young boy. Now he has grown so much." Zhang Nianshang, Unable to keep the two sisters from leaving, Zhang Yanqing sees them off from the hotel. Jun Jie, didn't you drive here? My mother arranged for a car to pick us up, Shin Xiaojun nonchalantly remarked. I'll just call a taxi with Tong Tong. Yanqing, you go inside and inform my aunt. We'll be on our way first. I hope you enjoy yourself. The hotel entrance was bustling with people, who cast fleeting glances at Shin Xiaojun and Haitong, finding them unfamiliar, and thus no one approached to engage in conversation. Preferring not to hail a cab from the hotel, the two women strolled to the roadside, where they successfully flagged down a taxi. Turning to the ever-attentive Zhang Yanqing, they said, Yanqing, hurry back to the hotel. We're leaving now. Zhang Yanqing waved reluctantly, watching as the two sisters climbed into the taxi and drove off into the night. He lingered on the roadside for a while before turning to make his way back. At the hotel entrance, he encountered Jeanine, who had just emerged from within. Jeanine still commanded attention, flanked by a cadre of bodyguards that accentuated his regal demeanor. Upon seeing him, Zhang Yanqing instinctively stepped aside to allow Jeanine to pass. Young Master Zhang, Jeanine greeted politely as he paused before Zhang Yanqing. The latter, taken aback, responded with a smile. Young Master Zhang. Others present were somewhat surprised to witness the exchange. While the Zhang family was affluent, they had little in common with the Zhang family. To them, Zhang Yanqing still appeared to be a mere novice, having recently entered the family business at the grassroots level as a lowly employee. The fact that the seemingly unattainable Jeanine engaged with Zhang Yanqing raised eyebrows. Was he acknowledging Zhang Yanqing's potential as the future heir of the Zhang family, or perhaps recognizing the Zhang family's promising prospects? Zhang and Shin, who had accompanied Jeanine out of the hotel, were both astonished and delighted to see him greet their SONI. In the business realm of Guancheng, gaining Jeannine's favor was akin to hitting the jackpot. Promising boundless opportunities ahead, the couple had brought their son to the banquet mainly to facilitate friendships for their children and pave the way for their futures. Young Master Zhang was just. I was seeing my two sisters off in a taxi and just returned. Before Jeanine could complete his inquiry, Zhang Yanqing hurriedly clarified his earlier actions, fearing Jeanine might misinterpret his presence as disdain for the event or the hotel services. The Guancheng Grand Hotel was, after all, one of the establishments owned by the Zhang family. Jeanine simply acknowledged with a non-committal grunt and continued past Zhang Yanqing, projecting an air of courteous indifference. Zhang Yanqing, still grappling with the situation, felt overwhelmed by the throng of people surrounding Jeanine as he moved past, rendering him a mere peripheral figure. Jeanine typically made brief appearances at such gatherings before departing, a behavior everyone had come to expect. Meanwhile, those who had successfully seized the opportunity to discuss business with him felt a sense of triumph, grateful for their quick actions. Soon, the Rolls-Royce with the license plate number XX8888, escorted by several bodyguard vehicles, departed from the Guancheng Grand Hotel. Where to, sir? The driver inquired as he drove. Jeanine glanced at his watch and noted it was merely 9:30 in the evening. Quite early by his standards. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, to Mingyuan Garden. The driver acknowledged and set off. To Zhanyin's surprise, he arrived home before Haitong, returning to the empty, unwelcoming space that lacked warmth or companionship. He settled onto the sofa, idly watching television while awaiting his wife, who had left the hotel earlier yet had not yet returned. The bodyguards had diligently captured every moment of Haitong's actions at the banquet. Sending the images to Zhanyin's phone. As he perused the pictures, he noted how she indulged in food as if she hadn't eaten in ages. However, he found solace in the fact that she was discreetly consuming her meal in a corner. Rather than attempting to flirt with other men, observing her attire, Zhanine frowned. She had opted for a casual look rather than donning formal evening wear. Of course, had she chosen to appear at the event in flamboyant attire, he would have locked the door to prevent her from returning. Apart from Zhang Yanqing, she appeared to have engaged with no other males. After all, Zhang Yanqing was the cousin of her close friend, and they must have known each other for some time. Finally, Zhang Yin's gaze fixated on a particular photograph, his lips pressed tightly together, his expression growing increasingly cold and intense. The bodyguard's candid shots had inadvertently captured Zhang Yanqing stealing glances at Haitong. And as the head of the Zhang group, Zhang Yin's gaze was as sharp as a blade. Such a seemingly trivial moment did not escape his notice. Zhang Yanqing harbored feelings for Haitong. He had a rival. The sound of the door lock stirred, prompting Zhanine to hastily shove his phone back into his pocket. Abandoning the images, Haitong entered, surprised to find Zhanine seated on the sofa watching television. As she shut the door and locked it, she inquired, "Mr. Zhan, no late work tonight?" Zhanine replied in a low tone. Haitong approached, holding a transparent plastic bag. "I bought stinky tofu, would you like some?" Zhanine shot her a dark glare, incredulous that she could still be hungry after her feast at the banquet. "You're quite the foodie." Stinky tofu, while notorious for its odor, is known to become increasingly flavorful with each bite. It was a delicacy favored by a certain man she had once loved. Settling beside Zhanine, Haitong opened the bag, releasing the pungent aroma of stinky tofu. Unbeknownst to her, Zhanine discreetly shifted away, attempting to distance himself from the unfamiliar scent. "The man you adore, the one on the RMB bills." Zhang Yin's expression remained impassive. To him, money is merely a series of digits in a bank account. Would you care to try a piece? It's quite delicious, really. I enjoy it immensely. I'll pass. You can indulge yourself. Also, could you perhaps enjoy it on the balcony? I cannot tolerate that smell. Noticing his grimace, Haitong grabbed the bag and moved away, pondering those with high incomes likely lead exceptionally refined lives. On the balcony, she savored her treat with abandon. Janine, from within, could see her silhouette, his handsome face shifting between moods. Unsure of how to express his feelings, after all, everyone has their own preferences. Mr. Jean, since you're free tonight, could you rise a bit earlier tomorrow? She asked from the balcony as Janine paused before coldly responding. Is there something you need? He was probably just inherently aloof. From their first encounter, his words had always been laced with chilliness. Haitong silently mused that she was merely cohabitating with him. Should it become unbearable, they would simply divorce. I would like you to drive me to the flower shop at the market tomorrow to buy some potted plants for the balcony, since you have a car. It would be more convenient. Janine remained silent. If you can't wake up early enough, feel free to lend me your car. I can manage on my own. What time? After a moment of internal struggle, Janine decided to ask her the time, resolving to accompany her to the market's flower shop the next morning. 6 o'clock. Let us have breakfast first before buying flowers and picking up some daily essentials. On her first day in the new home, Haitong noted the lack of basic necessities, suspecting that Janine had not resided there prior to her arrival, as it bore no semblance of domestic life. Very well, Janine acquiesced. Once Haitong had finished her stinky tofu and returned inside, he asked her, did your shop close early tonight? I wasn't at the shop. A friend invited me to accompany her to the banquet. By the way, Mr. Jean, may I ask you something? I hope it's not too inconvenient. Taking a seat across from Janine, her beautiful eyes locked onto his, despite his cold demeanor and less than friendly attitude towards her. She understood he had built up defenses, not against others, but specifically against her, yet, he was undeniably handsome, a striking sight that was pleasing to behold. I heard tonight's banquet was held at the Guancheng Grand Hotel, owned by the wealthiest family in the area. I also heard that their young master is named Jean. Is there any relation between you and that family? Janine, maintaining an impassive expression, replied coolly. 500 years ago, we were one family. At Haitong sighed in relief and smiled. I knew you had no ties to the richest family. Noticing her apparent relief and delight, Janine curiously inquired. You don't wish for me to have any connections with them? It's night now. Haitong chuckled. Don't indulge in fantasies. If you were related to the Jean family, would you marry me? A complete stranger. Even if you were a distant relative, the threshold is already beyond my reach. It would simply feel awkward. Since we have no ties, I believe we are of the same ilk. Without any psychological pressure, Janine remained silent, pursing his lips. I heard your grandmother mention you work for a large corporation. Have you heard of young Master Jean? He is the heir of the wealthiest family, and he attended the banquet tonight, surrounded by admirers, as if an emperor had arrived. Xiao Jun and I had to stand on tiptoe just to catch a glimpse of him. Janine continued to be silent, but his gaze towards Haitong grew increasingly somber and cold. They say young Master Jean is always accompanied by a group of bodyguards who don't allow young women to approach him. Xiao Jun gathered that he hasn't married yet and has no rumors surrounding him, so he likely doesn't even have a girlfriend. Mr. Jean, do you think it's unusual for a man his age to remain unmarried? Perhaps there are issues with his orientation. Janine was nearly taken aback by her words, almost biting his own tongue in surprise. He glared intensely at Haitong, incredulous that she would dare to question his sexual orientation in his presence. To Haitong, his fierce gaze appeared as astonishment, prompting her to analyze. Given his status, and the fact that he forbade young women from approaching him, did that not imply he had no interest in women? It was only natural to assume that disinterest in women indicated a problem, which explained why, at his age, he remained unmarried. In the world of the affluent, the lives of ordinary folk like them were often beyond comprehension. Struggling to suppress the urge to throttle her, Janine coldly inquired, how do you know he is an old man? Simply because he has aged. Is it a problem if he chooses not to associate with younger women? As the head of the Jean family, he is not a mere character in a novel. The heirs who successfully take over wealthy families are invariably mature and composed, typically over the age of 35. Well into middle age, for someone of my youth, how could he not be considered an old man? Janine opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. He could not divulge that the Jean family's young master was nearly 30 years old. Just 5 years her senior, hardly qualifying as an old man. After a prolonged silence, he coolly asked, are you particularly interested in the young master of the Jean family? Not particularly. She simply found herself discussing the gossip surrounding the esteemed CEO for the first time, her curiosity leading her to make a few speculative remarks. Anshin was quite hopeful that Xiao Jun could win the favor of the young master, although Xiao Jun herself was reluctant to marry into a wealthy family, knowing that once one enters, it is akin to plunging into a deep sea. She had previously heard Xiao Jun recount the hardships Anshin faced when she first married into wealth. The Shin family was affluent, having become rich through redevelopment, yet Anshin still struggled after her marriage. For ordinary girls like them, the fairy tales of princes and princesses were but fanciful dreams. It's late, I shall go take a shower. After engaging in idle chatter with her husband, Haitong found herself at a loss for topics. Still feeling unfamiliar with him, she stood up and walked away, heading to the balcony to retrieve her clothes, remarking, "When you renovated the house, you should have had someone install 2 rods on the balcony for drying clothes." Jeanine remained silent. He had purchased a fully furnished apartment and typically did not concern himself with such trivial matters. Unaware that one would need to install rods for drying clothes on the balcony. Chapter 16. The young master of the Jean family descends from his pedestal on the weekend after meeting your parents. "I will return to my hometown to fetch a couple of bamboo poles," Jeanine replied nonchalantly. "No need. I will have someone come tomorrow to install them." The notion of the grand young mistress of the Jean family traveling all the way back to her rural home just to fetch 2 bamboo poles for drying clothes was ludicrous. "Very well, then I shall leave it to you. This is also my home," Haitong replied with a hum, clutching her clothes as she made her way to her room. Upon opening her door, she turned back to Jeanine and said, "If you wish, after your shower, you can bring out your clothes, and I will wash them for you while I do my laundry. No need, thank you. Tomorrow I will have 2 washing machines delivered, 1 for each bathroom, to make things more convenient. Alright, just let me know how much you spent on the washing machines, and I will contribute half." He had already given her a bank card, stating it was for household expenses, and she certainly could not expect him to bear the entire cost of the machines. Jeanine replied coolly, "2 washing machines won't cost much, just over 10,000 yuan, and I can manage that. Besides, this is for our small household." Fearing she might think he was incapable of managing household matters, he added, "I usually work long hours, leaving early and returning late. I send my clothes to the dry cleaners, which is why I haven't purchased a washing machine." It was not that he was inept at managing life. Rather, he had simply not considered such matters before. Having lived a privileged existence as a young master for the past 30 years, while he could manage some tasks, he had never actually done laundry. Haitong understood that many high-ranking professionals, due to their busy schedules, often made do without concerning themselves with mundane matters. "Mr. Jean, you should get some rest." Haitong entered her room, promptly closing and locking the door. Upon hearing the sound of her locking the door, Jean-Yin's expression darkened. Feeling she was wary of him, he recalled that he, too, locked his door at night, even closing the windows, similarly guarding against her. He felt it evened out. Their current arrangement was quite agreeable. Both had their boundaries and respected one another, allowing ample space for freedom. Most importantly, she had not expected him to fulfill any obligations of a husband. After a brief moment, Jean-Yin took out his phone and called Uncle Ming, instructing him in a low voice. Once he answered, "Uncle Ming, please arrange for 2 washing machines to be delivered to Mingyuan Garden tomorrow. Choose the brand as you see fit. It need not be too expensive, but it shouldn't be overly cheap either." Uncle Ming respectfully acknowledged the request. Jean-Yin quickly ended the call and glanced at the firmly closed door before returning to his own room. The night passed in silence. The following morning, at 6 o'clock, Jeanine was awakened by a voice call. Glancing at his phone, he noticed it was Haitong calling. He felt a surge of annoyance but restrained himself and answered her call. "Mr. Jean, are you awake? We agreed to go to the flower shop at 6 o'clock. I'm up, then I will wait for you. Hurry." "Alright." Having promised her the night before, Jeanine quickly got up, changed his clothes, freshened up, and left the house. Haitong, clutching a small purse filled with her phone keys and the bank card Jeanine had given her for household expenses, planned to check the balance at the ATM to see how much money she had available for shopping. "Let's go." Jeanine approached her, stating matter-of-factly. Haitong nodded and followed him out. The couple walked together in silence. Haitong initially sought to engage him in conversation, but upon seeing his serious demeanor, his handsome face taut with an air of aloofness, she lost the desire to speak. He seemed the type who ought to be a teacher, so serious that he could easily command a classroom full of children. Shortly after they arrived at the market, Haitong directed Jeanine to park in an open area, and after exiting the car, she said to him, "Let's go have breakfast first." Jeanine remained silent, quietly following her lead. The young master of the Jean family was quite unaccustomed to the bustling market atmosphere, yet he cooperated with Haitong, concealing his discomfort. They each ordered a bowl of soup rice noodles at the breakfast stall, with Haitong additionally ordering a steamer of dumplings, as she had a hearty appetite and found 1 bowl insufficient. Jeanine ate slowly. Haitong thought his eating manner was particularly appealing. Watching him eat only whetted her appetite further. Had she not feared his disdain for her voraciousness, she would have ordered another serving of wontons and a slice of golden cake. "If you're still hungry, feel free to order more." Noticing her lingering hunger, Jeanine replied, "With that appetite of yours, a bowl of soup rice noodles and a steamer of dumplings could hardly suffice. Last night at the banquet, you were eating non-stop for over an hour. Even then, you still packed stinky tofu to take home." Given her slender figure, which resembled that of a model, it was astonishing how she could eat so much without gaining weight. "I am full. It's just watching you eat that makes me feel hungry." Jeanine frowned. "Don't be upset. I meant to say your eating manner is quite pleasing. Watching you makes it seem as though you were savoring a feast of delicacies, which is simply irresistible." Jeanine regarded her silently, returning his attention to his soup rice noodles. He was merely unaccustomed to the food, which explained his slow pace. After the couple had their fill, They continued with Haitong leading the way. Instead of heading directly to the flower shop, she stopped at a nearby ATM that was accessible 24 hours a day, where she pulled out the card Janine had given her. Having a good memory, she recalled the password he had written down. Inserting the card into the machine, she entered the password and checked the balance, discovering it was a modest sum of 100,000 yuan. With such an amount, she could purchase many of the household items they would need. If the funds run low, just let me know, and I will transfer more to this card. This is already quite sufficient for our small household. We hardly need such an amount. I just wanted to see how much we had so we can budget accordingly when shopping. After buying furniture, they would also need to leave some for living expenses. She had checked her deliveries, which would begin arriving the next day. In any case, she was determined to prepare a sumptuous meal for her in-laws on the day they met. Now, let us head to the flower shop. Haitong tucked the bank card back into her purse and led Janine towards a flower shop not far away. Several flower shops dotted the area near the market, which thrived in business, as shoppers tended to frequent them early in the morning and late in the evening. Consequently, the flower shops opened their doors early. Haitong first consulted Janine, confirming he had no particular preferences regarding flowers, and then proceeded to select a variety of potted plants according to her taste, even purchasing 2 flower stands to install at home herself. Chapter 17. The meeting with the in-laws. Janine observed her as she made her selections. Watching her haggle with the shop owner. A pot of flowers priced at 50 yuan was reduced to half the price under her negotiation skills, and she managed to convey to the owner that not selling to her would be a loss. Janine found it utterly fascinating. His family members never bothered to haggle over prices, they simply paid what was asked. To his surprise, his wife was quite the negotiator, and the flower shop owner looked as though he had suffered a significant loss. Janine nearly chuckled. After payment was settled, Haitong began transporting the potted plants one by one to Janine's car. At first, Janine stood by, merely observing, but soon he felt it was somewhat ostentatious to let a young lady handle the flowers alone. Thus, he joined Haitong in carrying the blooms, filling his vehicle to the brim with them. Fortunately, the florist had provided some cardboard to lay on the seats, preventing any dirt from marring the upholstery. Do we need to purchase anything else? Janine inquired as he entered the car. With the vehicle already packed to capacity, he decided against any further shopping, remarking that managing a household was not a task to be accomplished in a day or two. He would take his time to procure and arrange everything. When he had the leisure, Haitong fastened her seatbelt and checked her phone for the time, saying to him, "We should head back first. I need to visit my sister later." Janine silently started the car. "Mr. Jean," she continued, "this weekend, my grandmother and your parents are coming over. May I inform my sister to bring her husband along for a meal? Since we have tied the knot, irrespective of our feelings, it is only fitting for both families to meet, to avoid any awkwardness should they encounter each other unexpectedly." Haitong still had her grandparents and uncles in the countryside, yet they had always regarded her and her sister as burdensome due to their gender. After their parents tragically perished in an accident, not one of the relatives was willing to take them in. Instead, they even claimed a portion of the compensation their parents had earned with their lives. The house their parents left behind was occupied by their grandparents, a place she had no intention of returning to. Nor did she wish to acknowledge them as her kin. They had scorned the sisters for being girls, refusing to shelter them in their time of need, and even had the audacity to demand a dowry of 300,000 at her sister's wedding, only to be fiercely rebuffed by the sisters. Her sister was adamant that her husband should not pay them a cent. Ultimately, they left without receiving the dowry, cursing as they departed, even skipping the wedding. In Haitong's heart, her sister was her true family. Janine did not object, calmly responding, "That is only proper. Please inform your sister. Let her come over on Saturday to meet my parents, alright, before long." They arrived back at Mingyuan Garden. The car was parked downstairs, and Haitong, like a determined young woman, began hauling the flowers upstairs. Janine, however, summoned the community security guards, offering them a generous fee to assist in carrying the potted plants up. If a problem could be solved with money, it was best to do so, sparing oneself from unnecessary labor. Although Haitong thought his method of spending money was impractical, considering their unfamiliarity, she hesitated to criticize his extravagance. Viewed from another perspective, it was his thoughtfulness, not wanting her to become overly fatigued, that sum of money spent was, in her eyes, worthwhile. Soon, a corner of the balcony was filled with potted flowers. Janine went to see the security guards off, while Haitong stood on the balcony, observing. The balcony was so spacious that even with a carload of potted plants, they only occupied a small section. The flower rack had yet to be assembled, something she would have to do later in the evening. "What's wrong?" she queried. "The balcony is too large. These flowers do not create the effect I desire." Janine glanced at the arrangement and replied coolly, "What sort of effect are you aiming for? A little garden?" Haitong nodded. "You are heading to your sister's, right? You go ahead. I will return to the florist to buy a few more loads of potted flowers." Checking the time, she asked him, "What are your working hours? I can go a little later." Understanding dawned on her. As a senior white-collar worker, he possessed certain privileges. She produced her bank card and handed it to Janine. Advising him, you must negotiate with the owner. Having the price should suffice, Jeanine declined the card, stating, I have funds available. After giving him a couple of glances, she chose not to insist further. She needed to visit her sister. Reiterating her request for him to bargain when purchasing flowers, before hastily leaving with the key to her electric scooter, unbeknownst to her, after her departure, her husband recorded a short video of the balcony with his phone and sent it to the garden steward. Huebo, at Jean's estate, Huebo promptly called back, young master, he greeted, have you viewed the video? Transform this balcony into a little garden. Please assess how many pots of flowers will be required, selecting affordable, easy-to-bloom varieties with large, intricate blossoms from the greenhouse, and have them delivered to Unit 808, Building B, Mingyuan Garden. Accompanying Haitong to purchase flowers, Jeanine noticed her preference for blossoms that were grand and complex. She had little affection for those with simple petals. Also, remember to provide an itemized bill, he added. Huebo acknowledged, understood. I will ensure delivery before this evening. Excellent, simply place them on the balcony after bringing them upstairs. The arrangement is entirely up to Haitong. As I cannot presume to know her tastes, Huebo responded with utmost respect. Jeanine quickly ended the call, oblivious to the machinations. Haitong, in a cheerful mood, prepared breakfast for her sister and nephew, even purchasing an electric motorcycle for her nephew, Auntie. Upon entering the house, she heard her nephew Zhou Yang call out with glee, Yang Yang, you're up early today, come see what I bought you, a motorcycle. Zhou Yang, only 2 years old, had a limited vocabulary but rushed over it, joyfully circling the electric motorcycle. Unable to articulate his excitement, Hai Ling emerged from the bathroom after tossing their clothes into the washing machine. Tong Tong, you're spending money recklessly again. This motorcycle for my nephew is hardly frivolous. Haitong set down the breakfast and lifted her nephew, instructing him on how to ride the electric motorcycle. Zhou Yang, quick to learn, soon zoomed around the living room with glee. Sister, I brought breakfast for you and Yang Yang. I set my alarm last night and prepared everything early for your husband to eat before he left for work. Seeing her son delighted, Hai Ling smiled. You needn't bring breakfast anymore. You are married now. With your own household, the money you earn should be spent on your family. Do not always bring it to my house, or your brother-in-law may take issue with it. She wished to prevent her sister from appearing as a burden. Buying breakfast doesn't cost much, sister. I am well aware of my finances. Haitong, who earned a decent income, would support her sister but would not pour all her earnings into it, as she still aspired to buy a home. Has Yang Yang eaten? She asked, gently touching Zhou Yang's forehead to check his temperature, which felt normal. He has had milk, and I'm preparing congee for him. He won't go hungry. Hai Ling was meticulous in caring for her son. Jeanine will be back in a couple of days. This Saturday, his parents are visiting. You and my brother-in-law should also come to Mingyuan Garden to meet his family. Please inform him. Upon hearing this, Hai Ling expressed delight. Your brother-in-law is back from his business trip? He mentioned he would be home by Friday evening. Very well, I'll inform my husband. Hai Ling understood the situation well, recognizing her sister had suddenly married, but she refrained from probing further, harboring concerns about the man her sister had wed. Having never seen him in person, she placed great importance on meeting the family of her sister's husband. After spending some time at her sister's home, Haitong proceeded to work following her departure. Hai Ling fed her son congee before taking him out for a stroll, hoping to shop for a couple of new outfits to wear on the day her sister met her in-laws. Typically, she dressed casually at home, often in market-bought attire. In her younger days, she had been more discerning about her wardrobe. While not from high-end brands, her clothes were certainly of higher quality than mere street vendor wares. Now, as a married woman with a child, she had lost her job and income, her previous savings consumed by home renovations. Presently, every penny was calculated, primarily spent on the family, with little left for herself. To leave a good impression on her sister's in-laws, Hai Ling purchased 2 stylish outfits and also bought her husband a new suit and tie, just as she exited the clothing store. Her husband called. Hello, dear. Holding her son and pushing the stroller, she answered the phone. What have you bought now? You've already spent over 1,000. That's more than half of this month's living expenses, just to let you know. The household expenses are to be shared equally. The money you spent today counts as yours, so if you run short later, it's up to you to manage. Hai Ling's husband, Zhou Honglin, had set up a special bank card for her, depositing a sum each month for household expenses. However, the card was linked to his phone number, meaning he received notifications for every transaction. They aimed to keep their family's daily expenses within 100 yuan. With Zhou Honglin depositing 3,000 monthly into the household account. If Hai Ling was frugal, she could save a few hundred for personal use, but if their child fell ill, the 3,000 would often be depleted before the month ended. Having forgotten her own bank card, she had to use the household card, unexpectedly triggering this inquiry from her husband. I saw you were at the clothing store. Have you bought clothes? Why so expensive? Over 1,000 spent in one go. Can't you be a bit more economical? Do you think making money is easy? I still have to repay the mortgage and car loan, provide living expenses for my parents, and care for Yang Yang, who still requires formula and diapers, all of which entail significant expenses. You do not earn any money, relying solely on me, yet you remain oblivious to the need for frugality and fail to empathize with my situation. Hailing halted, waiting for her husband to finish his accusations. She calmly clarified. Tongtong mentioned that her brother-in-law would return on Friday, and that on Saturday our families should gather, meet, and share a meal. As Tongtong's guardian, I must make a good impression on our laws.my previous clothes no longer fit, so I have no choice but to purchase 2 new outfits. I also bought you a new suit and tie. Honglin, this weekend, we shall not visit your mother's home. Upon hearing her explanation, Zhou Honglin muttered something under his breath. Hailing could not catch it and inquired, Honglin, what did you say? Nothing of consequence. Meeting the parents necessitates dressing well. But there is no need to purchase 2 outfits. One should suffice. Moreover, you ought to lose some weight. If you shed a few pounds, your old clothes would fit again. The quality of your previous garments is too good to waste. Look at you, indulging in food and drink daily, frivolously spending money and transforming yourself into a veritable pig. If you were an actual pig, you might fetch a fair price at the year's end. But you are not a pig that can be sold for profit. Zhou Honglin, contemplating his wife's increasingly corpulent figure, spoke with evident disdain. During their intimate moments, unless he was particularly desperate, he found himself reluctant to engage with her. The once astute, capable, and attractive Hailing had vanished. He never anticipated that merely 3 years of marriage could result in such a transformation. His mother and sister were right. Hailing had indeed eaten herself into this state. All while failing to contribute financially and squandering their resources. Manager Zhou, his young secretary, interjected as she entered the room. The sweet timbre of her voice prompted Zhou Honglin to hastily inform his wife on the phone. Hailing, I must attend to work now. Please return home and prepare dinner. I dread coming home to find no meal ready. What on earth do you do all day? Without waiting for Hailing's response, he abruptly ended the call. Manager Zhou, please take a look at this document. If everything is in order, kindly sign it. The young secretary handed a document to Zhou Honglin. He acknowledged her with a grunt, reviewed the document, and upon confirming its accuracy, signed it.as. He returned the document to the secretary. He retrieved a rectangular brocade box from his drawer and, gazing at her with affection, stated, Yeji, after concluding my business last night, I passed by Chaudai Fuk and selected a gold necklace for you. Do take a look and see if it pleases you. Yeji, and I opened the box to reveal a stunning gold necklace. Her face lighting up with a smile as she lifted it from the box. Zhou Honglin rose and moved behind her, taking the necklace from her hands and gently offering, allow me to put it on for you. Very well, she replied. Zhou Honglin adorned her with the necklace, planting a kiss on her cheek while complimenting her. It looks exquisite and suits you perfectly. Yeji and I stood up, wrapping her arms around his neck and planting a soft kiss on his cheek. Sweetly expressing, Manager Zhou, thank you. I adore this necklace. When we are alone, you may call me Honglin. Zhou Honglin embraced her tightly, his handsome face radiating desire as he leaned in to whisper something in Yeji's ear. She immediately pushed him away, playfully admonishing, you have a beloved wife and a child at home. We agreed that our relationship would be purely emotional, without any further entanglements. Chapter 19, An unexpected incident. She reveled in her superior's affection and gifts, accepting flowers and presents, yet she maintained the boundary of a mere kiss, preserving the last vestige of restraint. It was not out of virtue but rather a strategic play to entice Zhou Honglin. What she sought was not to be a clandestine mistress, but rather to become Zhou Honglin's wife. However, Zhou Honglin and his spouse had a long history, having been college sweethearts. The woman named Hailing had once served as the financial director of this company. But by the time Yeji and I joined, Hailing had already resigned to become a homemaker. Yeji and I had never met Hailing, but through old colleagues, she learned that Hailing had given birth to their son, Zhou Yan, just a year into their marriage, and had since dedicated herself to childcare. They also spoke of how Hailing's figure had changed post-pregnancy, rendering her as round as a ball. She had overheard Zhou Honglin lamenting about his wife's weight on numerous occasions. Yeji and I silently chided Hailing for her lack of foresight. Even after marriage, one must strive to maintain their figure. How could any man be attracted to a woman who had let herself go? It was no wonder Zhou Honglin had turned his affections towards her. Hailing's failure to maintain her beauty had surely diminished Zhou Honglin's appetite for her, particularly as she squandered their finances. Had Hailing exercised more restraint, Zhou Honglin could have allocated more of his resources towards Yeji and I. Upon mentioning Hailing, Zhou Honglin expressed disdain. She is like a pig. Merely the sight of her turns my stomach. Were it not for providing our son with a complete family, I would have divorced her long ago. Yet his sister-in-law maintained her figure remarkably well, appearing more youthful and attractive than Hailing. Though both women hailed from humble beginnings, Hailing's sister Haitong possessed a more refined aura. Certainly Hailing had once exuded that same elegance, but her current state was a testament to the adage that one's beauty can be entirely undone by weight gain. Unbeknownst to Hailing, her husband had already begun an affair with his young secretary. While she was aware of the existence of a secretary, she paid little heed to the sweetness in the secretary's voice during their phone conversation. With her son back in the stroller, she pushed him along, only to inadvertently collide with a parked Maybach. The impact of the stroller against the luxury car caused minimal damage, but it did mar its surface. Upon recognizing the emblem, she was struck with fear. Coincidentally, the owner returned and approached the scene briskly. "Sir, I am so sorry, I apologize profusely." Hailing repeated her apologies. The man, appearing to be in his mid-30s, dressed in black, had a well-defined face marred by a prominent scar on his right cheek, lending him an intimidating presence. Young Zhou Yang, upon seeing him, instinctively turned to Hailing and reached out for her embrace. The scarred man assessed his vehicle, glanced at Hailing and the child, and though his expression was stern, he refrained from raising his voice, simply stating, "Provide me with your contact number once my car is repainted. I will inform you of the expenses for reimbursement, sir. I am truly sorry." After a moment of silence, the scarred man continued, "The incident has already occurred. Apologies do little to rectify it. Please exercise caution while walking. If my car is marred, you shall bear the cost of repairs. Should anything happen to your child, you would undoubtedly feel the weight of that sorrow." Yes, it is my fault. I will be more careful in the future." Hailing retrieved her phone. "Sir, please provide your number, and I will call you. You may retain mine as well. I assure you I will cover any costs incurred for repairs." The scarred man relayed his number, and Hailing dialed it, hanging up after one ring. "What is your surname?" "Merely the surname. Hi, my name is Hailing." The scarred man noted her name, waved his hand, and said, "Very well, you may leave now." Hailing apologized once more before hastily pushing her son away from the scene. She knew her husband would be furious upon her return home. At that moment, a procession of luxury cars approached, one of which was a Rolls-Royce, specifically designated for Jean Yin. As the convoy came to a stop, Jeanine rolled down his window and spotted the scarred man. "Dongming, what brings you here?" "I stepped out to purchase a few items, not expecting someone to mar my vehicle." "Were you unable to catch the culprit?" Jeanine instinctively asked. "Do you require my assistance in locating the individual responsible for the damage?" "No need, I have secured her number. Once my car is repaired, I will seek compensation from her. In Guancheng, she cannot possibly evade my grasp." Dongming returned to his vehicle, quickly starting the engine as he instructed Jeanine. "Let us depart." Jeanine, hearing this, ceased his inquiries, rolled up the window, and soon several luxury cars sped away. The day passed swiftly, and before long, it was evening. After the students had begun their evening study, Haitong intended to head into the small kitchen to prepare dinner for herself and Xiaojun, but she received a call from her sister. "Tong, I have thought long and hard today. I must share something with you." "Sis, what is it?" "This morning, while shopping, I accidentally scratched a Maybach with Yang Yang's stroller. Such a luxury car, even a minor repair will cost a fortune. I calculated that my savings would scarcely cover the expenses. I mentioned it to your brother-in-law, and not only did he scold me, but he also declared that it was my fault and that he would not assist me in resolving this issue." Upon hearing this, Hailing's heart sank, and she quickly asked, "Sis, please don't panic. How much will it cost to repair the car?" "I do not yet know. The owner took my number and said he would contact me once the repairs are complete. Sis, as long as you and Yang are unharmed, we shall cover the costs regardless of the amount. I will lend you the money, so do not worry." Hailing's voice quivered as she replied, Tong, I feel utterly useless for causing such a calamity. "Sis, it was not intentional. Do not be disheartened. Money is but a material possession. As long as you are safe, that is what matters." After comforting her sister, Haitong turned to her friend and said, "Xiaojun, I must return home for a bit." Of course, understanding that Hailing was in distress, Xiaojun urged her friend to go home. Haitong hurried to her sister's house, providing solace for the entire night, only returning home in the late hours. As she opened the door, Jeanine's cold voice inquired, "Why are you home so late?" As Haitong closed the door to her room, she replied, "My sister encountered a bit of trouble." Jeanine's frigid expression softened slightly as he inquired, "What happened to your sister?" "She accidentally bumped into a luxury car while pushing Yang during her shopping trip this morning, scratching its surface. The repair costs are likely to be substantial." My sister has been unemployed for the past few years and is worried she won't be able to afford the damages." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yin's dark eyes flickered with concern. Could it be that his grandaunt had collided with Lu Dongming's vehicle? What type of car was it that she hit? Will the repair costs be considerable? Zhang Yin asked with an impassive demeanor. My sister mentioned it was a Maybach, and given the scratch, the expenses should be quite high. She felt uneasy, uncertain about how much such a vehicle would incur for repairs. Chapter 20. Lu Dongming. Zhang Yin fell silent. Indeed, the person who had marred Lu Dongming's car was none other than his previously unknown grandaunt. "Mr. Zhang, it's getting late. I should return to my room to rest." Although she had comforted her sister, Haitong's mood was still affected by the uncertainty. She bade Jeanine farewell and retreated to her room. Jeanine opened his mouth to say something, but she had already entered. The flowers on the balcony, she would arrange them herself when she awakened in the morning. Nevertheless, Jeanine felt a peculiar disquiet within him, akin to having performed a good deed and awaiting her praise. "Mr. Zhang," the door opened once more, and Haitong stood at the threshold, asking, "Did you buy a washing machine? How much was it?" The two washing machines cost a total of 7,000 yuan. Haitong compared it to the washing machine at her sister's home and deemed the price reasonable. Thus refraining from further comment, Haitong Jeanine called out just as she was about to close the door, "Regarding your sister's matter, it can be resolved. If you find yourselves short on funds, let me know. I can lend your sister some. Haitong expressed her gratitude. Mr. Jean, thank you. Once we know the repair costs, we can see if we have enough to cover it, but if not, I will borrow a bit from you on my sister's behalf. Despite being newlyweds who hardly knew each other, Haitong felt genuinely appreciative of his willingness to help in her sister's time of need. Yes, it's late. You should rest and not dwell on it. There will always be a way. You too. Good night. Haitong wished him good night before retreating to her room. Jeanine lingered in the hall for a moment before making his way back to his own room. Once the door was shut, he took out his phone and dialed Lu Dongming. Dongming, are you asleep? Lu Dongming chuckled. How could I be? I typically don't sleep until 2 or 3 in the morning. What's up? Are you inviting me for drinks? Come over. I'll share some of my fine wines with you. How much did the paint job on your car cost? Jeanine hadn't looked at the damage when it occurred and was unaware of the extent of the scratches. It wasn't too severe. Probably just around 10,000 yuan. Did you not file an insurance claim? It was a minor issue. I couldn't be bothered. Jeanine, why are you suddenly asking about this? After a brief silence, Jeanine replied, the woman who scratched your car this morning is the elder sister of my grandmother's savior. The two sisters depend on each other, and the woman is now a housewife without any income. After damaging your vehicle, she is worried about going bankrupt due to the compensation. Lu Dongming responded, what a coincidence, it turns out to be your grandmother's savior's sister. How did you find out? Jeanine fabricated a response. My grandmother has a fondness for her savior and often visits to chat. When she noticed her savior was feeling down, my grandmother inquired about the reason, and the woman with the surname Hai revealed it. Indeed, her name is Hai Ling. What is your grandmother's savior called? Haitong. The name alone indicated the two were indeed sisters. Since she is your grandmother's savior's sister, I won't pursue the matter any further. That sum is trifling to me, however, as the victim. If I simply appear magnanimous and let her off without any compensation, she may not learn her lesson and may inadvertently damage someone else's car in the future. Lu Dongming, one of the 4 heirs of the Lu family, was 35 years old. Although he had not yet taken over the family business, he had established the Lu Group on his own, with numerous subsidiaries, making him a wealthy billionaire. He was known for his generosity and loyalty, having once mingled with the underworld during his youth. The scar on his face was a remnant of those times. He had no desire for cosmetic surgery, believing the scar lent him an air of authority. If it's just a small amount of money, let her compensate for it. I plan to offer her a discount. Considering my grandmother's savior's goodwill, if the costs are exorbitant. 10,000 yuan was a trivial sum for men like Jeanine and Lu Dongming, even with Hai Ling's lack of income. She could manage to repay such an amount if she borrowed it. Since it's not a significant sum, perhaps I'll have her pay half. For a housewife without income, a few thousand yuan would be a painful lesson. It will make her more cautious on the road, ensuring she avoids colliding with others' vehicles in the future. Fortunately, his car had been parked on the roadside. Had it been in motion, who knows what might have happened to that adorable baby? Dongming, thank you. It's merely a minor issue. Why thank me? By the way, your grandmother truly seems to cherish that girl named Hai, doesn't she? Although she saved your grandmother's life, she could simply bestow a large reward without needing to maintain frequent contact. Yet, your grandmother often visits her for conversation and even sent you to plead on her behalf. Jeanine replied coolly, my grandmother is indirectly admonishing us grandsons for our filial piety, as none of us have the time to accompany her. What the elderly woman longed for most was for her grandsons to marry and have children, to provide her with great-grandchildren to dote upon. She even claimed that for each grandson born, there would be a reward of 50 million yuan, while a granddaughter would earn a staggering 500 million. The Jean family had an abundance of sons but a scarcity of daughters. And despite her hopes for granddaughters, all 3 daughters-in-law had produced grandsons, leaving her to rely on them for a granddaughter. Lu Dongming paused before saying, elders are often like this. My grandmother used to pressure us to marry as well. At that time, my brothers and I found it utterly annoying and didn't even want to return home. Yet after my grandmother passed, we found ourselves reminiscing about her persistent matchmaking. Humans are often like that. They only recognize the value of something once it's gone. Among the 4 heirs of the Lu family, he was the only one yet to marry, and the entire family, including his young nephew, constantly inquired when he would bring home a wife. It's perfectly normal for you to be pressed for marriage at 35, rounding up, you're practically 40. If you don't marry soon, by the time your child is born, you will be quite elderly, and when others see you with your child, they might think you are babysitting your grandchild. Jean words were laced with teasing. In truth, were it not for his grandmother's incessant nagging and his own strong sense of filial duty, he wouldn't have rushed into marriage. His original plan was to consider marriage only at 35. Even now that he was married, he had not yet made the decision to spend a lifetime with Haitong. As he had told his grandmother, he needed to thoroughly assess Haitong's character and determine whether the wife chosen for him by his grandmother was worthy of his lifelong affection. Lu Dongming laughed heartily. Then I shall raise my son as if he were my grandson. Jeanine. Chapter 21. The feeling of having support. That night, Haitong slept restlessly, plagued by dreams, and awoke feeling somewhat listless. As usual, she hung the clothes she had washed in the washing machine on the balcony. It was only then that she noticed a long stainless steel rod had been installed on the balcony for drying clothes. The spacious balcony was also filled with various potted plants, many of which were blooming or budding, with petals that were intricate regardless of size. Haitong's attention immediately shifted to these potted flowers. After hanging the clothes, she assembled the flower rack she had purchased the previous morning and began placing the potted plants onto it. After some effort, she sensed someone watching her and abruptly looked up. Meeting Zhang Yin's deep dark gaze, which was sharp and frigid. Having been married for a few days, Haitong had grown accustomed to his icy demeanor. Mr. Zhang, good morning. Haitong greeted him and then complimented Mr. Zhang. These flowers are splendid. You truly excel at what you do. He had managed to accomplish everything she entrusted to him flawlessly. Zhang replied in a low tone. If you encounter any problems in the future, just let me know. The tasks she assigned him were mere trifles in his eyes. Alright, Haitong smiled and continued to tend to the flowers. Which flower shop did you purchase these from? They are exceptionally well cared for. Zhang lied. I visited many flower shops and can't remember their names. Haitong nodded, not pressing further, content as long as he fulfilled her expectations. What breakfast did you buy today? His question reminded Haitong of the breakfast situation. She quickly checked her phone and realized it was already past 7. Rising, she said apologetically, Mr. Zhang, I forgot to buy breakfast this morning. Fortunately, there's still time to go now. You should wash up first. I'll head downstairs to buy something. What would you like to eat? Oh, Janine A. A person preparing meals for 2 or 3 tables requires a considerable amount of time. She must rise early to manage the tasks at hand. Janine chose not to speak further, quietly ending the call. Attending to her family was something she held in high regard, as they were his family too. And her attitude pleased Janine. 10 minutes later, Janine appeared at the dining table dressed in casual attire. She was still eating and, upon seeing him, smiled and said, "Try the noodles I stir-fried. My sister claims they are delicious." Janine glanced at his breakfast, which looked quite appetizing. He graciously finished the plate of stir-fried noodles, and indeed, they were delightful. Her culinary skills must be exceptional. He relished the fact that eating her homemade breakfast was far more reassuring than consuming takeout. Haitong proceeded to clear the dishes and wash them in the kitchen. Mr. Zhang, do you only wear black clothes? Janine fell silent, tacitly acknowledging her observation. What size do you wear? I could buy you a few outfits in other colors when I go shopping next time. You already have a serious face, and always wearing black gives off a cold vibe. Zhang Yin's expression hardened, and his tone turned icy. Do not concern yourself with my attire. He preferred black, if she found it displeasing. She could simply avert her gaze. Haitong detected his indifference and displeasure in his words. After a brief silence, she responded, I apologize for overstepping. Everyone has their preferences, and I shouldn't impose my dislikes on you. Janine chose not to reply and instead stepped out onto the balcony. Observing the little garden she had created on the balcony softened the tension in his handsome features. A few minutes later, Haitong called out with her purse in hand, Mr. Zhang, let's go. Janine returned from the balcony without a word, silently retrieving the car keys, and the couple exited together. The earlier discord was left unspoken. Both were perceptive enough to avoid revisiting it. They were still unfamiliar with one another, navigating a period of adjustment, and more unpleasantries would likely surface in the future unbeknownst to them. Haitong was meticulous in her planning. She had already determined the dishes to prepare for the day and compiled a list of the necessary ingredients. Armed with her shopping list, she headed straight to the market, making the process much more efficient. Janine rated her attentiveness in daily life very highly. After spending 2 hours at the market, they returned, accustomed to being chauffeured in luxury vehicles. Janine, despite his regular exercise and martial arts training, found accompanying Haitong through the market for 2 hours while carrying groceries to be quite exhausting. He would much rather deal with endless paperwork or attend unending meetings than accompany a woman on a shopping expedition. Once the car was parked, Haitong had not yet exited when she received a call from the old lady. Zhang, Haitong, are you home? We're downstairs. Haitong replied cheerfully, Grandma, we just returned from the market. Please wait for us downstairs. We will be there shortly. You and Ayin went to the market. The elderly lady chuckled, thinking how her cold and proud grandson had lowered himself to accompany Haitong to the market. If he wished to pretend to be poor, then let him experience a common life. Yes, go buy some vegetables. Ayin has been busy with work and has never been to the market. It is about time he experienced it. Haitong, make sure he helps you carry things. He is strong, so don't tire yourself. Janine interjected, Grandma, who do you think is your real grandson? After Haitong exited the car, one hand held the phone while the other opened the backseat door. She leaned in to retrieve a small foldable cart, gesturing for Janine to pull it out. Grandma, don't worry, I won tire myself. The cart was insufficiently large to accommodate all the vegetables and fruit she had purchased, leaving the rest for Janine to carry. She breezed through the task effortlessly, showing no signs of fatigue. Grandma, we're heading over now. Alright, see you soon. The elderly lady hung up the phone. Haitong tucked her phone back into her pocket and, pushing the cart, said to Janine, whose hands were full, Mr. Zhang, let us go. Grandma and the others are waiting for us downstairs. Janine walked alongside her, reminding her in a low voice, in front of my grandma and the others, don't call me Mr. Zhang, just call me Janine. Alright, it was merely a form of address, and Haitong did not dwell on it. Before long, the elderly lady and the others spotted the young couple returning. Haitong was pushing the cart, piled high with her purchases, while Jeanine carried large bags in both hands, and the sight of them walking side by side was quite harmonious. Jean Yen, the youngest son of the Jean family and 15 years younger than Jeanine, was still a high school student. He could not contain his laughter upon witnessing this scene, having always been intimidated by his serious and stern elder brother, who had always appeared aloof and unapproachable. He never expected to see his brother in such a commonplace light. Old knife, the elderly lady called out to him, her eyes twinkling with amusement. She believed that Jeanine's hidden identity was a way to assess Haitong's character, and it was not without merit, as it revealed another side of him. Grandma, I can't help it. Let me laugh a little longer. Jean Yen chuckled. A sister-in-law should have my brother carry a chicken in one hand, a duck in the other, and a chubby child on his back. The others were left speechless, unable to imagine such a scene. Remember this well. Do not reveal our true identities. Haitong is unaware. Eldest brother, you too should claim you have no pension and merely spend your days gardening and raising flowers, occasionally earning a little pocket money. Remember what we discussed. If you slip up, Ain will hold you accountable. And don't expect me to bail you out. The elderly lady found this ruse amusing and was eager to assist her eldest grandson in maintaining the fade of poverty. She firmly believed that Haitong was a good girl who would not be tempted by wealth. At her age, her judgment was keen. Understood. The group responded quietly. They were not strangers to Haitong, as she had once saved the elderly lady, and her son and daughter-in-law had expressed their gratitude to her. Jean Yen's mother was not particularly vocal. She had opposed her mother-in-law's desire for her eldest son to marry Haitong, but the elderly lady had persuaded her proud son, leaving her with no choice. Jean Yen's mother felt gratitude towards Haitong for saving the elderly lady, and their family had expressed their appreciation, wanting to repay her, but Haitong had declined their offer. The elderly lady, however, had taken a liking to Haitong, believing her character to be exemplary, and thus had earnestly tried to matchmake Jeanine and Haitong, ultimately fulfilling her wish. Fortunately, Jeanine had stated he would only obtain a marriage certificate with Haitong after observing her for a period to ensure she was indeed as good as the elderly lady claimed. Jean Yen's mother hoped for a peaceful separation between her son and Haitong, as the two were genuinely mismatched, and nevertheless, out of respect for the elderly lady, she would not act against Haitong. It was best to let things unfold naturally. Grandma, the young couple approached. Haitong greeted the elderly lady with a smile before nodding to the three Jean family gentlemen and their wives, whom she had met once before but could not recall clearly. As for the several young and handsome men she had not met, she could surmise they were Jeanine's younger brothers. Haitong, you should start calling your uncle Jean as dad and your aunt Tang as mom now, the elderly lady reminded her with a grin. Jeanine's mother's maiden name was Tang, her first name Jun. Jean Liron looked at his daughter-in-law kindly, trusting his mother's judgment, and he was an open-minded parent who granted his sons freedom in their personal lives. Tang Juni held reservations about Haitong as a daughter-in-law but maintained a gracious demeanor, her well-preserved face displaying warmth and a hint of a smile. Haitong graciously complied, addressing Jean Liron as dad and Tang Jun as mom. Grandma, let us head upstairs. It's hot outside, Jeanine suggested in a low tone. The elderly lady called out to her second son, and Jean-Heir immediately came over to assist Haitong with the cart. The elderly lady wanted Haitong to support her as they ascended the stairs, though she was still quite spry. Soon, they returned to the house. Haitong invited everyone to sit down as she busied herself preparing tea, pouring water, washing fruits, and slicing them into a fruit platter. Haitong, come here, let Ain introduce you, the elderly lady said, observing the cozy atmosphere of her eldest grandson's home, which she knew was Haitong's doing. She pulled Haitong, who was about to fetch snacks, and shot Jeanine a pointed look, indicating that he should introduce his brothers to her. Jeanine replied nonchalantly, you all can introduce yourselves to your sister-in-law. Starting with Jean-Heir and continuing down to Jean Jiu, each respectfully addressed Haitong as sister-in-law. Jean Yen, naturally sociable, engaged in lively conversation with Haitong, having witnessed his sister-in-law make his elder brother play the role of a porter. He was determined to cling to her, convinced that she would be his support in the future. Haitong's friends, Hai Ling and Zhou Honglin, arrived with their son Zhou Yang slightly later than the Jean family. Upon discovering that his wife had scratched someone else's luxury car and would need to compensate a sum of money, Zhou Honglin was relieved to learn that, due to a connection between his brother-in-law and the car owner, the latter only required his wife to pay 9,000 yuan. Zhou Honglin, initially dismissive of the meeting between the two families, found his attitude shifting. Upon encountering Jeanine, he was taken aback by the latter's imposing demeanor, which exuded a sense of authority surpassing that of his company's CEO, instilling a sense of trepidation within him. Mr. Jean, Zhou Honglin greeted with a beaming smile, extending his right hand. Hello, I am Haitong's brother-in-law. Jeanine shook his hand, responding with a measured brother-in-law. He also addressed Hai Ling as sister. Upon seeing her brother-in-law, who was both handsome and commanding, Hai Ling felt a sense of satisfaction, noting that he appeared far more dignified than the photograph on their marriage certificate. Despite his seemingly aloof nature, Yang Yang, greet your uncle. Hailing instructed her son Zhou Yang, a spirited child with bright, lively eyes resembling his mother's, was endearingly charming. Zhanin could not help but inquire, sister, may I hold him? Hailing laughed. Of course. She passed her son to her sister, and after Haitong took the child into her arms, Zhanin gently cradled Zhou Yang. Hailing's thoughtful gesture elevated Zhanyan's regard for her. Recognizing her as a considerate individual who understood the importance of propriety, mindful of any potential awkwardness that might arise from his direct embrace of the child, though they were legally married. Any contact between them was entirely natural. Zhanin carried Zhou Yang upstairs. The little one, though not particularly verbal, could manage simple words. Typically, children found Zhanyan's cold demeanor intimidating. His younger brother feared him greatly, clinging to his sister's leg in dread, yet Zhou Yang showed no fear, calling out uncle as he was held. The young couple welcomed Hai Ling and her family into their home, proceeding to introduce them to the members of the Zhan family. The Zhan family, aware of Haitong's status as an orphan, treated her and her sister with considerable respect, acknowledging their reliance on their parents' compensation to sustain their lives and complete their education. Despite her current role as a homemaker, Hai Ling, having previously navigated the workforce, perceived the Zhan family as well-mannered and distinguished. Quite unlike the typical rural households, the elderly matriarch had remarked that the Zhan family hailed from humble beginnings, with their progeny achieving success in the city, leading to their relocation. Nonetheless, she often returned to the countryside for extended stays. The Zhan estate, situated on the outskirts, was far removed from the bustling city center, featuring farmland that granted her a semblance of rural life, albeit gilded. After her sister's family arrived, Haitong busied herself preparing lunch. To her surprise, Zhanin voluntarily entered the kitchen to assist her. Mr. Zhan, I can manage on my own. You should go converse with them outside, she suggested. Zhanin replied coolly, in my home, my mother is quite at ease. There is no need for my company. Then why not chat with my brother-in-law? Haitong countered. A flicker of coldness crossed Zhanyan's eyes, quickly replaced by his usual detachment as he stated, I find little common ground with him. Zhou Honglin was a master of flattery and adept at navigating social environments, perhaps possessing some genuine skill, as evidenced by his position as a manager at a sizable company. Zhanin held a strong aversion to engaging with Zhou Honglin, not merely due to his distaste for the man's character but also because of Zhou Honglin's dismissive attitude towards Hai Ling. When Zhou Yang expressed thirst, despite the water bottle being conveniently placed on the coffee table before Zhou Honglin, he refrained from retrieving it himself, instead calling for Hai Ling to fetch it for their son. From Zhang Yin's discerning perspective, it was evident that Zhou Honglin did not regard Hai Ling as a significant presence in the household, believing her child-rearing responsibilities to be effortless. The values instilled in the Zhan family disallowed any form of disrespect towards one's wife. Despite his marriage to Haitong being a whirlwind affair, having met her only at the time of their registration, he remained committed to honoring her as his spouse. Haitong chuckled at Zhang Yin's remarks, dismissing the notion of their lack of rapport. Our third brother is quite the conversationalist. With him around, your brother-in-law won't feel neglected. The third Zhan brother was a charming individual, easily engaging with others while skillfully maneuvering through conversations for personal gain. Then you may have him assist you, Zhanin replied nonchalantly. As the young couple worked together in the kitchen, their cooperative efforts pleased both families. Hai Ling observed her brother-in-law's consideration for her sister. During lunch, after sampling Haitong's culinary skills, everyone praised her cooking. Perhaps having grown accustomed to extravagant dishes, they found her home-cooked meal exceptionally delightful. After a lively day, both families finished dinner in the evening and gradually departed, allowing the couple to enjoy a moment of tranquility. As Haitong collapsed onto the sofa, she sighed, my back feels like it's about to give out. Zhanin remained silent. Haitong merely expressed her discomfort without expecting any words of concern from him. Should he utter such sentiments, she would perceive them as insincere. Zhanin quietly tidied the room, which had become chaotic thanks to Zhou Yang's energetic presence. After clearing the living room, he entered the kitchen and, with practiced ease, donned an apron to tackle the mountain of dishes. Though Zhanin was not particularly verbose, he was considerate, and Haitong thought to herself how fortunate she was to share her life with him. After a brief moment of rest, Haitong suddenly recalled something and leapt from the sofa, darting into the kitchen. Upon entering, she was greeted by a mountain of suds. Just how much dish soap did you use? She exclaimed, unable to suppress her laughter. Zhang Yin's handsome face flushed with embarrassment. I accidentally poured in half a bottle, he admitted, avoiding her gaze, fearing his cheeks would betray him further. He genuinely had not intended to use so much soap. His upbringing had equipped him well for self-sufficiency, yet he had not engaged in household chores for an extended period. Unaccustomed to the task, he had overestimated the amount of soap, resulting in a bubbly overflow that he struggled to clean, only to be caught by his wife. He felt as though he had jumped into the Yellow River, unable to cleanse himself of this embarrassment. Mr. Zhan, let me handle it, Haitong offered, gesturing for him to step aside. After a moment of silence, he acquiesced, handing her the apron. However, he did not leave the kitchen. Instead, he stood nearby, watching her wash the dishes and suggesting, for our next gathering, let us dine at a restaurant for convenience. Agreed, Haitong concurred, recognizing the need to make a good impression on her in-laws today by cooking for them. What did Grandma mention to you? Janine suddenly inquired. Haitong paused her task to meet his gaze. Janine, looking intently at her, noted a hint of mischief in her eyes as she recounted. Grandma asked if we are sleeping in separate rooms. She encouraged me to be bolder, to take the initiative and... Well, you know, Janine was momentarily speechless, astonished that his grandmother would utter such things. She had even expressed a desire to hold a granddaughter next year, emphasizing the need for a granddaughter specifically, insisting that if we failed to produce one, we should keep trying until we did. She had even promised a substantial reward for the birth of a girl, declaring she would bestow her entire life savings upon me. Janine was left reeling. The thought of his grandmother's vast fortune, amounting to billions, was staggering. Clearly she held Haitong, her eldest granddaughter-in-law, in very high regard. Did your grandfather's generation have any daughters? Haitong inquired. Janine shook his head, explaining, only my great-grandfather's generation had a daughter, my great-grandfather's sister, who tragically passed away at a young age. The subsequent generations have had no daughters. He was one of 9 brothers. Continuing to wash the dishes, Haitong laughed. It's no wonder Grandma is so generous, claiming she would give her entire fortune to me. It seems that would be an almost impossible feat. Her words, however, caused Janine to ponder, suspecting that her interest lay more in his grandmother's riches than anything else. It became clear to him why she had charmed his grandmother into favoring her, relentlessly urging him to marry her. Noticing his silence, Haitong turned to him, catching the dark expression on his face. His gaze had shifted, becoming sharp and icy. Did I say something wrong, Mr. Jean? She asked, blinking in confusion. With a stern expression, Janine turned on his heel and exited the kitchen, disregarding her entirely. Left in the kitchen, Haitong muttered to herself, how perplexing. He asked me a question, I answered, and now he is sulking. As if I'm eager to pounce on him, with his frigid demeanor, I'd likely freeze before I could even make a move. She mistakenly believed Zhang Yin's sudden change in demeanor stemmed from her grandmother's encouragement for her to be more assertive. Janine retreated to his room, remaining there for an extended period. Haitong, uninterested in his brooding, thought to herself that he was a grown man. Did he expect her to coddle him? Apologies were not necessary. Their relationship had not yet reached that level of intimacy. They were merely cohabitating, and as long as he did not expel her from their home, she remained unconcerned about his grievances. After finishing the dishes, Haitong meticulously tidied the kitchen, then proceeded to mop the entire house. Finally, she settled onto the swing chair she had purchased, basking in the gentle night breeze that caressed her, swaying back and forth. She felt an immense sense of contentment, not to mention, her balcony resembled a quaint little garden, and gazing at the flourishing flowers and plants, she couldn't help but admire how capable Janine was in getting things done. The sound of steady footsteps approached the balcony. Soon Janine appeared, and upon seeing Haitong leisurely swinging in her chair, a frown tightened his expression. He walked over and handed her 2 sheets of paper. What is this? Haitong inquired with curiosity. Janine remained silent, his meaning unmistakable. There was no need to ask, she could see for herself. Taking the papers, Haitong examined their contents, only to discover a contract. He had printed 2 copies, indicating that each of them would retain one. His name was prominently signed at the bottom, accompanied by a personal seal. Oh, how formal, Haitong remarked, lightly tapping the ground with her toes to propel the swing further. Reclining against the backrest as she scrutinized the meticulously drafted agreement, the document was densely packed with text. Haitong grasped the main points. They currently shared no romantic feelings and were merely a couple in name, with a stipulation that she should not harbor any thoughts of intimacy. In other words, they would live as husband and wife without being true partners. Additionally, if within 6 months they failed to cultivate any emotional bond, they would divorce, with Janine willing to transfer the ownership of the apartment they currently inhabited, along with his Dongfeng Fengxing business vehicle, to her. Beyond these terms, there was nothing else, and he specifically emphasized that she must not covet his grandmother's personal assets. These stipulations, while providing Haitong with the apartment and car post-divorce, were predominantly skewed against her, glaringly protective against any potential deceit on her part. Janine coldly stated, Haitong, although we are married, we lack a foundation of affection. I believe it is prudent for us to sign this agreement. Rest assured, aside from what is stated in the contract, everything else remains unchanged. In essence, he wanted her to refrain from developing feelings for him, to not think of intimacy, and to steer clear of any aspirations regarding his grandmother's wealth. Surprisingly, Haitong was not angered. Rather, she found his drafting of such an agreement quite reasonable. I have never contemplated claiming your grandmother's savings. I am fully capable of supporting myself. In her eyes, her grandmother was simply an elderly lady living on a modest pension of 2,000 or 3,000 yuan a month, though her relatives were dutiful. The elderess' savings were limited, likely less than what she possessed. She genuinely had no intentions of seeking anyone's fortune. Haitong's hasty marriage was primarily to alleviate her sister's conflicts with her brother-in-law and to reassure her sister. At the time of registration, she had even asked Janine if they should adopt a system of shared expenses. While her sister and brother-in-law were a couple formed through love, their relationship had emotional depth. And an equal division of finances could be detrimental to their bond. In contrast, she and Janine were wed in haste, devoid of any emotional connection, making a shared financial arrangement quite sensible. Haitong scrutinized Janine again. Complimenting him, Mr. Janine, you are truly favored by the heavens. With your external attributes, no one would dare to claim the second position. Your features are striking, your physique impeccable. This chilling demeanor may intimidate some, yet others might feel an urge to conquer it. Janine's expression darkened. Haitong swiftly changed her tone, grinning as she continued, however, Mr. Janine is not currency. Not everyone will adore you. Rest assured, I will not fall for you, nor will I seek to take advantage of you. I have no objections to the agreement you've drafted. Fetch me a pen, and I shall sign it. However, I lack a personal seal, so I will simply use a thumbprint. When Janine had penned the agreement, he anticipated her fury upon review, yet he was taken aback by her nonchalance and her praise of his drafting skills. After a moment of silence, he ultimately handed her the pen. Haitong took the pen, rose, and walked to the balcony railing, resting the document against the stone ledge as she inscribed her name. As Janine produced ink for her to press her thumbprint. 2 copies of the contract were created, one for each party. Haitong casually folded her copy and tucked it into her pocket. Observing her casual demeanor, Janine felt a twinge of discomfort but refrained from voicing it. After all, it was his own agreement, laden with stipulations predominantly aimed at safeguarding against her. You've had a long day, you should rest early, he suggested. You too, Haitong replied with a smile. I'll linger here for a while, admiring the flowers. I have always dreamed of having a balcony resembling a small garden, and now that it has come to fruition, I find myself enamored. She dismissed the contract from her thoughts entirely. Did she truly marry him without ulterior motives? Was it merely his overthinking? Otherwise, how could she remain so carefree and cheerful? Not a trace of anger or frustration. Janine quietly observed her for a moment before turning to leave. Shortly thereafter, he exited with the car keys in hand. Haitong casually inquired from the balcony, Mr. Janine, are you heading out? Yes, there is no need to wait for me, just leave the door open, he responded. Haitong laughed. I've never waited for you. Janine was momentarily taken aback. Her reply felt like a slap to his face. With that, he departed. He went to Lu's residence to drink with Lu Dongming, feeling utterly vexed by Haitong. It should have been her who felt embarrassed and distressed. Yet she remained unfazed, while he felt an inexplicable weight in his chest. Perhaps it was the first time he had been so disregarded. Indeed, Haitong seemed indifferent to the severity of his terms, a clear sign of her lack of concern for him. He was remarkably handsome, yet she had never contemplated falling for him. His physique was impressive, but she had never considered seducing him. What was he even complaining about? Given her perceptiveness, he should have felt pleased. At least she was not the type to be shamelessly persistent. After some self-encouragement, Janine indulged in considerable drinking at Lu Dongming's, primarily due to the excellent quality of the liquor. By the end of the night, he was quite inebriated. Though he possessed a high tolerance for alcohol, his current state indicated he had consumed an ample amount, and the potency of the good drinks had taken its toll. Lu Dongming was even more intoxicated, collapsing to the ground, while Janine managed to walk on his own. Ultimately, he was escorted home by his bodyguards. On the way, one of the bodyguards inquired of the tipsy yet upright young master. Young master, where to? Return me to Mingyuan Garden. I just met the parents today. I cannot stay out overnight. I must show Haitong some respect as a wife, he replied. The bodyguards promptly returned him to Mingyuan Garden. Although Janine could still walk, the bodyguards were cautious and assisted him upstairs. Shall we wake the young mistress? One bodyguard asked. It was late at night, and the young mistress was likely asleep. Janine fumbled for his keys, instinctively replying, no need, they were merely a couple in name. Even in his drunken state, he would not require her assistance. Who knew if she might take advantage of his inebriation? He was 30 and still retained his first kiss, let alone his purity. Yet he had never held expectations for love. His grandmother often scolded him for being a heartless romantic, yet it was precisely because of his lack of expectations that he had married Haitong. To satisfy her and silence her nagging, after rummaging through his pockets and failing to locate his house keys, he sighed, please wake the young mistress. He had forgotten his keys at home. The bodyguard promptly knocked on the door. Haitong, though asleep, was in a light slumber and heard the knocking. She quickly got up to answer the door. Recalling her nightgown, she grabbed a winter coat from the wardrobe, slipped it on, and opened the door. Upon opening the door, Haitong and Achi were taken aback to see Janine in a drunken stupor. It was October, and while the mornings and evenings were cooler, the days were still sweltering. It was hardly a time to be clad in a heavy winter coat. Hello, I'm the designated driver. Your husband is drunk, and I brought him home. Achi quickly fabricated an excuse, handing Janine, along with the car keys, to Haitong. Haitong felt as though she were supporting a bull. He was so heavy. Thank you, sir, she said gratefully to Achi, who simply replied it was his duty. Casting a quick glance at the young master before hurrying away, after closing the door and relocking it, Haitong assisted the swaying Janine inside, complaining, why did you drink so much? You reek of alcohol. Janine remained silent, internally grumbling, because of you. He flung the car keys onto the coffee table, and Haitong guided him to his door, then released her hold, saying, your agreement mentions that your room is off limits to me. So I shall not enter. You can go in yourself, but don't take a shower just yet. Tomorrow morning will be fine. You're in no state to bathe now. I fear you might drown in the bathtub. Janine managed to open his room door and staggered inside. After a few steps, he halted, slowly turning back to Haitong and muttering, "It's so hot, I can hardly breathe in this weather, and you're wearing such a thick coat." He thought his drunken state had impaired his vision. "I didn't have time to change. I just grabbed a coat to wear while coming to open the door for you," Haitong explained. Then helped him shut the door behind him. With a loud thud, the barrier sealed off the couple. Haitong returned to her room, eagerly shedding the coat, grumbling, "I'm boiling." After Janine departed, he lingered in silence for a moment before stumbling back to the bedside. Collapsing onto the bed, he struggled to reclaim his small territory, only then feeling secure enough to drift into a deep slumber. Before long, the Sandman whisked him away. The following day, when he awoke, it was already noon. Having left the air conditioning off the previous night, he found himself enveloped in the mingling scents of alcohol and perspiration. With a slight twinge of cleanliness, he couldn't resist rushing into the bathroom to vomit. Afterward, he hastily took a shower. Emerging from the bathroom, he felt refreshed and restored to his usual self. Reflecting on his inebriated escapade from the night before, Janine vowed never to let himself get drunk again. Fortunately, before leaving, he had signed an agreement with Haitong, ensuring she wouldn't take advantage of his drunken state. In truth, she had upheld her promise. He pondered whether drafting such an agreement was a wise decision. But having signed it, he resolved to let it be for now. As his mood settled, Janine felt hunger pangs gnawing at him. Exiting his room, he anticipated a steaming home-cooked meal awaiting him, only to discover a note left by Haitong on the dining table, informing him that she had returned to the shop and that he was to fend for himself regarding meals. Chapter 27, The Unlikely Support of Grandmother. The shop was quite idle over the weekend. Throughout the day, business was scarce, rendering it unnecessary to open. Haitong went to the shop seeking tranquility to work on her handmade goods for her online store. Shin Xiaojun also arrived. Upon seeing Haitong, Shin Xiaojun expressed her surprise. Tong, it's Sunday, why are you here?" Typically she would take her nephew to the park. "I need to update my online store with new products," Haitong replied, continuing to weave her creations while glancing at her friend, smiling. "What about you? Let us not talk about it. My mother's incessant nagging drove me here for some peace." "What did she nag you about this time?" "She complained about us attending that banquet without bringing back a suitable husband. My mother seems to think finding a golden son-in-law is a simple task. Doesn't she realize what kind of conditions her daughter has? She truly believes her daughter is the most beautiful in the world." Haitong chuckled. "Most parents are like that. Once their children reach a marriageable age, they begin worrying about their offspring's matrimonial prospects. At 25 in the past, that would have been considered an old age for marriage, yet in today's world, it is still quite young. My mother has asked my aunt to introduce me to a boyfriend again, suggesting I go on a blind date at some CAF tonight. Can you imagine, running off to a CAF for a blind date, as if sipping coffee could last until dawn?" Tong, will you accompany me on this blind date tonight?" Haitong shook her head vigorously, refusing. "Come on, promise me. We are best friends, you're the most loyal person I know. You would go to great lengths for a friend. I'm not that loyal. You should find someone else who will go to great lengths for you," Shin Xiaojun coaxed. "After meeting the guy, I'll treat you to a late-night snack. I have my own money. I can buy my own late-night snack without your help." Haitong was adamant about not accompanying her friend on this blind date. What if the suitor took a liking to her instead? She had heard stories of such occurrences, where a girl accompanied her sister-in-law to a blind date, only for the suitor to prefer the sister-in-law, causing great friction in their relationship, although she and Xiaojun shared an open friendship. Some things were simply not meant to be. Attending a banquet with Xiaojun was different. The attendees were all successful individuals, their standards lofty, making her feel no pressure. Tong, a familiar voice called out, prompting both women to look toward the shop entrance. Haitong immediately ceased her work and walked out, smiling. "Grandma, what brings you here?" "I came to have a chat with you. I went to your little home, but Ain said you weren't there, so I came to find you." The elderly lady regarded Haitong with affectionate eyes. "Upon entering the shop," she inquired, "I recall you mentioning that you could keep the shop closed on weekends." "Grandma, I haven't updated my online store in a while, and my inventory is nearly sold out. I need to utilize this weekend to create some new items." She sold the small things she knitted online, performing quite well, and periodically needed to release new stock, with some customers even placing advance orders. Business required a strong emphasis on commitment. Tong, you truly are talented." The elderly lady had received numerous handcrafted copper wire crafts from Haitong. Crafted so skillfully they appeared real, she displayed them prominently in her home. Even though they held little monetary value, they represented her granddaughter-in-law's heartfelt effort. Whenever guests visited and admired those crafts, the elderly lady would seize the opportunity to promote Haitong's shop, resulting in increased sales for her online store. "Grandma, would you like some water?" Shin Xiaojun poured a glass for the elderly lady. "Thank you, Jun, you're here today as well. Oh, it's just that my mother is pressuring me to marry, so I sought refuge in the shop for some quiet. She keeps arranging blind dates for me, making me feel like a leftover product. Tonight, she is sending me to XXCAF for another blind date." And I'm hoping Tong Tong will accompany me. The elderly lady's eyes sparkled with amusement as she said, I understand your mother's concerns. I'm currently dealing with my other grandchildren's marriage issues as well. And they refuse to go on blind dates. Tong Tong, why not accompany June for a while tonight? Haitong was taken aback by the suggestion. You and June are friends. It would be good for you to accompany her and lend a discerning eye. Especially since you have experience. Xiao Jun nodded vigorously, seeing the elderly lady as her unlikely ally at Tong Tong. Please accompany me. If you refuse, at least help me persuade my mother to stop arranging these blind dates. Xiao Jun pouted at Haitong. The elderly lady chimed in, aiding her cause. To seek peace. Haitong reluctantly agreed, just this once, but no promises for the future. I knew you'd come through for me. After Xiao Jun successfully persuaded her friend to accompany her on the blind date, she thoughtfully said, Jean Grandma, you chat with Tong Tong. I'll step out to buy a few things. Once Xiao Jun left, the elderly lady pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to Haitong. Grandma, what is this? A letter of affection for you. The elderly lady chuckled. You're being silly. This is Aen's lifestyle habits and preferences. Take a look. It may help deepen your bond. Tong Tong, although you and Aen lack a foundation of affection, feelings are cultivated. If both of you let down your guard and earnestly seek to understand one another, I believe you will find mutual attraction. Haitong unfolded the paper, contemplating that Jeanine had already had her sign an agreement stating they would divorce in 6 months. She had no desire to waste time nurturing feelings. While she didn't guard against Jeanine, he certainly guarded against her, even if he treated her well. Aen merely has a bit of a morning grouch and is somewhat fastidious. Otherwise, he is quite decent. The elderly lady, having put considerable effort into facilitating her grandson's marriage, sincerely hoped the couple would develop feelings through their daily lives and grow old together. Haitong was taken aback. He had a strong morning grouch? Yes, unless he wakes up naturally. If someone calls or knocks on the door to wake him, that person is bound to have a bad day. Even I wouldn't dare disturb the tigress whiskers. Reflecting on the time she had called Jeanine early in the morning, rousing him from slumber, she recalled he hadn't seemed angry. Was the elderly lady's assertion true, or was Jeanine simply tolerating her due to their newlywed status? Tong Tong, did you too? The elderly lady winked at Haitong, who understood her implication, her cheeks flushing as she replied, Grandma, I'm a girl. Are you asking me to tackle a big man? I can't possibly do that. That big man happens to be Jeanine. Chapter 28. Quite amusing. The elderly lady chuckled. What is there to be afraid of? You are husband and wife, legally married. If Aen doesn't take the initiative, you should be a little more proactive. If Grandma wants to hold her great-grandchild. Haitong blushed, saying, Grandma, I'm not afraid of upsetting you, but looking at your grandson's stern face, I truly can't bring myself to do it. The elderly lady remarked, Jeanine is much like his grandfather, inherently serious and aloof. When I pursued my husband in my youth, it took years of chasing to finally win him over. Trying to approach him feels akin to gnawing on a bone that has been frozen for a year, cold and hard. It might just ruin my teeth. The elderly lady sighed. Tong Tong, please don't trouble yourself over my grandson and Jeanine. Let things unfold naturally. After all, she was merely sharing a life with him. The elderly lady pondered. How could she not be concerned? This was the granddaughter-in-law she had chosen, and against her daughter-in-law's wishes she had fervently facilitated this union. If Haitong were to be unhappy, she would carry that guilt to her grave. Very well, let things unfold naturally. Your grandma will help tidy things up. You can continue your work. The elderly lady was not one to sit idle at home. She often assisted the gardeners in tending to the flowers and had previously helped manage the fields outside the estate. After repeated persuasion from her descendants, she had refrained from helping, but the desire to work as a cleaning lady at her own company lingered. However, the moment she brought it up, Jeanine's face darkened like a thundercloud, staring her into silence. The elderly lady was not visiting the shop for the first time to converse with Haitong. Haitong understood that the old woman had toiled for much of her life and was not one to remain idle. Tidying up was not a strenuous task, so she allowed the lady to assist in organizing the books while she devoted herself to weaving her crafts. Suddenly, as the old woman used a feather duster to pat the books on the shelf, she found Haitong, who was deeply engrossed in her work, to be utterly charming. She discreetly took out her phone, hid behind the bookshelf, and secretly recorded a video of Haitong concentrating. After finishing, she sent it to her beloved eldest grandson. Naturally, Jeanine was unlikely to respond to his grandmother. However, the old lady was unconcerned about his lack of reply. She merely wished for him to view it. Her Haitong was akin to a book, with each page turned revealing new discoveries. All she needed was for her grandson to delve into the narrative of Haitong's existence. When one is wholeheartedly engaged in a task, time tends to pass by rather swiftly. By the time Haitong completed the orders her customers had placed, she glanced at the clock and noted that it was already past 6 in the evening. Shin Shujuan's blind date was scheduled for 7:30. The venue was the most exquisite coffee shop in Guancheng, Yui Cafe, situated amidst the bustling city center. Thanks to the owner's willingness to invest, the cafe was equipped with soundproof materials, rendering the outside clamor inaudible upon entering the elegantly appointed space, which allowed patrons to relax without disturbances. Consequently, Yui Cafe enjoyed thriving business. many people frequented it simply to sit and unwind even if they did not order coffee. Shin Xiaojun arrived on a motorcycle to pick up her friend. Upon seeing Shin Xiaojun on the motorcycle, the elderly lady remarked, "June girl, why not walk instead?" Shin Xiaojun removed her helmet and replied with a grin, "I simply adore the thrill of riding a motorcycle. At this hour, the main thoroughfares are congested, but with my mode of transport, traffic jams do not affect me." Granny Jean, have you eaten yet? If not, I can take you along. You've certainly consumed more salt than I've had meals, so you can help me assess the situation. My aunt mentioned that the other party works at the Shang Group. The Shang Group is the second largest in the business realm of Guancheng, only trailing behind the Zhan Group, the family's wealthiest establishment. Both groups have high entry barriers, and only those with genuine talent can gain access. It can be said that anyone employed by these two groups is worthy of boasting about their achievements. The elderly lady chuckled, "I've already had takeout with Tong Tong, and my second grandson is coming to pick me up soon. So I wouldn't tag along and be a third wheel. That I wouldn't provide enough light and might even flicker. It wouldn't be good if there were any electrical issues." Shin Xiaojun laughed heartily. Thoroughly enjoying the witty banter of the old lady, she had yet to meet John Yin in person, but from her friend's descriptions she knew he was a serious and aloof individual, and she couldn't fathom how such a grandson could emerge from someone like Granny Jean. As they seemed so unlike one another, shortly thereafter Zhang Chen arrived. He was there to escort the family's matriarch home, and she had specifically instructed him to drive a less expensive vehicle. The cheapest car in the garage was the BMW that the servant used to fetch groceries, which was still worth over $1 million. With no time to acquire another vehicle, Zhang Chen resorted to borrowing a pickup truck from the family gardener. "Sister-in-law, I'm here to take Grandma home," Zhang Chen greeted Haitong as he entered the shop. "Alright, be careful on the road, Grandma. Send me a message when you get home," Haitong advised the grandmother and grandson. Gifting them two of her crafted items from that day, she presented Zhang Chen with a wire money tree. Zhang Chen accepted it graciously, having seen many crafts made by his sister-in-law at home, and he appreciated them, finding her wire creations visually appealing despite their modest monetary value. Soon Zhang Chen took the elderly lady away. After some distance she inquired of her grandson, "Where did you get this car?" "I borrowed it from Wang, who usually uses it for hauling fertilizer in flower pots." This way, sister-in-law 1T gets suspicious. My elder brother is pretending to be poor, and that includes maintaining the facade before her. It's rather amusing. Zhang Chen eagerly anticipated the day when his elder brother genuinely fell in love with his sister-in-law, only for her to discover that he had deceived her. What would her reaction be? To put it plainly, he was looking forward to the spectacle of his elder brother's courtship endeavors. "I thought this vehicle looked familiar. It turns out it belongs to Xiao Wang." The elderly lady pulled out her phone and called Zhang Yin. Once he answered, she instructed, "Yin, I'm feeling peckish, please go to Yui Cafe and bring me back some pastries. Their delicacies are exceptional, and I particularly enjoy them." Zhang Yin frowned and replied, "With so many people at home, Grandma, they could fetch it for you. Why should he make the trip? What, is Grandma unable to rely on you anymore, if I don't get to enjoy the pastries from Yui Cafe today? I'll go work as a janitor at the Zhan Group tomorrow, picking up trash and collecting recyclables." Zhang Yin's expression darkened. Ever since Grandpa passed away, Grandma had become like a wild horse without reins, frequently dressing plainly and gallivanting about, and now she had brought home a wife for him. "I'll go buy it." Janine gritted his teeth in agreement. The elderly lady hung up the phone with satisfaction. Zhang Chen quickly interjected, "Grandma, if you wish to have the pastries from Yui Cafe, we can take a detour to buy them. There is no need to send my elder brother on an errand." Chapter 29. I'm not jealous. What do you know? Grandma has ulterior motives. As Zhang Chen realized this and smiled, "Grandma, are you trying to set my brother up again?" The elderly lady shot him a sidelong glance, and if he asked one more question, she'd turn her attention to him. Zhang Chen immediately fell silent. Although he felt sympathy for his elder brother, he decided it was best to remain quiet for his own peace of mind. After all, it was better for his elder brother to suffer than for himself. Grandma was a mischievous old soul, relishing the opportunity to tease her grandsons. Meanwhile, Haitong closed the bookstore's door, donned the helmet from her friend, and took the keys, stating, "I'll drive." Shin Xiaojun obediently settled into the back seat, naturally wrapping her arms around Haitong's waist, saying, "Haitong, if you were a man, I would marry you, and I wouldn't have to endure my mother's constant matchmaking. Behave yourself, no wandering hands, or I might just throw you off the bike," Haitong warned her friend before starting the motorcycle. Yui Cafe was a place Haitong often passed but had never entered, as she did not relish coffee, preferring rose or chrysanthemum tea instead. Upon arriving at Yui Cafe, the gentleman was already waiting, perhaps to make a good impression. He was clad in a sharp suit with a red and white striped tie. Holding a bouquet of roses at the entrance, Shin Xiaojun led her friend towards him. "Are you Mr. Lan?" Mr. Lan appraised Shin Xiaojun and Haitong, momentarily unsure which one was his blind date. The introducer had shown him photos, but he had merely glanced at them and did not truly remember Shin Xiaojun's appearance. The introducer had advised him to hold a bouquet of roses at the entrance so that Miss Shin would recognize him. Are you Miss Shin? I am. Mr. Lan smiled and welcomed the two inside, where he had already reserved a windowside table that offered a view of the street outside. Once seated, Mr. Lan cast several glances at Haitong, prompting Shin Xiaojun to introduce her friend. Upon learning that Haitong was married, Mr. Lan felt a twinge of regret. He found Haitong's demeanor more appealing than Shin Xiaojun's and had initially thought she was his intended date, only to discover she was already taken. Shin Xiaojun was attending the blind date partly to escape her mother's incessant nagging and partly to honor her aunt's introduction. She felt indifferent towards Mr. Lan and grew increasingly disenchanted during their idle chatter. Mr. Lan, who worked at the Shang Group, held a managerial position and considered himself a successful elite, although he recognized that the Shin family was not impoverished. He regarded them as mere nouveau riche, having become wealthy through redevelopment. His demeanor exuded a sense of superiority, and he even mentioned wanting to implement a shared financial arrangement after marriage. Hearing this, Haitong discreetly kicked her friend under the table, signaling that this man was not worth pursuing. Mr. Lan, I need to visit the restroom. Shin Xiaojun interrupted Mr. Lan's monologue, apologizing as she stood up and walked away. In the restroom, she called her aunt, venting her frustrations, and then called her mother, declaring that if her mother continued to pressure her into blind dates with unsuitable matches, she would shave her head and become a nun. Just because he works at the Shang Group, does he think he is so superior? He is not even the president of the company. Perhaps even Mr. Shang doesn't look down on people like this. Haitong felt no affinity for Mr. Lan either. After her friend left for the restroom, she gazed out the window, uninterested in conversing with him. It was at that moment that Jianin entered. He was someone who habitually surveyed his surroundings wherever he went, and this time was no exception. To his surprise, he spotted his wife seated at a table, sipping coffee with a stranger. Was she trying to embarrass him, or was she hastily seeking a new partner? Feeling that the benefits she received from him were rather limited, and now waiting for him to propose divorce, just as Jianin intended to approach them, Shin Xiaojun emerged from the restroom, and he witnessed her saying something to the man before pulling his wife away. Miss Shin, please stay a little longer. Mr. Lan, reveling in his sense of superiority, was reluctant to let Shin Xiaojun leave. Mr. Lan, I'm sorry, but I don't think we're a match. Let us not meet again, Shin Xiaojun stated directly, taking Haitong's hand and leaving. As they strolled along, her friend suddenly halted in her tracks. Tong, what's wrong, my husband? What? Before Shin Xiaojun could fully comprehend the situation, Jianin had already approached them, his deep, dark eyes fixated on Haitong, the corners of his mouth curving ever so slightly. Though he uttered not a word, Haitong could sense the derision emanating from him. What was he mocking her about? Turning her head, she caught sight of Mr. Lan hastily making his way towards them, and the realization dawned on her. I came along to accompany my friend Xiaojun on a blind date. She is not in a hurry to find another partner, she explained as Jianin remained silent. At last Shin Xiaojun beheld the true visage of her friend's hastily wed husband, so cool, so handsome. Concerned that Jianin might misinterpret the situation, she offered an explanation. Only then did Jianin coldly utter, "Return home early." Haitong replied with a soft before inquiring, "What brings you here?" "Grandmother sent me to buy some pastries. She enjoys the ones from here." Jianin understood that this was his grandmother's deliberate ploy. Knowing Haitong was accompanying her friend for the blind date and purposefully sending him to fetch pastries, did she think he would feel jealous upon seeing Haitong with another man over coffee? "Oh," Haitong responded, the couple exchanging unspoken words. Ultimately, she broke the silence, stating, "I shall take my leave first. After you deliver the pastries to grandmother, return promptly. I'll leave the door ajar for you," Jianin replied coolly. Alright, thus, they parted ways. Haitong left on her friend's motorcycle while Jianin, after packing the pastries, drove off in his Dongfeng Fengxing commercial vehicle, heading back to the Zhan family estate. The elderly lady had yet to retire for the night. Idly watching television in the living room where Jianin strode in, pastries in hand, placing them on the coffee table before standing tall and coldly declaring, "Grandmother, we agreed that after marriage, you shall no longer meddle in my life with Haitong." "I am not meddling at all," the elderly woman feigned innocence. Jianin pointed at the boxes of pastries. "You specifically sent me to UECAF to buy these pastries, didn't you? Was it not to have me witness Haitong sharing coffee with another man?" "Grandmother, I have never tasted jealousy, nor will I." Having said this, Jianin turned to leave. The elderly lady called after him, "It's so late. Won't you stay the night? My wife is leaving the door open for me." Jianin retorted coldly. The elderly lady watched him exit the room, muttering to herself after a moment, "Doesn't he know the taste of jealousy? Not jealous. I'll wait for the day he gets a taste of it." Chapter 030, The Taste of Jealousy. Sour Haitong was unaware of the conversation between Jianin and the elderly lady. Encountering him at UECAF had already taken her by surprise, and with the elderly lady assisting Shin Xiaojun in persuading her to accompany her, Haitong understood why Jianin had appeared there. But what was the elderly lady's intention behind this? Was it to make Jianin misunderstand her? After all, it was Xiaojun on the blind date, not her. Even if Jianin had seen them reflecting on Jianin's demeanor when she had spotted him in the CAF, He had seemed even more frigid than usual. Even Haitong, despite her usual naivety, recognized that Jeanine had been misled, especially since Xiao Jun had stepped away to the restroom, leaving her alone with Mr. Lan. Fortunately, Xiao Jun had returned just in time to clarify, which somewhat eased Jeanine's expression. However, Haitong could not fathom why the elderly lady would act in such a manner. She had saved the elderly lady once, but never considered herself a benefactor. It was the elderly lady who insisted on treating her as one, always being exceptionally kind to her. Logically, she should not be scheming against her, with her face full of speculation. Haitong returned home and settled into the swing chair on the balcony, leaving the lights off as she quietly gazed at the night sky. Jeanine returned in the dead of night. By the time he arrived, Haitong had already drifted off to sleep in the swing chair. Unaware of her presence, he noticed her bedroom door closed and deduced she had turned in for the night. He sat down on the sofa and switched on the television, a rare occurrence for him, but the silence of the house prompted him to seek some noise. He kept the volume low, lest it disturb Haitong's slumber. Suddenly his phone rang. Checking the caller ID, he saw it was his younger brother, Yichen. "Brother, are you alright?" Yichen inquired with concern over the line, after a moment of silence. Jeanine asked, "Did you know grandmother was setting me up?" "Brother, how is she setting you up?" Yichen replied, confused. "I only know grandmother called you to fetch pastries from UECAF. It's no secret that she enjoys their pastries." Jeanine scoffed coldly. "Your sister-in-law just happened to be at UECAF for a blind date." "What?" Yichen exclaimed in astonishment. "Sister-in-law is going on a blind date? Isn't she putting a green hat on you? You two have only just gotten your marriage certificate. Just yesterday, both families met for dinner to discuss your wedding plans, and now she is off on a blind date." She accompanied her friend on a blind date. "Brother, could you please clarify? You're making me misunderstand sister-in-law. I thought she must be a very proper person, absolutely incapable of such behavior." When I arrived, coincidentally, her friend had gone to the restroom, so it was just her with the blind date. "What a coincidence! Even if grandmother sent you there, it couldn't have been a mere coincidence for you to witness that scene, could it?" After a moment of silence, Jeanine, feeling a bit of a headache, replied, "UECAF was just purchased by grandmother not long ago. She is now its true owner." As the head of the family, he was aware of some of grandmother's movements. "Brother, are you implying that the staff there were keeping an eye on sister-in-law? And just when her friend went to the restroom, you happened to arrive, leading you to misunderstand that sister-in-law was seeking another partner?" Yichen, not one to be outsmarted, quickly pieced it together. He chuckled. "Brother, since you and sister-in-law are married now, it's only natural for grandmother to be anxious. She just wanted to provoke you a little, to make you feel jealous." "Did you feel jealous? I have never tasted jealousy." Yichen laughed heartily. "Then perhaps you should ask sister-in-law to make you feel jealous one day, to experience its flavor." Grandmother adores sister-in-law, and I believe you will eventually succumb aside from her background. Sister-in-law is exceptional in every other regard. The handicrafts she weaves from copper wire are truly exquisite, simply stunning. He had even received a money tree from sister-in-law. While not particularly valuable, he found himself increasingly enamored with it and decided to take it to his office the next day, placing it on his desk to attract good fortune. Jeanine recalled the video his grandmother had sent him, where Haitong was intently weaving her crafts. She appeared particularly captivating. He could not deny that he had watched it multiple times, and deep down, he acknowledged that a woman who is focused and confident in her work exudes an enchanting charm, much like a magnet, drawing others' attention. It is said that a confident woman is the most beautiful. And indeed, Haitong radiated confidence at all times. She was a strong and self-reliant woman. "I have never known the taste of jealousy, and I never will." "You're not asleep." Jeanine suddenly noticed Haitong walking in from the balcony. Momentarily taken aback, to which Yichen said, "I was about to go to bed, but I thought of you, brother, and decided to call before sleeping." Jeanine abruptly ended the call. Yichen, "I was sitting on the balcony and unknowingly fell asleep. You were talking to someone, which woke me up." Jeanine frowned, admonishing her, "The night air is chilly. Be careful not to catch a cold." "Thank you for your concern." Haitong yawned. "Mr. Jean, I'm going to sleep now." She refrained from discussing the events of the night with Jeanine. He remained silent, watching her retreat to her room, uncertain if she had overheard his conversation with Yichen and to what extent. Alas, having a person named wife added to his domain made Jeanine feel as though his private life had lost its confidentiality. The next day, during breakfast, Jeanine quickly learned how much Haitong had overheard. For beside his breakfast lay a bottle of vinegar that had scarcely been used. Today, Haitong prepared boiled noodles for breakfast. Each of them had a large bowl, topped with a fried egg, scallions, cilantro, and some shredded meat. Haitong brought out a bottle of Laogan Ma from the kitchen, unscrewed the lid, and added a bit to her noodles before pushing it toward Jeanine, asking, "Would you like some? It will enhance the flavor." "No, thank you." Jeanine declined. Haitong then capped the bottle, set it aside, and picked up the vinegar bottle, opened it, and poured some into her noodles while saying, "I like to add a splash of vinegar when I eat noodles. The sourness is quite delightful." Jeanine remained silent. "Mr. Jean, since you claimed last night not to know the taste of vinegar, why not try some now? I'll help you by adding a bit." Without waiting for his consent, she poured vinegar into his bowl of noodles, capped the bottle, and placed it next to the Laogan Ma. Picking up her chopsticks and saying to her husband, "Enjoy your meal," Jeanine regarded her for a moment before picking up his chopsticks and tasting the noodles she had prepared. The addition of vinegar imparted a slightly sour flavor. Yet, as she had said, it was quite palatable. "How does it taste?" "Sour," Jeanine instinctively replied. "This is the taste of vinegar." Sour. Having tasted vinegar, Mr. Jean, in the future, should refrain from claiming he has never known the taste of vinegar. For others might question his intelligence, thinking it less than that of a 3-year-old child. Chapter 031. Shang Xiufei. After Haitong finished her noodles, she habitually tidied up the kitchen before stepping out to inform Jeanine. "I'm leaving now, please remember to lock the door when you go out." Jeanine glanced at her, then returned to his meal. By the way, may I take some fruit from the house to my sister? She bought quite a bit the other day, and after her in-laws left, there was still a lot left in the refrigerator. My husband and I can't consume it all, and it will spoil if left too long. Jeanine finally responded, "Your sister is not a stranger, take whatever you wish, you don't need to ask my opinion. In this household, unless it's a significant matter, you have the freedom to make your own decisions. We're not very familiar. I am merely residing in your home, and seeking your approval is a sign of respect for you as my husband. I am not one to hoard good things for my family. It's just that we ended up with an excess of fruit, and since we've already consumed so much, it would be wasteful to let it spoil. Sharing a bit with my sister is only sensible." Jeanine grunted in acknowledgement. Seeing he had no objections, Haitong packaged 2 bags of fruit to take to her sister. "Don't keep bringing everything to your sister," Hai Ling remarked. "If she wants something, she should buy it herself." However, Haitong explained, "There are only the 2 of us at home, and I occasionally indulge a little. Jeanine doesn't particularly like fruit, and it would eventually spoil. So he suggested I give some to my sister." She had never seen Jeanine eat fruit. He left early and returned late, retreating to his room upon arrival, only emerging the next day. Haitong suspected that if she didn't prepare breakfast for him, he would eat out, and there might not even be a cup of water available at home. Upon hearing her sister's comments, Hai Ling accepted the 2 bags of fruit. After spending some time playing with her nephew, Haitong returned to the shop to work. Meanwhile, as soon as Haitong left, Jeanine hurriedly disposed of the unfinished bowl of noodles into the trash. Initially, he found them pleasantly tangy, but as he continued eating, the flavor became increasingly sour, rendering them inedible. He had made it clear he did not harbor jealousy, fearing that Haitong might discover the discarded noodles upon her return. He diligently carried the garbage bag outside. The bodyguards were waiting downstairs. With the young mistress having left first, they were relieved that she would not witness the incident when they saw Jeanine descending with the garbage bag. The bodyguards were momentarily stunned, having followed him for years. To them, he was a figure of reverence, almost celestial. After disposing of the trash, Jeanine approached his vehicle, only to realize the bodyguards had not followed him. He turned and called out, "Are you all frozen in place like a bunch of ducks?" Snapped back to reality, the bodyguards hurried to catch up. Jeanine's modest business vehicle was driven daily by one of the bodyguards to the Jean group, returning to pick him up when he was ready to go home. Half an hour later, as Jean-Yin's car arrived at the company entrance, it was abruptly obstructed by a red Ferrari, which boldly blocked the way. The girl in red, with cascading waves of long hair, exquisite features, and adorned with diamond jewelry, stepped out of the sports car and approached Jean-Yin's vehicle, tapping on the window. Jeanine pressed the button to lower the window. "Shang Xiufei, you have 2 minutes to move your car," he stated coldly. Shang Xiufei was the cherished sister of Shang Wuhan, chairman of the Shang Group, and a prominent heiress in Wan City. "Wait, Jeanine." Shang Xiufei suddenly seemed to remember something and dashed back to her car. Returning with a large bouquet of vibrant roses, she presented the flowers towards him, saying, "Jeanine, I'm giving you these flowers. Although you and my brother are at odds, I am in love with you and feel the need to confess my feelings." The Shang and Zhang groups were not outright enemies, but competition existed in several industries, leading to tensions. Years ago, at a banquet, Shang Xiufei had fallen for Jeanine, but due to the rivalry, her family disapproved of her pursuit. Though raised in privilege, she was not without intelligence. She had contemplated abandoning her feelings for Jeanine, but over the years, her affection only deepened. She admired Jean-Yin's aloof demeanor, finding it captivating, and his aversion to young women only intensified her desire to conquer him. Thus she resolved to boldly pursue him, regardless of her family's opinions. Jean-Yin's expression darkened. He snatched the bouquet from her hands and flung it away. Then, he rolled up the window and coldly commanded the driver, "Drive, Jeanine, I love you, I want to pursue you." Shang Xiufei shouted, banging on the window. As the driver began to move, he inquired, "Young master, what about Miss Shang's car? Crash it." The driver did not accelerate aggressively, but instead, a bodyguard's vehicle surged forward from behind, colliding with Shang Xiaofei's multi-million-dollar Ferrari with a resounding crash. The security personnel on duty stared in shock. After clearing the obstruction, Jean-Yin's luxury vehicle swiftly entered the company premises. Shang Xiufei, momentarily stunned, watched as her newly purchased car was reduced to a wreck. Realizing the situation, she intended to pursue Jeanine, but the security had already closed the gates. "Jeanine," she yelled, "you damaged my car. You owe me a new one. I will come to you every day until you fulfill this debt." Although she lamented the state of her car, she saw it as a perfect excuse to pursue Jeanine further. This incident, she reasoned, might present her with more opportunities. In any case, she had confessed her feelings, making it clear to Jeanine that she intended to pursue him. Regardless of the outcome, she would not regret her actions. Zhang Yin's bold maneuver had undeniably been impressive, though the bodyguard felt it would have been even better had it not been her car. The security staff mused whether Miss Shang had borrowed courage from the heavens today. Daring to confront Jeanine at the Zhang group and declaring her intentions. Chapter 032, Zhang Yin's complaint. Do not let the young mistress know about today's events, Jeanine cautioned those around him. The bodyguards nodded in agreement. As Jeanine was already a married man, Shang Xiaofei's open declaration of love for him was a matter that must be kept from the young mistress. Due to Shang Xiaofei's confession, many at the Zhang group became aware of the situation, and as Jeanine entered the office building, employees couldn't help but steal glances at him. He maintained an expression of icy indifference. His lips pressed tightly together, striding through the throng of bodyguards with an air of commanding presence, akin to a king's arrival. Such a man, indeed, could easily captivate the hearts of young women. Many young female employees had been smitten after seeing Jeanine in person. Yet none dared to confess their affections or pursue him. The threshold of the Zhang family was deemed too high for ordinary folk, even if they knew that Zhang family men were devoted. The challenge lay in winning their hearts. Once inside his office, Jeanine dialed Shang Wuwen's number, and after a considerable wait, Shang Wuwen finally answered. Oh, is today the day the sun rises in the west? Jeanine is calling me. What's the matter? He teased, his tone light-hearted. Mind your sister. Zhang Yin's response was curt. Upon hearing sister, Shang Wuwen's demeanor shifted, concern etching his features. What happened to Xiaofei? He was aware that his sister had harbored feelings for Jeanine for years and had recently mentioned wanting to confess her feelings. The thought sent a jolt through Shang Wuwen. Surely his audacious sister hadn't truly approached Jeanine to declare her love. She is bothering me. Is it you who will come to take her away? Or shall I have someone escort her out? I'll have my wife retrieve her. I wouldn't want to trouble you, Jeanine. You're busy. After all, Jeanine snorted dismissively and hung up, infuriated by the abrupt end to the call. Shang Wuwen directed his frustration at his sister. He promptly called his wife and inquired, where are you now? I'm out shopping with mom. Why, you seem upset. Go to the Zhang group and bring Xiaofei home. That reckless girl has gone to find Jeanine, and what could he possibly tolerate from her? Do you think he will put up with her antics? Shang Wuwen was exasperated that his sister disregarded the family's warnings and continued to pursue Jeanine. Fearing that Jeanine might respond harshly, Jeanine was known for his frosty demeanor, and should he be angered, he would not hesitate to deal with anyone, regardless of their status, expelling them without mercy. Jeanine is the scion of the business world in Guancheng. His every word and action are easily magnified by the media, and those targeted by him often find their reputations tarnished through media reports. Shang Wuwen is particularly concerned that his only sister might suffer a similar fate at the hands of Jeanine, jeopardizing her standing in Guancheng. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Shang, the young mistress of the Shang family, remarked, I will go over right now. Do not be upset. Xiaofei simply wishes to make an earnest effort. If she fails, she can at least find closure. If she does nothing, she will live with regret. Jeanine is not someone she can control. You should encourage her to let go. Aside from his family, he has never shown any interest in young women. He is a heartless man, utterly indifferent. Xiaofei will not heed any cautionary words. Shang Wuwen felt powerless regarding his sister's situation. I am currently occupied and cannot attend to her. My dear, I leave Xiaofei in your care. Do what you must. I will go fetch Xiaofei and take her shopping with our mother. She has been feeling rather low lately, Mrs. Shang replied. She enjoyed a close relationship with her mother-in-law and, noticing her recent melancholy, sought to cheer her up with a shopping trip. Shang Wuwen fell silent, aware that his mother's sorrow stemmed from the absence of news regarding his aunt, whom she had long cherished. Mrs. Shang had grown up in an orphanage after losing her family as a child. Left only with her younger sister, who was 4 years her junior, the two sisters were eventually adopted by a wealthy couple, but Mrs. Shang, then only 8 years old, was heartbroken to part with her sister. However, she understood that being adopted was far better than remaining in the orphanage, so she consented to the adoption. They took a photograph together to commemorate their bond, not realizing that this separation would last for decades. After leaving the orphanage, Mrs. Shang proved to be an intelligent and resilient woman. Through her own efforts, she became a prominent figure in the business world, earning the trust and reliance of her employer, and eventually marrying into a wealthy family. Throughout her life, she never ceased searching for her sister, yet decades passed without any trace. Recently, Shang Wuwen finally uncovered some information regarding his aunt, locating the wealthy couple who had adopted her. His mother was elated, and he and his father accompanied her to visit them, only to learn that the couple had had their own children a year after adopting his aunt. Subsequently, they became neglectful. Fearing that she might claim a share of their inheritance, and arranged for her to be taken away by a servant who, after many years, had passed away, leaving no knowledge of where his aunt had been sent. This situation weighed heavily on his mother's heart. Now, the only way to seek his aunt was through the faded photograph his mother had preserved over the years. He had uploaded this old picture to the internet, hoping it might lead him to his aunt or her descendants. My love, assure my mother that as long as my aunt is alive, we will eventually find her, even if she is no longer with us. We will seek out her children. Let my mother find solace in that, for when we do locate her, it will be my mother who must identify her. Shang Wuhan was deeply filial, hoping his mother could regain her spirits. I will convey your words, you focus on your tasks. I will go pick up Xiaofei at Wuhan. If Xiaofei remains obstinate, perhaps we should let her pursue her desires. Zhanin, though somewhat aloof, is a man worthy of a lifetime commitment. In truth, the men of the Zhan family were all deemed reliable partners. Mrs. Shang inwardly supported her sister-in-law. She believed that Xiaofei's courage to confess her feelings for Zhanin indicated her suitability for him. Though their families were rivals due to business competition, they could still exchange polite greetings when encountering one another. If Xiaofei could win Zhan Yin's heart and marry into the Zhan family, it might even ease the tensions between their families. Chapter 33, a glimpse. Ultimately, Shang Xiaofei was picked up by her sister-in-law, while her damaged sports car was left to be towed away. As she was taken away, Xiaofei remarked to her sister-in-law, Zhanin wrecked my car, which conveniently gives me an excuse to pursue him. Since I've taken this step, I must steadfastly follow through. I refuse to be disheartened until I've spent 3 to 5 years chasing after Zhanin. My dear sister-in-law, you are the best to me. My brother listens to you above all else. Please advocate on my behalf and do not interfere with my pursuit of happiness. Xiaofei admired the love shared between her brother and sister-in-law. Recalling how her sister-in-law had pursued her brother with fervor, ultimately winning his heart after a year after their marriage, her brother lavished affection upon her sister-in-law. The latter had often told her, were it not for my unwavering pursuit of true love, I would not be enjoying my current happiness. Driving, Mrs. Shang replied, Xiaofei, I wholeheartedly support your quest for happiness, yet we must consider Zhanin. What is his reputation in Guancheng? He is notoriously indifferent to women. Have you ever seen any young women in his company? Moreover, our family and the Zhan family are not on good terms. While they cannot be called enemies, they are indeed rivals, with a mutual disdain for each other's fortunes. I fear that you might be exploited or mistreated by Zhanin. Surely he would not mistreat a wife. The Zhan family's values are commendable, and their men are known for cherishing their spouses. Having witnessed the affection shared between her brother and sister-in-law, Xiaofei longed for a similar experience in her own marriage, especially given the Zhan family's notorious reputation for adoration. Regardless, my brother only wants what is best for you. Xiaofei, let us set aside these discussions for now. Our mother awaits us at the Hermes boutique. We should take her shopping to lift her spirits, as she has been quite melancholy about your aunt. Xiaofei pursed her lips and replied, Mother has been separated from my aunt for decades, and who knows how many times my aunt has changed hands. The photograph might not even be preserved. Searching for her is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Nevertheless, we must try. Xiaofei fell silent, aware that fulfilling their mother's wishes was a responsibility they bore as her children. Meanwhile, Haitong was oblivious to her romantic rival. After a long day at work, she closed her shop at 11 o'clock and rode her electric scooter home. Guancheng, a bustling metropolis, was still lively at this late hour, with numerous people milling about and roadside stalls bustling with patrons enjoying drinks and barbecues. As Haitong passed by one of the stalls, a few young men whistled at her, but she ignored them, uninterested in engaging. When she reached a traffic light, she halted her scooter, once the light turned green. She attempted to resume her journey, only for her scooter to abruptly stop moving, assuming it had run out of battery. She checked the gauge, which indicated a full charge. Puzzled, she tried several times to get it moving, but to no avail. How strange. What could be wrong? Haitong, is that really you? A car pulled up beside her, and the driver rolled down the window. It was her friend's cousin Zhang Nianxing. Haitong, she acknowledged, I don't know what's wrong with my scooter. It just stopped suddenly, and the battery is full. Hang on, let me pull over so I don't block traffic, Nianxing said, parking his vehicle before walking over to inspect hers. I'm sorry, Haitong, I don't know much about fixing scooters. Would you like me to call someone to tow it for repairs? You can ride with me home. Do you know of any nearby electric scooter repair shops? Haitong inquired. I don't, but let me handle it. I promise to return you a functioning scooter by tomorrow, Nianxing assured her. Having known him for several years, Haitong trusted him and replied, I appreciate your help. Nianxing was thrilled to assist her and promptly made a call. Though she could only hear him provide the address, they then waited for the tow truck to arrive. Young master, the driver, keen-eyed, noticed a woman across the intersection whose figure bore a striking resemblance to Mrs. Zhan. Seizing the moment when they were stopped at a red light, he turned to the young master, who had been resting with his eyes closed. Young master, that woman looks like Mrs. Zhan. This Zhanin opened his eyes and glanced ahead. Spotting a man and woman on the roadside, he could not identify the man from a distance, but the woman did indeed resemble his wife, having lived under the same roof for some time. He had grown accustomed to Haitong's silhouette. When we pass, slow down a bit to confirm whether it is her. Understood her. Zhanin reached for his phone to call Haitong but reconsidered, abandoning the thought. Soon, the red light changed to green. As Zhan Yin's luxury convoy passed by, they slowed slightly, allowing him to confirm that the girl was indeed his wife. Haitong, the identity of the man eluded him until they had passed. At which point he recalled it was Zhang Yanqing, his rival. Were Haitong and Yanqing together, or had they merely coincidentally crossed paths? In Zhang Yin's heart lingered doubts, yet he remained silent and refrained from contacting Haitong. The convoy of luxury cars receded into the distance. Zhang Yanqing, observing the departing procession, remarked to Haitong, "Among those vehicles, one is the exclusive car that Zhang Xiao regularly uses." Only after the convoy had passed did Zhang Yanqing realize this. Haitong casually inquired, "Which Zhang Xiao?" "The eldest son of the Zhang family, the wealthiest family in the region, also the president of the Zhang group." He made an appearance at the last banquet. But alas, my sister and I were too preoccupied with our meal to catch a glimpse of his remarkable presence. Zhang Yanqing held a certain admiration for Zhang. "I am not part of your social circle. That evening, I merely accompanied June out of a desire to savor the delicacies of a five-star hotel. What Zhang Xiao, what billionaire? I will never have dealings with such individuals in my lifetime. So why should I wish to witness his grandeur?" She pondered that with so many people surrounding Zhang Xiao, even if she wished to see him, it would be impossible. "Yanqing, have you seen Zhang Xiao? Does he possess 3 heads and 6 arms? Zhang Yanqing chuckled. Zhang Xiao is merely an ordinary person, not some mythical being. He is simply more handsome than most, exuding a commanding aura. When he spoke to me, I felt a sense of surprise and awe. Even if he is an ordinary person, he would never associate with someone like me, an ordinary individual." Haitong's thoughts on the scion of the wealthiest family were limited to a brief moment of gossip during the banquet, after which she dismissed him from her mind. As she stated, no matter how ordinary Zhang Xiao might be, he would not engage with someone of her standing, while she could not claim to be at the bottom of the social ladder. She was hardly positioned high enough to mingle with the elite. Apart from her close friend Shen Xiaojun, the only affluent person she knew was Zhang Yanqing, who could be considered a member of the upper class. The eldest son of the wealthiest family and she inhabited entirely different worlds, and there was no possibility of their paths ever crossing. Zhang Yanqing merely smiled, choosing not to respond. He had never looked down upon Haitong. But that did not guarantee that others of the elite would not. He understood that the upper echelons of society often judged based on lineage and status. Even he, as a young master of the Zhang family, had to navigate these social waters carefully, striving to win the favor of those in power. A car arrived, the vehicle summoned by Zhang Yanqing pulled up to the curb, and its occupants disembarked. Addressing Zhang Yanqing as young master, it was then that Haitong realized he had called for their family driver. The driver, having borrowed a pickup truck, assisted Zhang Yanqing in loading Haitong's immobile electric scooter onto the vehicle. Zhang Yanqing turned to Haitong and said to Sister Haitong, "It's rather late now, and the repair shop is likely closed. Uncle Wang will help you tow the scooter for repairs tomorrow and will return it to you once it's fixed." "Thank you." Haitong expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Zhang Yanqing. Had she not encountered him, she would have had to push her scooter home under the cover of darkness, a journey that would have lasted until dawn. Zhang Yanqing smiled amiably. "We're familiar enough. No need for thanks, Sister Haitong. Let's get in the car. I'll take you home." "Are you still staying at your sister's?" "No, I'm currently residing at Mingyuan Garden." "Yanqing, I'm fortunate to have run into you tonight. Otherwise, I would have had to walk home pushing that scooter. I don't understand what went wrong. The battery was fully charged, yet it refused to move." She suspected a wiring issue. Haitong entered Zhang Yanqing's car. He was aware that she had married, and her husband also bore the surname Zhan, though he was not connected to the wealthy Zhan family. It seemed that Haitong was living with her husband now. He refrained from prying into her husband's name. During the drive home, Zhang Yanqing asked, "Sister Haitong, would you like a late-night snack?" "My treat," Haitong chuckled. "I indulge occasionally, but generally, I don't eat. It's quite late, and you have work tomorrow, so I wouldn't want to impose on your time." This was a polite refusal, and Zhang Yanqing made no further attempts to persuade her. He understood Haitong's character well. If she declined, pressing the matter would only annoy her. Upon arriving at Mingyuan Garden's entrance, Haitong asked Zhang Yanqing to stop the car. "I'll walk in from here." Zhang Yanqing wished to escort her to her door to learn which building she lived in, but given the exclusivity of the upscale community, he ultimately relinquished that desire. He could easily inquire with his cousin to ascertain her residence. "Yanqing, thank you again for tonight." Haitong expressed her gratitude once more. "It's a trivial matter. Sister Haitong has thanked me several times already. If you truly wish to show your appreciation, how about treating me to a meal sometime?" Haitong smiled. "All right, I'll treat you along with my sister next time." Zhang Yanqing pursed his lips and suggested, "Why can't it just be the two of us?" "That is fine too, but are you afraid of your sister's nagging?" Zhang Yanqing chuckled, tacitly agreeing. Haitong waved goodbye and swiped her card to enter the community. It was only after her figure disappeared from view that Zhang Yanqing rolled up the window and drove away. As Haitong walked back to her small home, she retrieved her keys to unlock the door, only to discover it was locked from the inside. Did Zhang think she would return first, and thus locked the door upon arriving home? What should she do now? Should she wake him? Her grandmother had warned that if he was asleep and she called, waking him from slumber might provoke his ire. Checking the time, she noted it was already past midnight. Zhang usually came home around this hour. He likely had not gone to bed yet. She decided to send him a voice message. Janine was still awake. He had intentionally locked the door, though he could not articulate why. Seeing Haitong with Zhang Yanqing had irked him, as the two seemed rather well-matched. That scheming woman seemed to believe she could extract little benefit from him and was hastily seeking another suitor. His grandmother had been deceived by her. After all, his grandmother had known Haitong for just over 3 months. How well could she truly understand her? Yet, out of gratitude, his grandmother placed immense trust in Haitong and even mentioned marrying her. As the phone kept ringing, Janine ignored Haitong's voice messages. After several rings she hung up, but less than a minute later, she called again. After 3 attempts, Janine finally answered. Mr. Jean, are you asleep? Is there something you need? Janine retorted coldly, you locked the door, and I can't get in. After a moment of silence, he replied, still icy with a hint of sarcasm, I thought you were staying at a luxury hotel tonight. Haitong detected the sarcasm in his words but found it perplexing. Why would she be going to stay at a luxury hotel? Was he suddenly being sardonic, as if she had offended him? Mr. Jean, could you please unlock the door? Haitong responded with patience, choosing not to engage with his sarcasm. Janine remained silent. After a brief pause, Haitong added, if you want me to stay at a luxury hotel, I can do that. I always carry the card you provided for household expenses, so I could check into the Guancheng Grand Hotel. Janine replied curtly, just wait, and abruptly hung up. Several minutes later, he finally opened the door. As it swung open, he turned away without a word. Once inside, Haitong promptly locked the door again and called out, Mr. Jean, please hold on. Janine halted but did not turn around. Mr. Jean, your tone tonight has been rather sarcastic and confrontational. I would like to know how I have offended you. If there are issues, let us discuss them face to face. Don't harbor grievances overnight. If you continue to give me the cold shoulder, I could move out. This house belongs to you, and you have the final say. Haitong felt a surge of frustration. Janine turned to face her. His dark eyes piercing and cold, she felt as though he could freeze her in place with his gaze. How did you return home tonight? What do you mean? Haitong was bewildered. Who brought you back? Haitong was taken aback. She had exited the car right at the community entrance. How could he possibly have seen Zhang Yanqing drop her off? Did he possess some kind of supernatural vision? Or had he merely spotted her as she stepped out of Zhang Yanqing's vehicle? She had not even noticed him. Chapter 35, The Issue of a Man's Dignity. Haitong, we have already signed an agreement. We only need to wait 6 months to finalize our divorce. Could you not seek another partner until then? Must you rush to find someone else? We are still legally married, and your actions could be seen as infidelity. While I may not harbor feelings for you, nor could I ever love you, any normal man, would dislike being cuckolded. Janine was displeased at the sight of her with Zhang Yanqing, whom he viewed as a rival. This was not merely a matter of love, it was one of pride and dignity. As a man, Haitong glanced around, searching for something to throw, but finding nothing suitable, she hurled her small pouch containing her keys and phone at Janine with considerable force. She had trained in martial arts and had a good aim. Janine was caught off guard by her sudden move and was struck squarely in the face, causing him immediate pain. He glared at Haitong, incredulous that anyone would dare treat him in such a manner. As she picked up her pouch, her tone was sharp. Mr. Jean, you have a knack for speaking nonsense, and that deserves a hit. The reasons behind this are not to be questioned, it solely relies on your whimsical imagination. Is Mr. Jean always this tyrannical and self-righteous? Janine, nursing his injured mouth, glared at her with intensity. What are you staring at? Are your eyes larger than mine? I certainly do not concede defeat to you. Haitong, exasperated, struck him again with her purse. Janine, who has granted her the audacity to lay hands on him. This is domestic violence. My car broke down unexpectedly midway, and by mere coincidence, I encountered Zhang Yanqing, who happens to be the cousin of my close friend Shin Xiaojun. I have known him longer than you have. One could say I watched him grow up. Given such a connection, when he saw me stranded by the roadside, he stopped to inquire about my predicament, offered to call for a tow truck, and even drove me back. We conducted ourselves with propriety, yet somehow, it is conveyed through your lips that we appear as if we are engaged in an affair hidden from the light of day? They say those with dark hearts perceive darkness in others. Does Mr. Jean indulge in flings outside, causing me to feel as if I dwell in an expansive wilderness above? Janine, at that moment, he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Mr. Jean, when we registered our marriage, if you were unwilling, you could have simply told me. I am not one to force marriage. Why act as though I have gained an undue advantage after our certificate was signed? The agreement was penned by you. I offered no objections, and when you requested my signature, I complied without hesitation. And if you wish to divide the house in car post-divorce, that is entirely your prerogative. Since you presume me to be a scheming woman, coveting your wealth, it would only serve to disadvantage me to refuse your offer of house and car when the day of divorce arrives. I shall not claim your house or car. My marriage to you was merely to escape my sister's home, allowing her peace of mind. That was my singular motive, devoid of any desire for your possessions. Mr. Jean seems to believe I am seeking a better partner, engaging in infidelity during our marriage, and that I would adorn you with a green cap the last time I accompanied Xiaojun on a blind date. You witnessed me seated with Mr. Lan and likely thought the same, did you not? Those unaware would assume you were jealous. Janine managed to utter, rest assured, I am not envious, your demeanor just now strongly resembled that of jealousy. Haitong clarified her statement, and upon seeing his expression soften, her mood lifted, leading her to tease him, exuding an aura of acidity reminiscent of vinegar in noodles. Jeanine maintained a stoic face, yet the tips of his ears gradually flushed red, not from embarrassment, but due to his misunderstanding of Haitong. How could Jeanine ever feel shy? This was a matter of a man's dignity. Haitong chuckled lightly. At that moment Jeanine's handsome visage turned crimson. I harbor no affection for you, let alone love. How could I possibly feel jealous? As long as you refrain from infidelity, I have no concern over whom you associate with. You need not repeatedly emphasize your lack of affection for me, as though I hold a deep fondness for you. Our marriage certificate merely signifies a cohabitation arrangement. I will candidly admit that my agreement to marry you was driven by a desire to prevent further quarrels between my sister and her husband. Hastily moving out to secure a place to live. But if we are to speak of ulterior motives, this is mine: to take advantage of your house, allowing me to reside there rent-free, thus alleviating my sister's worries. Jeanine, his house was far more appealing than himself. He spoke of not liking her, not loving her, with ease, yet, hearing her declare her disinterest felt jarring to him. I too would not engage in infidelity. To use your words, 6 months hence, should we choose to divorce, if you truly intend to compensate me with your house and car, I would reside in the house you provided and drive the car you gifted me. Openly seeking another man, wouldn't that be more agreeable? Why must you accuse me of infidelity, Jeanine? After a prolonged silence, he lowered his stance and apologized to Haitong. Haitong, I am sorry. I misjudged you. He had no ground to stand on, and thus could only bow his head in apology. Should issues arise in the future, please communicate directly with me. Do not lock me out as you did earlier. With a temperament such as yours, marrying a wife would lead to frequent discord. If your wife possesses a character akin to yours, you both will swiftly descend into a cold war, destined for divorce. Jeanine pondered momentarily before reminding her, I will marry a wife, and your disposition differs from mine. He was feeling somewhat petty tonight. It would be better if she were more magnanimous. Haitong, your future wife will not be me. I am referring to your future spouse. He had already planned for a divorce in 6 months, although his agreement clearly stated that should they fail to cultivate feelings or love within that time frame, they would part ways. With such pride and pettiness, she found him unappealing. Nevertheless, there were many occasions when his attentiveness and meticulousness made her feel secure. I do not have any women I fancy. Naturally, with your eyes raised so high, perceiving everyone is calculating, how could you ever marry me, Jeanine? To marry her would mean his family's ancestral grave would erupt in flames, on the verge of explosion. He had never encountered such self-absorbed woman. Enough, let us clarify our misunderstandings. You may retire to bed now. Jeanine disdained her tone of speech, yet ultimately said nothing, retreating to his own room and forcefully shutting the door behind him. Haitong muttered, even if you were to dismantle the door, I would not feel a twinge of regret. This is your house. Chapter 036, My husband delivers me a night devoid of conversation past. The following morning, after rising, Haitong first attended to her beloved plants on the balcony, watering them and admiring their beauty. It cannot be denied that each morning spent gazing upon this little garden elevates her mood, causing any discontent directed towards Jeanine to dissipate, for it is thanks to Jeanine's thoughtful purchase of these flowers that the garden flourished. Once her spirits were restored, Haitong ventured into the kitchen to prepare breakfast for the couple. Soon Jeanine awoke as well, approaching the kitchen doorway to observe Haitong bustling about. His tightly pressed lips twitched slightly. Haitong, good morning. Haitong turned to face him, replying, good morning. Is there anything you need help with? No need. If you truly feel bored, you may assist me by hanging the clothes out to dry and sweeping the floor. Jeanine paused, taken aback by her lack of formality, though he responded to her request. All right. Turning, he departed to help Haitong with the laundry, then began tidying up, with only the two of them residing in such a spacious home, and both being early risers and late returners. The place remained tidy, however. Jeanine made sure to sweep every corner meticulously. By the time Haitong finished preparing their breakfast, he had yet to complete his cleaning. Why are you so slow? Haitong grumbled, moving over to take the broom from him. Jeanine, she worked swiftly, finishing in mere minutes. He opened his mouth, intending to say something, but ultimately remained silent, stealing glances at her expression. He noted her lingering anger from the previous night, when he had misunderstood her and she had struck him. Thankfully, she was now preparing breakfast for him and her countenance was no longer displeasing. This girl is not to be trifled with. Jeanine had begun to grasp Haitong's temperament. Addressing issues face to face is best, and grievances should be settled promptly. If not, one must wait for the opportune moment to strike, ensuring she does not feel wronged or provoked. She is, by nature, a girl with a good disposition, and if you wish to see me, do so openly. There's no need to steal glances. I am aware of my beauty. I could easily secure a runner-up title in a beauty pageant. Jeanine could not help but chuckle. I expected you to claim you would win the championship. Haitong, with unabashed confidence, replied, one must remain humble. Even if one possesses the talent to win, it should not be overtly proclaimed. Jeanine, after washing her hands, Haitong beckoned him to join her for breakfast. Today, she had prepared dumplings and wontons. The couple shared bowls of wontons and a serving of steamed dumplings, the shrimp dumplings being Haitong's favorite. Afterwards, I will drive you to the shop, Janine offered. Without lifting her head, Haitong declined. I can just catch a taxi outside. It isn't far, and it wouldn't be an inconvenience for you to drop me off at the shop and return to work. The company, he had the final say. He could come and go as he pleased, and no one could stop him. Very well, once we finish eating, we should leave. It's rush hour, and traffic can be congested, as Janine affirmed, regardless of the circumstances. She remained his wife, he possessed a vehicle in time, and thus he would take her back to the shop, resolutely denying other men the opportunity to escort her. Ding ding ding, Haitong's phone rang. During breakfast, she had placed her phone on the dining table. As they sat together, Janine cast a glance at the caller ID, and even while seated, his height allowed him to see clearly that it was the charming Zhang Yanqing calling. Charming, was Janine questioned Haitong's taste. While Zhang Yanqing was indeed good-looking, could he possibly compare to him? He was far more handsome than Zhang Yanqing is. Janine found himself curious about how she had saved his contact. Haitong answered the call from Zhang Yanqing. Haitong Jia, good morning, calling so early, is there something you need? Haitong Jia, have you had breakfast yet? I can pick you up for work and treat you to breakfast. Otherwise, you can treat me. As Zhang Yanqing's words carried a hint of anticipation. Last night, he had aided Haitong significantly, and today, he had an excuse to offer her a ride in breakfast. I have had my fill. Thank you. I prepared the breakfast myself, and later my husband will drive me back to the shop. There is no need for you to travel such a great distance. Haitong remains blissfully unaware of Zhang Yanqing's secret affection for her. She simply thinks that the Zhang family is quite far from Mingyuan Garden, and during the morning rush hour, traffic can be a nightmare. She does not wish to impose on Zhang Yanqing by making him traverse such a distance only to end up stuck in traffic. Upon hearing Haitong's words, my husband will take me, all of Zhang Yanqing's hopes were dashed, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. He overlooked the fact that Sister Haitong is married. Though Sister Haitong has never had a boyfriend, she has suddenly entered into a whirlwind marriage with a stranger. Why couldn't she just wait for him? Although he is still young, he would gladly become her impromptu husband. Sadly, Sister Haitong has never considered him in that light, always viewing him as a younger brother. For many years, ever since he began to understand love, she has been the object of his unrequited affection. Alas, it all amounts to nothing in the end. Well, once Sister Haitong's car is repaired, I will arrange for it to be delivered to the shop. Zhang Yanqing felt a pang of bitterness but maintained his composure. Ensuring that Haitong did not sense anything amiss, thank you, Sister Haitong, please don't be so polite with me. I won't disturb you during your meal. Zhang Yanqing hung up first, fearing that if the conversation continued, the suppressed bitterness within him would erupt, revealing his inner turmoil to Sister Haitong. Janine had been listening to the entire exchange. When Haitong mentioned, my husband will take me, he couldn't help but smirk. An instinctive reaction that he himself did not recognize. As soon as Haitong hung up her phone, it rang once more. This time, it was an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to answer the call. Haitong, it's your elder brother. A strange male voice echoed on the line, causing Haitong to frown and instinctively retort, what do you mean, my brother? My mother only gave birth to me and my sister. We have no brothers. It was precisely because her parents had no sons that, after their passing, the family home and land had been seized by uncles. With her grandparents still alive, they resided in her family's old house. And the sisters had not returned home for years, nor did they wish to engage in a legal battle to reclaim the property. I am Hai Jiming, your elder cousin, the caller introduced himself. Haitong recalled that her elder cousin was indeed named Hai Jiming. What do you want? After years of no contact, she knew that such a call could only bring trouble, and she instinctively built a wall of defense in her mind. The Hai family lived far from the city center, requiring over an hour's drive. Surely they were unaware of her marriage, if they were to discover that her sister was getting married, just as they had demanded a dowry of 300,000 yuan from her brother-in-law, they would undoubtedly seek the same from Janine. She would not hesitate to sweep them away with a broom. Chapter 037, the call from the unbearable relative's grandmother is ill. She has liver cancer, but fortunately, it is in the early stages. Hai Jiming informed her over the phone. The doctor recommends hospitalization at a city hospital. You and your sister have settled in the city and are familiar with the situation. Please help grandmother with the appointment. We will set off shortly to take her to the city hospital. This way, she can be admitted for treatment immediately upon arrival. I've heard there is a deposit required. So remember to take care of that as well. Although your parents are no longer with us, you and your sister have a share in this. Over the years, you have not contributed any support. Now that grandmother is ill, you both will cover her medical expenses as a way to make up for the years of neglect. Upon hearing her cousin's demands, Haitong's expression turned a shade of green. She lost her parents at the age of 10, and the compensation they received, amounting to 1.2 million yuan, was to be divided with her grandparents, which was understandable since they were her father's biological parents. The sisters were young at the time, and the compensation distributed to her grandparents far exceeded what was rightfully theirs. She was acutely aware that after her grandparents took 600,000 yuan from the compensation, They had distributed the remaining funds among her uncles and aunts. Each of her 2 uncles, 1 aunt, and 2 cousins received 150,000 yuan, while her aunts received 20,000 yuan each. The remainder was set aside for her grandparents' retirement. Though she was still a child at that time, she could remember enough. She vividly recalls her grandparents declaring in front of village officials and her mother's family that they would not require the sisters to support them in their old age. Even signing an agreement to that effect, with fingerprints from all parties involved. The agreement had 3 copies, one for the sisters, one for their grandparents, and one retained by the village committee, with so many witnesses. It was outrageous for her cousin to accuse them of never providing support, reflecting on the aftermath of losing their parents. When no relatives were willing to adopt the sisters, the 1.2 million yuan compensation was reduced to a mere 200,000 yuan after her grandparents and maternal grandparents took their share. At just 15 years old, her sister managed the funeral arrangements and ensured that she could stay in school, at least guaranteeing her education and meals without the need to rely on others. They had grown up relying on each other. The so-called relatives had never extended a helping hand but had the audacity to demand a dowry of 300,000 yuan from her brother-in-law when her sister was to marry. Such shamelessness was not surprising when they now expected the sisters to cover their grandmother's medical expenses. Mr. Hai, I recall you were 12 years my senior. 15 years ago, when my parents died in that car accident. You were already 22, when the compensation was divided. You were quite eager. Have you forgotten that the support we provided to grandmother was settled in one lump sum? You used the 150,000 yuan that grandmother allocated to you to build a new house. That 100,000 yuan was indeed part of grandmother's support, money earned at the cost of my parents' lives, which you enjoyed while having the gall to criticize me for not providing support? How dare you demand I make up for it? That 150,000 yuan from 15 years ago was a substantial amount, enough to build a house. Indeed, your shamelessness rivals that of a city wall. How could you possibly feel any embarrassment? Hai Jiming, I tell you, I will not take responsibility for this matter. With that, Haitong hung up the phone. When Hai Jiming called again, she blocked him. Zhanin had listened to the entire conversation between the siblings. He had never investigated her background or past, only having heard from her grandmother about the tragic loss of her parents in a car accident when she was 10, and that the sisters had been living off the compensation to get by and complete their education. It was no wonder that she and her sister shared such a close bond. After relying on each other for over a decade, how could they not be close, in Haitong's heart? Her sister was her only family in this world. It seemed he would need to have someone look into her past. Haitong did not mention the matter of her relatives to Zhanin. And he did not inquire further. The couple quietly finished their breakfast, and Zhanin indeed drove Haitong to work. As they descended the stairs together, the bodyguards waiting downstairs pretended to be passers-by. Dispersing in various directions, Haitong noticed several luxury cars parked below, one of which was a Rolls-Royce. She remarked to Zhanin, our neighborhood is indeed upscale, but I didn't expect to see a Rolls-Royce. With that kind of money, one would think they would be living in a grand villa. Why would they choose to live in an apartment here? Perhaps for work convenience or for their children's schooling. The world of the wealthy is beyond my understanding, Zhanin simply responded. Many are invisible wealthy individuals. They have money but prefer to keep a low profile. Haitong thought to herself, driving a Rolls-Royce is hardly discreet. Zhanin, unfazed, drove his modest Dongfeng Fengxing business vehicle to drop off his wife at work. After he departed, the bodyguards convened, exchanging glances. Ultimately, they reached a consensus that they should follow the young master discreetly. Waiting until he dropped off the young mistress before escorting him back to the company, Haitong had no idea that the man beside her was a true hidden tycoon, possessing a Rolls-Royce but opting to drive a modest vehicle to drop her off at work. She called her sister to inform her that their grandmother was ill and that the Hai family would be taking her to the city hospital, reminding her not to foolishly offer to cover the medical expenses. Although the sisters had not returned to their hometown for years, they were aware that their uncles and cousins were living quite comfortably. They had heard that their cousins were doing well. Whether through labor or business, with a whole host of dutiful grandchildren, it was hardly their responsibility to cover medical expenses. Haitong's elder sister Hai Ling, who was 5 years older, had a deeper understanding and resentment towards both their paternal and maternal relatives. Upon hearing her sister's words, she scoffed. Even if I had money now, I wouldn't dream of paying for that old woman's medical bills. Tong, do not answer their calls, block them immediately. These people are nothing but leeches. Once you compromise, you won't be able to shake them off. She spoke from experience. Sister, I've already blocked him. Hai Ling replied. Good, that is reassuring. Fortunately, the Hai family was currently unaware of the sister's address. Before her marriage, she hadn't lived there, and when the Hai family shamelessly demanded a dowry, she had chased them away, so they likely wouldn't dare approach her again. Tong, invite Zhanin over for dinner tonight. Haitong glanced at Zhanin and asked, my sister wants us to come over for dinner tonight. Do you have time? If sister invites us, we should honor her request, he replied, due to a misunderstanding with Haitong last night. The couple had a minor quarrel. Janine, feeling somewhat guilty, was particularly agreeable today and showed great consideration for Haitong. Chapter 038, Zhang Yin's suggestion. Haitong replied to her sister that she would join Janine for dinner that evening. After the sisters concluded their call, Janine inquired, "Is your relationship with your relatives from your hometown quite poor?" "Indeed, it is," Haitong candidly admitted, without concealing the truth. "When I was 10 years old, my parents tragically perished in a car accident. None of our relatives, whether from my father's or my mother's side, showed any interest in caring for my sister and me. However, once my parents received their compensation, they all came to claim a share. Despite having no rightful claim, uncles and nephews instigating the elderly to speak out. My father was the fourth in line, and my grandparents never favored him, showing greater affection towards my uncles, seeing the substantial compensation. They schemed to secure larger portions. Despite having promised that they would not require our contributions for their old age, they took away 600,000 and signed an agreement to that effect. The two-story house my parents had built before their demise was swiftly occupied by my grandparents, who claimed it as theirs since my parents were no longer alive. They argued that my sister and I, being girls, would eventually marry and thus were not entitled to the house or the land. At that time, we were too young and had no support, so the house was taken over by my grandparents. We could only return during long school breaks, only to be met with disdain, as if we were intruding to reclaim what was rightfully ours. My sister remarked that the property deed was in our parents' names, and once those two elders pass away, we would pursue legal action to reclaim the house, ensuring that our uncles would not benefit from it. Janine responded, "If it comes to that, and you require my assistance with legal matters, just let me know. I have many acquaintances in the legal profession, including those in the legal department of the Zhang Group." Haitong expressed her gratitude. "If the time comes when I truly need help, I shall seek your assistance." She assumed her grandparents would continue to cause trouble for some time. She pondered whether she and Janine would still be husband and wife by the time legal proceedings commenced. "Has your maternal family never stood up for you?" Janine queried. "Typically, grandparents are more affectionate towards their grandchildren," Haitong replied, somewhat bitterly. "My mother had a hard life. She was adopted and passed through numerous guardians before finally being taken in by my maternal grandparents. They are not her biological parents, so it is unrealistic to expect them to care deeply for her. They feel they have raised her and lament that they have yet to enjoy the fruits of her labor before her untimely death. Feeling utterly cheated, they also took 40,000 from the compensation, leaving my sister and me with only 20,000. Who would consider our plight? Who would support us? Everyone was motivated by their interests. Fearful of losing out. If it weren't for the village officials having some sense of justice, my sister and I might have received nothing at all from that compensation." Reflecting on the past, Haitong turned away, gazing out the window as tears streamed down her cheeks. 15 years had passed, yet she remained unable to let go. While it is often said that blood ties are paramount, her maternal family was not truly related to her. Their lack of compassion was one thing, but her father was indeed a direct descendant of the Hai family, and yet his brothers and nephews exhibited no semblance of familial loyalty. After a moment, Haitong steadied her emotions and stated, "Now, my grandmother is ill, diagnosed with early-stage liver cancer, and is to be hospitalized in the city. My eldest cousin had the audacity to call me, asking for arrangements, even requesting that I cover the medical expenses. Everyone knows that treating cancer is not a trivial matter. Even if I had the means, I would not contribute, given how they treated my sister and me back then. I refused to part with a single penny. At most, I might give her 1,000 yuan for some delicacies, but not a cent more." Janine replied with quiet conviction, "If it troubles you, then do not give them a dime. If you do, they will not appreciate your generosity. They will only accuse you of being stingy and unfilial. If you give too much, it will only burden you further. Knowing it is a thankless endeavor, it is best not to engage. Let them say what they will. Their past actions were unjust, so do not allow them to morally manipulate you." Janine, who managed the vast Zhang Group, had a resolute character. He believed that Haitong should give nothing at all. Whether she contributed or not, she would be criticized for being unfilial, thus it was more prudent to give nothing. Back then, both sisters were minors, and their relatives could be so heartless as to neglect them, seizing a significant portion of the compensation and occupying their home. If it weren't for her sensible aunt, their situation might have been far worse. Haitong considered Zhang Yin's words and, after some reflection, declared, "Mr. Zhang, you are absolutely right. I will heed your advice and not part with a single cent. Regardless of what they say, they were unrepentant about their actions back then. Why should I fear their words? If anyone dares to suggest that I should overlook my grandparents' age and let bygones be bygones, I will retort that they should trade places with me and endure what I have faced. If they could truly act without resentment and repay kindness with kindness, then they may speak to me again. One cannot urge others to be virtuous without having experienced their suffering." She despised the notion of moral coercion. Before long, Janine dropped Haitong off at the entrance of Guancheng High School. This hour, students had already begun their classes, and the shops nearby were quiet. Shen Xiaojun sat at the cash register. Engrossed in her phone, upon noticing Janine accompanying Haitong, she promptly stood and made her way outside. Mr. Zhan Shin Xiaojun greeted him. Janine did not exit the vehicle but merely rolled down the window. Casting a glance at the store's interior, acknowledging Shin Xiaojun's greeting with a slight nod, he managed a strained smile in response. Go ahead and start your shift. Once you reach the office, send me a message. Alright. Janine nodded at the two young women before rolling up the window, reversing the car, and driving away. What about your electric scooter? Shin Xiaojun inquired playfully. Will your husband be the one to pick you up and drop you off from now on? It seems you two get along quite well. Yes, we do get along fairly well when he respects her boundaries and she does not push him away. Their relationship is harmonious. My scooter inexplicably broke down last night. But fortunately, I ran into your cousin Guancheng, who helped me get it repaired and even drove me home. I'll invite him out for a meal next time, and you can join us. It's a small matter. No need to be so courteous. Even small matters deserve acknowledgement. Since he helped me, I should treat him to a meal. I don't want to owe anyone. Shin Xiaojun hesitated before responding, realizing her friend was married and that it was inappropriate to incur too much debt. Even if it was with her cousin, alright, just let me know when you've arranged it, and I'll happily accompany you. As for covering the meal, that's something I'm most willing to do. Chapter 039. Are you interested in your wife? After returning to the office, Janine instructed his secretary before even entering his office, please notify the chief assistant to come see me. The secretary promptly dialed the internal line to Chief Assistant Sunan. Mr. Su, Mr. Zhan wishes to see you. Please come upstairs immediately. Sunan, without inquiry, acknowledged and hung up the phone. A few minutes later, Sunan knocked and entered the president's office. Janine was already engrossed in paperwork. Upon seeing him, he set down his pen and gestured for him to sit. Is there an urgent matter? Sunan and Janine were classmates, and Janine was well aware of his capabilities. Even before graduation, he had signed him on as part of the Zhan Group elite, and after demonstrating his merit, he gradually became Zhan Yin's chief assistant, earning his trust. It's not an urgent matter. Just a personal one that I wanted to discuss privately. After sitting down, Sunan smiled and remarked, you could have mentioned it over the phone, though he held the title of chief assistant. Janine occasionally entrusted him with personal matters, which Sunan was accustomed to. Could you assist me in investigating something? Look at you, I have no idea how many matters you've had me investigate. One more or one less makes no difference. What do you need me to look into? The Su family was quite secretive and wealthy, yet they maintained an even lower profile than the Zhan family. With few aware of their affluence. Sunan was not the eldest in his generation, so he did not have to take on the family head's role, but he held considerable sway among his brothers and was trusted by the family head. The Su family excelled in gathering information, their network extending across several major cities, particularly in Guancheng. There was hardly anything they could not uncover. Of course, not everyone could access the Su family's resources. Only Janine, as a friend and superior, could request their assistance. The head of the Su family admired Janine, always willing to help him when he sought favors. My grandmother constantly nags me about marrying the person who saved her life. As I've mentioned before, yes, but didn't you already marry her? Is your grandmother now nagging you to take a second wife? Sunan teased. Janine grimaced, marrying one is already a challenge, in our family. A man has only one wife. Are you interested in your wife, wanting me to investigate her past? Not exactly interested. I just feel that since we are married, I should know a bit more about her. Please help me clarify her family background. Haitong had shared some details about the Hai family, but not everything, prompting Janine to seek Sunan's help for a clearer understanding. This way, he could be better prepared to assist Haitong in her times of need. It is essential to refrain from impulsiveness in future encounters and to avoid hastily misjudging or wrongfully accusing others. Indeed, he has misconstrued Haitong and feels a sense of suffocation. However, one could gradually glean insights into her family circumstances through interaction. Sunan perceives this matter as quite straightforward. If he were to investigate, he need not rely on familial connections, he could simply assign a few subordinates to discreetly inquire and obtain clarity. As far as he knows, Zhan Yin's wife is an utterly ordinary young woman, possessing a kind heart and having saved Zhan Nainai's life, which led to her being favored by Zhan Nainai. A girl chosen by Zhan Nainai must undoubtedly possess exceptional character, and Sunan dares to assert that it won't be long before his old classmate is captivated by that young lady. She may encounter some troubles in the near future, and by understanding the circumstances beforehand, he could offer her assistance. Sunan's interest piqued, he mused, what, have you fallen in love? It seems he is already protective. Regardless of my feelings, she is presently my wife, even if only by name. She is Zhan Yin's woman. If anyone dares to bully her, I shall naturally protect her, not merely for her sake, but for the dignity of Zhan Yin. Sunan chuckled, dismissing the notion as self-deceit. Sunan, Janine retorted, a hint of embarrassment and anger in his voice. His motivations are solely to preserve his own esteem. Haitong is his wife. If she is mistreated, it would be a direct affront to Janine and a currency cannot permit. Very well, I shan't tease you further. It's all about your dignity. Your face, fine, I shall assist you in your inquiries. Your wife's name is Haitong, is it not? You could in fact enlist Lu Dongming's help. I am your chief assistant, primarily tasked with company affairs. Perpetually busy like a workhorse, scarcely finding time to sip a glass of water, must I be burdened with such trivial pursuits? Jeanine stood to pour him a glass of water. You should drink this first. Lest you claim to be so busy that you cannot even take a sip. I've been here for quite a while, and it only now occurs to you to offer me a drink? I presumed you were not thirsty. If you were, you would pour it yourself. What is our relationship? Have you ever been formal with me? Sunan chuckled. Lu Dongming lacks your discretion. That is indeed true. Sometimes, Lu Dongming can be excessively chatty. Sunan reveled in his moment of pride. Do remember to gather all pertinent information regarding the Hai family upon learning from Haitong that her family is quite the handful. Jeanine felt a premonition that both sisters would soon be embroiled in trouble. While he could overlook matters concerning his aunt, he certainly must take responsibility for his own wife. To manage the situation, one must first understand the adversary. Knowledge of self and others is the key to victory in every battle. Jeanine never engages in battles without assurance of success, regardless of the challenges posed by that troublesome lot. He would ensure that Haitong does not face defeat. Doesn't your wife have just one sister? Her hometown is rife with troublesome relatives. Sunan exclaimed. Now I understand why you conceal your identity and maintain a secret marriage. Having difficult relatives can indeed be quite troublesome. Jeanine remains silent. His desire to keep his identity concealed and remain in a clandestine marriage is not solely due to troublesome relatives. Rather, he wishes to assess Haitong's character. After all, when his grandmother continually urged him to marry Haitong, he had preconceived notions of her as a scheming woman, yet, it appears he may have prematurely misjudged her. It is prudent to evaluate her character first. If Haitong truly deserves his lifelong affection, he shall naturally confide in her and retract the signed agreement, aspiring to become a genuine couple bound by love for eternity. Is there anything else? Sunan inquired after sipping some lukewarm water. No, that will suffice. You may return to your work. Sunan set down his glass and rose to leave, but Jeanine suddenly asked him. Sunan, if you were to misunderstand a girl, how would you apologize? What is the purpose of your mouth? Simply say I'm sorry. Must I teach you how to apologize? Jeanine replied. Oh, I see, you were inquiring whether I should present a gift or something of the sort. Girls typically appreciate flowers, jewelry, perfumes, or skincare products. Just send her any one of those, and she will understand. Chapter 040. A chilling heart. Jeanine's words likely lack the charm to express affection. It would be better for him to apologize through actions instead. So you have misunderstood your wife. What did you misinterpret? Is a gift necessary for an apology? Sunan's curiosity was piqued. This is none of your concern. Return to your duties. You are to discuss the collaboration with General Ming this evening. I have prior commitments. You are off to accompany your wife to your aunt's for dinner again. What is this? Why are you suddenly so busy? As you should know, a married man cannot solely focus on work. That is a surefire way to end up with a green hat. Sunan was left speechless. He understood that his superior had pushed the task onto him to spend time with his wife. Is being married such a grand accomplishment? Sunan could also marry and thereafter avoid social engagements and overtime to spend time with my wife. Couldn't I? The only issue is that I currently lack a girlfriend and no prospective partners for marriage in the near future. With a sense of frustration from being overworked, Sunan left in a huff. Under the same blue sky, different individuals engage in various activities in disparate locations. Hai Ling informed her sister that they would come over for dinner that evening. After feeding Yang Yang, she continued her routine of pushing the child in a stroller to the market to buy groceries. Just as she stepped outside, her husband called, "Dear, what's up? Are you out shopping for groceries?" Zhou Honglin asked over the phone. "Not yet, just heading out. What do you feel like eating today? Make sure to buy some delicious items. My parents and sister are coming to town. My sister loves seafood, so be sure to get plenty of that. My mother enjoys beef too, so pick some of that up as well." Hai Ling instinctively replied, "Seafood is quite expensive. Your sister will want to eat large prawns and bread crabs. And she will want several at once. Beef is also costly. It's 60 yuan per jean now. I usually buy just a little for Yang Yang, and I'm reluctant to purchase more." She was not fond of hosting her in-laws and sister-in-law. Their visits meant not only lavish meals but also criticisms directed at her, leading to arguments with Zhou Honglin after their departure. Especially her sister-in-law, who meddled excessively in family matters and excelled at sowing discord. "I told you to buy it, so just do it. What else with all the unnecessary chatter? Additionally, the last time you bought clothes, you spent over 1,000 yuan of the living expenses I provided. For today's groceries, you cannot use that card again. We must split the costs, and you need to reimburse me for fairness." Hearing her husband's words, Hai Ling felt a chill in her heart and immense anger. She initially believed he disapproved of her sister staying with them and was deliberately saying such things. Little did she know, he was being entirely sincere. "Zhou Honglin, even though I'm not working now, I am caring for our son and managing the household, allowing you to focus on your work without worries. I deserve acknowledgement for my efforts, even if they are not recognized as achievements just because I cannot work at the moment. Does that mean you insist on splitting everything equally? Are you trying to push me into a corner or compel me to find a job? Fine, if you want your parents to take care of the child, I'll seek employment tomorrow. The child is yours. Why should my parents be burdened with him? I mean, the responsibility of our child lies with both of us. My parents worked hard to raise my siblings and me. They deserve to enjoy their golden years without added burdens. You're not broke. The last time you damaged someone's luxury car, you had the funds to compensate them. Stop pretending to be poor. If you truly lack money, just borrow some from Haitong. Once Yang starts kindergarten, you can return to work to repay her. Zhou Honglin was adamant about maintaining an equal split. He felt he had contributed far too much while Hai Ling did little more than care for the child. He bore all the living expenses and mortgage. What did she need money for? His mother often remarked that Hai Ling had received extensive education, but what good was it if she could not earn money? A woman capable of managing a household while also earning income would be of real assistance to him. Moreover, Hai Ling was still unaware of how to present herself. She had once been strikingly beautiful and possessed great poise, yet now she resembled a pig and had no sense of style. She had transformed so drastically since their marriage that he hesitated to bring her to social events, fearing ridicule from colleagues and clients. Compared to Yi Jiani, they were worlds apart. Hai Ling was infuriated by her husband's words and hung up the phone, neglecting to mention that she had invited her sister and her partner over for dinner that evening. If her in-laws and sister-in-law were to come, inviting her sister and her partner would likely lead to another argument with Zhou Honglin after they left. If his family could come for dinner, why couldn't he? Her sister? She had a stake in this household too. Although Zhou Honglin had covered the down payment and mortgage, she had financed the renovations and all furnishings with her savings, investing all her premarital earnings into their home. With this thought, Hai Ling felt emboldened. Of course, she would purchase more groceries, especially since she was inviting her sister and her partner over for dinner. Coincidentally, her sister also enjoyed seafood. So it's an equal split, is it? When the in-laws come, I will keep track of all expenditures incurred during their visit. After they leave, I will settle the accounts with Zhou Honglin. Furthermore, since it was an equal split, she would not take on all household responsibilities from now on. Starting today, she would no longer assist with Zhou Honglin's matters. He could handle his own clothes, shoes, and meals. She would not cater to him as if he were an emperor any longer. In the early days of their marriage, he had sweet-talked her, urging her to resign, claiming he could support her and that she could comfortably be his beautiful wife. He had even encouraged her to conceive early, which had forced her to quit her job due to her pregnancy. As a result, throughout her life, the childless mother found herself changing physically. In her quest to produce milk for her child, she consumed everything in sight, leading to her becoming increasingly overweight, ultimately inciting his disdain. Hailing from the stroller, her son, Xiao Zhouyang, seemed to sense something, turning his head to look at his mother and calling out in a sweet, childish voice, "Mama." Hai Ling responded with a gentle hum, reaching out to stroke her son's head, softly saying, "Yang is such a good boy, Mama." "Auntie," he replied, expressing his longing for his aunt. "Mama will call Auntie to come over for dinner tonight. And then you will see Auntie." Zhouyang, understanding his mother's words, lit up with joy on his tender little face. He felt closest to his mother and Auntie, observing her son's innocent visage. Hai Ling suppressed her inner fury. Her in-laws were unwilling to assist with childcare, and with Zhouyang still so young, she had to endure for another year before she could return to the workforce. As for her in-laws' insistence on having a second child, Hai Ling chose not to dwell on it. Managing one child was already overwhelming. The thought of birthing another made it impossible for her to re-enter the job market. Without employment or income, she felt increasingly insecure within the household. Zhou Honglin claimed that his parents wished to enjoy their retirement and could not assist with childcare, yet Hai Ling knew that her in-laws were more than willing to help her sister-in-law with her children, favoring their grandchildren over their own grandson. It was clear that they regarded her as an outsider. After all, a daughter is born of their blood, while a daughter-in-law comes from another family, and thus her in-laws exhibited a blatant bias. Chapter 041. What to do when your husband is upset. In the afternoon, Yi unexpectedly visited Haitong's bookstore. Upon his arrival, Haitong and Shen Xiaojun had just finished their tasks and were preparing to enjoy takeout when Jianin strode in. Haitong was taken aback, staring at him as he approached with purposeful strides. Jianin walked directly to her, slightly lowering his head as he inquired, "Don't recognize me?" Regaining her composure, Haitong smiled and replied, "It's just such a surprise. What brings you here? Have you eaten? If not, I can order another meal for you." Shen Xiaojun greeted Jianin and, displaying her tact, discreetly retreated behind a large bookshelf to enjoy her takeout. Avoiding being a third wheel. "I've eaten. You still haven't had lunch?" Jianin glanced at his watch, noting that it was nearly 1 o'clock, and frowned slightly, admonishing Haitong, "Make sure to eat at regular intervals. You don't want to upset your stomach. It's quite troublesome to recover from." He had attended a business lunch at 11 o'clock, dining and socializing with clients before coming to find Haitong. Had he known she hadn't had lunch yet, he would have invited her to join him. "No, I can't." He was attending the lunch as Jean, the esteemed executive, and bringing her along would compromise his identity. Surprised by this sudden thought, Janine masked his surprise and calmly told Haitong, "You can eat your takeout in the car. I'm taking you somewhere. Where to? Is it urgent?" Without explanation, Janine turned and walked out. After a brief pause, Haitong picked up her takeout bag, informed Shin Xiaojun, and hurried after Janine. Once in the car, she asked, "Where are we headed? Does it have to be now?" Janine remained silent, and as Haitong realized she wouldn't extract any further information, she decided to eat her meal. After finishing, Zhang Yin's car came to a stop. Stepping out, she realized he had brought her to a car dealership. "Buying a car. My electric bike has been repaired. Nianxing arranged for someone to bring it back to me. It just had a wire issue that prevented it from functioning." Approaching the trash bin, she discarded her takeout box, only to find Janine silently entering the dealership. Although she was murmuring to herself, she followed him inside. He had previously mentioned assisting her with a down payment for a vehicle, encouraging her to acquire a four-wheeled car. She had thought that since her shop was not far from Mingyuan Garden, riding her electric bike was convenient, thus she had declined his offer. However, today, he had brought her directly to purchase a car. "I have a meeting at 3, let us make this quick. Once you find something suitable, I'll pay, and I need to return to the company," Janine instructed Haitong. "You don't need to worry about the price. Just ensure the car's appearance appeals to you, evaluate its performance, and test drive it. If it feels right, we'll buy it." Haitong leaned closer and whispered, "What if I fancy a car that costs hundreds of thousands? An expensive vehicle means a hefty down payment. How much did your usual car cost? Perhaps I should choose the same brand as yours." Zhang Yin's Dongfeng Fengxing was priced around 120 to 130,000. His dark eyes sparkled as he replied nonchalantly, "Then choose a Dongfeng Fengxing sedan. Do you prefer black or white?" "Black, as white shows dirt easily." Janine nodded in agreement, as he too had a preference for black vehicles. In this aspect, their tastes coincided. Once they determined the brand, selecting a model became significantly easier. Haitong test drove several sedans but ultimately settled on an SUV as Janine took a turn behind the wheel and deemed it satisfactory. Thus they finalized their decision. Haitong assumed that after making a down payment, she would have to wait a few days to pick up the car, but to her surprise, Janine opted for full payment, allowing her to drive the vehicle home immediately. "Didn't you say you'd only cover the down payment?" Haitong asked softly. "The car you chose is not expensive. We can pay in full." Haitong replied with a soft "oh," and added, "I'll transfer half the money to you later." Janine shot her a glance. "No need." Haitong blinked, realizing that this meant he was gifting her the car. Although the vehicle was not exorbitantly priced, it still cost over 100,000. Despite being married, their time together had been brief, and they were still getting to know each other, especially given their signed agreement that stipulated separation after 6 months. The sudden gift of a car worth tens of thousands made Haitong anxious, prompting her to pull him outside the dealership to ask, "Mr. Zhang, could you enlighten me on the sudden gift of a car? If you don't clarify, I can't use it comfortably, fearing I owe you an insurmountable favor. Such debts are the hardest to repay." Janine regarded her for a long moment before averting his gaze. Haitong noticed a slight flush on his handsome face. "Last night, I misunderstood you." Realization dawned on her. "You believe you've wronged me and are now gifting me a car as an apology?" Janine met her gaze. Thankfully she wasn't dull. She understood quickly. "Last night, we cleared the air, and you apologized. While I was genuinely upset, I've moved on. There was no need for such a lavish gesture as a car to apologize. Having a car would be more convenient for you." Haitong was well aware of the convenience a car would provide. "If this car is truly to be purchased, I will reimburse you. Otherwise, I won't proceed with the purchase. Besides, Mr. Zhang, you mentioned a divorce in 6 months. Transferring the vehicle currently in use to my name means I essentially own a car already." Janine was momentarily taken aback. He had drafted the agreement and insisted she sign it. However, hearing her mention the impending divorce made his heart feel heavy. Soon, his expression turned cold, and his tone became devoid of warmth as he stated, "Do you currently have the funds to cover the car payment? If not, I will pay first, and you can transfer the money to me later." "I don't have it right now, but I can transfer it to you tonight after I get home." Janine said nothing further, leaving Haitong and returning to the dealership. After completing the payment, he didn't wait for Haitong, getting into his car and saying, "I'll head back to the company first." And with that, he drove away. Watching him leave, Haitong murmured, "Is he upset with me? Is he annoyed that I'm being so forthright? After all, he was the one who mentioned a divorce in 6 months. So it's only logical to keep things clear to avoid complications at the time of separation. Although there are no feelings between us, a divorce is inherently a disheartening matter, and if he were to demand compensation, it would only worsen the situation. I'm merely being cautious." His displeasure was evident. Regardless of Zhang Yin's mood, Haitong remained resolute. When she returned to the shop in her new vehicle, Shin Xiaojun, ever inquisitive, asked, "Did you two just go car shopping? I thought you were headed to a hotel." Haitong shot her a playful glare. "You've read too many novels. I never anticipated he would take me to buy a car." "Jejun, come and see my new car," she declared, thrilled with her very first vehicle. Chapter 042, the feeling of being disregarded by his wife. Shin Xiaojun enthusiastically circled Haitong's new car. Praising, not bad. How much was it? Around 100,000. Did you pay in full or just a down payment? My husband covered the full amount, Shin Xiaojun beamed, patting her friend's shoulder. Wow, Haitong. You've won over Mr. Zhang so quickly, and he has generously gifted you a car. I knew that even if it was a whirlwind marriage, you'd manage to capture his heart. Our Tong Tong is simply exceptional. If Mr. Zhang isn't smitten, he must be blind. In Shin Xiaojuan's eyes, her friend was the epitome of excellence. Once inside the shop, Haitong poured herself a glass of water and, after drinking half, remarked, "You're overthinking it. Last night, I asked Nianqing to drive me home, and he found out. He mistakenly thought I was being unfaithful, and we nearly had a fight. After clarifying things, he felt he had misunderstood me. Which is why he thought to gift me a car as an apology." Shin Xiaojun was left speechless, having conjured an elaborate fantasy of romance, only to be doused with cold reality. Jejun, we're close. But I've only shared the truth about my relationship with Zhang with you. I haven't even mentioned it to my sister, just so you know, after meeting the parents last Saturday. That evening Zhang presented me with a contract to sign. The content of the agreement primarily serves to protect his interests. He appears to harbor a preconceived bias against me, perceiving me as a scheming woman. In the contract, he has explicitly stated that if we do not fall in love with each other within 6 months, we shall divorce. He has proposed to give me the apartment we currently reside in, along with the car he is using, as a means of dividing our assets upon divorce, which is essentially a compensation for half a year's loss of youth. But he is rather generous in this regard. The house was purchased outright by him and is considered premarital property, allowing me to move in without any demands. However, since he has articulated such terms, I see no point in contesting them. I shall sign without hesitation. Nevertheless, I have never intended to claim anything from him. When the time for divorce arrives, I will vacate the premises as I moved in earlier. When purchasing the car, I clarified my intention to repay him, which visibly displeased him, prompting him to leave me behind. If he is unhappy, so be it. It is better to delineate matters clearly now to avoid future complications. Shin Xiaojun, after a prolonged silence, could no longer restrain herself and poked her friend's forehead, saying, "Haitong, what on earth are you thinking? Mr. Zhang has mentioned that if you do not develop feelings for each other in 6 months, you will divorce. Can't you make an effort? Mr. Zhang is a serious type. Likely not very talkative, yet such men often possess a tender heart. If you can win him over, I believe your future together will be blissful. Is divorce truly enjoyable? Did you not also mention divorce-related matters to Mr. Zhang earlier?" Haitong remained silent. Shin Xiaojun understood her well. Her silence was, in itself, an answer. Shin Xiaojun, both amused and exasperated, remarked, "You cannot blame Mr. Zhang for leaving you, although he has gifted you a car as a form of apology. It indicates a slight shift in his attitude towards you. Otherwise, a mere sorry or a cheap bouquet could have sufficed. Why go to such lengths to present you with a car?" After a lengthy pause, Haitong replied, "In the absence of affection, even as a married couple, I do not wish to owe him too much, yet, he is somewhat better than my brother-in-law. He covers all household expenses without insisting on a shared system. I can afford to buy a car myself, and I shall transfer the money back to him tonight. Otherwise, I would feel uneasy driving it, as if it were a ticking time bomb, poised to explode and obliterate me at any moment." Shin Xiaojun contemplated this, acknowledging that it is commendable. "You are an independent and resilient individual. Mr. Zhang's initial doubts and preconceived notions of you as a scheming woman may very well be dispelled through your actions. Time reveals strength, and the heart is unveiled over time." Haitong, possessing a carefree spirit, soon set aside the matter. In contrast, Zhang felt quite humiliated. Throughout the afternoon, he wore a stern expression, causing everyone at the Zhang group to feel anxious and uncertain about who had offended the brooding president. His usual demeanor was already serious and distant, and his suppressed anger amplified the intimidation. Even Zhang Yichen and Sun Nan did their best to avoid him. Despite the turmoil within, Zhang remained true to his commitments. Waiting at the bookstore for Haitong after work, when she was busy, he offered to assist. However, his overly serious demeanor and lack of conversation, combined with his towering presence, deterred the students from approaching him for transactions, leading them to seek out Haitong and Shin Xiaojun instead. Haitong eventually suggested, "Mr. Zhang, allow me to handle the payments." Zhang turned to look at her, his gaze inscrutable. After a moment, he rose, maintaining his stoic expression, and stepped out from behind the counter to stand at the entrance of the bookstore, resembling an ice sculpture, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Consequently, it was not that no one approached him for payments, but rather that, aside from the parents of students already inside, no one else dared to enter. Haitong, noticing this phenomenon, leaned towards Shin Xiaojun and whispered, "You should hurry and take Mr. Zhang away. I can manage the store alone. His presence at the door is causing our sales to plummet." Reluctantly, Haitong stood up and approached Zhang, saying, "Let us go." He remained rooted to the spot, and as she attempted to pull him, he coldly uttered, "You disdain my ineffectiveness." Haitong, bemused, grasped his arm, clarifying, "It's not that I find you useless, it's that you are ill-suited for such tasks. The students are frightened of you, they likely fear you more than they would a disciplinary officer." She persisted in ushering him into the car, stating, "I'll drive the new car back home, and then we can take your car to my sister's house." Janine remained silent, tacitly conceding to her plan. Feeling somewhat relieved, for her words rang true. As the eldest son of the Jean family, he had never engaged in service-oriented work from birth. He was destined to inherit the family business, and upon reaching adulthood, he assumed the role of president within the Jean Group, commanding authority and respect. In the Jean Group, aside from a few executives with whom he shared a close bond, most employees regarded him with trepidation. Akin to mice encountering a cat, when he hastily married Haitong, it was a rarity that she did not reject him for his coldness and chose to wed him instead. Indeed, he should be grateful that she spared him the embarrassment. Had he sought her hand in marriage only to face her disdain, his pride would have been irrevocably tarnished. After Haitong parked the new car and entered Zhang Yin's vehicle, his tone softened considerably as he inquired, "It will be my first visit to your sister's home for dinner. Should I bring something along? What do your sister and brother-in-law enjoy?" Haitong fastened her seatbelt and replied, "Get a toy for young Yang. And buy 2 packs of cigarettes for my brother-in-law, along with some fruits." Janine acknowledged her with a nod. As they exited Mingyuan Garden, he asked, "Where should we shop? There is a large shopping mall nearby. We can stop there to fulfill our needs." She then added, "By the way, Mr. Jean, did you not reside here before I moved in? You seem unfamiliar with the surroundings." After a moment of silence, Janine responded, "I purchased this apartment long ago, but I left it empty to air out. Prior to this, I lived with my parents. After we registered our marriage, it became impractical to continue living with my parents and younger brother. So I moved in. Is your family home spacious?" Janine rarely discussed his family background. Initially, Haitong held little interest, but upon realizing his misconceptions and wariness towards her, she refrained from further inquiries. "Our entire family still resides in the house under my grandparents' name." Janine spoke the truth. Their family estate remained under his grandparents' ownership. Following his grandfather's passing, his grandmother urged his father to initiate the transfer of ownership, intending to pass it down to him and his uncles. However, the transfer had yet to be completed, and Janine speculated that his parents preferred to directly transfer it to their generation, thus avoiding future complications. To Haitong's ears, this suggested that the Jean family's circumstances were rather modest, necessitating that they all reside together. She recalled that his grandmother had once mentioned her fondness for having her grandchildren around, so it was possible that the family remained united out of her reluctance to divide the household. "I will take you back to visit soon." Before Haitong could respond, Janine voluntarily declared, after all, she was now his nominal wife, and he intended to bring her back to meet the Jean family. They resided in the Jean family estate, which contained numerous residences, some designated for workers. At that time, he did not wish for Haitong to discover his true identity, so he planned to lead her to the workers' quarters as a ruse. "When we do go back, please inform me in advance. I wish to prepare accordingly." Janine's lips curved into a slight smile, though it quickly faded, as if he feared Haitong might notice his amusement. All right, their conversation made the journey feel brief, and soon they arrived at the large mall Haitong had mentioned. Upon exiting, Janine found himself laden with bags, although Haitong had suggested not to purchase too many items. He felt that as it was his first visit to his sister-in-law's home, he should not appear stingy. He was unconcerned about others deeming him miserly, but he wished to avoid any judgment regarding Haitong's choice of spouse. Suddenly, Haitong's phone rang, and believing it to be her sister, she retrieved her device, only to discover an unfamiliar number. A sense of foreboding washed over her, suspecting it might be a relative from the Hai family. After blocking her cousin's number, she assumed they had resorted to contacting her through another person. "Why not answer?" Janine inquired, noticing her fixation on her phone. "Perhaps it's one of my troublesome relatives." "Answer it, and you'll soon know who it is. There is no need to fear them. I'm here for you." With his assurance, Haitong felt warmth blossom within her. Despite his numerous flaws, she was not without imperfections herself. Yet, as members of the rushed marriage cohort, his efforts thus far were commendable. She awarded him a few points in her mind and answered the call. "Haitong, it's me, Grandpa," though the voice was somewhat unfamiliar. It retained a robust quality. Even after a lengthy absence from her hometown, Haitong immediately recognized her grandfather's voice. She merely responded with an opting to remain silent and allow him to continue speaking. "Didn't your brother call you this morning to inform you that your grandmother is ill and needs to be hospitalized in the city? You sought my assistance in securing a hospital appointment. Yet it remains unfulfilled. We have traveled a considerable distance, only to be denied entry into the hospital, and are faced with the necessity of undergoing further examinations, with the stipulation that we must receive a formal diagnosis before being admitted. Where are you and your sister currently residing? We ventured to your previous residence, only to find it deserted, with reports indicating that you had long since relocated without so much as a word to the family. Do you hold no regard for your elders and relatives? A significant number of us have come, and we currently find ourselves without accommodation. Please hasten to send me your current address so we may stay for a couple of nights. And kindly prepare dinner for us, as we have yet to eat. If our presence is an inconvenience to you, feel free to transfer funds to cover our hotel expenses. Haitong's frustration escalated sharply. Suppressing her anger, she coldly inquired, "How did you arrive? Did you take public transport or drive your own vehicles? Several of your brothers each drove a car to bring us here. By the way, remember to reimburse them for fuel and travel expenses. This trip incurred quite a cost. Is it true that you and my grandmother's generation of dutiful children have fallen upon hard times?" "Haitong, what nonsense are you speaking?" she retorted. "You and your sister have established yourselves in the city and are enjoying a good life, yet you wish hardship upon your siblings. I regret to inform you that your brothers are all thriving. Successful individuals. My second brother earns a six-figure income annually." Before the old man could complete his sentence, Haitong abruptly ended the call. She was well aware that her grandfather could not keep secrets. And whenever his children or grandchildren achieved even a modicum of success, he relished in boasting about it, seeking to elevate his own status. How could these dutiful children, with their prosperous careers, dare to ask her for money to stay in a hotel? Did they truly believe she would be a soft target for their demands? On the other end of the line, the old man, still in the midst of bragging about his successful grandchildren, was met with the abrupt termination of the call. Initially, he stared in disbelief, followed by a surge of anger, nearly hurling his phone across the room as he erupted in curses. "That insolent girl Haitong had the audacity to hang up on me," Haitong remarked. "She must have blocked my number. They think that by hanging up, they can escape paying a single penny." "Jiming, do you know where Haitong and her sister are employed? Is there a way to compel them to contribute to your grandmother's medical expenses? Furthermore, the large group of us in the city caring for your grandmother requires substantial funds, and we expect those two sisters to cover their share." Haitong shook his head. "I am unaware, but I have methods to ensure they come to us willingly and provide financial assistance." A glint of malice flickered in his eyes as he resolved to leverage his connections to teach his two cousins a lesson. Haitong was aware that her relatives would not easily relent. Reflecting on the location of her sisters, she recognized that in such a vast city, finding them would be a challenge. After her initial anger subsided, she chose not to dwell on it, lest it spoil her mood for dinner at her sister's home. The conversation between the grandfather and grandson resonated in Yanjin's ears, and he had already enlisted Sunan's help to investigate the Haijia family's background, confident that results would soon follow upon arriving at Hailing's residence. They fortuitously encountered her as she descended to dispose of the trash sister. Upon sighting her, Haitong's spirits lifted, and she eagerly approached. "You all have come." Hailing's weary expression brightened at the sight of her sister and brother-in-law. Observing Janine carrying numerous bags, she playfully chided them. "We are not strangers. You need not bring so many items for a mere meal. It is quite extravagant." "Sister, it is merely some fruit," Haitong replied as Janine addressed her sister with warmth. And Hailing grew increasingly fond of her brother-in-law, appreciating his honest and considerate nature. Even if he was somewhat reserved, had Haitong been privy to her sister's thoughts, she would have found it amusing. "Has your husband not returned yet?" Haitong asked, linking her arm with Hailing's. "He is still on his way back and should arrive shortly. Yang is upstairs. My in-laws and eldest sister's family are present to watch over him, allowing me to come down to take out the trash." Upon hearing that her sister's in-laws were visiting, Haitong furrowed her brow but ultimately refrained from commenting. Some matters were best discussed privately between sisters. At least for the time being, away from Janine's presence, the Zhou family was also aware of Haitong's marriage, and upon the arrival of Zhou Honglin's sister, she expressed her intention to send her 3 children to school in the city. Suggesting they stay with Hailing, who was already caring for children at home, she argued that since Hailing was already managing children, caring for 3 was no different. In truth, Zhou's sister had long harbored this intention. But with her brother's home lacking sufficient space, she was compelled to make arrangements. Her daughter, now 11, would soon enter middle school, while her 10-year-old son could no longer share a room with his younger siblings. The 3-year-old still needed to sleep with adults. With Haitong now married and moved out, a room had become available, perfectly accommodating her 2 children. She had previously lamented to her brother about how she had witnessed married daughters supporting aging parents but had never seen one tasked with caring for a younger sister. Subtly implying her disdain for Haitong occupying a room in her brother's home, effectively displacing her children, Zhou Honglin, already inclined to favor his family, naturally viewed Haitong unfavorably, leading to conflicts with his wife and ultimately pressuring Haitong to leave her sister's house. Hailing guided her sister and brother-in-law upstairs, and just as they exited the elevator, they heard the sound of her son crying. "Yang is crying." Haitong, more anxious than her sister, watched as Hailing retrieved her keys to open the door, remarking, "It is surely just the 2 children fighting over toys." Hailing's sister-in-law had brought her youngest child, who was a year older than Zhou Yang, and when children play together, disputes are inevitable. Upon entering, Zhou Yang rushed over, clutching his beloved toy, seeking his mother's embrace. Zhou's younger son chased after him, wailing, "I want the plane." In Yang's hands, Zhou Yang instinctively hid his toy airplane behind him, nervously glancing at his cousin while calling out, "Mama, hold me." Hailing scooped up her son. "Hailing, have Yang share the plane with our little Bao. After all, he is our guest and should be accommodated." Zhou's sister-in-law approached, first drying her younger son's tears, then attempting to snatch the toy airplane from Zhou Yang's grasp. When Zhou Yang refused to let go, she made another attempt, only to catch sight of Haitong and her husband, prompting her to retract her hand. "Hello, Haitong, long time no see, is this your husband? He is quite handsome." Exuding an admirable presence, not only was he handsome, but his demeanor and grace surpassed that of her own brother, who held a managerial position in a large corporation, evoking a twinge of jealousy in Zhou's sister-in-law. "Zhou's sister, it has indeed been a while. This is my husband, Mr. Zhan." She promptly introduced him. Zhou's sister-in-law hurriedly greeted Janine, who merely nodded in response, maintaining an air of aloofness upon entering, witnessing Zhou's sister-in-law attempting to take Zhou Yang's toy for her son. Janine immediately felt a disfavor towards her. Zhou Yang was the younger child, and the toy belonged to him. Why should he be expected to relinquish it for his cousin? Janine was protective of his own child and would never allow his son to be wronged for the benefit of someone else's child. He had taken a liking to Zhou Yang and could not bear to see him mistreated. Hailing welcomed her sister and brother-in-law into the home, while Zhou's sister-in-law cradled her younger son, who seemed to be spoiled, still crying for Zhou Yang's toy. Upon seeing the abundance of items that Haitong and her husband had brought, Zhou Honglin's parents greeted them with smiles, having previously held a less favorable view of Haitong. Now, with her marriage and the news of her husband purchasing a home in the prestigious community of Mingyuan with full payment, their attitude had undergone a complete transformation. As everyone settled in, Janine placed the items he had brought on the coffee table. Zhou's sister-in-law, noticing the new toys, swiftly opened a bag and presented a set to her son, saying, "Darling, do not cry, let us play with these new toys instead of that old toy gun belonging to Yang Yang." Janine's expression darkened as he glared at her, his handsome face taut with tension, the atmosphere in the room suddenly growing heavy with unease. It was Zhou's father who subtly nudged his wife, prompting her to remind their daughter not to overstep, as the new toys were clearly intended for Zhou Yang by his uncle, and such behavior was rather embarrassing for their family. Zhou's sister-in-law's husband, Mr. Rin, also felt the awkwardness of the situation and quickly retrieved the new toy from his son's grasp, placing it back on the coffee table while soothing his son, "Be good, and later, Daddy will take you to buy new toys." Zhou's sister-in-law remained oblivious to the tension. Suddenly Janine interjected, "Let him play with it. I brought plenty of new toys for Yang Yang, and he does not lack for the set." He had noticed that Ren's little one had dirty hands and found the prospect of them touching Zhou Yang's new toys unappealing. Deciding to be magnanimous, he offered the new set to the other child. He gestured for Haitong to hand the new toys to Ren's little one. Haitong, wishing to avoid creating a rift over a mere toy, knowing it would ultimately reflect poorly on her sister, promptly took the set and presented it to the younger child. As the little one received the toy, Haitong observed his grimy hands and finally grasped Janine's sudden generosity. Chapter 045, the AA system. Janine possesses a slight obsession with cleanliness and is particularly displeased with the little one's dirty hands, which have soiled a new toy. Only out of generosity does he offer the child a complete set of new toys. Once the two children cease their playful bickering, the atmosphere among the adults becomes noticeably more amicable. Although Janine remains silent, his recent glance and expression have already conveyed to the Zhou family that Haitong's husband is not to be trifled with. Mother Zhou perceives that Haitong is not one to be easily managed and now has the misfortune of having a formidable husband. She is acutely aware of the deep bond between her daughter-in-law and Haitong, and she understands her son's character all too well. She must seek an opportunity to remind her son not to overstep. Although Hailing is a full-time caregiver and does not earn an income, she has nonetheless given birth to the Zhou family's long-awaited grandson, which warrants some degree of respect for her contributions. Zhou Honglin returns shortly after a brief respite. Hailing invites everyone to dinner. Haitong follows her sister into the kitchen to help serve the dishes. Upon seeing an array of seafood, she quietly remarks to her sister, "Sister, neither Janine nor I are outsiders. There is no need to purchase such an abundance of seafood for a simple family meal. My brother-in-law insisted on buying more. As you know, his family has a penchant for seafood. They refrain from indulging at home and always request it when they visit here, even opting for the more expensive selections. My mother-in-law also demands beef. Why should I bear the cost for them to feast? I resolutely refrain from cooking for them at noon, leaving the leftovers in the refrigerator until tonight, to share with you and Janine. At noon, I merely prepared 2 simple dishes to entertain my in-laws, who appeared quite displeased, but I chose to ignore their expressions. The dinner progresses pleasantly, with the guests seemingly satisfied. After a brief interval, Janine expresses his intention to depart, prompting Haitong to accompany her husband home. Once the young couple leaves, Hailing begins to clear away the dishes used by her and her sister's family, returning them to the kitchen for washing. Zhou Honglin had intended to cut watermelon for his parents and sister, but, noticing that the dining table remains uncleaned, calls out, "Hailing, do you not see that the table is still cluttered? Come out and tidy it up." From the kitchen, Hailing's voice drifts out, "You mentioned that we should split everything evenly. The expenses for groceries and fruits today will offset the money I spent on clothes from my living allowance last time. So I shall not count that against you. However, for household chores, we should each manage our own responsibilities to maintain fairness. I have already cleaned the dishes used by me and Tong Tong." The remaining ones belong to you and your family. If you wish to clean them, be my guest. If not, you can continue using them tomorrow, and I shall not concern myself with it. Upon hearing this, the Zhou family turns their attention to Zhou Honglin. Mother Zhou and sister Zhou had previously advised him to adopt an AA system with Hai Ling, believing that she has benefited disproportionately. Both women empathize with their son, brother, regarding his finances. Now that the couple has truly begun to implement an AA system, Hai Ling audaciously insists on applying it to household chores as well. Zhou Honglin's face flushes crimson with indignation, and brandishing a fruit knife, he strides toward the kitchen, only to be restrained by his mother. Hai Ling, your husband works diligently every day, facing the demands of his job to provide for the family. For you and Yang Yang as his wife, it is your duty to care for him. How can you expect him to handle household chores, when he expressed a desire for an AA system? It was only to prevent you from spending extravagantly. If you keep tallying everything, how can you expect to live harmoniously? Sister Zhou echoes their mother's sentiments. Indeed, you are not employed, you merely care for Yang Yang at home. All expenses for food and living are covered by Honglin's earnings, and you still dare to demand that he perform chores. Hai Ling emerges from the kitchen, cradling her son, and with an impassive expression declares, I do not work and lack an independent income. I am a full-time caregiver relying on Honglin's support, yet, he insists on an AA system. What does that imply? Very well, if we are to adopt an AA system, that it shall apply to both household expenses and chores. Each shall manage their own duties. You say I lead a leisurely life at home doing nothing? Then I shall cease all responsibilities, and let Honglin discover that a home does not maintain itself. His dirty clothes and socks will not magically clean themselves. With one arm holding her son and the other grasping the items her sister and brother-in-law had brought, she strides directly to her room. Slamming the door shut with a resounding thud, Zhou Honglin, furious, slams the fruit knife onto the coffee table and rolls up his sleeves, intent on confronting his wife. Once again, Mother Zhou intervenes. What do you intend to do? Yang Yang is still in there. Do not frighten him, but if you wish to discipline her, wait until the child is asleep. Furthermore, do not act openly. If Haitong sees you, she will surely confront you. And her husband is evidently not an easy man to deal with. Zhou Honglin is aware that Zhang Yin is employed at a large corporation, yet the specifics remain unknown to him. As neither Hai Ling nor her sister have divulged the details, he wishes to cultivate a good relationship with Zhang Yin, but Zhang Yin's consistently aloof demeanor discourages him, though he holds a managerial position at his own company. Zhang Yin's cold attitude dissuades him from pursuing camaraderie. After hearing his mother's words, feelings of contempt swell within him, and he retorts, why should they interfere in my marital affairs? Does Haitong dare to confront me? Just because her husband is formidable, does that mean I, Zhou Honglin, am easily intimidated? Sister Zhou fans the flames further. Honglin, even if you wish to reprimand Hai Ling, mother is right. Do not frighten Yang Yang. Hai Ling is ungrateful, you provide her with everything, yet she is still dissatisfied and expects you to handle chores. My husband even prepares the footbath for your sister after work. The notion that men toil outside for their careers, earning a living, while women should ensure the household is in order, is echoed by Sister Zhou, who implies that a wife who neglects her domestic duties is lacking in virtue, though she appears to counsel her brother. Her words only serve to stoke his anger, as she secretly hopes he will confront Hai Ling without delay, aware that their child is still young and with their mother holding him back. Zhou Honglin temporarily suppresses his desire to confront Hai Ling once Yang Yang is asleep. We shall see how I deal with her. She spends all her time eating and drinking, growing as plump as a pig, and still dares to show me her displeasure, expecting me to wash the dishes. Zhou Honglin picks up the fruit knife once more to slice the watermelon. Mother Zhou calls upon her daughter to assist in clearing the dining table. After a short while, the two return to the sofa, where Sister Zhou takes a slice of watermelon and, while eating, addresses her brother. Honglin, your niece and nephew will soon be transitioning to junior high. I would like them to attend school in the city. Could you arrange for them to transfer to a city elementary school and stay with you for a couple of years? This would facilitate their progression to junior high. Chapter 046. The oblivious husband. Sister Zhou continues, your residence is conveniently located near the school. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a district property. Let Hai Ling care for the two children, washing their clothes and preparing their meals. As for living expenses, Zhou Honglin interjects, sister, they are my own niece and nephew. There is no need for living expenses. I will handle the paperwork to transfer them to the city school. Once they arrive, I will ensure Hai Ling picks them up and drops them off after school. After all, she is at home doing nothing. Seeing her brother readily agree, Sister Zhou is quite pleased. However, Mother Zhou cautions her son, Honglin, you must discuss this matter thoroughly with Hai Ling. After all, it is her home as well, she adds regarding her daughter. I have heard that simply being in a different elementary school does not guarantee placement in junior high. They must also have their household registrations transferred. Your area is not exactly rural. It is merely suburban, and the surrounding schools are quite reputable. Both you and your sister studied at those schools and still managed to gain admission to good universities. Mother Zhou believes that as long as the children receive a good education, It matters little where they are enrolled. You reminded me, Honglin, perhaps I should transfer the children's household registrations to your household book, or you could transfer the property deed to your sister's name temporarily. Once my children graduate, we can either transfer the registrations back or revert the deed to your name. Mr. Rin, holding his son while eating watermelon, refrains from commenting on the matter. Zhou Honglin, not thinking too deeply, agrees readily but adds, I will inform Hai Ling about this shortly. After all, I am the one in charge of this household. However, what mother says is also valid. She has a stake in this as well. Furthermore, regarding picking up the children and preparing meals for them, that responsibility lies with her, so I should consult her opinion first. Sister, once my wife and I have reached an agreement, I will give you a call. Rest assured, I will ensure my niece and nephew have access to a good school. The bond between siblings is strong, and Zhou Honglin trusts his sister, feeling inclined to assist her. After all, his niece and nephew are not merely acquaintances. They are his own kin. His sister Zhou, filled with joy, shifts the conversation to counsel her brother. In the meantime, do not let your quarrels with Hai Ling escalate. It is natural for couples to experience some discord, especially since you share a long-standing friendship and a deep emotional foundation. For the sake of Yang Yang, do not hold grudges against her. She fears that if she instigates a conflict between her brother and sister-in-law, Hai Ling might, in a fit of anger, refuse to help with the children or prepare meals for them, which would render her uneasy about sending the children there when one is in need. It is wise to tread lightly. At this moment, Father Zhou interjected, Honglin, your sister is correct, you shouldn't constantly lecture Hai Ling. Whenever there are issues, sit down and communicate calmly instead of resorting to physical altercations. Look at your mother and me, we've been married for decades, and I have never laid a hand on her. Zhou Honglin muttered, that's because my mother is virtuous. How can Hai Ling compare to her? She is becoming increasingly unreasonable, contributing nothing financially, yet she acts as if merely caring for a child is an extraordinary accomplishment. I suggested an equal division of expenses merely to save some money. But she has always been extravagant with her spending. My father may not know, but I provide her with 3,000 yuan monthly for living expenses, and she can easily spend over 1,000 in a single day. This is why my mother and sister urged me to enforce the equal sharing of expenses. Without it, she won't find ways to earn an income, nor does she comprehend the hard work involved in making money. What's more, she insists on splitting household responsibilities with me, which is utterly absurd. Spending over 1,000 a day is excessive, especially when we have a mortgage and a child to support, and she has no income. Relying entirely on me. It's clear she lacks understanding and empathy. The equal sharing of expenses seems reasonable. My father has never opposed it. Father Zhou immediately sided with his son, suggesting, when a person is pushed to their limits, they often seek a way out. Even while caring for the child at home, she could undertake part-time work to earn some living expenses, however, refrain from constantly bringing up the need to discipline her. Marriage is a lifelong commitment. You've only been married for a few years. How can you expect to reach old age together if you keep fighting? Zhou Honglin shrugged and replied, Dad, I understand. I simply won't discipline her tonight. The family gathered to enjoy some watermelon and watch television for a while before the Zhou family retired for the night. They planned to stay for a few days, with Hailong having moved out. There was an extra room available, providing ample space for the Zhou family. However, without Hailong's assistance with household chores, Hai Ling had to manage childcare as well as grocery shopping and cooking, making the home feel less tidy and organized. Just before entering her room, Zhou's sister quietly called out to her brother, saying, Hailong and her husband brought many items. Earlier, Hai Ling, in a fit of anger, took everything to the room. I took a look, and it's all good stuff. There are fine cigarettes and liquor. You should give some to your brother-in-law since Hai Ling neither smokes nor drinks. You don't miss those things, but your brother-in-law is too frugal to indulge in a good cigarette. And Dad has never had the chance to enjoy quality wine. Give it to him. Zhou Honglin chuckled. Sister, take whatever you fancy. Go help the baby take a bath and put him to bed. Tomorrow night, I won't have any social engagements, and I'll take you out for a drive. All right, Zhou's sister replied, her face lighting up with satisfaction as she returned to her room. Zhou Honglin then entered his own room, where Yang Yang was already asleep and Hai Ling had just emerged from the bathroom. Upon seeing him, Hai Ling ignored him and sat on the edge of the bed, preparing to lie down. Hai Ling, we need to discuss something. Zhou Honglin, observing her plump figure, felt a sense of disdain when comparing her to Yi Jianiat. He sat down on the edge of the bed, gently caressing their son's little face, his expression softening. He still held affection for his child. What is it? Hai Ling replied in a flat tone. My sister mentioned transferring her 2 children to a primary school in the city, which would also lead them to attend junior high there. They would stay at our home, and I need you to help pick them up and cook for them. After all, you're already preparing meals daily. It's just an extra few pairs of chopsticks and bowls. As for living expenses, I can increase your allowance by an additional 1,000 yuan each month. 2 children 1 tea consume that much, so an extra 1,000 should suffice. Our house qualifies as a school district property, and nearby Guancheng No. 2 Middle School is one of the key secondary schools. We can transfer the children's household registrations to our family record, or perhaps we could transfer the property deed to my sister temporarily. And once the children graduate, revert it back to my name. She is my biological sister. We can trust her not to refuse repayment later. Hailing, already simmering with anger, had suppressed her feelings all evening. Intending to let it go and avoid conflict with her husband, however, Zhou Honglin's words reignited her frustration. Chapter 047. The deeper the conflict, the colder the heart. Zhou Honglin, she replied coldly, I am currently at home caring for our child. And you already criticize me for only eating and spending money without contributing. This is my own child, and I have endured your discontent for his sake, but your sister's children are not my responsibility. I cannot take care of them. Moreover, transferring their household registrations affects whom it impacts Yang Yang's future educational opportunities. Transferring the property deed to your sister is out of the question. My name is not on that deed. If you wish to transfer it, that is your decision, but one thing is certain, before you do so, you must reimburse me for the renovation costs I have invested here. I fear that if the house becomes your sister's, I will never see that money again. Zhou Honglin's expression darkened. I've promised to increase your living expenses. Isn't that enough? You are already at home taking care of the child and cooking, whether it's one child or two. They are old enough to be independent, requiring minimal supervision. Not if you feel that 1,000 is insufficient, I can increase it to 1,500. Surely that will suffice. How does transferring the children's household registrations affect Yang Yang's education? He is still so young. Primary school is a long way off. My sister is trustworthy. I believe she won't default on the house. As for renovation expenses, I purchased this property with my own funds. And you also reside here. Contributing to the renovation costs is only fair, so how can you demand reimbursement? Hailing glared at her husband, her heart growing heavier. Before marriage, they had been in a loving relationship for many years. And the first 2 years of marriage were pleasant. However, he had become increasingly unappealing to her. His heart seemed to lean heavily toward his parents and sister, neglecting her and their son Zhou Yang. The moment his sister spoke, he acquiesced without hesitation. Many siblings had become estranged over disputes regarding school district properties. Zhou Honglin, I reiterate, this is not merely a financial issue. It is not my responsibility to care for your sister's children. If you insist on bringing your nephews here and wish to compensate me, treat me as a household tutor and pay me accordingly. For one child, 5,000 yuan per month. For 2 children, 10,000. Once the payment is received, I will handle their meals, school commutes, and homework assistance. Otherwise, it's out of the question. Given my qualifications, this is a fair rate for tutoring elementary school students. If we want to discuss money, let us do so with clarity. As for the property transfer, if you refuse to return my renovation costs, I will categorically oppose transferring the house to your sister. If you proceed with that, then we shall divorce. Upon divorce, you must also reimburse me for the renovation expenses. After all, my name is not on the property deed. This house was purchased by Zhou Honglin before our marriage. The Zhou family, wary of her claiming a share, hastily secured a property for him upon learning of their relationship. The property is marital property, and her name is not on the deed, which she had never anticipated. Zhou Honglin's expression turned grim. 5,000 for one child. Why don't you just rob a bank? Divorce? You think you're still an 18-year-old girl, you've been married, have a child, and with no job. You've grown heavy-set and unattractive. After a divorce, you might struggle to support yourself enough. I will reconsider this matter, but 10,000 is out of the question. I can at most offer you an additional 3,000. No deal. Hailing coldly rejected him, turning away to signal she no longer wished to discuss the matter. Infuriated, Zhou Honglin felt the urge to act violently, but when Hailing suddenly turned to face him, seeing his raised fist, her eyes were icy as she declared, if you dare to hit me, you might as well kill me. Otherwise, you'll never sleep soundly again. Previously, Zhou Honglin had scolded her and even resorted to violence, which she had tolerated for the sake of their family and son, as well as her lingering love for him. However, after he insisted on splitting expenses equally, Hailing's heart turned cold. Having worked at the same company as Zhou Honglin, she was well aware of his monthly salary as a manager, several tens of thousands of yuan, yet he only provided her with 3,000 yuan for living expenses and refused to give her a single extra cent. Insisting on the equal division of expenses, how could her heart not grow cold? With her heart hardened, she could no longer pretend to be accommodating, yielding to Zhou Honglin. If he dared to be violent again, he might as well not expect to sleep soundly, for she would not hesitate to sever the hands that struck her. Zhou Honglin was taken aback by the fierceness in his wife's gaze. Her vehement words made him reluctantly lower his fist, muttering, "You are utterly unreasonable." He then stormed out. Hailing watched as the door closed, feeling a pang in her nose, tears welling up in her eyes, which she could no longer hold back, cascading down her cheeks. Despite not knowing the details of her sister's marital strife, upon Hailong's return home, she felt an inexplicable heaviness in her heart. Sitting on the swing chair on the balcony, she gazed at the starry sky, lost in thought. Janine brought her a cup of warm water, handing it to her gently, saying, "The food was a bit salty tonight, you should drink some water." Hailong looked up at him for a moment, accepting the cup. "Thank you. Do you have something on your mind?" Janine sat down beside her. Haitong took a couple of sips of lukewarm water and, After a moment of silence spoke, I can't shake the feeling that my sister's life is becoming increasingly difficult. I thought that once I moved out, she would start to improve, but with a sister-in-law like that and such in-laws. My brother-in-law tends to side with his family. I'm afraid my sister will be bullied by their united front. Although my sister is not someone who can be easily manipulated, she still loves her husband. And as long as there is love, she is bound to be soft-hearted. Mr. Jean, it's fortunate that you do not have a troublesome sister. Your family is well-mannered. The last time we met, your mother seemed somewhat dissatisfied with me. Yet she treated me with warmth and courtesy. As for your grandmother, she is undoubtedly the kindest person in your family towards me. They say that marrying a man is akin to being reborn. If one marries well, it brings a lifetime of happiness, but if one marries poorly, it truly is a lamentable fate. She had a whirlwind marriage with Jeanine, lacking any emotional foundation, although Jeanine had her sign a contract. He has given her everything he could, including the dignity that a wife deserves. In comparison, Jeanine is far superior to her brother-in-law. Of course, they have only recently married, and their time together is still limited. She must further assess Jean Yin's character. After a moment of contemplation, Jeanine said, "If your sister suffers any grievances, tell me, and we shall stand up for her, making it known to the Zhou family that our sister has support. If they bully his sister-in-law, they are effectively striking at Jean Yin's pride, which he will not tolerate." Chapter 048. Teasing the husband, Haitong turned her head to look at him, and Jeanine was watching her too. The couple locked gazes for a long while until Jeanine lightly flicked her forehead, asking, "Are you questioning the veracity of my words by gazing at me like that, Haitong? As long as our sister is in the right, we can support her. The Jean family has a commendable family ethos, and their marriage is filled with love. He has never witnessed the men in his family mistreating their wives. His father always said that men who bully their wives are not good men." Mr. Jean, Haitong tentatively inquired, "May I lean on your shoulder?" Jeanine hesitated. "Just a lean. It won't take much from you." Haitong spoke to herself, already resting her head on his shoulder. She sensed his momentary stiffness. She too was not accustomed to this, but at that moment, she simply desired a source of comfort. The feeling of having a support system was delightful. Jeanine remained tense for a while before relaxing. Though he was not fond of her initiating closeness, he did not push her away. His hand seemed unsure of where to rest, and his awkwardness amused Haitong. She suddenly reached out and touched his face. Jeanine immediately recoiled. Fortunately, Haitong had anticipated his reaction, otherwise she would have surely toppled over. "Haitong," Jeanine said sternly, "please remember the terms of our agreement and do not overstep." Seeing his solemn demeanor, Haitong felt a surge of joy. She leaned back against the chair and leisurely sipped the water he had poured for her earlier, her bright eyes still observing him. This made Jeanine feel an inexplicable urge to blush. Perhaps his cheeks were indeed flushed. At 30 years old, he had never had such intimate contact with a woman before. Just a touch to his face elicited such a strong reaction. An uninformed observer might think she had done something scandalous to him. Haitong teased, thinking to herself that Jean Nine's eagerness to arrange a marriage was somewhat justified, with a man like Jeanine. If he were left to his own devices to find a wife without the nudge of family elders, he might remain a bachelor well into old age. However, teasing him was quite entertaining. If a mere touch of his face could provoke such a reaction, what would happen if she boldly kissed him? Jeanine glared at her fiercely. Unfazed by his glare, Haitong laughed and said, "If you feel wronged, how about I let you touch my face in return? You can touch it twice if you wish." Jean Yin's expression darkened. He acknowledged that his earlier reaction was indeed excessive. When she leaned quietly on his shoulder, he felt a strange sensation rising within him, but before he could analyze it, she had touched his face, startling him, as he expected her to take it further. And now, hearing her playful remarks, Jeanine felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, yet maintained his composure, thinking to himself, "You mischievous girl, are you feeling better now?" "Yes, much better than before." Jeanine ground his teeth and managed to respond, "You are deriving joy from another's suffering." Mr. Jean had mastered the art of exaggeration to perfection. "Jeanine," he glared at her for a moment before saying coolly, "It's late. You should return to your room and rest. Don't fall asleep here again. It's quite chilly at night. And if you catch a cold, you'll be the one suffering." With that, he turned and walked away. Soon Haitong heard the sound of him closing and locking the door behind him. She chuckled quietly. Muttering, he even locked the door. "Who is he guarding against?" Jeanine replied, "I'm guarding against you." Back in his room, Jeanine first entered the bathroom, not in a rush to shower, but rather standing before the mirror. Examining his reflection, his handsome face still bore traces of redness. He had indeed blushed earlier. He raised a hand to touch his face, rubbing the spots where Haitong had touched him, reflecting on the sensation it had stirred within him. Her touch was soft and gentle, merely brushing against him like a fleeting breeze. Turning on the faucet, Jeanine splashed some water on his face. Remembering his earlier response, he couldn't help but chuckle. Speaking to himself, "Since I can remember, I've never allowed anyone to touch my face." Growing up, he had been so serious and aloof that no one dared to touch his face, especially since he always had bodyguards around him. Young women found it difficult to approach him. Even if someone wished to take advantage of him, there was seldom an opportunity. Despite all precautions, one never knows where danger lies. He hadn't anticipated that the first touch would be from Haitong. Especially since she was his legal wife. After a single touch, he couldn't do anything to her, and his overreaction had only invited her teasing. After a while, having finished his shower, Jeanine thought of the woman on the balcony. He opened the door to step outside but then hesitated, realizing he had not donned his robe. Exposing his bare torso would give that mischievous girl another advantage. After a few minutes, Jeanine finally put on his robe. Wrapping himself snugly before venturing out to check on her, ensuring she hadn't fallen asleep on the swing chair again. As expected, she had indeed dozed off. Jeanine felt a mix of amusement and irritation. Despite his earlier warnings, she still managed to fall asleep here. He gave the swing chair a gentle kick, causing it to sway and waking the woman atop it. Mr. Jean, is it morning already? Seeing her drowsy and adorable expression, Jeanine felt a strong urge to scold her. What are you doing asleep here? Hurry up and get back to your room. I just reminded you, and yet you're still here. If you want to attract mosquitoes, just say the word. I can move you to the garden outside. Haitong responded with an "oh," standing up and murmuring, "You have a sharp tongue, but your heart is still soft." Jeanine. This was the first time anyone had said he had a soft heart. Haitong, feeling exhausted, didn't engage in further and returned to her room. After a quick shower, she fell into a deep sleep. The night passed without further incident. The next morning, when Jeanine awoke, breakfast was already prepared, and his wife was on the balcony tending to the flowers. He stepped outside. "Good morning, Mr. Jean." Haitong greeted him with a smile. Jeanine responded with a simple acknowledging her. As Haitong continued watering the plants, she remarked on the multitude of blooming roses, envisioning how beautiful it would be when the climbing roses filled the balcony. Jeanine recalled the rose bushes at the entrance of the Jean family estate. Indeed, they were quite a sight when in full bloom. However, perhaps he had seen them too often, as he had never paused to truly appreciate the beauty of the roses at his own home. Their garden also boasted a fair number of roses, yet he rarely took the time to enjoy them. Chapter 049, The Boss with a Wife glancing at the small garden on the balcony. Jeanine remarked casually, "When we move to a villa, you can fill the yard with roses. When they climb the walls and bloom, it will be a true spectacle." Haitong laughed. "The current housing prices are skyrocketing like a rocket. Beyond my reach. I can't even afford a decent apartment, let alone a villa." Of course, she still dreamed of it, but only in her imagination. Who wouldn't want to live in a villa? A standalone house free from disturbances. Living in this type of house, the noise from above or below could be quite bothersome. Jeanine fell silent. The home they currently occupied was a temporary purchase made for their marriage. Before this, he had always resided in a grand villa. "Mr. Jean, you should go at breakfast first. I'll finish watering the flowers and then eat." Jeanine acknowledged her with a grunt and turned to head back to the living room. The breakfast Haitong prepared was simple yet very daily to ensure he wouldn't grow tired of it. Her culinary skills were commendable. Even a bowl of plain congee with pickles tasted delightful to him. Jeanine felt that he had indulged too much in lavish meals. Now enjoying Haitong's home-cooked breakfasts made him appreciate the flavors anew. Today, Jeanine left for work first. Upon arriving at the office, he ran into Sunan, who winked at him playfully. Jeanine wore an expressionless face, yet his demeanor conveyed a palpable sense of unfulfilled desire. Sunan walked alongside him, playfully nudging him and lowering his voice to tease. "So have you not yet managed to appease your sister-in-law?" Jeanine shot him a sideways glare before continuing towards the office building. "With your personality, it's no surprise you failed to charm her." "We're doing just fine," Jeanine retorted coldly. Sunan feigned surprise and, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "Then why do you look so dissatisfied? Which one of your eyes perceives my expression as dissatisfied?" He had never even tasted the so-called intoxicating pleasures. How could he feel discontent? Moreover, he had yet to experience any flutter of emotions towards Haitong, and during their interactions, he felt no impulse to pursue anything further. Reflecting on this, Jeanine had to concede that he was indeed a person lacking in sentimentality. "Both of my eyes have observed it," Sunan quipped. "By the way, have you had the breakfast I arranged to be sent over? Let's eat together later." Jeanine turned to look at his friend, pressed his lips together, and replied, "I am a married man. Every morning, my wife has breakfast prepared for me. Only a single person would need to request a delivery." Sunan was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected wave of dog food. Suddenly, he felt a surge of curiosity about how Jeanine interacted with Haitong. "How did the matter I asked you to handle turn out? Please have it delivered to my office later." Sunan chuckled. "You can trust me with my tasks. It will be there shortly." Jeanine merely nodded. Before long, the two parted ways, with Jeanine taking the president's exclusive elevator directly to the top floor. Sunan's office was not on the highest level, so he chose not to accompany his perpetually serious superior in the lift. I and the company. Sunan was also a figure of considerable authority. Yet he maintained excellent rapport with his colleagues, primarily because he possessed a warmth that Jeanine lacked and was someone Jeanine trusted. When subordinates sought assistance, they often approached Sunan to relay their requests. Upon Jeanine's return to his office, Sunan entered, carrying the breakfast he had ordered. He also held a small stack of papers, which an uninformed observer might mistake for documents. "Here is the information you requested." Sunan placed the stack on Jeanine's desk, then sat down and inquired, "Would you like some? I had it sent over from the Guancheng Grand Hotel." It's absolutely delicious. The Guancheng Grand Hotel was a property under the Zhan Group, where Zhenin typically took his meals, and now that he was married, it had been some time since Su Nan had shared a meal with his superior. I do miss it, he mused. No, thank you. Zhenin picked up the stack of documents, casually flipping through them before asking, is everything here? Yes, all of it. I've compiled everything that was available. Yes, that all? Su Nan shrugged. Aside from the younger generation doing well, the older folks are mostly farming in the village. What else could there be? Oh, Zhenin fell silent. According to Su Nan, aside from the younger generation of Haitong's family who were faring well, the older generation had little to contribute. Su Nan had gathered basic information on those individuals, such as their ages, number of spouses, and children, which barely filled a few pages. After reviewing the information on the Hai family, Zhenin felt a deeper disdain for their shamelessness. Haitong's cousins and uncles lived quite comfortably, with her second cousin even holding a high executive position in a subsidiary of the Shang Group, earning a six-figure salary annually. The cousin who fared the worst still earned over 400,000 a year. The combined annual income of Haitong and her sister likely didn't even match theirs. How dare they demand that Haitong cover the medical expenses for their elderly matriarch, as well as reimburse their travel and fuel costs? They were truly an egregious bunch, shameless to the core. Years ago, they had bullied the sisters when they tragically lost their parents while still minors, forcefully seizing a significant portion of the compensation. Now, they were pressuring Haitong to provide funds for her grandmother's treatment. Zhenin understood that such despicable individuals existed in the world, devoid of humanity, yet he had never encountered them until now. He suddenly felt a twinge of sympathy for Haitong. Your expression looks rather grim. Did you offend your sister-in-law? Would you like me to intervene and teach them a lesson? Zhenin replied, I salute. My wife's matters are none of your concern. Su Nan blinked, sensing a hint of jealousy in Zhang Yin's words. Though he couldn't be sure if it was merely his imagination. I have no ulterior motives. I merely think you're busy. For trivial matters, just let me know, and I can handle them. Wait. Su Nan blinked again. Responding with an "Oh." Zhang Yin's wait was not an instruction for Su Nan to await further orders. Rather, he was anticipating the Hai family's next move, employing a strategy of inaction. Only after discerning their approach towards Haitong would he retaliate. The eldest legitimate grandson of the Hai family, Hai Jiming, was well acquainted with various media figures. Zhenin had a premonition that Hai Jiming might exploit a media frenzy to morally manipulate the Hai sisters. Boss, tell me, what did your sister-in-law prepare for breakfast? Su Nan asked with a hint of mischief. And don't glare at me. With your personality, I'm genuinely curious about how you interact with your sister-in-law, especially considering your whirlwind marriage without any emotional foundation. Oh, and you're also in a secret marriage. If you were to run into each other on the street, would you acknowledge her or pretend not to know her? Zhenin coldly replied, such a bounty of food. Still 1T silencer chatter. Su Nan chuckled. If you don't want to share, then don't. Chapter 050, A Woman Pursuing a Man. Separated by a layer of gauze. Ding ding ding. The intercom rang. Zhenin pressed the speakerphone button. President, Miss Shang is back. Zhang Yin's expression darkened as he replied coldly, ignore her. The secretary's voice came through the phone. Miss Shang has sent a truckload of fresh flowers, creating a heart-shaped sea of flowers at our company entrance to express her affection for you, President. Su Nan's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he glanced at his superior. Zhenin shot him a sideways glare, maintaining his icy demeanor. Are the security guards merely idle? Why are they allowing someone to litter at our company entrance? With that, he abruptly terminated the call. The secretary understood what needed to be done. Su Nan chuckled. In truth, Shang Xiaofei is quite impressive. She's bold in love and hate. There are plenty of women who admire you, but only she has the courage to confess and take action. If you think she is so wonderful, then go for it. Divert her attention from me and grant me some peace. Su Nan was momentarily speechless. I'm not interested in that type. He quickly made an excuse, stating that his standards were high and he valued chemistry, regardless of how attractive a woman might be. If there was no spark, he would remain unmoved. Zhenin, have you and Haitong decided to spend a lifetime together? What does it concern you? Su Nan fell silent again. During working hours, we ought to focus on our tasks. Hurry up and finish your breakfast. If you're feeling idle, then I'm quite busy, very busy. I'll return to my work now. Fearing his superior would add to his workload, Su Nan hastily interrupted Zhenin and quickly finished his breakfast before tidying up and making his exit. As he closed the door to the president's office, he muttered, I'm not being nosy, I'm genuinely concerned about you, unappreciative of kindness. Ask one more question, and he'll pile on more work. Sooner or later, Su Nan would be enslaved by this superior. Although Su Nan had left, his curiosity lingered. He instructed his secretary to capture images of the floral display set up by Shang Xiaofei, intending to tease Zhenin later. Furthermore, such a bold declaration of affection could serve as inspiration for him in the future when he encountered someone he fancied. The heart-shaped floral display, vibrant and beautiful, quickly attracted onlookers who gathered to take pictures and videos. Even reporters arrived at the scene. Unfortunately, by the time they arrived, the security personnel had already dismantled much of the flower arrangement, yet Shang Xiaofei remained adamant about staying. The security guards were reluctant to confront her, knowing her status as a wealthy heiress. The relationship between the Shang and Zhan families was already strained. They could not afford to exacerbate tensions between the two companies. Soon, several cars arrived swiftly, stopping at the entrance of the Zhan group. Shang Wuhan stepped out and hurried towards his sister, who was publicly declaring her affection with a megaphone directed at the 68-story office tower. His handsome face was stormy, and it was clear that Zhan had likely called him to complain about his sister's antics. Interrupting his meeting, frustrated, he left a room full of senior executives. Accompanied by bodyguards to personally retrieve his sister Zhan, before Shang Xiufei could finish her words, a large hand snatched the megaphone from her grasp. She turned to see her elder brother's thunderous face staring back at her. Momentarily taken aback, she instinctively recoiled and timidly called out, "Big brother." Shang Wuhan discarded the megaphone onto the ground and grasped his sister's wrist, dragging her away. "Brother, I really like Zhan. I've secretly adored him for years. And now I've mustered the courage to confess. You have to let me pursue him. What if he loves me back? Brother, loosen your grip. You're hurting my hand." Shang Wuhan said nothing, resolutely pulling his sister towards his car. As he opened the door, he shoved her inside. Shang Xiufei attempted to exit from the other side. "Try running, I dare you." Shang Xiufei shrank back, too intimidated to flee, and immediately sat down. Once inside, Shang Wuhan closed the door and coldly commanded, "Drive." The driver hastily complied. "Brother." Shang Xiufei nestled closer, wrapping her arm around his, adopting a playful tone. "Silence." Shang Wuhan barked, exasperated. "I've told you countless times that Zhan is not suitable for you. Have you not heard me? You should abandon this infatuation. I wish I could let go, but after years of devotion, I simply cannot. It is not about letting go, it is about love, and there is nothing wrong with expressing it boldly. If you don't allow me to try, how will we ever know the outcome?" Shang Xiufei, the cherished darling of her family, felt empowered by her lineage. She dared to undertake what others would not. Regardless of her compatibility with Zhan, she believed that she must make an effort, for even in failure, she would find solace in having tried. To give up without attempting would only yield regret. Are you not aware of Zhan temperament? You cannot even approach him within 3 meters. He does not love me now, but once he does, he will surely make an exception for me. Shang Wuhan was both amused and exasperated, observing the determination etched on his sister's face as if the sky were falling. He felt a mix of anger, helplessness, and pain, particularly that his sister had fallen for Zhan. "Xiufei, I know many exceptional young men. Trust me, abandon your thoughts of Zhan. He genuinely is not the right match for you. His heart is as unyielding as iron, impervious to ordinary women, even if someone were to thaw his heart. It would certainly not be you. Do not engage in such embarrassing antics. If you are unbothered by shame, I still possess my dignity." "What shame? I am merely confessing. Surely you are familiar with such tactics. Was it not these very strategies that won over my sister-in-law? Look at how my brother now dotes on her, proving that a woman pursuing a man is not something shameful." Shang Wuhan. Indeed, his wife was also a woman of passionate love. In her pursuit of him back then, she employed every means possible. Chapter 051, Trending Topics at Guancheng High School. In a bookstore, Haitong sat at the cash register scrolling through news on her phone, while Shen Xiaojun sat opposite her, engrossed in a romance novel. Owning a bookstore allowed her the luxury of reading whatever she desired. Shen Xiaojun had nearly finished all the romance novels in the store. Sometimes, Haitong would tease her, suggesting that with such a love for reading, she might as well write her own stories. Tong Tong, the protagonists in this novel also had a whirlwind marriage. Shen Xiaojun put down the book and laughed. "Just like you." Haitong shot her a glance. "There are plenty of people who have whirlwind marriages. The heroines in novels marry billionaires. My intended is merely a worker, even if Zhan is a white-collar worker in a major corporation. He is still just an employee. You really ought not to immerse yourself in novels. I worry you might become so entranced that you never marry, constantly comparing real men to fictional heroes. Such men exist solely in stories. I only read for leisure. Unlike you, I won TB crafting little trinkets." Shen Xiaojun closed her book and pulled out her phone to check for news. Favoring Weibo's trending topics, upon opening Weibo, she spotted a trending topic and quickly exclaimed to Haitong, "Tong Tong, look at this trending topic. What major news is it?" Haitong gave her a fleeting glance. Lacking interest, though she had a Weibo account, she seldom utilized it, having only a handful of followers. Occasionally, she would post pictures of her crafted items, and those followers were merely her loyal customers. Someone has confessed their feelings to the young master of the Zhan family. Oh, Haitong remained disinterested. In her eyes, she would never have any intersection with the young master of the Zhan family. Since such an intersection was unlikely, why waste time on someone so remote? I hear many are fond of the young master of the Zhan family. After all, he is the heir of the Zhan family and the president of the Zhan group, living a life of luxury. Marrying him would mean a lifetime of indulgence. The woman who boldly confessed her feelings for young Master Zhan is quite impressive. Can you guess who it is? Well, it certainly isn't you, nor could it possibly be me." Shen Xiaojun was taken aback. "This is the juiciest gossip. How can you show no interest whatsoever? It is the only sister of the CEO of the Shang group, the sole sibling. The Shang group is second only to the Zhan group in Guancheng. Though the two families are not on amicable terms, I never would have expected Shang Shoufei to fall for young Master Zhan and boldly pursue him. She truly embodies the courage of a daughter from the Shang family. Haitong replied coolly, we previously speculated about young Master Zhan. Questioning his character, Miss Shang pursuing him will likely yield no results. Perhaps Mr. Shang should pursue young Master Zhan instead. There might be a chance. Xin Xiaojun, Mr. Shang is married. Their wedding was a sensation throughout the city. Now Mr. Shang and his wife are very much in love, and in Guancheng he is renowned for his affection towards her. Xin Xiaojun believed Mr. Shang resembled the protagonists of novels, young, handsome, and wealthy. If young Master Zhan were indeed flawed, then Miss Shang's devotion would be in vain. What a pity that someone dares to openly confess to young Master Zhan. Such bravery without an outcome is truly disappointing. By the way, is young Master Zhan truly flawed? Haitong chuckled, if you ask me, who else can you inquire? They merely speculated. Of course, if young Master Zhan were to accept Miss Shang and marry her, it would prove that he is a normal man, but what does it matter to me? I have no interest in young Master Zhan's gossip. It is only Xin Xiaojun who delights in such news, occasionally rambling to me about it, which is how I learn about major happenings in the city. Not wishing to discuss gossip unrelated to herself, Haitong took out her tools, preparing to weave her craft. Xin Xiaojun, still murmuring, continued to scroll through the trending topics. As she did, her expression grew serious, and soon she slapped the cash register with force. The loud sound startled Haitong. Xiaojun, what on earth is wrong with you? You nearly gave me a heart attack. How infuriating, absolutely despicable. Xin Xiaojun, visibly upset, stood up and thrust her phone towards her friend, declaring vehemently, Tong Tong, look at this trending topic. Is it not about you and sister Hailing? They named you directly and even included a photograph. The girls in the picture resemble you and your sisters. They dared to accuse you too of being unfilial, only caring for your own enjoyment while ignoring your grandmother's illness. They claim you haven't visited her in over a decade, asserting that her sickness is due to longing for her granddaughters. Upon hearing this, Haitong's brows furrowed. She quickly snatched Xin Xiaojun's phone to see the trending topic her friend mentioned. Upon viewing the photograph, she recognized it as a childhood picture of her and her sister, now publicly shared by the accuser. The content was infuriating. Without a doubt, it was someone from her hometown. Though she could not discern which cousin it was, the post not only named them explicitly but also included Haitong's phone number, painting the sisters as disloyal and ungrateful. It recounted how their grandmother had raised them, supported their education, yet they had not returned home for years, cruelly refusing to visit her in her time of need. The narrative was crafted with a ring of authenticity. The post concluded with a plea for netizens to help contact Haitong and her sister, urging them to arrive at the Guancheng Central Hospital to bid farewell to their grandmother. Reading through it left Haitong trembling with rage. She could not believe the audacity of these people to tarnish her and her sister's reputation on Weibo. And now it was trending, likely bought. Their intent was to ruin the sisters' names. While they were merely ordinary individuals, such actions would invite the wrath of keyboard warriors, who, under the guise of justice, would attack them without seeking the truth, leading to online harassment. 15 years had passed, yet her so-called family remained as shameless and ruthless as they had been 15 years ago, showing no mercy or regard for kinship. They would stop at nothing to extort money from her for their grandmother's treatment. Tong Tong, are you alright? Xin Xiaojun, observing her friend's fury, grew increasingly worried. Haitong remained silent, her focus on the comments. The comments below are all condemning her and her sister for their filial impiety. It seems they have likely hired a considerable number of internet trolls to stir the pot. Chapter 052, The Husband's Attitude. Ding ding ding. Haitong's phone rang. Upon seeing that the caller was her sister, she promptly answered. Tong Tong, have you seen the trending topic on Weibo? They are utterly despicable. Hailing was equally incensed. When their parents tragically passed away, she was already 15, and her memories were more vivid than those of her younger sister. She had chronicled in her diary the heartlessness of their grandparents and uncles towards the sisters, and she still preserved that diary. It was unfathomable to her that they would twist the truth and tarnish the sisters' reputation. They had always been malevolent. I'm going to clarify this online right now, Hailing declared, ready to hang up, but Haitong stopped her, saying, Sister, there is no need for you to explain. Let this escalate a bit more before we respond. And then we will tear their facades apart. They have published our photos and phone numbers. We must gather some evidence to retaliate forcefully. Tong Tong, whatever you decide to do, I'll fully support you. By the way, I used to keep a diary. I have preserved all my old diaries. I remember exactly how they treated us. Should I post those entries online? Haitong was surprised to learn that her sister had kept a diary. Sister, bring me the diary. Once I have organized the evidence to counter them, I will write a lengthy blog post to share the proof, ensuring they regret using such tactics. They think they can attack us online and inflict cyberbullying without repercussions? Not at all, sister. You don't need to get involved. I will handle this. You have Yang Yang to think of. We cannot let those trolls harm you or him. For the next few days, stay offline. You can either turn off your phone or get a new number, and we will communicate through that. Hailing was reluctant. This is a matter concerning both of us. How can I let you face it alone? Sister, I have fewer concerns than you do. You need to protect Yang Yang. He is so young. Who knows if those people might retaliate against our family? So many have suffered from online bullying. Haitong was chiefly worried about her nephew being implicated. Sister, trust me, I will handle it well, and now, please remove your SIM card and buy a new one to contact me. Alright, Hailing replied. I'll head to your shop now. Hailing could switch her SIM card but was unwilling to remain uninvolved. As soon as the sisters concluded their call, Hailing received a return call from her husband Zhou Honglin, who berated her. Is that blog post written by relatives from your hometown? Didn't I tell you to sever ties with them? I don't care about your situation, but don't drag me and Yang Yang into this, especially now that he was a manager with a significantly increased income. He worried about what the leeches might extract from him if they found out. Listening to her husband's tirade, Hailing felt both angry and disheartened. Coldly, she replied, rest assured, my issues won't affect you. I never intended to contact them after how I treated them. They shamelessly came to us, wanting the sisters to cover our grandmother's medical expenses. After his outburst, Zhou Honglin realized his words were callous and softened his tone. Hailing, you should also write a blog post to clarify things. I can help you pay for some internet trolls to promote your post and counter their lies. We cannot allow them to distort the truth. He had come to despise Hailing but acknowledged that the relatives from the Hai family were indeed distorting reality. When he married Hailing, those relatives had shown up in droves, demanding a dowry of 300,000, threatening to oppose their marriage otherwise. He and Hailing had been university classmates and had endured much to get to this point. Over the years, Hailing had never publicly condemned those relatives. Though she detested them, she kept her thoughts to herself. Yet, those people had bullied 2 orphan girls 15 years ago and still had the audacity to demand a dowry. Hailing had expelled them and refused to invite them to the wedding, firmly stating that they had never supported her and were owed nothing now, as the head of her household after their parents' passing. Her household registration had transferred to Zhou's family, leaving only her sister in the records. Of this matter will be resolved by Tongtong and me, so you needn't worry if they drag you into it seeking money. We can simply divorce, that way, you won't be implicated, and they will no longer bother you. Zhou Honglin sensed the disappointment in Hailing's words and quickly interjected, Hailing, why are you saying such things? Divorce, I'm mainly concerned about Yang Yang. He too harbored thoughts of divorce but was pained by the thought of their son being so young. If they divorced, even if he gained custody, who would care for Yang Yang? Once Yang Yang was older and needed less of Hailing's attention, he would consider divorce. Jia and I often said she would not be a nameless mistress. If he truly loved her, he should divorce Hailing and marry her. Zhou Honglin was completely enamored with Jia and I and would do her bidding, yet he was miserly with Hailing, insisting on splitting expenses. They had planned to dine at a 5-star hotel that evening. Alright, I'll head to work now, call me if anything comes up. Zhou Honglin hung up before Hailing could respond. In stark contrast to Zhou Honlin's eagerness to distance himself, Janine was far more considerate. Though he was too busy to delve into these matters, he had instructed Sunan to investigate the Hai family. Sunan's secretary had stumbled upon the trending topic where the Hai family accused Haitong and her sister of unfilial behavior and promptly reported it to Sunan. Janine learned of it just then. While reviewing the Hai family's information, Janine had noted that Hai Jiming was acquainted with many in the media and had anticipated that the Hai family might exploit public opinion to morally blackmail Haitong. His suspicions were confirmed. Instead of calling Haitong, he delegated his work to his subordinates and drove directly to find her. When he arrived at the bookstore, he found Haitong surrounded by concerned neighbors. Not in condemnation, but seeking to understand the situation and whether the online accusations held any truth. Chapter 053, Let the bullets fly. For a while we have all been running our shops here for many years. We know what kind of person Tongtong is. The online claims are undoubtedly fabrications, a complete distortion of the truth. Haitong refrained from excessive explanations, allowing Shen Xiaojun, who could not bear to see her friend misunderstood. To defend her vigorously, she recounted how the Hai family had treated the sisters and how, after the elderly matriarch fell ill, they demanded Haitong cover all medical expenses while also expecting reimbursement for travel costs incurred by their cousins. Everyone recognized Haitong's character. Even competing bookstore owners did not perceive her as unfilial. Once the details became clear, they were incensed, vowing to take to the internet and clarify matters for the broader audience. Refusing to let the Hai family succeed in their deceitful schemes, they had encountered shamelessness before, but nothing compared to the audacity of the Hai family. It was simply bullying 2 orphan girls. Upon noticing Zhanine's arrival, Shen Xiaojun nudged Haitong, who had been diligently writing. Since the incident began, Haitong had neither turned off her phone nor changed her number, though she only answered calls from familiar contacts. Ignoring calls from unknown numbers, those online had bombarded her with messages filled with unsolicited advice, but Haitong remained composed, focusing instead on devising a strategy for retaliation. Tongtong, your man is here. Shen Xiaojun's admiration for Zhanine soared upon witnessing his prompt arrival in support of her friend. Even if it were a hasty marriage, he was a responsible husband. Haitong looked up to see Zhanine approaching with steady strides. Soon standing before her desk, Shen Xiaojun discreetly excused herself. Zhanine first assessed Haitong's demeanor. Relieved to find her calm, he then glanced at the paper on the counter, picked it up to read, and his gaze returned to her, now laced with admiration. "What brings you here?" Haitong inquired. "To be honest. Seeing Janine enter had warmed her heart. He had assured her he would be there for her, and he truly had demonstrated that commitment. "I'm worried about you, so I came to check in." Janine replied, his voice low. "Seeing that you're doing well puts my mind at ease. You took leave, right? Will this affect your bonus?" Haitong asked, concerned for Janine's well-being. He worked for a large corporation, and she felt it would be unjust if a minor issue interfered with his job. Janine dismissed her worries. "I've been in the company for years. I have a certain level of freedom. You needn't worry about my work or bonuses are secondary. Your safety is what matters most. Let us go. I'll accompany you back to your hometown." After a moment of contemplation, Haitong agreed to his companionship. She circled around the cashier's desk and called out to her friend, "Xiaojun, I'm stepping out for a bit. The store is in your capable hands. When my sister arrives, please offer her some comfort. I assure you, I will handle this matter well, so she need not worry." "Understood," Shin Xiaojun replied, offering a few words of caution as she watched her friend exit with Janine seated in Zhang Yin's car. Haitong inquired, "Mr. Zhang, do you have acquaintances in the media industry? Indeed, do you require their assistance?" He responded. Haitong explained, "I need to return to my hometown to photograph the residences of my uncles and aunts. If there is a third party to witness this, it would lend more credibility. The issue is, I currently have no knowledge of what my uncles and cousins are engaged in professionally." Her grandparents resided in a house built by her parents, and she intended to document the living conditions of the elderly couple as well. "I must gather evidence piece by piece to refute the claims against us. It must be substantiated. As for the vitriol directed at me online, I choose to remain indifferent for now. Let the dust settle a bit. Those hired to incite anger will only amplify the outrage against the Haitong family. When the tides turn, I will respond to them in kind. I will have my friends investigate your cousins' professions and incomes. Once you have documented their living situations, return to the city and write down everything that transpired back then. If your writing skills fall short, I can arrange for someone to ghostwrite for you. You only need to dictate." "Thank you, but there's no need for a ghostwriter. I won't be composing blog posts either. My sister has a habit of journaling. She has recorded everything that happened back then, and she still possesses the diary. I will photograph her entries and publish them online to reveal the truths of the past." Additionally, when my grandparents appropriated my parents' compensation, they signed an agreement in triplicate, one for the village committee, one for my sister and me, and one for them. I will also share the document online. The truth will ultimately prevail." Haitong remained unperturbed. If the village committee is willing to help disseminate their copy online, it would carry more weight. My sister and I have been away from the village for a long time and do not reside there. They are unlikely to assist you. My grandfather claims my second cousin earns a six-figure income, which indicates they are thriving. It's clear that the village committee is biased in their favor. Janine drove in silence, acknowledging the veracity of Haitong's statements. "With my sister's diary and our copy of the agreement, we have sufficient evidence." He chose not to speak, deciding to pull over at a service area to call Sunan and ensure that the village elders and those in the know would advocate for Haitong. With Sunan's capabilities, even without appearing in person, he could accomplish this task. Sunan, it wasn't unreasonable for him to enlist Sunan's help. He understood better than anyone the malice that could lurk in people's hearts. Relying solely on Haitong's evidence could easily backfire, especially if the Haitong family denied the authenticity of the agreement. Only by having those knowledgeable testify on behalf of the sisters could they turn the tide completely. Furthermore, he intended to have Sunan silence the media personnel who had been manipulated. Anyone daring to target Zhang Yin's woman was effectively slapping him in the face. If he allowed them to continue their defamatory narratives unchecked, he would no longer be Zhang Yin. "Mr. Zhang, thank you." Haitong expressed her genuine gratitude, unaware of the simmering anger beside her aimed at those who sought to harm her. She appreciated Zhang Yin's presence during this trying time and his willingness to stand by her side. Zhang Yin replied solemnly, "We are still husband and wife. As such, we are united in our fortunes and misfortunes." Chapter 054. A touch of concern for my wife. Haitong paused, then smiled softly, saying, "Many couples flee at the first sign of trouble. We are a couple forged in haste, devoid of deep affection. It has only been 10 days or half a month since our marriage, and yet you are willing to face this situation alongside me. I am truly grateful. If not handled properly, this matter would undoubtedly affect those around her." Her sister and brother-in-law had been classmates for many years, eventually marrying after a long courtship and having a son. Upon learning that the sisters had been thrust into a negative spotlight, her brother-in-law's attitude had soured considerably. After a moment of silence, Janine remarked, "Haitong, you cannot compare your brother-in-law to every man. That would be unfair to the others. Every individual is unique, with differing perspectives." He sensed that Zhou Honglin's feelings for Hailing had soured, however, as a brother-in-law who had not yet solidified his standing. He dared not accuse Zhou Honglin of infidelity without evidence, though his intuition suggested something was amiss. It was true, the state of her sister's marriage had instilled a sense of aversion toward love and marriage in Haitong. Fortunately, her husband was relatively decent. Although at times his actions bruised her pride, Jeanine demonstrated a commendable sense of responsibility in critical matters, recalling her friend's teasing, suggesting that since she and Jeanine had signed a 6-month agreement, why not use this period to cultivate their marital bond? There is a service area ahead. Do you need to use the restroom? My car also requires refueling. Sure, Haitong agreed. After a few more minutes of driving, Jeanine pulled into the service area and parked. They both exited the vehicle, but Jeanine merely washed his hands before returning to the car to call Sunan. Once Sunan answered, he gravely instructed Sunan, regardless of the means, ensure that the knowledgeable individuals from Haitong village advocate for Haitong. Sunan responded, this is a trivial matter that I can resolve with a single phone call. Why employ such heavy artillery for something so minor? He had already conducted investigations in Haitong village and had established connections there. What are your plans for this, sister-in-law? Sunan inquired, his curiosity piqued. Prepare ample evidence to demonstrate that they are all capable of covering the medical expenses, along with the agreement signed back then, and evidence of how they treated the sisters, with villagers speaking on their behalf. This matter can be entirely reversed. Sister-in-law appeared remarkably composed, her thoughts clear and logical. She bore your influence. Zhang Yin's lips twitched in irritation as he retorted, how does she possess my influence? She is your wife. After spending time together, she naturally adopts some of your traits, becoming mature and composed, unflinching even in the face of adversity. What? Complimenting her intelligence and composure displeases you, or do you have other thoughts? The latter part of his statement carried a teasing tone, and Jeanine contemplated ending the call. Could you send someone to the hospital to check on the current condition of the elder from the Haitong family? Understood, Sunan readily agreed, then added, having assisted you so much, may I take a week off once you return? At most, you can take a day off. If you take a week, outsiders will suspect I'm firing you. Shang Wuhan is still waiting to make a move on me, and I fear he will act out of frustration if he feels thwarted, so you can only take a day. Of course. If you need to go on a blind date or have a quick marriage, I can grant you an extra day's leave. Sunan hung up on his superior and friend, thinking to lead him astray. No chance. Zhang Yin's hasty marriage was a result of his grandmother's pressure. Grandmother Zhan had taken a liking to Haitong and adored her to the extent that she was willing to sacrifice her beloved grandson's marriage. After giving Sunan his instructions, Jeanine exited the car to purchase some snacks. When Haitong returned to the vehicle, he handed her the food, saying, this back and forth takes time. You should eat something to avoid starving yourself over trivial matters. Have you eaten? Jeanine acknowledged with a grunt, having nibbled on a little to stave off hunger, though these snacks did not suit his palate. Since he had already eaten, Haitong felt no need to refuse. As Jeanine drove, Haitong munched on her food. The journey from Haitong village to the city of Guancheng took over an hour, primarily along the highway. It had been nearly a decade since Haitong last visited the village. In the past, the sisters would return during school breaks, but each time they did, their grandparents would greet them with hostility, providing no food, forcing them to buy rice and vegetables to cook for themselves. To make matters worse, in later years, their grandparents even disposed of their belongings, stuffing their rooms with firewood and debris, leaving them without a place to stay upon their return, orphaned, and with their grandparents being their closest blood relatives. The reality was that rather than nurturing them, their grandparents had seized their parents' house and driven them away, barring them from entry, being young and lacking roots in the village. Even though some villagers felt sympathy for the sisters, they were no match for their formidable grandparents. The grandmother was particularly fierce, capable of cursing for days on end, and few dared to provoke her even during Qingming when they wished to visit their parents' graves. They were denied, with their grandparents asserting that since they were girls, they would not be allowed to pay their respects, instead unilaterally adopting a cousin as a son to honor their parents. In such circumstances, how could Haitong and her sister ever return? If she is not mistaken, the cousin who was adopted as a son by her parents is indeed the second cousin. This was orchestrated to ensure that he could later claim the house, foundation, and land left behind by her parents without any qualms. Jeanine is a stranger, and Haitong has not returned to the village for a long time, thus many people momentarily fail to recognize her, which inadvertently allows her to capture images of the residences of her uncles. Years ago, when her grandparents passed, her parents' compensation was divided among the uncles, who used that money to build new homes or invest in businesses. Flourishing in their endeavors, presently they reside in self-built villas, among the most prosperous families in the village. Standing at the entrance of the house her parents constructed, Haitong is flooded with memories of the moments spent with them. Her heart feels constricted with sorrow. Tears glisten in her eyes as her nose tinges with the onset of grief. Jeanine stands a short distance behind her, silently observing, sensing her turbulent emotions. He feels a surge of compassion, yearning to provide her with solace. Time passes, and an elderly woman strolls by, halting upon seeing Haitong, her eyes widening with delight as she inquires, "You are Haitong, aren't you?" Quickly dabbing at the corners of her eyes to erase the traces of tears, Haitong gazes at the woman and soon recognizes her. "You are, aren't you? Aren't you?" She was a clan aunt who had been close to her mother during her lifetime. Indeed, it is I. You have returned? Anshu greets her warmly. Would you care to join me at my home? After glancing at the house, she continues, I heard your grandmother fell ill and was taken to the city hospital for treatment. Your grandfather and the others escorted her there in a grand procession. It seemed as though they were attending a wedding feast rather than a hospital visit. Typically, they do not exhibit such enthusiasm. It appears that your grandmother's illness has galvanized them into action merely for show. Anshu does not engage with the internet, thus oblivious to the trending news. Moreover, the topic had only recently surfaced in the public eye. Not yet reaching widespread awareness. Do they not usually pay attention to my grandparents? Haitong queries, they only drop by with a couple of baskets of fruit during the holidays. Your grandfather receives a pension. And with the substantial sum taken from your parents back in the day, they want for nothing. I have heard that their savings now amount to 300,000 to 400,000. Pointing towards the self-built villas in the village. Anshu remarks, those belong to your uncles. They are the wealthiest families in our village. Your grandfather often boasts about how capable his descendants are. Were it not for the past, is this your boyfriend? Anshu inquires, noting the prosperity of Haitong's uncles and attributing it to the two elderly individuals who, back then, disregarded their young granddaughter's loss of parents and claimed half of the compensation, redistributing the funds to their other sons, thus enabling them to rise in status. Today, which of Haitong's uncles does not boast of a fortune exceeding $1 million? In stark contrast, Haitong's family lies in ruin. Their home usurped, and the two sisters have been out of touch for an extended period. Witnessing Haitong's return fills Anshu with both joy and indignation on her behalf. Yet she feels powerless to intervene. This is my husband, Mr. Jean. Anshu expresses her surprise. You are married? When did this happen? We recently obtained our marriage certificate, but the wedding ceremony has yet to take place. Ah, how wonderful. Your parents would be at ease knowing you were well. Alas, they were such good people who left us too soon, and you sisters have suffered greatly at the hands of others. I often think surely there are deities watching over us. When will they avenge the injustices faced by you two, ensuring those wrongdoers meet their end? It is lamentable that fate has turned a blind eye. Those people live on without consequence. After acknowledging Anshu with a nod, Jeanine discreetly activates his phone's recording function, capturing the dialogue between Anshu and Haitong. At Yu's enthusiastic invitation, the couple visits her home, where they are warmly welcomed and treated to a home-cooked meal. Following their meal, Anshu quietly advises Haitong, I am relieved to know that you and your sister are doing well. However, you must exercise caution. Do not let your grandparents learn of your good fortune. With your grandmother's illness, rumored to be early-stage liver cancer, surgery will likely incur substantial expenses. Knowing their nature, once they discover you are faring well, they will shamelessly demand financial support from you. Which of their households isn't wealthier than yours? Even if they ask for money, you must not comply. They once stated that as long as they received half of your parents' compensation, they would not expect you to support them in life or death. Furthermore, your grandmother has a multitude of other children. It is not your responsibility to bear this financial burden. Anshu, being a close acquaintance of Haitong's mother, is well aware of the past events. Back then, after her uncles claimed their share of the money, they dismissed Haitong's parents, who had died young, viewing their untimely demise as bad luck, feigning illness, or seeking excuses to avoid assisting with the funeral arrangements. The village head, outraged, chastised them, and only after the villagers voiced their discontent did they begrudgingly offer assistance with the rites. They were truly excessive in their behavior. Upon learning of Haitong's return, several villagers visited Yu's home. As Haitong's grandparents were absent from the village, the atmosphere lightened, allowing conversations about past events to flow freely. Filled with sympathy for the sisters, Jeanine recorded their discussions, informing the villagers of the trending topic and assuring them that their words would serve as evidence for a counterattack. Upon realizing Jeanine's recording, the villagers felt as if they were being scrutinized under a blazing sun. With no path for retreat, they thought it best to become allies with Haitong, thus sharing numerous grievances against her family, all of which Jeanine diligently documented as evidence for future retaliation. Meanwhile, in a hospital room at the Central Hospital of Wan City, elderly Mrs. Hai sits up in bed, her spirits unusually buoyant despite her liver cancer diagnosis. Her positive outlook, combined with the early stage of her illness, makes her appear as if nothing is amiss. Elderly Mr. Hai peels an apple, glancing at his eldest grandson standing nearby. Ji Ming, you mentioned your approach was effective. Why haven't Haitong and her sister sent any money yet? Your grandmother is scheduled for surgery in a few days, and the expenses will reach tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. Those two girls have been in the city for years. They must be doing well enough to contribute something. Elderly Mr. Hai, embodying a feudal mindset of favoring male descendants, typically conceals this bias, yet it becomes glaringly evident when finances are at play. He is loath to let his sons or grandsons contribute a penny, insisting that his daughters and granddaughters shoulder the costs. This time, the couple is resolute in their decision to extract funds from Haitong and her sister. 3 years prior, when Hai Ling married, they failed to secure the 30,000 in bride price, and the old couple has held on to that grievance. Rest assured, Grandpa, it is already yielding results. I have enlisted friends to assist, and our topic remains trending. with many netizens condemning them for their filial piety, claiming it would be better to raise a dog than to have them as grandchildren. Witnessing the unknowing netizens rally against Haitong and her sister brings Jiming great satisfaction. A form of retribution for being blocked by Haitong. I will have the second cousin draft a follow-up blog post. The second cousin is an executive at a subsidiary of the Shang Group. Surrounded by assistants who can swiftly produce a blog post, netizens love following up on ongoing stories. Will they attempt to explain themselves online? The elder queries, lacking understanding of the internet. He is aware that his grandson's posts are fictional. Yet he worries that if the sisters clarify the truth, they may ultimately evade financial responsibility and suffer embarrassment. Who would believe them? We have hired a plethora of online commentators to steer the narrative. Constantly leaking information, the moment they surface, they will be met with the wrath of enraged netizens. Elderly Mrs. Hai interjects, Jiming, use my mobile to call Haitong again. If she wishes to avoid public scorn, she must send money. Hai Ling is married now, so she likely has little to offer. Press Haitong to provide the funds, demand 60,000 from her, and you will delete that post, otherwise she will face disgrace. And marriage will be out of the question. Grandfather, we should refrain from reaching out proactively. We must wait for them to contact us first to achieve our goal. Jiming contemplates the trending topic. Confident that it will compel the two cousins to initiate contact, the elder considers this and agrees, recognizing that in this matter, the one who acts first loses. Elderly Mrs. Hai muses, the photos you are using may not allow others to recognize them. They are over a decade old. The last time I saw Hai Ling, she resembled her mother more and more. Haitong, however, bears a striking resemblance to her father. Jiming sighs, this is the only photo we have. They have not kept in touch with us since they grew up. Where would we obtain new pictures? People change significantly as they mature. Why has the ranking dropped? Hai Jiming observed the trending search rankings beginning to decline. Refreshing the page every few minutes only to see it sink further, and it was apparent that it was on the verge of disappearing from the trending list. He hurriedly called a friend for assistance. The information he received, however, left him feeling helpless. What is going on? Inquired the elder Hai with concern. Has Haitong and the others clarified the situation, according to his eldest grandson, after hitting the trending list? Some individuals online began to speak on behalf of the two sisters, clearly familiar with them. No, it's the trending topic that was previously ahead of us, dissatisfied that our post diverted the audience's attention. Suppressing us, that trending topic is the gossip regarding Zhan Xiao, the richest man in Wan City, and the wealthy daughter of the Shang family. It was Shang Xiufei who had taken action, after finally making it onto the trending list with Zhan Yin. She found herself relentlessly pursued by the trending topic of an unfilial granddaughter. In a fit of anger, she had someone assist her in suppressing the search that the Hai family had paid for. With Shang's intervention, it wasn't long before the Hai family's purchase was pushed down the rankings. Left with no choice, Hai Yiming sought help from his media friends, requesting them to share and increase the visibility and influence of their post. Haitong and her husband returned to the city later that evening. Let us have dinner first, Zhanin suggested kindly. We can eat somewhere before heading to your sister's house. That works. After a day spent together, Haitong unconsciously began to see Zhan Yin as a dependable ally, someone worthy of trust. He possessed both cunning and a thoughtful disposition, always attentive to her feelings. Ensuring she was neither hungry nor thirsty, Zhanin took Haitong to a rather upscale restaurant, where the couple chose a table by the window. Just as they placed their order, Zhanin's phone rang. It was his grandmother calling. Yin, are you with Tong Tong? Her phone must be off. Could you pass it to her for a moment? Zhanin silently handed the phone to Haitong. Numerous netizens had been bombarding her with messages and calls, draining her phone's battery, granting her a rare moment of peace, though those who wished to check on her were unable to reach her. Who is it, Grandma? Haitong replied as she took the phone. Haitong, my dear, I just got internet access and have learned that you've encountered some trouble. How are you holding up? Do you need assistance? Do not hesitate to speak up. Ian has been in the workforce for years, knows many executives, and can handle such matters with ease. You needn't feel embarrassed, you are husband and wife. If that boy doesn't help you with this minor issue, I'll give him a piece of my mind when he returns. Indeed, Grandma Zhan had only just learned of the situation. The trending search hadn't gained much traction, overshadowed by the gossip surrounding Zhan Yin and Shang Xiufei, and soon both topics faded from the trending list, relying solely on the shares from independent media, which still held limited influence. The elderly lady had heard from her second grandson about her precious granddaughter being bullied by the locals. Grandma, I'm fine, Haitong reassured her. You mentioned this is just a minor inconvenience, and I can handle it well. However, Zhanin has helped me considerably. He has been with me all day. Upon hearing this, the old lady chuckled. Well, that boy does show some sense of responsibility, yet in her heart, she thought, Haitong always finds herself in trouble, and my grandson frequently assists her. Spending time together will surely lead them to develop feelings for one another. This is the perfect opportunity to cultivate their relationship. My grandson will discover how alluring Haitong's resilience is, and she will see the delicate heart hidden behind his seemingly indifferent exterior. I am simply waiting for them to become a true couple so that I may hold my great-grandchild. Of course, she would not voice such thoughts aloud. After expressing her concern for Haitong, the old lady ended the call without saying another word to her grandson. Janine had grown accustomed to his grandmother's favoritism. She had hoped for a granddaughter but instead cherished her granddaughter-in-law as a precious gem. Since she had only one granddaughter-in-law, she currently lavished attention on Haitong, but once all her grandsons married, the affections would likely be distributed more widely. After dinner, Janine took Haitong to Hai Ling's home. Zhou Honglin had not yet returned, and he had sent a message to Hai Ling, informing her that he would be out for social engagements and likely wouldn't return until late, advising her not to wait and to put the children to bed at this point. Hai Ling no longer relied on her husband for comfort. Her thoughts were solely on her sister. Upon seeing her sister and brother-in-law arrive, she sighed in relief and asked, "Tong Tong, where have you been?" "I made a trip back home to gather some evidence in our favor. How are you, sister?" Hai Ling responded, "I'd been at home taking care of the kids for the past few years. Almost disconnected from society, so it hasn't affected me much. I changed my phone number, and that brought me peace. I kept an eye on the trending topics, but it quickly faded. However, that blog post was shared in friend circles and on public accounts. Former colleagues spotted it on certain public accounts and forwarded it to me, asking if it referred to us sisters." Haitong felt a surge of anger. Those individuals are truly shameless. They seem to have made their calculations. "Sister, please pull out your diary. It's our turn to take the stage. By the way, do you know what is happening on their side? Any updates?" Chapter 057, Sister's Diary. Hai Ling replied, "There has been news that they received assistance from well-meaning netizens, and Grandma has already been admitted to the hospital, with a date set for her surgery. Those netizens have been harshly criticizing us, calling us ungrateful. They claim that our grandparents raised us with such dedication, and now that we've found success, we've turned our backs on them. They accuse us of not visiting the elderly in the hospital, labeling us as heartless and ungrateful, not only to them but also to our deceased parents." Hai Ling had spent the day combing through the comments, growing increasingly furious. When it came to their parents, her resentment intensified. When our parents were alive, they were more filial than our uncles and aunts. But after their passing, how did our grandparents treat us? Sister, don't pay attention to what those keyboard warriors say. They are unaware of the truth, easily swayed, exploited without realizing it, believing themselves to be righteous and benevolent, when in fact, they are mere pawns used to harm the innocent. Matters on the internet often have unexpected twists. Haitong had seen enough of this. That moment Janine spoke calmly. "Haitong, your grandmother wasn't hospitalized due to help from netizens. They made the appointment themselves and paid the deposit for the surgery. The stories circulating online are entirely fabricated." Both sisters turned to him, and Janine explained, "When I accompanied you back home, I called a Mr. Su, who has business dealings with our company, to investigate a bit. He informed me that your grandparents are doing quite well. Your uncles, aunts, and cousins are all staying at a hotel not far from the hospital. Their intent is solely to pressure you into providing financial support. Indeed, fate seems blind, allowing that entire family to prosper. They have money but no conscience. 15 years ago, they bullied 2 orphan girls, and now they continue to gang up on the 2 remaining orphans left behind by their brother. These people are utterly inhumane." Hai Ling declared with anger, "Their goal is purely financial." Haitong gazed deeply at Janine for a moment before comforting her sister. "Sister, don't be upset. We have long known their true nature. I will organize your diary and strike back at them." Janine chimed in at the right moment. "I also know quite a few people in the media. We will respond to them in kind. I will amplify the message, ensuring everyone knows just how heartless and ungrateful that family is." He was eager to see if Haitong's cousins, who seemed to be thriving, could maintain their success after this incident. He intended to ensure they faced the consequences of their actions. Living up to his reputation for ruthlessness, Haitong began writing a blog post, compiling evidence, and photographing her sister's diary to share on Weibo. Soon, the unfilial granddaughter post sparked heated discussions. Under Zhang Yin's guidance, it surged to the trending list, surpassing the gossip surrounding him and Shang Xiufei, firmly claiming the top spot. Hai Ling's diary chronicled the events from years past. At just 15, her writing was still immature, yet the abrupt loss of their parents and the relentless division of their inheritance by relatives made it evident how the sisters had experienced the harsh realities of human nature. Each line was imbued with sorrow, anger, despair, and helplessness. As Haitong perused her sister's diary, memories flooded back, and tears streamed down her face. Their grandparents quarreled fiercely with their maternal relatives over money, each vying for a larger share, with no one caring for the sisters, nor anyone suggesting they adopt and care for them. My parents are gone, all they think about is the money, completely disregarding our feelings. Is this what family is? Mom, Dad, please come back. Do you know what your daughters are enduring? Why are you so cruel, leaving me and my sister behind? As the rain fell, it seemed as if heaven itself mourned for the loss of their parents. They had become children without parents. When she called out for her father, he would no longer respond, and when she called for her mother, she could not hear. Seeing her sister's bewildered expression, she cried, and her sister joined her in tears. Her sister constantly asked her when their parents would return, longing for them. I held my sister tightly, weeping as I conveyed the heart-wrenching truth to her. our parents would never return. They had ascended to the heavens, leaving us, two orphans, bereft of our mother and father. Our grandparents, driven by greed, demanded a sum of 600,000, claiming that if we provided them this amount, they would no longer require our care in life or our assistance in death. Indeed, they were blessed with an abundance of descendants and bore no concern for their own twilight years. Their sole desire was for money, money that eclipsed familial bonds, money that outweighed the love for their own granddaughters. That very sum was a compensation earned through the sacrifice of our parents' lives, yet they clamored for it without a thought for the feelings of their son and daughter-in-law. My parents are gone. They need not consider the sentiments of the deceased. Ultimately, they secured the money, with our grandparents appropriating 600,000, while our maternal grandparents felt entitled to seize the remaining sum, also amounting to 600,000. The compensation earned through our parents' sacrifice was entirely taken from us. What would become of my sister and me? Thankfully, the village chief, unable to bear the injustice, insisted on setting aside a sum for my sister and me to ensure our future and educational needs. In the end, our maternal grandparents took away 40,000, reiterating their sentiment that they would not require our support in life or our assistance in death, dismissing our mother as anything more than a non-biological daughter. Thus purchasing her ties to them for 40,000, our grandparents wielded sticks as thick as an arm, mercilessly striking my sister and me, demanding we leave, insisting that the house left behind by our parents was meant for their old age. I cried out in protest, arguing that it was our parents who had built that house. Why should it not be our refuge? The villagers expressed sympathy for us, yet they were powerless against my grandmother's tirades. My uncles and cousins rallied to support our grandparents, berating the villagers for their unsolicited compassion. Our belongings were tossed onto the ground, and they shattered my mother's memorial frame, threatening to incinerate her portrait if we did not depart at once. The rain began to fall again, heavy and relentless. Clutching our parents' portrait and holding my sister's hand, we trudged through the downpour, burdened by our meager belongings, glancing back every few steps, ultimately leaving my sister and I were but children. Unable to contend with the adults, father, mother, forgive us, my sister and I are powerless, incapable even of preserving our home. As netizens perused Hailing's diary, envisioning the harrowing scene, many commented, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Villagers spoke out on behalf of the Haitong sisters. Condemning the actions of the Hai family as excessive, the online community realized they had been deceived. The so-called grandparents had not toiled selflessly to raise their granddaughters, rather, they had sought to claim a substantial sum of compensation following the untimely death of their son and daughter-in-law. Chapter 058. A twist of fate. Haitong posted her sister's diary on Weibo, addressing the trending topic of unfilial granddaughter. Alongside her sister's diary, she presented evidence gathered from her hometown demonstrating that the elderly couple led a comfortable life with hundreds of thousands in savings. While their children were among the wealthiest in the village, Jianin recalled that day when he accompanied his wife to his sister's home. Haitong received a call from her grandfather, whose voice was robust. He checked his dashcam and found the conversation recorded. Haitong then uploaded the audio of her call with her grandfather to the internet. Afterward, she paid no heed to the uproar among netizens. Jianin instructed Sunan to investigate the Hai family's background, opting not to let Haitong publish the findings but rather to have Sunan operate as a netizen, uncovering the current employment and income of the Hai family. Initially, the outrage over the unfilial granddaughter post was significant, but now the netizens' fury was palpable. Those who had once denounced the Haitong sisters for their perceived disloyalty now turned their ire towards the author of the post. The tide had turned, prompting Hai Jiming's media acquaintances to hastily delete articles from their public accounts, fearing backlash from enraged netizens. A sister, everything is fine now, you need not worry any longer, they will not come to us for money again. If they do, it will be to apologize and beg for our mercy, Haitong reassured her sister. I am simply disgusted by them, Hailing replied, cradling her sleeping son. Not we have done all that we could. Justice lies in the hearts of the people. I trust that heaven will grant us fairness. Tong, you and Jianin have been out all day, you must be exhausted. Go rest, she urged. Sister, take Yang back to your room to sleep. Once her sister returned with her nephew, Haitong, and her husband bid her good night and departed her home. After a long day, Haitong felt weariness wash over her. However, upon arriving home, she still thoughtfully inquired of Jianin. Mr. Rajan, would you like a late-night snack? I can prepare something for you. By adversity, true feelings are revealed. When faced with trouble, Haitong discerned that Jianin was a man worthy of her trust for a lifetime. Yet, the couple had yet to cultivate deep feelings for one another, and the weight of their 6-month agreement loomed over her, casting doubt on their future together. Setting aside emotions, Jianin had aided her immensely, standing by her side through challenges, and she felt it was time to repay his kindness. I am not hungry. Jianin declined, gazing at her for a moment before gently saying, rest early. Good night, they both exchanged. And Jianin retreated to his room. Haitong lingered, watching him close his door and lock it, the sound resonating in the stillness. She chuckled softly to herself, acknowledging that their relationship was slightly better than that of strangers. His assistance was merely a reflection of his role as her husband, nothing more. Haitong did not return to her room immediately. Instead, she wandered to the balcony, settling into a swing chair, admiring the flowers and the stars adorning the inky sky. Once her emotions had calmed, she finally returned to her room. The night for the young couple was peaceful and serene. Meanwhile, the Hai family in the hospital was caught in a tempest of online backlash. The storm they had unleashed upon the Haitong sisters had not significantly affected them, but Haitong's response generated considerable discussion. It included Hailing's diary, which revealed the truth of past events, as well as recordings from villagers corroborating her claims. With even the village committee affirming the veracity of Haitong's assertions, the netizens, with their remarkable investigative prowess, uncovered the family's work income and living situations. They resided in a self-built villa, held respectable jobs, and earned annual incomes ranging from hundreds of thousands to over $1 million. Not to mention, the elderly couple had substantial savings. Despite their comfortable circumstances, they expected their 2 granddaughters to cover hospital expenses for their medical care, particularly after the exposure of the conversation between Old Man Hai and Haitong. The online community erupted in outrage. How could they be so reluctant to spend their own money while attempting to morally blackmail their granddaughters into providing funds, with an abundance of children and grandchildren? All capable, why not have their own children contribute financially? The fact that they had signed an agreement stating they would not require support in life or assistance in death when they divided the compensation for their parents' deaths made their current demands even more outrageous. Listening to the recording, could anyone truly believe the words of that grandfather? He even insisted that his granddaughters reimburse their entire party for travel expenses and hotel accommodations. Was it not the duty of the children to care for their ailing parents? It was reasonable for grandchildren to contribute a bit, but why were they fixated solely on the 2 granddaughters, refusing to demand anything from the grandsons, and even expecting the granddaughters to cover their brothers' expenses? This was a clear case of gender bias. The individual named Hai Jiwen was actually an executive at a subsidiary of the Shang Group. How could such a morally bankrupt person be employed there? Once the netizens uncovered the occupations and incomes of the Hai family's descendants, Hai Jiwen faced the brunt of the criticism. His condemnation was well-deserved, as the post about the unfilial granddaughter had been orchestrated by him. Prompting his secretary to craft the message, many even tagged the official website of the Shang Group, with a multitude of comments demanding Hai Jiwen's dismissal. Those 2 wretched girls are trying to ruin my grandchildren. I will make them pay. Old Man Hai furiously railed against the Haitong sisters in the hospital room. Old Lady Hai echoed her husband's sentiments, eager to rush out and berate her granddaughters for 3 days and nights. Their children had all gathered at the hospital, crammed into the ward, debating what to do while Hai Jiming was in a state of utter confusion, receiving complaints from friends who accused him of distorting the truth and dragging them down with him. Several friends threatened to sever ties due to his lack of integrity. Jiming, what shall we do now? Hai Jiming's father inquired. Dad, I have seen those comments. They are all disparaging our family. How are those netizens so resourceful? Uncovering our jobs and incomes, Jiming, we can overlook everything else, but we must protect Jiwen's job at all costs. Those vile netizens are even leaving comments on the Shang Group's official site, demanding Jiwen's firing. Hai Jiwen had yet to arrive at the hospital, as he was busy at work and typically communicated with his cousin regarding any matters. Upon the revelation of this turn of events, Jiwen's first course of action was to seek online support to salvage the family's reputation, desperately trying to pay for assistance to suppress Haitong's response, only to find that it was an impossible task. The hired online commentators attempted to whitewash their image only to be met with a furious backlash from enraged netizens, drowning their efforts in a tide of scorn. At Chapter 059, the wife's expression of gratitude. Haitong's second uncle turned to his nephew, saying Jiwen's job is of utmost importance. If this incident jeopardizes his employment, he trailed off, casting a reproachful glance at Hai Jimen. It was clear that the idea of using trending topics on Weibo to morally coerce the Haitong sisters originated from him. Uncle, Jiwen has been with that company for many years and has earned their trust. He won't lose his job over something so trivial. Once I clarify that this matter has nothing to do with him, it will be resolved. Hai Jiming, who ran his own business, believed that online controversies would not impact his livelihood. Upon hearing his nephew's words, Hai Erbua felt somewhat reassured and proceeded to call his son, urging him to clarify online that he was unaware of the situation to prevent any repercussions that might cost him his job. Those 2 girls are truly ruthless, Hai Debo exclaimed. If they don't want to pay, so be it, but why must they pursue us to the ends of the earth, leaving us humiliated? While their earlier posts about an ungrateful granddaughter had garnered some attention, the impact had been minimal. Haitong's Haitong's response significantly magnified the situation, and they began receiving numerous calls from family and friends. Strangers also inundated them with angry phone calls. Whether the Haitong sisters were victims of online abuse was uncertain to them, but they were undeniably facing a severe backlash, with insults flooding the internet. Some even came to the hospital to berate them, and had it not been for the security guards, their family might have faced an assault by furious netizens. Potentially even egged. Hai family's aunt, who had been silent, finally spoke up. I never supported your actions. Over a decade ago, our parents signed an agreement with Hai Ling, stating that they would not be responsible for their upbringing in life or burial in death. Now that mother is ill, you all unite to coerce her for money. Our parents are not without children. We are all living well. It is our duty as their children to care for mother when she is sick. Instead of forcing Hai Ling and her sister into a corner, desperate creatures can be dangerous. Remember how you treated the sisters after my third brother and sister-in-law left? Do you really think you can distort the truth with a blog post and morally manipulate us into giving you money? Have you considered who stands to lose more if they retaliate? They are but two sisters, while we are a whole clan. A heavy silence fell upon the room. What shall we do now? Hai Lao-Tu inquired, feeling a twinge of regret for having contacted Haitong, never expecting that she would have recorded their conversation. He contemplated whether he could persuade Haitong to delete her post. Fearing that the situation was spiraling out of control, potentially harming all of them and leading to substantial losses, Ji Ming, reach out to that girl and convince her to remove the post. If necessary, we can forego her contribution to grandmother's medical expenses. Hai Lao-Tu's thoughts were rather simplistic. Hai Jiming sighed. She has already blocked my number. After a brief pause, he suggested, I could write another post, apologizing on behalf of our grandparents, expressing their regret for past actions and their desire to see their granddaughter now that they are old and ill, which led them to resort to such extreme measures. To ask me to apologize is out of the question. Even if an agreement was signed, does that negate my status as their grandmother? Shouldn't they visit me when I am sick or contribute to my medical expenses? Hai Lao-Tu stubbornly refused to relent, insisting, just ignore the online comments. Can those netizens truly harm us? Known for her fiery temperament in the village, she was adamant about not bowing her head or apologizing. However, it remained to be seen how long she could maintain this stance. Meanwhile, Haitong was oblivious to how her family was spending the night. She slept soundly, only to dream of her parents as dawn approached. She called out for them, reaching for their hands, only to grasp at empty air. Upon awakening, she found her tears had soaked the pillow. Staring at the ceiling for an extended period, she finally sat up, dabbed her tear-stained cheeks with a couple of tissues, and murmured at Mom and Dad, do you know that your daughter is being bullied? Rest assured, my sister and I are no longer the children we were 15 years ago. They will not be able to manipulate us again. She picked up her phone, which she had silenced before bed, and was greeted by a multitude of missed calls and unread messages. The missed calls were from unfamiliar numbers, likely from her family, and the few messages she opened merely implored her to delete her post, emphasizing their familial bond and shared blood. They suggested that her actions could be perceived as ruthless. They urged her to delete the post and promised not to hold her accountable, insisting that if she had any conscience, she should visit her grandmother in the hospital as a way to repay her grandparents' kindness. Haitong grew weary of reading these messages. They still believed they were in the right, claiming she had gone too far and was being excessively vindictive, without reflecting on who had instigated the chaos. If she had not possessed sufficient evidence, their sisters would have faced dire consequences. They had not extended any kindness towards her. How could they expect her to repay a debt of gratitude? Did they expect her to compensate for the share of her parents' death compensation they had taken? Was she to repay them for the way they had mistreated her and her sister, driving them from their home? Absurd. In addition to messages from her family, there were also concerned texts from friends like Shin Xiaojun and Zhang Yanqing. Haitong replied to them, assuring them of her well-being. After a simple wash and change of clothes, she left her room and headed to the kitchen to prepare a hearty and nutritious breakfast for her man, grateful for Zhang Yin's support and companionship. She made an especially lavish breakfast today. When Zhang Yin emerged from his room and saw the table laden with food, he inquired, Haitong, are you expecting guests for breakfast? Why have you made so much? We're not hosting anyone, it's just for the two of us. Zhang Yin was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, surely the sun must have risen in the west today. Our chef has outdone herself with such a feast. As Haitong removed her apron, she replied playfully, indeed, the sun has risen in the west. You woke up a bit late and missed the spectacle of the day. What a pity. Zhang Yin was amused by her playful banter. After sharing a laugh, he noticed her gaze upon him, filled with admiration. Chapter 060. May I steal a kiss? Zhang Yin's expression quickly turned serious, and he met her gaze with a warning in his dark eyes. Mr. Zhang, Haitong asked boldly, may I steal a kiss? Zhang Yin was momentarily taken aback. How could she dare to pose such a question to a man? The thought of her playful smile made him long to embrace her and shower her with kisses. Zhang Yin's face darkened, and he retorted, where is your sense of propriety? Haitong, my sense of propriety is right here, she replied, playfully tapping her cheek. We are husband and wife. After all, it would be perfectly normal for me to kiss you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yin instinctively took a step back, which only made Haitong laugh even harder. His reaction was a result of her previous audacity when she had unexpectedly touched his face. Seeing her amusement, Zhang Yin felt a surge of irritation. In a swift motion, he closed the distance between them, seized the laughing Haitong, and pulled her into his embrace, kissing her to silence her laughter. Her mirth was abruptly cut short as she stared wide-eyed at his handsome face. Caught completely off guard, she had playfully teased him, knowing he was more innocent than she in matters of intimacy. But she had not anticipated that he would turn the tables on her so suddenly. Jeanine pressed his lips against hers briefly, and as her laughter faded, he quickly released her, giving her a gentle flick on the forehead. Causing her to exclaim in surprise, "You brought this upon yourself," he murmured before casually taking his seat at the table, resuming his breakfast with an air of nonchalance. Haitong was left speechless. Touching her lips and glancing at her husband, who was now calmly enjoying his meal, who was truly teasing whom, clearly she had lost this round. Startled, she realized he was reveling in his victory, his mood bright as the sun outside. Savoring his breakfast with delight, it seemed that in matters of love, those who were shameless emerged victorious. She, it appeared, still had much to learn and had unwittingly fallen into his trap, though she lacked the courage to kiss him in retaliation. She begrudgingly took her seat opposite him, her beautiful eyes narrowed in mock defiance. Jeanine found her expression amusing. He had thought she was more experienced than he, capable of guiding him, but it turned out she was not far ahead. On the day they registered their marriage, she had mentioned a past relationship from 7 or 8 years ago, likely her first love, which was often pure and innocent. In other words, she is much like him. A blank slate, suddenly preparing such a lavish array of delicacies today. Is it a gesture of gratitude for my assistance yesterday? One wonders knowingly. With a cheerful demeanor, Jeanine served her some food, remarking, "In truth, my help is also a benefit to myself. After all, you are my wife. Should you suffer embarrassment, my own reputation would also be tarnished. Of course, your gratitude brings me joy. It seems I have been blessed with good fortune. You need not transfer the funds for the car to me anymore." Jeanine deftly shifted the conversation back to the topic of the vehicle. Haitong, unaware of his bank account number, had been transferring 50,000 yuan daily to his WeChat. However, Jeanine refused to accept it. The 50,000 yuan she had sent him on the first night was now back in her account. "Buying you a car is also for the sake of my own dignity. I work long hours and occasionally require my wife to accompany me to social events. If it were to be known that my wife rides around on a battery-operated vehicle that frequently breaks down, my reputation would suffer." Jeanine regarded gifting her a car as an enhancement of his own stature. Isn't that an act of atonement? Haitong retorted. Jeanine, it carries multiple meanings. Since you are gifting me a car, you need not contribute to the household expenses this year. Jeanine glanced at her but neither agreed nor declined. Haitong interpreted his silence as acquiescence, feeling a great sense of relief as she believed this rendered her debt to him null. As for your grandmother's side, there is no need to concern yourself with them for now. When they can no longer hold out, they will naturally come to apologize. Moreover, regarding the house left by your parents, your sisters cannot reclaim it all. They must also compensate you for half in cash. Those who take advantage of you while simultaneously biting the hand that feeds them need not be treated with kindness. Should Jeanine take action, he would ensure that the Hai family would struggle even to beg. This was Haitong's affair, and while he offered suggestions, the decision ultimately lay with her. "We shall pursue the matter of reclaiming my parents' house after my grandmother completes her surgery and is discharged." Jeanine replied affirmatively. After all, they were her own grandparents, and out of respect for their blood ties, she wished to leave some room for leniency. After breakfast, Haitong retrieved 2 insulated lunchboxes from the kitchen, stating, "I've packed a lot of food that hasn't been touched for you to take to the office. Eat it when you're hungry to avoid waste." Jeanine's expression immediately soured at the thought of carrying 2 lunchboxes to the company. Feeling it beneath the dignity of the esteemed President Jean, "I am already full and do not require any takeout. Then I shall take it to the store. Xiao Jun enjoys the breakfast I prepare, as does Nianshang. He always passes by there on his way to work. I'll message him to stop by my store for a bite today." Henceforth, she would refrain from preparing an extravagant breakfast spread. Hearing her mention Zhang Nianshang, Jeanine felt a pang of displeasure. Even though he knew her feelings for him were purely platonic, after a moment of silence, he made a concession, saying, "Give it to me. My younger brother works at the same company, and I shall take some for him. Better to indulge his brother than let Zhang Nianshang benefit in the future, even if you wish to express your gratitude. There is no need to prepare such a feast. It's just the 2 of us. We are not Jubeiji, after all, capable of consuming that much." While she indeed had a hearty appetite, her preparations today were simply excessive, far exceeding what she could consume. At each end, "Then you should take it for him." Haitong was quite taken by her 8 handsome uncles. Their striking appearances were impossible to forget. "Beautiful scenery is always memorable." Jeanine acknowledged her with a sound. After packing everything, Haitong tidied the dining table, washed the dishes, and then went to the balcony to tend to her flowers. Admiring the blooms of the day, without exception, she captured the 9-square grid of her blossoming plants and posted it on her social media. Jeanine, who previously seldom checked social media, began to follow her updates since marrying Haitong, hoping to better understand her. Consequently, he would check her posts daily, growing accustomed to being the first to see her floral arrangements, though he never liked them, wishing to keep his silent vigilance over her activities a secret. Chapter 61, Is My Brother Jealous? Jean had just brewed himself a steaming cup of coffee when he emerged from the small tea room and was greeted by his elder brother entering his office. Elder brother Zhang called as he approached. Noticing his brother carrying 2 insulated lunchboxes, he remarked, "Are you bringing breakfast for your little brother?" Zhang placed the lunchboxes on his brother's desk and said in a deep tone, "Your sister-in-law knows you work at the same company as I do, so she prepared a hearty breakfast for you. Don't always eat out, it's unhygienic, but you used to eat out every day as well." Although it was at their own hotel, it was still outside. Zhang set down his coffee, eagerly grabbing one of the lunchboxes and opening it with excitement. "I savored your sister-in-law's culinary skills last Saturday, and I've been reminiscing about it for days. Wow, this looks abundant, diverse, and appealing. It must be delicious." After opening both lunchboxes, Zhang couldn't help but praise his sister-in-law's dexterity, noting her talent in crafting exquisite items and cooking scrumptious meals. No wonder their grandmother insisted on Zhang marrying her. She possessed many admirable qualities. Seeing his brother's delight, Zhang casually remarked, "Your sister-in-law is grateful for my significant help. She rose early today to prepare this nutritious breakfast. I couldn't finish it all, so I brought some for you to enjoy." Zhang. Soon after, he chuckled, "Your sister-in-law must trust you to let you bring it to me, so surely she hasn't tasted it herself." Zhang fell silent. Had he known, he would have sampled a bit of everything, letting Zhang eat the leftovers. "Brother, do you have other matters to attend to? Why are you so eager to send me off?" Zhang shot his brother a disapproving glare, inadvertently noticing a handcrafted item made of copper wire on the corner of the desk, a potted money tree. He picked it up and examined it several times, commenting, "This piece resembles those that grandmother proudly displays. They seem to have come from the same creator." Grandmother had placed the crafts gifted by Haitong in the most prominent place in her home, and though he wished to ignore them, he often saw them and thus remembered. Elder brother has good taste. Zhang settled down, savoring the heartfelt breakfast prepared by his elder brother while expressing his admiration. "This exquisite craft was personally woven by my sister-in-law. The other day, when I took grandmother to my sister-in-law's shop, she happened to be busy with orders and gifted me a money tree." "Brother, there is a reason why grandmother holds my sister-in-law in such high regard. She is truly skilled and imaginative. The crafts she weaves are remarkably lifelike. I place this money tree here, and everyone who sees it praises its beauty. They all follow suit, rushing online to purchase several pots for themselves. I even specifically recommended my sister-in-law's online store to them, encouraging their support for her business." Zhang remained silent, setting down the pot of money tree, and coolly remarked, "Take your time eating. Once you're done, get to work and don't slack off." With that, he turned and walked away. Zhang mumbled indistinctly, "Brother, take care, I want to see you off." Zhang paused at the office door, glanced back at him, his gaze lingering on the money tree, yet he said nothing further, opened the office door, and left. Zhang, not lacking in awareness, chuckled to himself, "Is my brother feeling jealous? Otherwise, why would he steal a glance at that pot of money tree before leaving?" Zhang felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart. He was Haitong's husband, even though their relationship lacked warmth at present. The crafts she personally wove were given to his brother but not to him. He found it difficult to ask her for one, unable to swallow his pride, yet, the absence of a money tree on his desk left him feeling neglected by Haitong. Chapter 62. A grateful acknowledgement to Miss Shang. Haitong was blissfully unaware of her husband's twinge of jealousy. Upon returning to her shop, she found it rather quiet, so she resumed weaving her crafts. After observing her create a money tree, Shen Xiaojun inquired, "Haitong, why have you been weaving so many money trees lately? Are they particularly popular?" Having just completed a piece, Haitong paused to rest and responded with a smile, "My online store has been flourishing lately, with money trees being the hottest item. The orders are overwhelming." "Could it be that after your response, the netizens sympathized with you and Hai Ling and flocked to your store to support your business?" Haitong pondered for a moment and replied, "That doesn't seem likely. They only posted my childhood photos online along with my phone number. They know nothing else. Now, all the blog posts have been deleted, and even those prominent figures in the online community have erased their articles. Perhaps they fear repercussions from the Hai family." Thankfully, the gossip surrounding Zhang Xiao has overshadowed that trending topic, keeping it from gaining too much attention. The general public hasn't had the chance to dig into my work, so it's unlikely that netizens are boosting my online sales. Upon mentioning Zhang Xiao's gossip, Shen Xiaojuan's interest was piqued, and she whispered, "I heard from my aunt that Miss Shang noticed the trending topic related to you, which diverted the netizens' attention. The boss was displeased and secretly worked to suppress it, ultimately burying that trending topic." Haitong was unaware of these developments. She chuckled, "So, Miss Shang indirectly aided me. I truly owe her a thank you. I hope she can win Zhang Xiao's heart soon." As the daughter of a merchant, she wields considerable influence and should be able to ascertain whether Zhang Xiao has any issues. It is fortunate that we kept our playful jests about Zhang Xiao to ourselves. We must refrain from such unfounded speculation in the future." Shen Xiaojun dismissed it casually. "We were merely indulging in some gossip. Even if Zhang Xiao were to have issues, how would Miss Shang find out? He has never been seen with any young women. Who knows if he truly has any problems? I believe Zhang Xiao and Miss Shang are unlikely to come together. The Zhang and Shang families are not particularly amicable. If the two conglomerates were to become fierce rivals, what position would Miss Shang be in? Caught in the crossfire, she would be torn in whom to support. Shin Xiaojun analyzed, neither the Zhang family nor the Shang family would likely endorse their union. However, Miss Shang's audacity to publicly express her feelings for Zhang Xiao, creating such a stir, reveals her passionate nature. I actually admire her for that. Haitong took a brief respite before gathering her materials to continue weaving her money tree. Muttering, in any case, that matter is someone else's business. We are unlikely to ever find ourselves in Zhang Xiao's presence. Occasionally indulging in gossip is fine, there's no need to invest too much thought into it. Has your aunt stopped pressuring you to go on blind dates? For now, yes. Perhaps my aunt had a word with her. If I'm not mistaken, it won't be long before I'm summoned by my aunt to attend a banquet. Haitong, please don't involve me in such matters. I have no interest. Haitong firmly rejected the idea. After accompanying her friend to a banquet once, she had no desire to attend again, though she was not timid. She simply disliked such settings. With all that delicious food, we're just there to enjoy it. I can afford to indulge in such delicacies, but are you willing to spend so much money on food? Especially when you're saving up for a house. Shin Xiaojun struck a chord. Haitong fell silent. Tongtong, we are good friends and close companions. I will always include you in my good fortune. It has settled then. If my aunt invites me to a banquet in a few days, you must accompany me. We should attend more high society events to broaden our horizons. Shin Xiaojun ardently persuaded her friend to accompany her. Auntie, the shout of Zhou Yangyang interrupted their conversation. Seeing her sister enter with her nephew in tow, Haitong immediately paused her work and stepped around the cash register. Shin Xiaojun was quicker. Having already rushed over to scoop up the chubby Zhou Yang, showering him with affectionate kisses and lifting him high, causing him to burst into laughter. His sister, what brings you here? Haitong noticed the time, it was past 10. At this hour, her sister should be at home preparing lunch. If her brother-in-law returned to find no meal, he would surely complain. I was bored at home and came to see you. Yang Yang insisted on coming along. Hailing removed her sun hat, wiping her brow as she said, it's nearly November, yet it's still so hot. Guan City is a place where autumn feels akin to summer, and even winter lacks chill. Only in the mornings and evenings does it offer a cool respite. During the day, as long as the sun is high in the sky, one can sweat profusely. It's past 10. Aren't you making lunch? Haitong didn't think her sister was obligated to cook for her brother-in-law. Typically, people eat lunch around this time. I fed Yang Yang before coming over and brought some milk powder with me. He can play here until the afternoon before we head back. I can either order takeout with you or go to the nearby market to buy some ingredients and cook in your shop's little kitchen. As for your brother-in-law, I've already washed the rice, added the water, and plugged in the rice cooker. When he returns, he just needs to press the cooking button. As for the vegetables, I've washed them and left them in the kitchen. He can choose to boil or stir-fry them as he pleases. Hearing her sister's words, Shin Xiaojun laughed. Sister Hai Ling, are you only doing half the work and leaving the rest for him? AA system, of course, means everything is split evenly. If I've done it all, what does that count as? If he wants to split it, then let him. Does he think the AA system only applies to money? Hai Ling was deeply hurt by her husband's recent behavior, and she was adamant about enforcing the AA system. Determined to teach Zhou Honglin a lesson, she wanted him to think twice before using the AA system to manipulate and threaten her. After 3 years of marriage, she had compromised in every aspect, bearing children and sacrificing her career, only to face his disdain and sanctions. If she didn't retaliate now, he would continue to underestimate her. Just because a tiger doesn't roar doesn't mean it's a sickly cat. Both Haitong and Xiaojun gave Hai Ling a thumbs up. One must not be taken advantage of in every situation. The AA system was proposed by Zhou Honglin, so let him taste its bitter fruits. Previously, Zhou Honglin had treated Lingjie exceptionally well, yet in such a short time, it was eye-opening. Shin Xiaojun sighed. Marriage truly is the grave of love. Those outside yearn to enter, while those within seek to escape. I believe it's best to delay marriage, enjoy a few more years of freedom before considering it. Hai Ling expressed a hint of resentment. It's all because of my mother-in-law and sister-in-law's instigation. He is far too trusting of his family. Chapter 63, Hai Ling's confession. Last time, when Haitong and Jianin brought gifts, I was furious over the AA system and took all the gifts back to my room. Hai Ling settled onto a chair as Haitong entered the small kitchen, retrieving some fruit from the refrigerator. After washing it, she brought it out for her sister to enjoy, while Shin Xiaojun poured Hai Ling a glass of warm water. After sipping a few mouthfuls, Hai Ling, unafraid of airing her family's dirty laundry, had come today burdened with grievances and frustrations, seeking to confide in her sister. If she didn't find someone to share her woes with, she feared she might spiral into depression. Plus, Shin Xiaojun was an old friend, someone she trusted to keep her confidences. She began, when I woke up the next day, that family had already been sent away by Zhou Honglin. I was more than happy to see them go. But before they left, they took all the gifts that Tong Tong and her husband had given. Even the toys meant for Yang Yang were snatched away by my sister. Law. It infuriated me. Zhou Honglin even said we didn't need those things and let his sister take them back. Does his sister's family truly lack these things? Her sister and her husband are both employed and earn an income, with the children being cared for by my and Laws I in their youth. My in-laws purchased social insurance, and now the couple receives enough pension to cover their daily expenses, yet they still require Homeland to contribute financially each month, effectively subsidizing her sister's family. Her sister and her husband save their earnings, relying on the funds from the elderly couple and the younger brother. The brother, who is unmarried and willingly supports his sister, cannot be criticized for his generosity. However, we have our own family to sustain, along with a mortgage to repay, and it feels inappropriate to use the brother's money for household expenses. Hailing is bewildered by her husband's lack of awareness. He is fully cognizant that their parents are using his money to support his sister's family, yet he consistently transfers funds to them without hesitation. While being miserly with her, she is filled with frustration. He and his family have been adept at feigning sincerity. Before their marriage, they all presented themselves splendidly, maintaining the facade for years, successfully deceiving her. Once she entered the household and became pregnant, their true nature was revealed. It is commendable for a son to support his own parents, but what about funding his sister's family? I do not demand that he provide nothing at all. I merely urge him to contribute less to save some money for Yang Yang's preschool. He seems to disregard my requests, instead insisting on a shared financial responsibility as if I were the one demanding excessive funds from him. Hailing regrets her decision to resign early to become a homemaker. Once a woman loses her financial independence, she inevitably finds herself having to seek every penny from her husband, leading to a gradual loss of self-esteem and assertiveness in her voice. She has tasted this bitter reality. Fortunately, she has her younger sister to support her, which alleviates some financial strain. Shin Xiaojun is taken aback and exclaims, "Most parents prefer to subsidize their sons. Why is it that in the case of brother-in-law Zhou, he seeks benefits from his son to support his daughter? If the daughter were genuinely struggling, it would be understandable, yet they possess a home, a car, and savings." Haitong has long been aware of her brother-in-law's true colors. She cradles her nephew from Xiaojuan's arms and advises her sister, "Sister, you should start looking for work now. Yang Yang can come to my place, and I will watch over him during the day." This is not merely for her sister's benefit. Should she and her brother-in-law find themselves unable to continue their marriage, she will need the confidence to contest for Yang Yang's custody, without an income. What grounds will she have to argue for custody? Shin Xiaojun is startled but then considers the family's extreme behavior, concluding that Hailing will eventually divorce. With such a husband and in-laws, enduring a lifetime seems an insurmountable challenge. Hailing gazes at her son and remarks, "Let us endure for another 2 or 3 months. The new year is approaching, and by then, Yang Yang will be a bit older. We can enroll him in preschool, and you can pick him up in the afternoon." She is determined to find work. Even if she cannot regain her former executive position, her capabilities will surely allow her to secure a satisfactory job. Haitong nods in agreement. She kisses her nephew and playfully asks, "Do you want to go to preschool?" The little one, at this age, prefers to cling to his mother. Haitong smiles and turns to her sister. "Sister, have you decided which preschool to send Yang Yang to? If you have, take him there this weekend to play and familiarize himself with the environment. If he enjoys it, he won't resist attending preschool. Many preschools allow parents to bring their children for a visit and play during weekends." Hailing responds affirmatively, then adds, "There is another matter that infuriates me. My sister-in-law wants to transfer her 2 older children to the city for schooling and expects me to take care of them, picking them up and dropping them off, cooking for them, and even tutoring them. Does she see me as a free nanny?" My brother-in-law claims he is willing to offer me an additional 1,500 in meal expenses, arguing that whether I care for 1 child or 2 or 3, it's the same effort. But I have my own children to raise, and why should I tire myself for someone else's kids? He even mentioned transferring the house to his sister so she can have a property within the school district, making it easier for her children to attend school. Is he out of his mind? Once the house is transferred, can it ever be reclaimed? Haitong and Shin Xiaojun listen in disbelief. They have encountered similar stories online but never thought Hailing would face such an ordeal. Since she has shared her grievances, she continues, "Tuntong, I have told my brother-in-law that if he insists on transferring the house to his sister, he must reimburse me for the renovation expenses to ensure I receive something in return. The renovation cost was a staggering 400,000, all from my years of savings, dedicated to maintaining our small family. If he refuses to repay me for the renovations, I will seek a divorce. Regardless, I will recover my renovation costs. Tuntong, please keep an eye out for suitable rental properties for me. If my brother-in-law continues to be so oblivious, my marriage will soon reach its conclusion." She is acutely aware of her husband's indifference and disdain, feelings that weigh heavily on her heart. Though she had not previously considered divorce, recent troubles, and her husband's and in-laws' attitudes have left her feeling despondent. She begins to contemplate her post-divorce life, ensuring she is prepared and has a plan. The house was purchased by Zhou Honglin before their marriage, and while she cannot claim it, she must recover the renovation costs, as they were her responsibility. After experiencing these recent troubles in his demeanor, her heart is heavy with disappointment. As Hailing speaks, her eyes glisten with unshed tears. The sisters have finally seen a glimmer of hope, yet she finds herself married to such a man. It is indeed her fault for being so blind, believing she had married a good man, only to discover he is anything but. Chapter 064, a call from her husband soon after, hailing remarks. However, not all men are like Zhou Honglin. Xiaojun, don't let my marriage deter you from finding love, that would be my greatest regret. She remembers her younger sister who is still single and facing pressure from family to marry. Shin Xiaojun smiles and responds, I know that both men and women can be exceptional or otherwise, whether to marry depends on finding someone I genuinely love and am willing to commit to for a lifetime. I want to be swayed by your experiences, but I will certainly scrutinize a potential partner and their family before making a decision. My mother always says that marrying is not just about the man, but also about joining his family and social circle, which is quite a complex undertaking. Shin Xiaojun steals a glance at her sister, admiring her wisdom. Hailing's marriage is clearly unsatisfactory, yet, with Zhou Yang in the picture, even if divorce becomes necessary, it cannot be impulsive. She must secure her future and strengthen her position to negotiate effectively before ending her marriage. Haitong and Jianin, on the other hand, entered a whirlwind marriage. Barely knowing each other before tying the knot, the decision requiring immense courage. Shin Xiaojun feels she lacks the fortitude to marry a stranger, while Jianin appears to be a better partner than Zhou Honglin. Consistently supporting Haitong during her difficulties, he still signed a 6-month agreement with her, which leaves Shin Xiaojun feeling uneasy about her friend's future. Haitong remains silent, wishing to discuss certain matters privately with her sister. Suddenly, her phone rings. She glances at the caller ID, hands Yang Yang to her sister, and says, It's Jianin calling. I'll step outside to take the call, fearing that her sister might overhear their conversation and discover their secrets. She steps out of the bookstore, ensuring the distance is enough for privacy, then answers the call. Mr. Zhan, what is the matter? She inquires. Silence follows. Jianin remains mute, thinking the call may not have connected. She moves the phone away from her ear to check, confirming the call is active, and asks again, Mr. Zhan, are you there? Can you hear me? Jianin finally responds, realizing that if he remains silent any longer, she would undoubtedly hang up. Mr. Zhan, what is wrong? She presses. Jianin himself is uncertain about the purpose of his call. He had merely returned to his office after a meeting and found a few spare moments, prompting him to dial, and now that he has contacted her, he regrets it, unsure of why he reached out in the first place. Have your relatives from your hometown been in touch? Jianin finally finds a topic. They sent me many messages. I glanced at a few before losing interest. They demand I delete the controversial posts, implying that we should not have to bear any costs, but they don't acknowledge their wrongdoing, even going so far as to criticize me for being ruthless. Do not delete them, let the public see their true nature. I refuse to remove anything. This time, I will ensure they apologize publicly to both of us and guarantee they will not exploit us again, or else we may face similar tactics in the future. Jianin responds affirmatively. After this incident, they should think twice before causing more trouble. Where do you usually have lunch? Out. Jianin replies, then asks, are you inviting me to lunch? Haitong smiled and said, if you have the time, I would like to treat you to a meal. You have helped me so much, I am truly grateful and at a loss for how to repay you. The only way I can think of is to invite you out for dinner, but please don't choose an overly upscale restaurant. I fear I might not be able to afford it. Jianin felt a chuckle rising within him. He wished to treat her as a gesture of gratitude, yet he was apprehensive about her opting for a high-end establishment that would stretch his finances. Should he tell her that she was sincere or lacking sincerity? The lunch break was brief, and during the peak hours after work, the nearby restaurants would be overcrowded. If you genuinely wish to treat me, then return home early tonight, and prepare a delicious meal for me yourself. Just don't make too much. The two of us cannot possibly eat that much. He resolved never to pack leftovers for Jianin to take home. Why should he take home dishes cooked by his wife? What if Jianin was merely his cousin? If he yearned for home-cooked meals, he should marry a wife of his own to enjoy such culinary delights daily. Jianin mused, my brother is indeed feeling jealous. Haha, how delightful. Just a short while ago, he claimed he would never feel jealous and had no idea what jealousy tasted like. I wonder if he has come to know its flavor now. Haitong replied with a smile, all right then, I shall return home early tonight, buy some groceries, and prepare dinner for you. Thank you for your efforts. Jianin did not believe that a wife was necessarily obliged to cook for her husband. But since Haitong was willing to do so, he felt a deep sense of gratitude. Both of them had jobs, neither had it easier than the other for a family to flourish in happiness. Both partners must contribute and manage their lives together. Their telephone conversation lasted less than 5 minutes before it came to an end. After hanging up, Jianin stared at his phone for a moment before placing it on his desk, muttering to himself, have I been possessed by a ghost? This is utterly inexplicable. He found himself making an unnecessary phone call to Haitong. Indeed, he felt as if he had been possessed, engaging in such a nonsensical act. Ring ring ring, the phone rang again. Jianin abruptly picked it up, surprisingly hoping it was Haitong calling. However, upon seeing an unfamiliar number, a fleeting sense of disappointment washed over him, which he quickly dismissed as he answered the call. Jianin, he spoke, deliberately softening his tone with a hint of flirtation, which was also feigned. Jianin furrowed his brow, not granting the caller a chance to speak further before abruptly hanging up and blocking the number. It was Shang Xiufei, how audacious of her to acquire his contact information, who had given it to her. Shang Wuwen was not optimistic about his relationship with Shang Xiufei. Every time she caused a scene at the Zhan group, it was either Shang Wuhan or his wife who came to escort her away. There was no way Shang Wuhan had provided his contact details to her. He wondered who had betrayed him. Jianin silently cursed the traitor in his heart. He found Shang Xiaofei's bold advances in public pursuit of him quite distasteful. By nature, he was indifferent towards romantic matters. His grandmother remarked that while he was warm towards familial love, he was as cold and unyielding as a stubborn stone when it came to love. Without his grandmother's intervention, he was destined to remain a bachelor. Chapter 065. That kid is a bit shy. Haitong tucked her phone into her pocket, preparing to return to the store when she spotted her sister emerging. Sister, where are you going? I'm going to buy groceries to cook for you. Don't eat takeout for lunch, it's not good for you in excess. Tong, please keep an eye on Yang Yang. Haitong did not stop her sister from buying groceries but reminded her to ride safely. She had not driven her new car to work, opting instead for her electric bike for convenience and speed, fearing traffic congestion during peak hours. A sister, let me transfer some money to you, not wanting her sister to dip into the food allowance provided by her brother-in-law. Haitong sent her a red envelope. Hai Ling rode away on her electric bike, having some money to buy groceries for her sister. After watching her sister leave, Haitong returned to the store. Zhou Yang was no stranger to this place and was familiar with Xin Xiaojun. Even though their mother had left him behind, he did not cry or fuss. Instead, he wandered around the store, curiously touching books and pens. Is that fellow looking for you? Xin Xiaojun teased. Calling you during work hours means he must be missing you. He was asking if any of those troublesome relatives from my hometown had contacted me. Xin Xiaojun exclaimed, well, that shows he cares about your situation. Tong, perhaps you and Mr. Zhan could indeed give it a try. After spending time together, she felt he was rather decent. They should just let things unfold naturally. Jianin continued to keep his distance, resisting her approach. She did not wish to be too forward, preferring to let nature take its course, remembering that kiss from this morning, which was merely a brush of lips, with neither of them taking it further, was surprising enough for her. Reflecting on Jianin's innocence regarding romantic matters, Haitong felt she had stumbled upon a treasure. In this day and age, it was rare to find a man of his age who remained so pure-hearted. This also highlighted Jianin's emotional detachment. It was no wonder his grandmother was so eager to play matchmaker. Without her intervention, given Jianin's temperament, it would be a miracle if he married by the age of 50. Xiaojun, what do you think are suitable gifts for men? Are you considering a gift for your gentleman? He has helped me so much, and I wish to express my gratitude, Xin Xiaojun enthusiastically replied. I see my mother often buying things for my father, like clothes, ties, watches, or shoes. My father enjoys drinking, so my mother occasionally buys him fine wine to savor. But I don't know his clothing size. All his clothes are uniformly black. I even suggested he try wearing different colors, and he reacted coldly, telling me not to concern myself with his wardrobe. Xiaojun laughed. Your gentleman has such an imposing presence, dressed in black suits, which only accentuates his cold demeanor. You can tell he is a formidable figure in the workplace, having defeated countless rivals. Just think about what he might like and gift him accordingly. Haitong felt a headache coming on. The problem was she had no idea what he liked. Why not ask Grandma Zhan? She should know. Xin Xiaojun reminded her friend. Haitong considered this and decided to call Grandma Zhan. Upon learning that Haitong was inquiring about her grandson's preferences, Grandma Zhan felt a sense of hope for their budding relationship and cheerfully shared her grandson's rare interests, even divulging the color of his underwear, information she had gleaned from observing that his clothes were custom-made, delivered personally after production. Tong Jianin doesn't he have many particular likes? You needn't worry too much, just buy him a few outfits. I'll tell you his size. What if he doesn't like what I buy? Grandma chuckled. Your gift will represent your intention. Whether he wears it is up to him. However, I believe he will wear it. That boy is a bit shy. If his wife buys him clothes, even if he feigns disdain, he will likely wear them to show off at work. Though she no longer managed company affairs, Grandma still kept an ear to the ground regarding Jianin's matters at work. Jianin often boasted about having a wife in front of Sunan. Grandma's words prompted Haitong to decide to buy Jianin a couple of new outfits and a couple of ties. However, considering his rare preferences and her own financial situation, she felt she might not be able to afford it. She had always been practical. She would only spend according to her means and would never attempt to project an image of affluence. After making her decision, she finished her work and had lunch before riding her electric bike to shop, also planning to drop her sister and nephew home. Sister, when you get back, your husband might start arguing with you again. While they were busy, her brother-in-law called to question why she hadn't cooked. Hearing her sister's reply, Haitong could imagine how furious her brother-in-law must be, having been treated like royalty by her sister. After a moment of silence, Hai Ling said, if I can manage to cook, I won't fear his anger. Tong, if one day I truly decide to divorce your brother-in-law and need your support, you must help me. Don't worry, I will certainly be able to stand on my own again. She merely needed her sister's financial assistance, but she wouldn't ask for a handout. She would repay her sister once she regained her footing. Sister, what are you talking about? Your matters are my matters. And no matter what decision you make, I will stand firmly by your side. Even Janine said that if you need help, you should just ask. Janine had never liked dealing with her brother-in-law. Janine is a good man. Cherish him and nurture your little family. Don't follow in my footsteps. The biggest regret I have is listening to your brother-in-law's nonsense. Believing he could support me while I left my career for home life, and the outcome, when a man says I will support you, it is often just words. Sister, I will, after dropping her sister off at home. Haitong insisted on accompanying her upstairs, ready to confront her brother-in-law should he dare to raise a hand against her sister. Moments later, Hai Ling opened the door, cradling her son, who had fallen asleep midway. Haitong followed her inside. Where have you been? You're only just returning, I thought. Oh, Tong Tong is here. Zhou Honglin, wearing an apron and holding a spatula, emerged from the kitchen, his expression particularly grim. He had intended to scold his wife. But upon seeing his sister-in-law, he swallowed his words. Haven't you eaten yet? Haitong asked, feigning ignorance. Zhou Honglin shot a glare at his wife, who pretended not to see, as she took their son back to their room. Zhou Honglin complained to his sister-in-law, Tong Tong, look at your sister, all she does at home is take care of a child. She doesn't attend to any other matters. When I return from work, I still have to cook for myself. What difference does it make whether I have a wife or not? Hearing this, Haitong felt a surge of anger within her. So he married her sister merely to have a free housekeeper. Chapter 066, Domestic Violence. My brother-in-law insists on splitting expenses with my sister, who is currently unemployed and at home caring for your 2 children. If he behaves this way, what difference does it make whether my sister has a husband or not? He always complains that my sister does nothing at home. Today, she has indeed done nothing. Oh wait, she has accomplished half of it. At least she bought the groceries and prepared the rice, soaking it in water. All you need to do is finish the remaining half. Zhou Honglin opened his mouth to retort, but Haitong wouldn't give him the chance and continued. Does my brother-in-law really believe that your home is always spotless? As if a broom sprouted legs and swept the floor itself, Yang Yang is still young and, when playing with toys, tends to scatter them everywhere. He doesn't know how to tidy up after himself. Does my brother-in-law think those toys clean up themselves? Furthermore, what about the food, drink, and necessities used by him? Just the dirty clothes he changes out of daily, aren't they washed by my sister? Aren't the 3 meals of the day prepared by her? He constantly complains that my sister isn't earning any money and has no income. If my sister weren't at home managing the household, would my brother-in-law be able to work diligently at his company without any worries? This household is a joint venture between you and my sister. You handle the external affairs while she manages the internal. Both of you contribute to this family. It's unjust to claim that my sister contributes nothing just because she isn't employed. In fact, she is more exhausted than you are at work. Why not switch places with her? You stay home to cook, do laundry, and care for the children while she goes to work, before marriage. My sister's income was hardly less than yours. Zhou Honglin found himself repeatedly thwarted by Haitong's rebuttals. Struggling to find words, after a moment, he awkwardly replied, Haitong, I merely made a comment, and you've responded with so many words. As if I were abusing your sister. Isn't your shop busy? If business is poor and you're not making money, perhaps you should close it and find a job at a company. Isn't Janine working at a large corporation? Ask him to arrange a position for you there. Earning a few thousand a month would be better than running your shop. Haitong replied coldly. I don't need my brother-in-law to worry about my finances. My income is sufficient for my sustenance, with a little left over. I will go cook, he stammered. Zhou Honglin recognized that his sister-in-law was upset and decided to retreat to the kitchen. Taking a deep breath, Haitong knew her sister was not yet ready for divorce. She had to endure for now. When her sister found employment and was prepared for separation, should Zhou Honglin dare to speak to her sister in such a manner again, she would make sure to confront him fiercely. Entering her sister's room, she saw Hai Ling seated on the edge of the bed, gently stroking her nephew. Haitong understood that her sister was doing it all for the children. Upon hearing the door open, Hai Ling turned to see her sister and approached her, softly saying, Tong Tong, your brother-in-law is stubborn and won't listen to reason. Don't worry about me, if I decide to let go. I will ensure my own protection. You should go buy a gift for Janine. Hurry along, and rest assured, I am fine, sister. I will go shopping now. If anything arises, call me. If he dares to lay a hand on you, let me know. I won't allow anyone to harm my sister. Hai Ling nodded. Once in love with Zhou Honglin, she had tolerated much. Now, feeling somewhat disheartened by him, she still lacked the confidence to stand firm for her son and would continue to make do for the time being. When she regained her footing, Zhou Honglin would no longer pose a threat to her. Under her sister's urging, Haitong left. As she departed, Zhou Honglin had just finished cooking a dish and brought it out. Seeing Haitong about to leave, he pretended to be concerned, asking, Haitong, have you eaten? I have, she replied tersely before walking out. Zhou Honglin hadn't cooked all the vegetables that Hai Ling had washed. He only prepared one dish. He tasted it with his chopsticks and immediately spat it out. It was horrendous. And sweet. How could it be sweet? Did he mistake sugar for salt? Zhou Honglin hurried back to the kitchen. grabbed the seasoning box, and discovered that sugar, salt, and MSG were all stored together. He must have confused sugar for salt earlier. Before marriage, Zhou Honglin had his mother cook for him, and after marriage, he relied on the sisters to prepare meals. He had never learned to cook. It was a wonder that a man who could mix up sugar and salt could produce anything edible. Checking the pot of rice, since Hailing had added the water. It was indeed edible, however, without any vegetables. Zhou Honglin, having grown accustomed to better, could not stomach plain rice, realizing he had spent half a day at work only to return home without a hot meal. His anger flared. He stormed back to the room, where he found Hailing sitting on the bed engrossed in her phone, further fueling his ire. He strode over, slapped her phone out of her hand, grabbed her by the hair, yanked her down to the ground, and began to punch and kick her, careful not to wake their sleeping child. Caught off guard, Hailing was dragged down, but as soon as she regained her senses, she fought back. Although Zhou Honglin was a man and had taken the initiative, Hailing, despite her resistance, found herself at a disadvantage. Even when beaten black and blue, she refused to concede. She recalled a former colleague's advice during their first fight. A couple must win at all costs. They must not allow the man to think he can bully them. That way, they could establish dominance. If they lost, the man would become addicted to hitting. Domestic violence only occurs once or countless times. As Zhou Honglin threw another punch, Hailing, in pain, seized his hand and bit down hard on his arm, gnashing her teeth with ferocity. Zhou Honglin yelped in agony, using his other hand to pull her hair. The more he tugged, the harder she bit. Hailing, let go, let go. We both need to release our grips, Zhou Honglin shouted desperately. Ultimately, he couldn't take it anymore and released her hair. Pushing her away, taking advantage of his moment of weakness, Hailing lunged at him. After 2 years of caring for the children without focusing on her appearance, she had gained 30 to 40 pounds since marriage. When she fell against Zhou Honglin, it felt like a heavy stone was pressing down on him. Now in control, Hailing unleashed a flurry of slaps against Zhou Honglin's face. The intensity of her retaliation matched the severity of the beating she'd just received. Zhou Honglin, reeling from the blows, saw stars and cried out, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Eventually, she became exhausted and stood back from him, gasping for breath. After catching her breath, she turned and went to the kitchen. Retrieving a kitchen knife, Zhou Honglin had managed to pull himself up and was on the phone with his parents and sister, explaining how he had disciplined Hailing but was met with resistance. Upon seeing Hailing enter with the knife, his face paled in fear, abandoning his complaints as he darted around the room, searching for an opportunity to escape. Chapter 067. The wrath. Hailing chased him wielding the knife. Zhou Honglin was taken aback by her fierceness. After marriage, she had always been gentle. Even recently, when he scolded her, she would only retort if he went too far, but this time, she had gone mad. Not only fighting back but also grabbing a knife, Zhou Honglin dashed out of the room and fled outside, with Hailing hot on his heels, knife in hand. Their commotion drew the attention of the entire neighborhood. They chased each other down the street for 5 blocks until Hailing, exhausted, finally sat down on the roadside to catch her breath. Zhou Honglin, too, was fatigued, sitting a distance away, when his parents and sister finally arrived. Zhou Honglin felt utterly wronged upon seeing their beloved son's battered face, swollen and bruised. The Zhou family was furious. His sister rolled up her sleeves and angrily exclaimed, "That wretched woman dared to hit my brother. Just watch, I'll make sure she pays." Their mother, tearful with concern, scolded Hailing, "Is she an enemy? Look at what she's done to my son. I've always said she was wild and uncontrollable. And yet you still married her. You, a grown man, can't even handle a woman. You always brag about teaching her a lesson in front of us. Look at you now." Their mother had forgotten that they once coaxed Hailing to marry their son because of her high income. Now they were expressing disdain for her. Their father chimed in angrily, "I've raised you all this time, and I've never laid a hand on you. Hailing has crossed the line. Where is she? I'll go teach her a lesson. She can't bite the hand that feeds her." Seeing his daughter charge towards Hailing, their father quickly followed suit. "Dad, sister, she has a knife," Zhou Honglin shouted, scrambling to his feet to join his mother in pursuit. After resting for a moment, Hailing noticed her in-laws and sister charging towards her. She stood up, clutching the knife tightly, glaring fiercely at the approaching family. As they approached, the sight of Hailing, along with the glinting knife, halted them in their tracks. They could see that Hailing was no better off than Zhou Honglin herself, with bruises on her face, blood from her nose, and cuts at the corners of her mouth, her hair disheveled, and her arms marked with bruises and shoe prints. It was clear to them that Zhou Honglin was the one who had struck her. "Hailing, do you dare to confront Honglin again?" Sister Zhou, hesitant to approach, loudly chastised Hailing. Honglin has stated that upon returning home from work, he finds no meal prepared for him. How can you claim to be a wife while neglecting all domestic responsibilities and expecting him to cook for himself? Since when has Honglin ever cooked? He may be frustrated and strike you a few times, but you should endure that without retaliation. Do you believe you have any justification? Just look at what you've done to my son, with your brazen demeanor. Do you truly think I won't ensure Honglin divorces you? Given your current state, can you even survive without him? You consume his resources, reside in his home, and spend his money, yet you dare to fight with him. What kind of wife would resort to such violence against her husband? Hailing smirked. Isn't he the one insisting on a shared financial arrangement? I am merely adhering to his wishes. He can lash out at me when he's angry, and you all feel sympathy for him without considering the state I am left in after his assaults? Your son was raised by parents. Do you think I lack my own? Yes, my parents have passed, and even if I am an orphan, that does not grant you the right to bully or brutalize me. Will you approach me one at a time, or will you come at me together? Bring it on. I will make my stance clear, if you no longer wish to coexist with me. Say so directly, spare me the domestic violence, for I am not one to be trifled with. If you dare to continue your bullying and beat me, I will ensure that even in death, I will drag your entire family down with me. Zhou Honglin, I have warned you before, if you dare lay a hand on me, be prepared to kill me on the spot. For otherwise, I will make you regret it. Hai Ling glared fiercely at her in-laws. Should they dare to confront her as a united front, she would take them down with her. The Zhou family could only mutter in disbelief at her audacity. Father Zhou scolded Hai Ling a couple of times before turning to his son, Honglin, come home with your mother and me. Today, Honglin was genuinely frightened by Hai Ling after 12 years of knowing her. He had never witnessed such ferocity. Remembering her wrath, his legs trembled as he followed his parents and sister, simultaneously calling his superior to request a few days off to recover from his injuries. Sister Zhou had driven them there. Once the family of 4 was in the car, Sister Zhou remarked, Honglin, just divorce her. Zhou Yang is coming. Don't let her have him. Let us see how arrogant she remains then. Honglin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and asked his parents, if I divorce her, can you help take care of Yang Yang? Sister Zhou added, Mom and Dad can help look after the baby. After a moment of silence, Father Zhou replied, Yang Yang is still young, and your mother and I can help your sister with the baby, but we also have to pick up the older kids from school. We can't manage Yang Yang too. Honglin, don't act impulsively about the divorce, cut off her financial support, and she won't be so arrogant. Once Yang Yang is old enough for kindergarten, then you can divorce her. We will just handle the drop-offs and pickups. Honglin had not divorced because of his new love, considering his son's youth and his parents' inability to help with childcare. After hearing his father's advice, he resolved from now on, she won't get a single penny from me. Father Zhou continued, if you don't want a divorce, then you must refrain from violence. Hai Ling is fierce. If you can't match her strength, then be compliant and avoid domestic violence. Honglin fell silent, genuinely frightened of Hai Ling. Yes, he would stop providing her with money, and also, since the house was purchased by him and her name was not on the deed, she should be evicted. Sister Zhou echoed the sentiment. Mother Zhou interjected, now that Haitong is married and her husband has a house, getting rid of Hai Ling shouldn't pose a threat to her. Honglin, I warned you before not to go too far. For Yang Yang's sake, you must exercise restraint. The woman you are seeing outside, I have met her. She likely cannot endure hardships like Hai Ling. Honglin stared at his mother in shock. How do you know this? Mother Zhou replied, you used to treat Hai Ling so well, then suddenly, you started listening to us and treating her poorly. I sensed something was off. Just the other night, I saw you dining at a 5-star hotel with a young beautiful woman. The way you two interacted left little to the imagination. Chapter 068, Zhang Yanqing's aspirations upon realizing that his family was aware of everything and did not reprimand him. Honglin remarked, after Hai Ling gave birth, she became increasingly overweight, and my attraction to her diminished. Jianai is understanding, youthful, and beautiful. I believe my true love lies with her. Mother Zhou perceptively responded, what she values is your status and income. If you were still just an ordinary employee who would be interested in you, although Hai Ling can be harsh and has left you in this state, to be fair, she has cared for you well over the years and managed the household effectively. She is a woman who has endured hardship and knows how to run a home. Unlike the woman you were seeing, while Mother Zhou favored her son, she still offered a fair assessment of Hai Ling. A good wife should be virtuous. Honglin, not if you wish to play around, I won't interfere, but if you consider marrying that girl, you must tread carefully to avoid future regret. Many have abandoned their original partners only to find themselves worse off. Mother Zhou was generally satisfied with her son's current situation but did not want him to lose his happiness and face consequences. As Sister Zhou countered, what is so great about Hai Ling? Just look at how she has beaten Honglin to this state. We cannot accept such a daughter-in-law. Honglin, I support your relationship with Jianai. Whether or not you can build a life together will only reveal itself through time. No one can predict that. Initially, we thought Hai Ling was cultured and polite, yet who would have expected her to chase Honglin down the street with a kitchen knife? Father and Mother Zhou fell silent. Honglin, for the next few days, don't return home, don't send her money, and don't show any weakness. She must apologize and promise not to repeat her actions before you consider going back, Sister Zhou advised. Even if you don't divorce her now, don't allow her to dominate you, otherwise, your standing in the household will plummet. A man must assert control both inside and outside the home. You cannot let a woman overpower you. Honglin affirmed, I certainly won't return home for the next few days. Since Hai Ling refused to cook for him, he decided to stay at his parents' home to recuperate, enjoying a few days of good food before returning to work. He had no intention of hiding his affair from Jianai, sending her a message about being abused by his wife. Upon receiving the message, Jianai expressed her concern, further endearing her to Honglin. Meanwhile, Hai Ling felt a sense of relief not having to seek refuge at her sister's home. Upon returning home, she found her son still fast asleep. She quickly applied ice to her face and tidied her appearance. Worried that her son might be frightened upon waking, she gathered the clumps of hair that Hong Lin had torn from her head, swept the floor clean, and fortunately, her thick hair concealed the loss. Unbeknownst to her, after she left, her brother-in-law had violently assaulted her sister, leading to a fierce altercation. After leaving her sister's house, Haitong headed to the pedestrian street to buy clothes and ties for Jeanine. With the measurements provided by Grandma Jean, Haitong selected 2 new outfits in black, which Jeanine favored, along with 2 new ties. After purchasing the clothes, she returned to the shop. In the evening, when students finished their classes, it became a busy time. Jeanine arrived around 6 o'clock. At this time, students were engaged in evening study sessions, allowing for a quieter atmosphere, knowing that Haitong wanted to enjoy some time with her husband. Shin Xiaojun smiled and said, Haitong, you should go home with Mr. Zhang now. Don't keep him waiting. I'll lock up the shop tonight. Thank you, Haitong replied. Shin Xiaojun chuckled, why are we being polite? In the past, you always locked up. It feels like I've taken advantage of you, and now that I'm returning the favor, it feels better. Haitong didn't linger on pleasantries, picked up the clothes she purchased, bid her friend goodbye, and exited the bookstore. She opened the car door and placed the clothes in the passenger seat, saying to Jeanine, you head home first. I'll go buy groceries. If you know how to wash rice and cook, you can start. If not, wait for me to return with the ingredients. Jeanine glanced at her electric bike and asked, where's your new car? I left late and was worried about traffic, so I took the electric bike. Haitong replied, donning her helmet. I'm off now. Without waiting for Jeanine to respond, she rode away. Jeanine watched, bemused, as her briskness contrasted with his calm demeanor, glancing at the clothes in the passenger seat. He picked them up and flipped through them, discovering they were men's clothing. Frowning, he wondered, whose clothes is she buying for some other man? Upon checking the size, he realized they matched his own, all in black. Could it be that she was buying them for him? With that thought, his earlier displeasure dissipated. As he saw Shin Xiaojun exiting the store, he nodded in greeting before driving off. Just as he departed, Zhang Niansheng arrived. Shin Xiaojun was startled to see her cousin and playfully tugged at his beard, saying, Niansheng, it's been a while, you've grown quite a beard, you should shave it, you're still young. Don't let it age you. Are you particularly busy and fatigued lately? You appear both haggard and weary, young man. While it is commendable to be ambitious, do not overexert yourself. After all, health is the foundation of all endeavors, and one must take care of their well-being. I am well, just a bit overwhelmed with work. Zhang Niansheng has grown a beard for Haitong, though it is not yet very long. He typically maintains a clean-shaven appearance, so when he suddenly sports a beard, it is bound to astonish my cousin. Sister June, is Sister Haitong not around? Upon noticing that only my cousin was present in the shop, Zhang Niansheng casually inquired. Sister Haitong is grateful to Mr. Zhang for his considerable assistance and has returned home to personally prepare a sumptuous meal for him as a token of her appreciation. Are you searching for Haitong regarding something? Just let me know, and I shall convey your message to her. It's nothing serious, merely a casual inquiry. Sister Haitong mentioned wanting to treat me to a meal, though I am uncertain when she will fulfill that promise. Shin Xiaojun chuckled, saying, seeing as we are so familiar, ordering takeout for you would also count as treating you. Zhang Niansheng, he yearned for a private dinner with Sister Haitong. Sister June, given that Sister Haitong and her husband had a whirlwind marriage, do you think they can endure in the long run? The first woman to capture Zhang Niansheng's heart was indeed Haitong. Though he is slightly younger than her, he is confident in his ability to care for her. Upon learning of her impulsive marriage, he experienced a sense of loss, yet he was reluctant to relinquish his feelings, nurturing a wish for her to divorce her husband. Mr. Zhang is rather aloof, yet treats Haitong well. If they spend enough time together, sparks may fly. If things truly do not work out, they are bound to part ways after 6 months, as they have signed an agreement. After Shin Xiaojun spoke, she looked at her cousin with suspicion and asked, Niansheng, why do you inquire about this? Naturally, Zhang Niansheng would not confess his feelings for Haitong or his desire for her to divorce. Instead, he fabricated a lie, stating, I am merely concerned about Sister Haitong, with no ulterior motives. She is such an exceptional woman. If her husband fails to appreciate her, it would be better for her to divorce sooner and seek a man who truly values her, ensuring she enjoys a good life. Indeed, Haitong is a wonderful girl. I believe Mr. Zhang will come to love her, perhaps even before she does. Shin Xiaojun replied, hoping for her friend's happiness. Zhang Niansheng felt a pang in his heart. He could not disclose his secret admiration for Haitong to his cousin for fear she might inform his mother. Setting aside the fact that he is younger than Haitong, the mere reality of her being married would lead his mother to vehemently oppose the idea of him pursuing her. Even in the event of a divorce, until he has absolute certainty, Zhang Niansheng cautiously guards his feelings, wary of revealing them to anyone. As the sun sank beneath the horizon, the darkening sky cast its net over the earth, and nightfall quietly descended. In Mingyuan Garden, Haitong busied herself in the kitchen, the delightful aroma wafting through the air, drawing Jeanine to the kitchen door. He wished to assist, but Haitong insisted that since she was treating him to dinner, She would handle everything herself, and thus he idled in the living room watching television, which he found uninteresting, preferring to observe his wife as she cooked. Watching Haitong's diligent demeanor, Zhang Yin's gaze deepened and softened. A change he did not consciously recognize, yet he acknowledged her many admirable qualities. Zhang Yin suddenly called out to Haitong, recalling something important. She glanced back at him but continued her work, asking, "What does Mr. Zhang wish to say about the several potted money trees on the balcony? I see you care for them splendidly. May I relocate one to my office and place it on my desk?" Haitong instinctively replied, "Those pots are quite large. If you place one on your desk, it will take up too much space. You should find a suitable spot in the office instead. I specifically wish to place it on my desk. Money trees, after all, are said to attract wealth. You might as well buy a lucky cat to place on your desk instead." As Haitong finished cooking, she transferred the dishes to serving plates and added, "If you must have something on your desk, I could gift you a crafted money tree. It wouldn't take up much space, and it is aesthetically pleasing with a positive connotation." Zhang subtly alluded to wanting a handcrafted item from his wife. And recognizing her willingness to fulfill his request, he eagerly pursued, "Do you have any ready-made? Your crafts are exquisite. My grandmother is particularly fond of them, and she proudly displays the one you gave her in the most prominent spot in her home, boasting endlessly about you to anyone who inquires." As he praised her work, it transformed into praise for his wife. "We do have some, but they are all reserved for customers, since we are married. There is no need to rush. I can weave you a money tree tomorrow. Would you like a lucky cat as well, if she is willing to gift it to him?" Zhang would not contend with her clients. "Can you weave a lucky cat?" "I can." Zhang smiled. "Then I shall be greedy. Please make me a lucky cat as well." He had one more than his brother. If your colleagues find them appealing, please share the link to my online store with them to support my business. After a moment of silence, Zhang replied, "Many people in our company are already aware of your store." Thanks to Yichen's recommendation, his brother had seized the opportunity first. Zhang felt a twinge of frustration, but then considered that while his brother promoted Haitong's crafts, it would ultimately benefit her as his wife, ensuring that the profits remain within the family. Once Haitong finished preparing the meal, she served the dishes on the dining table. The couple sat down together for dinner, and Zhang Yin's spirits lifted as he enjoyed the meal. Compelled to compliment Haitong on her culinary skills, he felt fortunate indeed. After dinner, once the dishes were cleaned, Haitong retrieved a bag containing clothing from the sofa and presented it to Zhang Yin, saying, "Mr. Zhang, please try on these 2 outfits and see if they fit well. You have helped me so much. Merely treating you to dinner feels insufficient, so I bought you 2 new outfits and 2 ties in your favorite color, black." Zhang had anticipated the clothing was for him, yet he maintained a composed facade as he accepted the garments and examined them, inquiring, "How did you know my size?" "I asked Grandma." Zhang fell silent. "Would you like to try them on?" "No need, they fit me well." She had chosen colors he liked. "Next time you purchase something and are uncertain, just ask me. Do not consult Grandma. Who knows what schemes she might concoct behind our backs? You are busy with work. I do not wish to burden you unnecessarily." Zhang remained silent. Indeed, he was very busy and preferred not to be questioned about trivial matters. "Mr. Zhang, it is still early. Shall we go for a stroll? I have lived here for a while but have yet to explore the neighborhood." Zhang hesitated momentarily before agreeing, as he too was unfamiliar with Mingyuan community. His housekeeper had facilitated the purchase of this residence. Thus, the couple embarked on their first walk together. Zhang, a man of few words, and the couple, unlike others, did not share a romantic connection, strolled in silence for quite some time without uttering a word. Eventually, Haitong broke the silence, asking, "Mr. Zhang, how far is your hometown from the city center?" She had yet to visit his hometown, having heard from Grandma that they lived in the suburbs. Given that they had signed an agreement, Haitong was mentally prepared for a potential divorce and thus did not inquire much about his family, having never visited them, and felt indifferent. It was merely to alleviate the awkward silence that she posed the question. "The transportation is quite convenient. Driving takes less than an hour, so it is not far, though it is not particularly close either. Their family possesses numerous villas in various upscale districts of the city, so they have properties everywhere. I believe Grandma mentioned your family owns farmland and cultivates a fair amount of crops." "Indeed." Zhang replied affirmatively. Her statement was entirely accurate. Haitong chose not to press further. Recognizing that Grandma's words reflected their family's humble origins, marrying Zhang was not an elevation for her. They stood on equal ground. In the community, many people were out for walks, mostly parents with their children, along with young couples holding hands affectionately. Observing the warmth between others, the couple continued their shoulder-to-shoulder stroll, neither daring to extend their hand. However, they attracted many glances, being a strikingly handsome pair. Eventually, Haitong stopped near the children's playground and suggested to Zhang, "Let us sit here for a while and watch the children." She had a great fondness for children, especially her nephew Zhou Yang, whom she adored. Zhang said nothing, silently following her to a stone bench. If Yang were present, he would surely have enjoyed himself immensely. Zhang merely murmured in agreement. Haitong turned her head to look at him, and Zhang, caught off guard by her gaze, defensively asked, "Why are you looking at me like that? I admire your handsome features and wish to gaze upon you a little longer." it is a delightful sight, Jeanine. Mr. Jean, you possess good looks and exceptional qualities, indicating excellent genes. Should you ever have children, they will undoubtedly be intelligent and charming. Do you wish to have children with me? Haitong chuckled. Grandma constantly urges me to tackle you and bear her a great-granddaughter. Upon hearing this, Jeanine subtly shifted his position, creating distance between himself and Haitong. Oblivious to the subtlety, Haitong continued, I am well aware that Mr. Jean harbors no feelings for me. In fact, I currently possess no affection for Mr. Jean either. Should I actually tackle you, it would hardly resemble the soulful exchange between spouses but rather feel akin to engaging in a transaction, as if I were to pay for your company. Zhang Yin's expression darkened at her words. We will not have children together. Let Grandma urge Yi Chen and the others instead. Are they incapable of having children? Zhanin felt discomfort at this remark. Yet he refrained from contradicting her, maintaining a tight-lipped silence. Does Mr. Jean suspect that I am a scheming woman? Zhanin replied. Could you refrain from posing such direct inquiries? In truth, my marriage to Mr. Jean was not devoid of ulterior motives. I sought the comfort of his residence to alleviate my rent expenses. I understand. Consequently, his initial impression of her was rather unfavorable. Bound by familial ties, he had married her in a fit of anger. Does Mr. Jean comprehend? Haitong turned her head to look at him, her gaze filled with admiration. Mr. Jean is truly astute. Your penetrating gaze seems to reveal the depths of my inner world. Jeanine met her eyes. At present, I have not deciphered your inner world, nor do I grasp the true purpose of your words. There is no ulterior motive. It's merely that we seldom engage in such conversations, since you do not initiate discussions. I felt compelled to find a topic to alleviate our mutual awkwardness. Jeanine, he genuinely found himself at a loss for conversation with her, observing the young couples around them, newlywed and blissful. Their fingers entwined, he noted that those with children had endless topics revolving around their offspring. Unlike them, devoid of feelings in children, initiating a conversation proved quite challenging. Noticing Zhang Yin's speechlessness, Haitong laughed. Rising to her feet and pulling Jeanine along, let us return, lest you feel uncomfortable, as if I might pounce on you at any moment. Haitong, you are a lady, and what of it? Speaking will not cost me a piece of flesh. Haitong tugged at his clothing, merely grasping the hem without touching his hand, fearful he might wash his hands excessively once they returned home. Did you not see the trending topic a few days ago? It was about young Master Jean and the heiress of the Shang family. Miss Shang publicly confessed her feelings for young Master Jean, pursuing him openly. When a man is enamored with a woman, he will pursue her. Likewise, when a woman is fond of a man, she too will pursue him, all in the name of seeking true love. I admire Miss Shang. She indirectly aided me, albeit unknowingly. I shall silently wish her the best, hoping she successfully pursues true love and marries young Master Jean. She is struggling to win his affections. But once she does, I hope young Master Jean showers her with affection. Shang Xiaofei inadvertently overshadowed the trending topic concerning the unfilial granddaughter, diminishing its impact on Haitong and her sister. Consequently, Haitong developed a slight fondness for Shang Xiaofei, especially due to her bold and passionate nature. Jeanine, upon hearing his wife's words, nearly choked in disbelief. Internally, he mused, if only you knew that young Master Jean is your husband, would you still utter such words? Young Master Jean does not harbor feelings for Miss Shang. Jeanine felt compelled to clarify, lest Haitong mistakenly pair him with Shang Xiaofei in her mind. Aside from those who fall in love at first sight, how could anyone predict they would come to cherish their partner? Is it not a gradual pursuit, where familiarity breeds appreciation, eventually blossoming into affection? Love is cultivated. Young Master Jean and Miss Shang are well matched, and should they succeed, they would indeed make a splendid couple. I work at the Jean Group, and I know our employer is always accompanied by bodyguards who prevent young women from approaching him. He treats all young women with the same indifference. Moreover, our company does not have a cordial relationship with the Shang Group. How could our employer possibly align with Miss Shang? After their marriage, Haitong never inquired about Zhang Yin's position or salary at the company. Since they were merely cohabiting, there was little point in delving into such matters. Of course, should Jeanine voluntarily mention his job, she would be curious to learn about the young master he truly is. Have you ever met your boss? You share the same surname as him. People might easily misinterpret you as family. Haitong laughed. Xiao Jun has suspected you several times. I told her she was reading too many novels, always projecting our situation onto those stories, claiming that the heroines rush into marriage with billionaires. I remarked, if it were that easy to marry a billionaire, would not all men be billionaires? Jeanine silently acknowledged. Miss Shin possesses a discerning EYE. No wonder she hails from wealth. To ordinary folks, the Shin family is affluent, reaping considerable monthly income from rental properties. It is thanks to the Shin family's substantial fortune that Aunt Shin could marry into a prominent family. Jeanine contemplated how to navigate future social gatherings, determined to keep his distance from the Shins and Zhines to avoid revealing his true identity to Haitong. His status as the head of the wealthiest Zhan family was a revelation he intended to make personally. Without external interference, our boss is quite busy. Unless there is a meeting, I rarely have the chance to see him. I am not part of the core management, and even during meetings, I sit at the far end, lacking sufficient vision to discern what our boss truly looks like. Chapter 71. wife versus pursuer. Haitong, you are also a figure of some importance at your company, yet your opportunities to meet the boss are so scarce. Your boss is indeed rather elevated and enigmatic. There are no photographs of young Master Jean available online. He is always accompanied by bodyguards, and at the last banquet, there were so many of them, towering figures, that she and her friend, even on tiptoes, could not catch a glimpse of young Master Jean's features, reflecting on Zhang Yin's position at the Jean Group as a white-collar worker with limited access to young Master Jean. Haitong found herself feeling somewhat reassured. Zhang chose not to respond. He was indifferent to how others perceived him. His actions and demeanor aligned with his own will. As they discussed young Master Jean, the couple eventually returned to their residence in Building B. Zhang Yin's bodyguards loitered nearby, not closely following the young master and mistress but ensuring they remained within sight. Of course, Haitong remained oblivious to their constant surveillance. She idly turned her head and recognized a familiar face among the bodyguards, pausing to say to Zhang Yin, "That man looks quite familiar." Zhang Yin was taken aback. The bodyguard in question was Achi. Recognizing that both the young master and mistress were observing him, Achi quickly approached them with an air of nonchalance. "You are the designated driver from that night, are you not?" Haitong recalled. This familiar man was indeed the one who had driven Zhang Yin home after he had been intoxicated. "It is I that you have a keen eye and a good memory. Do you also reside here?" "Yes, but I am a tenant. I usually drive for ride-hailing services and occasionally serve as a designated driver," Haitong replied with an O. While she remembered the designated driver, she did not consider him a significant figure. Merely acknowledging their encounter without dwelling on it, Zhang cast a glance at Achi, who understood the unspoken message. Henceforth, whenever the young master appeared in public, Achi, as his personal bodyguard, would need to fade into the background to prevent any inadvertent exposure of the young master's identity to Haitong. A complication he preferred to avoid. Upon returning home, Haitong habitually settled onto the swing chair on the balcony, while Zhang retreated to his own room. The night passed without further conversation. The following day, as Haitong prepared breakfast, Zhang announced his intention to leave. "Mr. Jean, you have yet to eat breakfast." Zhang adjusted his tie, and Haitong noticed that the tie he wore was the one she had gifted him the previous day. She had assumed he would find it unwearable, yet here he was, donning it. "I have an early meeting today. I cannot afford to be late. I fear traffic may delay me, so I must leave promptly. I will not have breakfast at home. I will order takeout. I have already prepared breakfast. If you do not eat, I shall be unable to finish it alone. Please do not order takeout. I will pack it for you to take to the office." Zhang hesitated momentarily but ultimately could not bring himself to reject her kindness. "All right, her daily breakfast is quite to my liking." Haitong fetched a thermos and filled it with a bowl of congee, added some side dishes for steamed buns and a boiled egg, covered it, and handed it to Zhang, saying, "Make sure to eat it promptly upon arriving at the office. Do not let your stomach go empty while working." Understood that the feeling of having a wife was rather pleasant indeed. Zhang left the house holding the thermos. During the ride back to the office, he savored the lovingly prepared breakfast, thoroughly enjoying it and feeling quite content. The driver and accompanying bodyguard exchanged puzzled glances. The breakfast prepared by the young mistress was exceedingly simple, yet the notoriously picky young master devoured it with gusto. Perhaps the young mistress was simply an exceptional cook. After Zhang departed, Haitong routinely called her sister. After confirming her sister had no pressing concerns, she too set out. As she stepped outside, it was already rush hour, and signs of traffic congestion began to manifest. By the time she had traversed halfway, the gridlock had intensified significantly. Many hurried commuters were so vexed that they felt like cursing. Shang Xiufei shared this sentiment, seizing the opportunity while her brother and sister-in-law indulged in breakfast. She stealthily slipped out of her home. She also discreetly prepared a breakfast for Zhang, specifically arranged by the household chef, and then cut a large bouquet of flowers from her garden. Wrapping it carefully with the bouquet in her arms and the heartfelt breakfast in hand, Shang Xiufei headed towards the Jean Group, hoping to arrive before Zhang returned to the office. She intended to intercept his car using her usual method, delivering the thoughtfully prepared breakfast to him. Although even her sister-in-law had advised her to give up on Zhang, Shang Xiufei was unwilling to relinquish her pursuit. In her own words, if she had forgotten Zhang, she would have long since moved on. It was precisely because she could not forget him that she yearned to try again. She was resolute in her determination not to abandon her quest without pursuing it for at least 3 to 5 years. At this moment, the traffic ahead was unbearably stagnant, and as time ticked away, Shang Xiufei felt an increasing urgency that if the congestion persisted, by the time she reached the Jean Group, Zhang would have already entered the building, rendering her efforts futile. No, she could not wait any longer. First, she called her bodyguard, informing him that she had parked her car along the roadside and requested him to bring the spare key from home to retrieve the car. After the call, the long line of vehicles shifted slightly. Seizing the moment, Shang Xiufei maneuvered her car to the roadside, parking it in front of a store, after snapping a photo to send to her bodyguard. She exited the vehicle, clutching her bouquet and carrying the insulated lunchbox, ready to hail a ride. In a fortunate turn of events, she flagged down Haitong, who happened to be passing by. Haitong braked and, observing Shang Xiufei, kindly inquired, "Miss, is there something you need?" Shang Xiufei looked at Haitong and found her features somewhat familiar. However, upon closer inspection, she realized she had never met her before. Unfazed by the idea of stopping a stranger's vehicle, she boldly replied, "Could you give me a lift? The traffic is terrible, and I'm in a hurry." Seeing her with the bouquet and lunchbox, Haitong guessed her intentions and smiled, asking where to. To the Jean Group, came the reply, "Hop in, I'll drive you there." The Jean Group was where her beloved worked, and she was eager to see the towering 68-story office building up close. A veritable gem of the business world in one city. "Thank you," Shang Xiufei expressed, feeling a warm affinity towards Haitong, not just for her willingness to assist but for the sense of familiarity she exuded. As if they had known each other for decades, despite being complete strangers, this was the first time Shang Xiufei had felt such a connection with a stranger. Haitong retrieved a helmet from the trunk and handed it to Shang Xiufei, saying, "Put this on to avoid being stopped by the traffic police." Shang Xiufei accepted the helmet and donned it. Only then did Haitong resume riding her electric scooter, navigating the non-motorized lane directly towards the Jean Group. The traffic congestion did not affect Haitong on her scooter, and within a mere 10 minutes, they arrived at the Jean Group. Haitong halted the vehicle and turned to Shang Xiufei, saying, "Miss, we're here." Shang Xiufei returned the helmet to Haitong and expressed her gratitude, to which Haitong replied, "It's just a small favor, no need to thank me." Intrigued, Shang Xiufei asked, "May I inquire about your surname? You seem vaguely familiar. Have we met before?" "My surname is Hai. I have a fondness for beautiful women, but regrettably, I have never seen you before," replied Haitong. "You are Hai? Oh, I remember now. There was a trending topic regarding an unfilial granddaughter, and the protagonist of that controversy bore the surname Hai. There was even a photo accompanying it, and I thought you resembled one of the little girls in ITIS that you." Shang Xiufei had a vivid recollection of the trending topic about the unfilial granddaughter, and she recognized the childhood photo of Haitong and her sister that had circulated online. At the time, she had criticized the topic for diverting attention from more important matters and had condemned the Hai sisters for their perceived lack of filial piety. However, the narrative had since taken a turn, leading her to chastise the Hai family anew. Her mother had even scolded her for lacking patience and analytical ability, merely following the crowd in denouncing the Hai sisters based on hearsay. Having expressed her frustrations about the Hai sisters at home, her mother had grown curious and sought to view the trending topic. Unfortunately, after the reversal of public opinion, the Hai family swiftly deleted their posts, demonstrating that they had some connections. Furthermore, the eldest son of the Hai family's second branch was a prominent manager at a subsidiary of the Shang Group. After the narrative shifted, outraged netizens had managed to uncover the identity of Hai Juwen and flooded the Shang Group's official website with demands for his dismissal. Haitong did not anticipate being recognized merely from her childhood photograph. Realizing she had the upper hand, she smiled and acknowledged, "You have a keen eye and an impeccable memory. I couldn't possibly forget you." Your trending topic diverted the attention of many netizens, and the follow-up discussion is still trending today. Upon hearing Shang Xiufei's words, Haitong suddenly had a realization and tentatively asked, "Miss, you wouldn't happen to be the heiress of the Shang Group, would you?" Shang Xiufei complimented her, "You're quite astute. You've guessed correctly." Haitong laughed, "What a coincidence. I must thank Miss Shang for suppressing the trending topic. My sister and I have not faced too much backlash because of it." "You must be delivering breakfast to young Master Jean, correct?" Indeed, both women felt a mutual affinity, and Shang Xiufei found herself engaging in delightful conversation with someone she had just met. "You should head inside, Miss Shang. It's already past 8. If you don't hurry, young Master Jean will go hungry." Shang Xiufei glanced at the time and replied, "He probably hasn't arrived yet. The traffic is quite congested. I intended to beat him to the office, so I'm grateful for your ride." "Not at all. I appreciate your assistance, Miss Shang. It's surprising how fate intertwines the lives of people who were originally on different paths." Shang Xiufei chuckled, "No need for thanks. I am doing this for my own sake." That moment Zhang Yin's convoy approached from the distance. Shang Xiufei was intimately familiar with her beloved's vehicle, and upon spotting the procession of luxury cars, she could no longer continue her conversation with Haitong. She quickly produced a business card and handed it to Haitong, saying, "Miss Hai, you helped me today. Should you ever require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call. I will certainly do what I can to help." She wished to avoid being indebted to Haitong and felt an inexplicable connection to her, prompting her to offer the card. Haitong also noticed the luxury cars and understandingly said, "Miss Shang, you should attend to your matters. I wish you the best of luck." "Thank you," Shang Xiufei replied, cradling her bouquet and carrying the insulated lunchbox. Not heading towards the luxury cars but rather striding confidently towards the entrance of the company, standing prominently in front of the main gate, Haitong watched in awe, marveling at Shang Xiufei's boldness. Meanwhile, Lijianin had left home early that day, as he needed to return to the villa to retrieve some items. After leaving the villa, he encountered traffic congestion, which regardless of one's vehicle or status, was unavoidable. Consequently, he only just arrived at the office. Seated in the passenger seat was his bodyguard, a Qi, who had sharp eyesight and immediately noticed Haitong. He turned to Zhang Yin and informed him, Young master, the young mistress is with Miss Shang. Upon hearing this, Janine furrowed his brow, perplexed as to how the two could be together. They were people who seemed worlds apart. He gazed ahead, unable to recognize Shang Xiufei but certainly recognizing Haitong, having lived under the same roof for a period and even having shared a kiss. If he failed to recognize her, it would be a cause for self-reproach. Ignore them, Janine replied coldly, reclining in his seat. As their vehicles drew closer, but she was concerned about being recognized by the young mistress and deliberately turned his head away, ensuring that Haitong could not see his face. The convoy did not come to a halt before Haitong, who looked on in admiration at the display of Zhang Yin's grandeur. She noted the familiar Rolls-Royce, recalling having seen it several times in her neighborhood. However, considering Zhang Yin's status, she dismissed the notion that it belonged to their community. When Zhang Yin's convoy eventually aligned with Shang Xiufei's audacious attempt to halt the vehicles, it ultimately came to a stop. Haitong smiled, reflecting on the saying that fierce women fear entanglements, and so do fierce men. With Shang Xiufei's boldness and love and hate, she believed that Zhang Yin would soon be won over. Haitong gestured encouragingly towards Shang Xiufei before turning her scooter around and departing inside the vehicle. Zhanin deliberately avoided letting his wife see his face. As they passed by Haitong, he turned to glance at her, noting her encouraging gesture towards Shang Xiufei. He struggled to suppress his emotions, nearly choking on his own frustration. It was no wonder he hadn't seen Shang Xiufei's car. She had arrived before him because his wife had given her a ride. How had these two come to know each other? Observing Haitong's final gesture towards Shang Xiufei, it was evident that she recognized her identity, which was perplexing since there seemed to be no logical connection between them. Moreover, Shang Xiufei hails from a prominent and affluent family, receiving unparalleled affection within her clan. Even the daughters of the Shang family seldom catch her eye. So how could she possibly forge a friendship with Haitong? Zhanin found himself perplexed. Chapter 073. So that is how it is. Shang Xiufei stood resolutely at the entrance of the company, compelling the driver to halt the vehicle. Young master, would you like me to assist Miss Shang in getting out? The driver inquired, turning to seek Zhang Yin's permission. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhang Yin lowered the window. Upon seeing him do so, Shang Xiufei's heart soared with joy. She eagerly approached, clutching a bouquet and carrying a thermal lunchbox. Zhang Yin, she exclaimed, finally face to face with the man she had longed for. Despite her frequent declarations of affection at this location, it had been quite some time since she had encountered Zhang Yin in person. She missed him dearly. He retained that cool demeanor, still the most handsome man in her eyes. As her gaze fell upon Zhang Yin's tightly pressed lips, Shang Xiufei felt an urge to lean in and steal a kiss. She wondered how soft his lips might be with a predatory glint in her eyes. She regarded Zhang Yin, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. Miss Shang, he addressed her. Just call me Xiufei, she replied with a radiant smile, as she thrust the thermal lunchbox through the window, saying, I specially brought you breakfast. Please eat it while it's warm, and this bouquet is for you. Zhanin made no move to accept the lunchbox, nor the flowers. As a man, he had no fondness for bouquets given the heavy traffic. How did you manage to arrive here? He inquired, intrigued about how Shang Xiufei had come to know Haitong. Without a hint of hesitation, Shang Xiufei responded with a smile, I'm quite clever, you see. I parked right in front of the shop, summoned my family's bodyguards to assist me in returning home, and then I hailed an electric scooter, arriving here without any hindrances. Indeed, Zhanin mused, piecing together the connection between the two women. It's quite remarkable. I merely hailed a vehicle and happened upon a trending figure, the very subject of the disobedient granddaughter headlines. Haitong. She's quite pleasant, and we hit it off immediately. Zhanin silently scoffed at the thought. Shang Xiufei was notoriously spoiled and arrogant in Guancheng, and yet she had managed to click with Haitong. Considering Haitong's temperament, it made sense that Shang Xiufei would be drawn to her company. Drive, Zhanin commanded the driver. Having grasped the situation, Zhanin, please accept the flowers and the breakfast. I came all this way to prepare this heartfelt meal for you, Shang Xiufei urged. As the car began to move, she found herself left behind. She managed to toss the bouquet into the car but hesitated to discard the thermal lunchbox, knowing that doing so might create a mess and provoke Zhang Yin's ire. It was a rare occasion for Zhang Yin to speak to her, and she had no desire to upset him. However, the bouquet she had left in the car was soon discarded by Zhang Yin. Landing pitifully on the ground, Shang Xiufei took a few steps in pursuit but failed to catch up with the vehicle and ultimately gave up. She dared not storm into the Zhang group, fearing that Zhang Yin might instruct someone to throw her out onto the roadside, an utterly humiliating prospect. As Zhang Yin entered the office building, he encountered his chief assistant, Sunan, noticing his superior's empty hands. Sunan approached and jested softly, how is it that a married man like you has no thoughtful breakfast to share with your colleagues today? I already had it in the car. Zhang Yin replied tersely. Sunan continued, by the way, I just witnessed quite a spectacle, would you care to hear about it? Zhang Yin shot him a sidelong glance, his expression unyielding, as he stepped into the elevator without a word. Sunan, undeterred by his superior's demeanor, chuckled inwardly, eager to share his observations. I happened to arrive early and saw your wife escorting Miss Shang here, which piqued my curiosity. It seems your wife and your admirer share a mutual fondness. potentially paving the way for a wonderful friendship. How do you feel about that? Jeanine dismissed Sunan with a mere glance, entering the elevator and leaving the loquacious assistant behind. Sunan, unfazed, chuckled softly to himself, pondering how the day would unfold when the truth of Zhang Yin's identity was eventually revealed to his wife. In light of Shang Xiaofei's persistent attempts to deliver flowers and breakfast, Jeanine once again contacted Shang Wuhan. Upon answering, Jeanine spoke coldly, "Mr. Shang, if you cannot manage your sister, do not blame me for being ungracious." His patience was wearing thin. Shang Wuhan, feeling the weight of the situation, responded wearily, "Zhang Xiaofei has not behaved excessively, she simply likes you and is pursuing you. I've advised her countless times, but I cannot go so far as to break her legs." He was indeed at a loss with his sister. Even if he assigned someone to watch over her, she would inevitably find a way to escape. "Jean, we are of similar ages, I have been married for several years, and you only have one admirer. Considering my sister is your first admirer, I implore you to exercise a little patience." Jeanine hung up the phone without further ado. He understood Shang Xiaofei's nature well, ignoring her was the only option. Even if he were rude to her, she would return time and again, unfazed by any damage to her reputation, unless, of course, he were to break her legs. After the call, Shang Wuhan felt a wave of frustration wash over him and immediately dialed his sister, launching into a tirade. Meanwhile, Shang Xiaofei was already en route home in a taxi. "Brother, I'm heading home now. I assure you, I haven't done anything earth-shattering today. My intellect is rather limited, and I simply cannot conceive of anything too grand." Shang Wuhan replied, "The effort you expend in pursuing Jeanine would be better invested in accompanying Mother. It would surely bring her more joy. I do spend time with Mother. Her heartache requires a remedy. I am her precious darling, but I am not the cure for her heart's ailment." Madame Shang's heartache stemmed from the desire to reunite with her sister. Separated for decades, the sister had been passed through many hands, and now her whereabouts were unknown. Madame Shang simply hoped to reunite with her sister within her lifetime. By the way, brother, I need to discuss something with you. I would appreciate your assistance. "What is it?" Shang Wuhan was still willing to help his sister as long as it didn't involve pursuing Jeanine. "I recently met a girl named Haitong, and I have a very good impression of her. We get along well. I've mentioned the online situation to you before. Her relatives are utterly outrageous. Could you perhaps arrange for that person, what's his name, Hai something, to be dismissed? We wouldn't want them to tarnish our company's reputation." Shang Wuhan responded nonchalantly, "Such trivial matters do not require my intervention. Did you take action?" "I did not. I believe he has been suspended," Shang Wuhan stated. "His subordinates would handle the matter." Hai Jiwan was merely an employee at a branch office. Despite his competence, the scandal had revealed his true character, and Shang Wuhan preferred not to engage with such individuals. Chapter 074, Madame Shang, that's good. It would be best if they all lost their jobs and faced public outrage. They should experience the consequences of their inhumanity. While Shang Xiaofei could be somewhat spoiled, she possessed a sense of righteousness. Additionally, her fondness for Haitong led her to wish to assist in avenging her against the Hai family. After all, it was Haitong who had facilitated her visit to the Zhan group, allowing her to finally meet Jeanine, who had even spoken to her. "Brother, I'm going home to accompany Mother now. You take care of your own matters." Having concluded the conversation, Shang Xiaofei hung up, unwilling to intrude upon her brother's valuable time. The Shang family residence was not far from the Zhan family estate. Yet the routes differed. Were they to travel the same path, Shang Xiaofei might have ambushed Zhang Yin's vehicle. However, he rarely returned to the old estate, making such an encounter unlikely. As the second largest affluent family in Guancheng, the Shang residence was quite splendid, occupying a vast expanse. The Zhan family had adopted a manor style, and the Shang family followed suit, constructing their home in a similar fashion. At that moment in the opulent hall, a middle-aged woman sat on the sofa, clutching a photograph, her gaze fixated on it, unable to look away. Upon entering, Shang Xiaofei observed this scene and approached, gently taking the photo from her mother's hands. "Mother, you mustn't dwell on this photograph every day. If Anne were still alive, we would surely find her. Please try to let go of your worries and refrain from being so melancholy." Mr. Shang brought a glass of water, and upon hearing his daughter's words, he chimed in, "Dear Xiaofei is right. You shouldn't be so fixated on that photograph. We have already dispatched many individuals to search for her. I believe we shall find results eventually." He offered the glass of water to his wife. During their youth, the couple had been consumed by business, leaving little time for each other. Now that their son had taken over, Mr. Shang intended to enjoy a peaceful retirement alongside his wife. However, he had not anticipated that his wife's recent sorrow over the sister she had never met would weigh heavily on her heart. Mr. Shang observed her distress and felt helpless. The sisters had been separated for far too long. It was possible that his wife's sister had forgotten she even had an elder sibling. Furthermore, after being passed around, no one knew where she had ended up, and it was unlikely that the other photograph remained in her possession. Relying on a photograph to locate someone was an arduous task. Mrs. Shang accepted the cup of water handed to her by her husband. After taking a sip, she retrieved the photograph from her daughter's hands. set the cup down, and carefully placed the photo back into an album. Upon closing the album, she sighed, I have been plagued by nightmares lately, dreaming of my sister being beaten and scolded, living a wretched life. That is merely a reflection of your thoughts during the day manifesting at night, replied Shang Xiufei, who had settled beside her mother, affectionately linking her arm with hers and playfully saying, Mom, the weather is still warm. I wish to go on a seaside vacation. Will you accompany me? We could go fishing and enjoy some seafood. What, you no longer need to spend every day waiting outside the Jean group? With her daughter deftly changing the topic, Mrs. Shang lightly tapped her daughter's cute nose, jesting, I thought you had forsaken meals and sleep to camp outside the Jean group escapes. Pursuing true love is not an endeavor that can be accomplished in a day or two. I must also show some filial piety to my mother. Please, Mom, will you accompany me to the seaside? Mr. Shang chimed in. Dear, let us take a break and refresh our spirits. Staying cooped up at home with that photograph isn't healthy. Since she gained the ability, Mrs. Shang had never ceased her quest for her only sister. Decades had passed without any results. Although they had a son to continue the search, Mr. Shang felt the hope was meager. He was unaware if his sister-in-law was alive or dead. Perhaps, during our vacation, we might serendipitously encounter your sister or her children. After a moment of contemplation, Mrs. Shang replied, When we parted, my sister was still quite young. Women change significantly as they grow. I cannot imagine what she has become. Even if I were to encounter her children, how could I recognize them as my nieces? Very well, we shall go on vacation. Not wishing to dismiss her daughter's heartfelt request, Mrs. Shang quickly regained her spirits and agreed to accompany her daughter to the seaside. Upon receiving her mother's affirmation, Shang Xiufei exchanged a knowing glance with her father and began to chat with her mother. Eventually leading to today's events, with a bright smile, she exclaimed, Mom, I saw Jeanine today. He stopped his car, rolled down the window, and spoke to me, but regrettably, the bouquet I handed him was tossed out. Mrs. Shang responded with a muted expression, Also, I made a new friend named Haitong. We clicked instantly. It was quite peculiar, but I felt an immediate sense of closeness with her. She even offered support for my pursuit of Jeanine and cheered me on. Mrs. Shang inquired, Is she the unfortunate sister who was morally coerced by her despicable relatives? Yes, that is her. You two seem to share a remarkable fate. You even trended together among countless people. You managed to flag down her car. And she willingly offered you a ride to the Jean group to pursue your love. Mrs. Shang teased her daughter, adding, What is even more remarkable is that you have deemed her a friend. My dear, let us keep an eye on the sky. Perhaps we shall witness a rain of red, signaling that your precious daughter has finally made a friend. Imam, Shang Xiufei protested. Can't I have friends? I simply find Haitong very likable. She gives me a sense of warmth. She even encourages me in my pursuit of Jeanine. Once Jeanine is mentioned, you seem to forget your own name. Mrs. Shang remarked, feeling somewhat helpless about her daughter's infatuation with Jean Yin. In truth, she held a favorable impression of him as well. If her daughter could win Jeanine's heart, it would be a cause for mutual joy. Men of Jeanine's caliber are rare, and the Jean family possesses an admirable lineage. A union between their families would not only alleviate existing tensions but also ensure her daughter's lifelong happiness. When you have time, bring Haitong over to meet your mother. Mrs. Shang felt her daughter had far too few friends. It was rare for her daughter to establish a friendship, and she wished to meet the girl who had forged such an immediate bond with her daughter. Well, let us see if she reaches out to me. Once we are more familiar, I will bring her home for you to meet. No, Mom, your words make it sound as if you are bringing home a daughter-in-law. I am your daughter, Mrs. Shang chuckled, playfully poking her daughter's forehead. Amused by her own misinterpretation, Shang Xiufei stuck her tongue out in a playful manner. Perhaps I should take the initiative to contact Haitong. She mused. No matter, since I enjoy spending time with her, I shall take the lead, just as I do with Jeanine. If I love him, I must actively pursue him and let him know of my affections. Chapter 075. The unwelcome relatives arrive. When Haitong returned to the shop, she noticed Zhang Nianqing was also present. She greeted him with a smile and inquired, Nianqing, don't you have work today? Zhang Nianqing looked at Haitong, his gaze betraying his admiration, and replied, I worked late last night, so I can afford to arrive at the office a bit later today. Haitong, why are you back so late? He casually asked, though he was genuinely curious about her recent whirlwind marriage. He had heard from Junjie that Haitong's husband had assisted her during the recent trending incident and even accompanied her back home to gather evidence for a counterattack, which she greatly appreciated. Zhang Nianqing contemplated how he too wished to help Haitong. However, she had not given him the opportunity. When he had called her that day, she did not answer, but later responded with a message saying she was fine, explaining that she had encountered a beautiful woman in need of assistance on the road, which delayed her return. It smells wonderful. Xiaojun, what are you eating? Haitong had intended to sit down at the cash register, but upon detecting the delightful aroma, she turned toward the small kitchen. Zhang Nianqing followed her, desperately wanting to step forward and embrace her, yet he refrained. His upbringing instilled in him the need to respect her. Even though he yearned for closeness, to hold her, or even kiss her, he suppressed these desires, knowing she was now a married woman. This thought pierced his heart, as in Haitong's eyes, he was merely a younger brother. Someone she had married in haste, never considering him as a potential partner. I brought some food from home for you and Junjie to enjoy. Shin Xiaojun remained silent as Zhang Yanqing spoke. He had brought a heartfelt breakfast for the two sisters. The Zhang family was also affluent, with chefs hired from five-star hotels, renowned for their delicious cooking. Their long-standing acquaintance allowed him to know the sisters' preference as well. Then we are in for a treat, Haitong cheerfully said as she and her friend savored the delicious food Zhang Yanqing had brought. Zhang Yanqing couldn't help but smile at the sight of the two sisters enjoying their meal. Haitong, he asked with a grin, when will you treat me to a meal? This Saturday at noon. I'll treat you to lunch. Where would you like to go? Junjie chimed in. Let us include Xiaojun. After all, our shop is usually quiet on weekends. It wouldn't hurt to close for the day. You can stay home, where your mother will surely hound you about marriage. It's better to come out and have a meal together. Shin Xiaojun readily agreed. Sure, she too dreaded spending the weekend at home, subjected to her parents' relentless nagging. Her mother constantly urged her to marry into a wealthy family, like her aunt, to enjoy a life of luxury, which had become tiresome. Her father was a bit more reasonable, suggesting she find someone of comparable standing, ensuring neither family felt they were settling. There's a restaurant next to UECAF that serves decent food. It is not overly fancy, but it's not bad either, and the prices are reasonable. The IT is quite popular, so let us go there for lunch. Afterward, we can head to UECAF for a coffee. It is the most upscale CAF in the city. Haitong recalled her last visit to UECAF with friends for a blind date and remembered the lovely ambience, though she hadn't paid attention to the neighboring establishments. However, since she was treating Zhang Yanqing to a meal, she had no reason to decline his suggestion. Alright, it's settled then, Haitong agreed with enthusiasm. Zhang Yanqing felt content, eagerly awaiting Saturday's arrival. Suddenly several cars halted in front of the bookstore, prompting Zhang Yanqing to say, I'll go check it out. He turned to leave but soon returned, informing Haitong, it's your relatives from back home. Having finished her meal, Haitong wiped her mouth with a napkin and remarked, so they've come. I'm not afraid of them. She was not surprised that her relatives had found her here. Thanks to the extensive efforts of netizens, her uncles and cousins' whereabouts had been exposed, and they were doing quite well. The situation had trended twice, making it relatively easy for them to locate her and her sister. Haitong, leading the group, was Hai Jiming, surrounded by 7 or 8 members of the Hai family, all clad in designer brands and jingling a set of keys in their hands, as if the keys were made of gold. However, their expressions were weary, suggesting that Haitong's counterattack had dealt them a substantial blow, leaving them unable to bear the wrath of angry netizens. Although Haitong had not actively sought information about her grandmother's condition in the hospital, she could not ignore well-meaning messages informing her that her grandmother was also being disturbed in the hospital, with many people visiting her room to berate her, which had infuriated the fiery old woman. A group of dutiful grandchildren were in the hospital but could not protect a single patient. Oh, what wind has blown you all here today? You're quite the crowd, she remarked, although her numerous cousins and siblings had not come into the city this time. They had previously spread plenty of false information online to grab attention, using unsuspecting netizens as their pawns. In short, within the vast Hai family, no one stood by the side of Haitong and her sister. Haitong approached the cash register, took a seat on a chair, and then retrieved her set of crafting tools along with the prepared materials to begin weaving a money tree, a gift she had promised to give to Jeanine. Alongside a lucky cat, I do not have enough stools for all of you to sit, so I won't invite you to take a seat. If you have something to say, please do so. I am listening, she remarked as she wove her crafts, her demeanor igniting a simmering frustration in the Hai brothers. After a few deep breaths, Hai Jiming spoke gently. Haitong, we are closely related cousins. My father and your father are brothers. Could you not be so resolute? Yes, we were wrong in that matter, and we apologize. After all, our grandparents are your biological grandparents. The elderly are fragile and cannot endure turmoil. If you are unwilling to contribute to your grandmother's medical expenses, we can each chip in a little to cover her treatment. At the very least, you ought to visit her in the hospital. Your harsh words online have caused her great distress. She has cried countless times, which is detrimental to her health. Haitong, please delete that blog post of yours and let this matter come to an end. We are all suffering. Does your comfort not matter to you? After listening to her eldest cousin, Haitong looked up at him, amusement dancing in her eyes as she replied, what do I have to be anxious about? I am not fabricating stories or unjustly blaming you. I am merely stating the facts. Visit grandmother in the hospital. Initially, I intended to see her and even considered contributing some money, though I could never cover the medical fees. Years ago, both grandparents made it clear that they did not require my sister and me for their care in life or burial. My life is not easy either. I earn very little, and by the time I repay my debts each month, I am left with hardly anything, but with you all morally pressuring me, distorting the truth, and unjustly branding us as unfilial, I have no desire to visit her now, nor do I wish to offer any financial assistance. You have scolded me. Do you expect me to deliver myself to be berated further? Haitong, they are our grandparents. Even if grandmother scolds you, it won't cost you anything. While you are not responsible for their upkeep, any person with a modicum of filial piety would provide some support. You sisters have not visited the elderly or offered them living expenses for many years. If you can live with that, so be it. We have deleted our blog posts, you should delete yours as well. Do you understand that your actions significantly impact us? You are perpetrating online violence against us, and we could take legal action. However, in light of our familial ties, we prefer to resolve this privately rather than escalate to litigation. The speaker was Hai Jiwen, the most accomplished of the Hai family's generation. His condescending attitude, coupled with a tone of reproach towards Haitong, was evident as he continued to accuse her and her sister of being unfilial and neglectful towards the elderly. He conveniently overlooked the agreement made years ago that absolved them of responsibility for their grandparents' care and burial. Haitong responded with a cold laugh, "Feel free to sue. I am waiting for the court summons." Online violence against you. Was it not you who subjected my sister and me to such treatment first? Why is it permissible for you to attack us online but not for us to clarify the facts? I did not enlist any hired voices to rally against you. It was your excessive actions that drew the ire of netizens, prompting them to uncover your past. Indeed, we lack filial piety and have not provided living expenses for our grandparents. Pray tell, Mr. Hai, how much living expense do you contribute each month? How many times do you visit them in a year? One cannot expect a blind and heartless individual to possess a conscience. Do you recall how my sister and I were driven from our home? Do you remember who benefited most from the seizure of our property? You were directly involved, having been given to my parents as their son? How dare you enjoy the fruits of their demise while wishing to continue reaping the benefits? Haitong's sharp words stripped Hai Jiwen of any retort, realizing that he might lose the position he had worked tirelessly for over the years. He suppressed his anger, softened his tone, and said, "Haitong, my second brother spoke out of turn. Please show magnanimity and do not hold it against us. Grandmother is in poor health, regardless of her past mistakes. She is still our dear grandmother. In light of her age and illness, consider forgiving her and accompany us to the hospital to see her." Their intent was clear, to have Haitong visit the elderly, ease the tension between both parties, and demonstrate to the public that they had reconciled, hoping to quell the scrutiny they faced. The repercussions of this incident affected them all. The public backlash was less concerning than the impact on their work and business. Though the elderly had initially remained obstinate, they ultimately relented, recognizing the strain on their grandchildren and agreeing to the reconciliation. "You have married as well. If your husband is available, please bring him along to the hospital, so the elders can meet him and ensure everything is well, unlike your sister," Hai Jiwen added, indicating their awareness of both sisters' current situations. "Second brother, spare her your words. If she refuses to go, let us just smash her bookstore," exclaimed their youngest cousin, who was merely 17 or 18, filled with youthful fervor and a short temper. Seeing Haitong's steadfast refusal to visit the hospital or delete her Weibo, he grew incensed, threatening to vandalize her shop. Haitong shot him a frigid glare, her voice icy as she challenged, "Try to smash my store and see what happens." Her piercing gaze and authoritative tone caused the Hai brothers to shrink back. Old 8, Hai Jiming admonished his youngest cousin with a pointed look, which silenced the boy. He then turned to Haitong, mustering a smile. "Haitong, do not take offense. This young one speaks without thought. Haitong, as your second brother mentioned, we are kin, bound by blood. We ought to be able to resolve this. We are embarrassed, but do you not feel any shame? We acknowledge our mistakes and apologize. Shall we put this matter to rest? You need not concern yourself with the finances. We only ask that you visit grandmother. She truly wishes to see you. In recent days, both grandparents have expressed remorse for their past actions, and they have conveyed their apologies to my third uncle and aunt. Haitong, none of us are saints. We all make mistakes. Recognizing one's errors is vital. The elderly deserve the chance to amend their wrongs and apologize. Only by softening their stance and appealing to familial bonds could Haitong be persuaded to delete her post and bring this situation to a close. As for the money, they could not demand it now. They had to abandon that hope. In truth, they all regretted their approach, had they known Haitong would be so resolute and daring as to expose their family's shame and retaliation, creating such a significant impact. They would never have resorted to such tactics. They believed that the sisters valued their reputations and thought no one would come to their aid. They were blindsided by the support that emerged for Haitong, while they, in turn, became the targets of public scorn. Given their family's financial situation, a modest contribution from each of them would suffice for the grandparents' medical expenses. They wished to spend nothing and take advantage of the sisters instead. In the end, they gained nothing and found themselves in a position where they had to personally seek out Haitong to apologize and plead for her mercy, even though they harbored resentment towards her. Plotting revenge. Once this matter concluded, they had to outwardly adopt a posture of reconciliation. Haitong chuckled softly. "I have heard that my grandparents are in the hospital, and whenever they are not asleep or eating, they are berating me. They genuinely believe they are in the wrong." Hai Jiwen opened his mouth to defend the grandparents but found no words. They were not sincerely capitulating but were merely persuaded to end the matter swiftly to avoid further repercussions. Once both sides reconciled, the fervor would gradually subside, and new trending topics would capture public attention, allowing them to return to a semblance of normalcy. This incident served as a reminder of the power of the internet. It could both uplift and devastate. They learn not to exploit the web to attack others, as the backlash could ultimately harm themselves. Unless there is anything else, please leave. Do not crowd around interfering with my business. Haitong declared, dismissing them. The faces of the Hai brothers turned sour. Shin Xiaojun and Zhang Nianqing stood to the side, glaring at them with warning. After a moment of silence, Hai Jiwen spoke. Haitong, one should practice restraint. In both life and work, it is wise to leave a line for others, so that we may meet again in the future. With that, Hai Jiwen turned first to leave. Among the current generation of the Hai family, he was the most exceptional. Not only was he the most capable within his large family, but even the entire Hai village regarded him as the most accomplished. In the past, when he returned to the village, he was always the one receiving praise, but now, having been publicly contradicted by his cousin, Hai Jiwen felt utterly humiliated and could no longer stand there to be berated by Haitong. Deep down, he harbored intense resentment towards her, believing she had forgotten their familial bond. After all, they were cousins, and when their third uncle and aunt were alive, the families had shared a close relationship. However, after their passing, the two cousins had grown distant. If Haitong knew what Hai Jiwen was truly thinking, she would likely leap up and argue back. Did the two sisters not understand why they had drifted apart? How could they blame her for that? The Hai family brothers had all driven away, and aside from the youngest, who was still too young to have obtained a driver's license, the others each arrived in their own cars. Totaling 7. Their procession was grand and imposing, and the least expensive among their vehicles cost around 200,000 to 300,000. Hai Jiwen's car alone was worth over $1 million, a Mercedes-Benz. Haitong, they are being excessively unreasonable. Do not easily reconcile with them. Let them stew for a few days and suffer significant losses before considering any reconciliation, otherwise, they will think you are easy to bully. Even if they attempt to morally coerce you with a feigned apology, they will treat it as if nothing ever happened, and next time, they will still try to manipulate you. Zhang Nianqing had seen Haitong's blog post and felt an immense pity for her. He lamented that, as a newcomer to the workforce, still young and without the stature to be her pillar of support, he could not stand by her side. If he had the status and cunning of a wealthy heir, he would undoubtedly ensure that the Hai family members found it difficult to even beg on the streets. I will not easily reconcile with them. Their intentions are not sincere but rather a reaction to the pressure from online scrutiny that has disrupted their lives. They would not have come to me if it hadn't affected them. Had there been no consequences, they would never have bowed their heads from the beginning. That entire family had never acknowledged their wrongdoings. Believing that since the elderly matriarch was ill, it was Haitong's responsibility to cover expenses, they felt entitled to reimbursement for travel and fuel costs simply for visiting her in the city. The elderly couple had taken residence in Haitong's home, leading them to assume that any issues concerning her should be the responsibility of the third branch of the family. As for past grievances, they conveniently chose to forget. To be honest, had I not witnessed it with my own eyes and heard it with my own ears, I would have found it hard to believe such despicable people existed, and not just one or two, but an entire family. Shin Xiaojun's worldview had been shattered countless times. Zhang Nianqing also felt that these individuals were truly the pinnacle of shamelessness, with skin as thick as leather. Haitong, I recorded your conversation just now, Shin Xiaojun remarked. I'll send you the audio, to guard against them spreading falsehoods online. Upon hearing this, Haitong gave her friend a thumbs up, having been so enraged that she had forgotten about the recording. Nianqing, aren't you going to work? After sending the recording to her friend, Shin Xiaojun remembered that her cousin was still at the shop and urged him to hurry to work. Zhang Nianqing was reluctant to leave, muttering, it doesn't matter if I'm a bit late at my own company. Since you're at your own company, you should work even harder and abide by the rules. Set a good example so no one can criticize you. Hurry up and get to work, or you'll be in trouble if my aunt finds out you're not back at the office. The eldest grandson Zhang Nianqing was under heavy expectations from his uncle and aunt, who hoped he would become the successor of the Zhang family. Haitong chimed in, Nianqing, you really should get to work, but if you don't head back soon, it'll be time to clock out. Zhang Nianqing grumbled but nonetheless grabbed his car keys and headed outside, reminding Haitong, don't forget to treat me to a meal. I know, I've promised you. When have I ever gone back on my word? With that, Zhang Nianqing left the bookstore reluctantly. After he departed, the shop returned to its tranquil state. Shin Xiaojun resumed reading her novel while Haitong busied herself with crafting. As noon approached, she put away her tools, anticipating the arrival of students after school. Meanwhile, in the office of the Zhan Group, after discussing business matters, Sunan casually remarked, President Zhan, I've received word that your sister-in-law's relatives have come in force, with several cars and over a dozen people, storming into her shop. Upon hearing this, Zhan Yin's dark eyes flickered, but his expression remained calm. Even without lifting his head, he simply stated, Haitong is a self-reliant person. She is justified. Even if they all show up, they cannot intimidate her. Seeing his boss so unfazed, Sunan wisely shifted the conversation. The brief marriage had not lasted long, and given his boss's naturally aloof demeanor, it seemed that his sister-in-law might need more time to win him over. Dear Madam President, the revolution has not yet succeeded. You still need to put in the effort. Sunan silently cheered for Haitong. Hoping she would soon conquer Jeanine, as that would surely provide him with entertainment. Shall we have lunch together? After Jeanine signed a document and set down his pen, he glanced at Sunan and declined. I cannot eat when I'm with you. Sunan retorted, you're gossiping like a woman. I prefer peace and quiet. If he did not indulge in gossip, how could he serve as an intelligence officer for Jeanine? Jeanine harbored some concern that Haitong might struggle against her relatives, but he refrained from saying anything or even calling her. It had been nearly a month since their marriage, and he had come to understand her slightly better. If she were truly unable to handle the situation, she would undoubtedly reach out for help, since there had been no call from her. It indicated that she was managing just fine. Moreover, she was in the right. She would not lose. With this thought, Jeanine decided to change cars after work and head to Guancheng Middle School. As he left the company, Sunan complained to him about the lack of social engagements, which had all fallen on his shoulders. Jeanine replied, I have a wife. After work, I should go home and spend time with her to nurture our relationship. Sunan thought to himself, what an excuse, clearly just a ruse to shirk responsibility. He internally criticized his boss for becoming increasingly lazy since getting married, which was quite uncharacteristic of Jeanine. As Jeanine was oblivious to Sunan's grumbling, he arrived at Guancheng Middle School and noticed that Haitong's bookstore was bustling with students, some browsing materials while others selected stationery. Considering his imposing aura, Jeanine refrained from entering directly, fearing he might scare the students away and disrupt Haitong's business. Haitong had remarked that he was even more serious than the head teacher. It was a pity he was not a teacher himself. After some time, as evening classes concluded, the students began to leave the school one by one. Only then did Jeanine step out of the car and enter the shop. Haitong was tidying up the somewhat chaotic cash register when she saw him stride in, surprised by his commanding presence once more. Marveling at his powerful aura, he entered like a king. And it was no wonder the students hesitated to enter the shop in his presence. His aura completely overshadowed everyone. In the blink of an eye, Jeanine stood before Haitong, and seeing her gaze at him with admiration, he felt a sense of pride, fully aware of his own striking appearance. Clearing his throat twice to regain her attention, Haitong snapped back to reality and smiled. Aren't you supposed to be working late tonight? What brings you here at this hour? In the early days after their marriage, he would often return home only in the early hours of the morning. Jeanine fabricated an excuse, saying in a low voice, the recent project has been completed, so I don't have to work late for now. Haitong responded with an oh, then asked, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Would you like me to order takeout for you? Before Jeanine could answer, Shin Xiaojun walked over and said, Haitong, why don't you and Mr. Jean head home? I can take care of the store. There is not much going on tonight. After evening classes, the students had limited free time, and few would come to the bookstore unless they were looking for materials. Alright then, we'll head back, Haitong replied, not wanting to impose on her friend. Once she had tidied up, she retrieved a potted money tree she had crafted that day from under the cash register and presented it to Jeanine, saying, this is the money tree I made for you today. Let me know if you like it. The lucky cat isn't finished yet. You'll have to wait until tomorrow evening to take that home. Jeanine accepted the money tree, noting that it was slightly larger than the one Jean had. Feeling satisfied, the cold lines of his handsome face softened a fraction as he replied, it's wonderful, I'm glad you like it, let us go. Haitong stepped around the cash register, bidding her friend goodbye before leaving the bookstore with her husband. She intended to ride her electric bike, but Jeanine's deep voice interrupted, get in my car. After a pause, he added, I'll drive you to work in the morning. With such thoughtfulness from him, Haitong decided to leave her bike at the store and got into Jeanine's car. Shin Xiaojun watched the couple leave, murmuring to herself, they're looking more and more like a married couple. Although Jeanine had always been reserved and taciturn, his attentiveness to Haitong shone through in the details. If only I could meet a man like Mr. Jean, I would gladly consider a whirlwind marriage. Regrettably, the suitors she encountered during her matchmaking endeavors paled in comparison to Jeanine. These so-called quality men merely boasted substantial incomes, yet they were far from embodying true quality. The last match she met at UECAF had even set his sights on Haitong. Privately inquiring about her situation through the matchmaker, fully aware that Haitong was already married yet still indulging in daydreams, Shin Xiaojun promptly called that suitor and chastised him fiercely, warning that should he dare to seek out Haitong and disrupt her marriage, he would be left utterly disgraced. Thankfully, he did not dare approach Haitong, and Shin Xiaojun felt she had, in fact, saved him from a dire fate, had he truly run to Haitong to profess his feelings. She would have surely left him battered and bruised, for Haitong was well-versed in martial arts. As they passed by my sister's place, we decided to stop in for a visit before heading home. Haitong had a habitual routine of visiting her sister daily. Jeanine acknowledged with a hum. Shortly after, the couple arrived at the residential complex where Hailing lived. At this hour, following dinner, the residents typically enjoyed taking their children for a stroll, making it the most bustling time in the community. After parking the car, Haitong exited first, then opened the rear door to retrieve 2 bags of fruit, which Jeanine insisted on purchasing as a gesture of respect for his aunt. The couple made their way toward the building where Hailing resided. Before long, Haitong sensed something amiss. Having lived in the community for 3 years, she was familiar with the residents, and their gazes felt peculiar. Haitong, are you here to see your sister? A resident greeted her as they encountered her downstairs. Aunt Jo, have you had dinner? She replied, stopping to chat with Aunt Jo. She reached into her bag to offer a few fruits to the little granddaughter in Aunt Jo's arms. The girl looked to her grandmother, who nodded in encouragement before she dared to accept the fruits. Thank you, Aunt Haitong, the polite little girl expressed. Haitong praised the child's manners, then leaned in to quietly inquire of Aunt Jo. Aunt Jo, I noticed everyone looking at me strangely when I got out of the CAR. I guess there's something wrong with me. Oh no, you look the same as always, Aunt Jo chuckled. You might be overthinking it. Oh, I see now. They're probably looking at you because of your sister. You may not be aware, but your sister had a confrontation with your brother-in-law. She chased him down the street with a kitchen knife for several blocks. Previously, everyone believed Haitong to be the fiery one. Little did they know her sister was the one with hidden depths. Haitong, who had lived there for 3 years and had once argued fiercely to protect her nephew, was well respected in the community. My sister and brother-in-law fought. Upon hearing this, Haitong's expression changed, and even Janine raised an eyebrow. I'm not sure what prompted the altercation, but it certainly happened. Your sister was seen chasing him with a knife. We only saw her return alone, and it said that her in-laws took him away. She probably didn't tell you to avoid worrying you. Chapter 79, Zero Tolerance for Domestic Violence. The bond between the sisters was well known in the community. Hailing wished to shield her younger sister from this distressing situation. Thank you, Aunt Jo. Haitong expressed her gratitude before quickly leading Janine into the building where her sister lived. Yesterday, when I brought my sister back, her husband scolded her for not preparing dinner. His demeanor was that of someone ready to lash out. It was only when he saw me that he changed his tune, Haitong recounted to Janine. Why didn't my sister tell me? Haitong felt a pang of concern for her sister. Marriage was akin to a rebirth for a woman, and her sister's rebirth had certainly been tumultuous. After merely 3 years of marriage, her brother-in-law's attitude had shifted drastically. Janine gently reassured her, your sister likely didn't want to burden you with worry. As Aunt Jo mentioned, her chasing him with a knife indicates she wasn't the one defeated. Don't fret too much, she's alright. It was only natural for Haitong to feel anxious. However, she refrained from voicing her worries further. Once they reached the floor, she retrieved her sister's key and opened the door. Hailing was in the kitchen, preparing a meal. Hearing the door open, she assumed it was her husband returning and emerged wielding a spatula, ready to confront him should he dare to resort to violence again. After he left with his parents, he had not reached out to her, but her in-laws and sister-in-law had inundated her with messages berating her, disparaging her within their family group chat, and inciting relatives to criticize her for failing as a wife. Claiming she deserved the mistreatment, some relatives even took it upon themselves to lecture her on the necessity of apologizing to her husband, insisting that quarrels between couples were trivial and should not be aired among relatives. Naturally, the Zhou family sided with her husband, urging her to be more understanding, suggesting she should spend less money, and claiming that his irritability after a long day at work was entirely reasonable. Enraged, Hailing had exited the Zhou family group chat, resolute in her decision not to accompany her husband to their relatives' homes in the future. Auntie, seeing his aunt enter, Zhou Yan, who had been playing with building blocks on the floor, eagerly scrambled to his feet and rushed towards Haitong. Upon noticing her sister's arrival, Hailing instinctively retreated to the kitchen. Her face bore bruises, and for the past few days, she had refrained from going out to buy groceries. Fortunately, there were still some vegetables left in the fridge sufficient for her and her son. Haitong scooped up her nephew and kissed his cheek, then coaxed him to play with Janine while she entered the kitchen. Sis, are you not working at the store today? Hailing inquired, though she turned her back to her sister. Xiaojun observed to sister, what is going on between you and my brother-in-law? Haitong bluntly asked as she approached her sister. Noticing the bruises on her face, and her anger flared, I'm going to confront Zhou Honglin. How dare he leave her sister in such a state? Did he truly believe she had no family to rely on? As long as Haitong was around, no one would bully her sister. Once, her sister had protected her. Now that she had grown and gained her own strength, it was her turn to shield her sister. Tun Hailing hurriedly grasped her sister's arm, pleading, don't go, it's just some superficial injuries. He won't gain anything from it. I chased him with a knife for several blocks, staring him half to death. I believe he wouldn't dare to lay a hand on me again. Sis, domestic violence is either zero or countless occurrences. If he dares to raise a hand against you and you don't hold him accountable, he won't understand fear and will continue to resort to violence. There must be zero tolerance for domestic violence. I know, and that's why I didn't back down. I gave him a good beating and chased him away with a knife. You can't imagine how terrified he was. He was shaking in his boots. They say that in a couple's first fight, one must win, and I did, even if he ever thinks of hitting me again. He must consider the consequences. Hailing firmly held onto her sister, preventing her from seeking out Zhou Honglin. He has returned to the Zhou family. If you go after him, it would only lead to a greater loss for you. Don't go, I won't endure him any longer. He won't dare to strike me again, and even if he tries to scold me, I will stand my ground. Sis, why didn't you tell me at the time? Haitong gently caressed her sister's bruised face, heartbroken as she asked, does it still hurt? That despicable Zhou Honglin, how could he be so cruel, after all those years of love and even having Yang Yang with him? He could be so heartless. Hailing offered a wry smile. He has long since grown weary of me. Has Jeanine come over? Yes, he is in the living room playing with Yang Yang. Hailing lowered her voice, cautioning her sister. Tun Tun, you can see that my marriage is in shambles. Ultimately, it stems from my decision to quit my job after marrying, believing the empty promises of your brother-in-law that he would support me. You must maintain your financial independence, for a woman must always have her own income. Do not fall for the falsehoods of men claiming they will take care of you. That leads to passivity. If they genuinely love you for a lifetime, that is one thing, but if they are like your brother-in-law, just look at my situation now. Also, even after marriage, one must pay attention to their appearance and treat themselves well. Maintaining a good physique. When men say they will love you regardless of how you change, it's all a deception. They are, in reality, shallow, judging solely on looks and figure. Sis, I will. Haitong owned a bookstore, which would not impede her ability to care for her family. Jeanine had never suggested she quit. He simply insisted on a prenuptial agreement, hinting at divorce after 6 months. As for the potential of her body changing after childbirth, Haitong believed that was a distant concern, possibly one that might never occur. If she were to part ways with Jeanine, she had no intention of remarrying. Living independently seemed quite appealing. If she truly wished for a child to keep her company, she could always adopt from an orphanage. Sis, how did the fight even start? Haitong was eager to uncover the reason behind the altercation. Hailing turned off the stove and began to plate the food, asking her sister, you and Jeanine haven't eaten yet, right? Come, let us eat together. I'll fry some noodles. She had only prepared enough for herself and her son. Sis, let me handle it. Haitong was far more skilled in the kitchen than her sister. She began to gather the ingredients for stir-fried noodles, once again asking, Sis, please tell me why he laid a hand on you. It was not merely due to the principle of shared expenses. He insisted on proceeding in that manner, and I remained steadfast in my own stance on shared costs. As a result, he resorted to violence against me. Had he not launched a sudden assault, I would not have found myself in such a predicament. My younger sister was already aware of the situation, prompting Hai Ling to cease her concealment and reveal the reason for the couple's quarrel. Haitong then berated her brother-in-law once more. Despite her sister's attempts to dissuade her from confronting him, she remained resolute in her decision to seek him out after dinner, determined to assert her familial allegiance and make it clear that anyone who harmed her sister would face her wrath. Chapter 080, emboldened by alcohol, she teases her husband. The two sisters had relied on each other for many years, and Hai Ling knew her sister well, understanding her desire to avenge her. Thus she deliberately kept her sister by her side and produced a bottle of liquor, sharing a drink with her. It was not until the deep hours of the night that she allowed the young couple to depart. Haitong, possessing only a moderate tolerance for alcohol, found herself tipsy after just one drink of the strong liquor her sister had provided. By the time she left Hai Ling's home, she felt a slight dizziness. Her steps unsteady. Hai Ling accompanied the young couple to the door, recalling her past experiences of socializing with her superiors, which had honed her drinking capacity. A glass of strong liquor could hardly incapacitate her. Jeanine, Tong Tong is intoxicated, please take good care of her, Hai Ling advised her brother. By getting her sister drunk, Hai Ling ensured that Haitong could no longer confront Zhou Honglin. She feared that if her sister went to the Zhou family, they would unite against her. Those individuals were as troublesome as their relatives back in their hometown. I will take good care of Haitong, Jeanine replied easily, supporting Haitong as they descended the stairs. Several times she nearly stumbled, prompting him to lift her into his arms. With your drinking ability, why did you choose to drink? Your sister brought out that bottle of liquor with a purpose, and yet you foolishly indulged. Haitong wrapped her arms around Jeanine's neck, letting out a tipsy hiccup that wafted the scent of alcohol into the air. Jeanine turned his face away in disdain, admonishing her, don't blow your breath in my direction, it reeks of alcohol, just a little. Haitong playfully pressed her face against his, teasing, you see through my sister's intentions and yet do nothing to stop me. Jeanine was unaccustomed to her proximity and nearly dropped her. Haitong, he called, his voice low and stern, I know you're still somewhat lucid, do not take advantage of the situation. Haitong chuckled softly, resting her head on his shoulder. Zhou Honglin is abusing my sister, I must confront him, but if not tonight, then I will go to his company tomorrow. You scorned my breath, yet last time you were drunk. I didn't complain about your odor, Jeanine replied quietly. Even when I was intoxicated, I did not ask you to take care of me, yet here you are, demanding I carry you. I'm not asking you to carry me, she protested. It seems kindness goes unrewarded. Once they reached the ground floor, Jeanine placed his inebriated wife in the car. Given her tendency to take advantage of him while intoxicated, he seated her in the back to prevent any distractions while driving. Haitong, unconcerned, reclined in her seat and fell fast asleep. Jeanine glanced at her, observing her carefree slumber, his gaze deepening as he said nothing. He drove silently, taking his wife home. Midway through the journey, the woman in the back suddenly sat up, exclaiming, men are unreliable, even pigs can climb trees. After her outburst, she flopped back down, resuming her slumber. Jeanine turned to look at her again, after a moment of silence. He spoke in a low voice, do not generalize. While some men may indeed be untrustworthy, there are also those who are quite reliable. If he were to fall in love with you, he would undoubtedly be dependable. Even without love, he would fulfill his duties as a husband over the next 6 months. The woman in the back seat did not respond. Janine did not expect her to shortly thereafter. They arrived at Mingyuan Garden. After parking the car, Janine exited, opened the back door, leaned in, and called out, "Haitong, we are home. Get out." Haitong stirred awake at his voice, rubbing her eyes like a child before staring at him intently. Suddenly she reached out her hand, her eyes sparkling, and chirped, "Handsome, carry me out of the car." Zhang Yin's expression darkened as he lightly tapped her forehead, his voice colder. "I warned you, do not take advantage of me while drunk. You may be tipsy, but you are not so far gone as to be unaware of what you say and do." Haitong was indeed aware, but alcohol made her impulsive. The more Janine cautioned her against taking advantage, the more determined she became. What kind of man fears a little woman taking advantage of him? Such news would surely provoke laughter. Janine, Haitong giggled, asking, "Are you like that wealthy young man from the Zhan family?" Harboring some issues, he was far more innocent than she was with regards to romantic matters. Unable to resist the effects of alcohol, Haitong continued to tease him. "What issues? Either you can't perform, or you prefer men over women." Zhang Yin's expression darkened. My grandmother is always trying to pair us. I once thought a 30-year-old man without a girlfriend might be undesirable. However, upon meeting you, I realized I was mistaken. You are not only not undesirable, but you are as beautiful as a reincarnated Songyud. I began to wonder if you had any issues." Haitong laughed, her hands roaming over Zhang Yin's face, boldly caressing his handsome features. "Janine, do you abuse your partner? I must warn you, I have practiced martial arts. If you dare to lay a hand on me, I will make you regret it." "Oh, such a charming face. I simply must kiss it. How about letting my sister give you a peck? Come on, just one kiss." Haitong's brazen teasing provoked Zhang Yin's ire. In a swift motion, he pushed her back against the car seat, his strong frame pinning her down as he seized her unruly hands, holding them against either side of her head. He then leaned down to silence her incessant chatter with a kiss. Perhaps due to Haitong's inebriation, she was not taken aback as she had been previously. Instead, she eagerly reciprocated, initially intending for a brief kiss. Janine found himself awakening a primal instinct within him. Without hesitation, he deepened the kiss, losing himself in the moment. After a lingering kiss, Janine stepped out of the car but caught Haitong's foot, dragging her to the door. He scooped her up and shut the car door with a resounding bang, then hoisted her onto his shoulder and strode away. Haitong, initially dazed from the kiss, was taken aback by being lifted, and before she could fully process the situation, she felt the uncomfortable pressure on her stomach and began to struggle. Janine, put me down. This is too rough. You have no regard for my delicate nature." Janine remained unperturbed. "Janine, I promise not to tease you again. I will abide by your terms. Just let me down. This is unbearable. I feel nauseous, and if I throw up on you, don't blame me." Janine warned her. "Try throwing up on me, and see what happens, then please put me down. I truly feel unwell." "Are you still drunk?" "I'm tipsy. Oh no, I seem to have regained my senses. No wait, I think I'm about 7/10 sober." Listening to her, a hint of amusement danced across Zhang Yin's lips before he quickly concealed it. Allowing her to stand on her own, he turned and walked ahead, leaving her behind. "Haitong, are you angry?"